Chapter 1. The reporting stations of the Empress fan, Robin fan, Nami fan, Yamato fan, and other fan clubs. Audit. Dear brother. I truly made a mistake. I won't do it again. Please spy me. Sobi. This is my first time, and I lack understanding of boundaries. I promise to behave well in the future. I implore you, dear brother, set me free. In a dimly lit cave, two figures, one large and one small, were nestled together. The larger one was panting heavily. Suddenly, the slightly smaller figure, eyes closed and motionless, stirred slightly before leaping up abruptly. It struck the face of the larger figure with a resounding slap, shouting, "How dare you betray my wife?" Sneaking off to a hotel with another woman behind her back. Slap! The cave echoed with a sharp crack. After the blow, the assailants slowly opened their eyes. Initially bleary-eyed, upon recognizing their surroundings, they widened their eyes in shock. Good heavens! Where am I? What on earth is going on? Is this still my homeland? Veer exclaimed in utter dismay. He only recalled receiving a hefty assignment to tend to a tiger, eagerly making his way there in a vehicle sent by the zoo. He had heard that the tiger had injured itself due to an overzealous mating attempt. However, after dozing off for just a moment in the vehicle, he awoke to find himself in this strange place. In his dream, he had suddenly acquired a wife, only to find her being unfaithful. Enraged, he had slapped the mistress right across the face. Still bewildered by the situation, he then noticed a series of grunts and gasps. He turned sharply to see a deer of moderate size lying nearby, sporting multiple visible injuries, its mouth slowly oozing fresh blood. Its consciousness appeared to be fading. As a veterinarian, Veer immediately recognized that if no one intervened, the deer would surely perish within half an hour. Yet, at that moment, he realized the deer looked oddly familiar. Before he could approach for a closer inspection, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and a torrent of foreign memories flooded his mind. The headache persisted for 2 minutes before finally subsiding, allowing him to regain his composure without succumbing to the pain. I had never heard of time travelers facing such peril. Indeed, after merging the memories, Veer discerned his current predicament. He had traversed into the tumultuous world of pirates, specifically to Chopper's homeland, Drum Island. The timeline was set for the day before Luffy and his crew were to arrive on the island. The deer lying beside him was none other than Chopper. Chopper had descended the mountain to gather medicinal herbs for Dr. Hiralik and, upon encountering the unconscious Veer, felt compelled to render aid. However, Veer was being pursued. 3 unknown assailants were intent on eliminating him. The subsequent events were all too clear those 3 were planning to dispose of Chopper. Given Chopper's abilities, he could easily have defeated or escaped from the trio of ordinary humans. Yet, misfortune struck all 3 were devil fruit users. It was astonishingly improbable that they each possessed a devil fruit. One wielded the bird fruit, which hindered Chopper's speed, while another had the hare fruit, and the last was a zoan-type, a chicken man. With his speed reduced, Chopper was quickly ensnared by the user of the hare fruit. The trio unleashed a brutal assault on him. However, despite their overwhelming numbers, they were merely ordinary individuals lacking professional training. After a brief bout, Chopper managed to seize an opportunity to escape. Exhausted, Chopper fled until he could run no more, ultimately seeking refuge in a cave. The relentless snowfall concealed the blood he left behind, but the 3 pursuers followed the trail of blood, unearthing it beneath the snow. It wouldn't be long before they discovered Chopper's hiding place. At that point, both would be doomed. This was a dire situation. Chopper was indeed strong had he not been injured. Escaping with him would be effortless. Yet now he was gravely wounded. Although Veer was a veterinarian, he lacked the necessary tools to treat Chopper. Moreover, pitting himself against 3 devil fruit users would undoubtedly lead to his demise. Nevertheless, Chopper was a true comrade. Without him, Veer would not have the chance to traverse this new world. He would simply perish. If he were to survive this ordeal, he vowed to never forget Chopper once he achieved greatness. He would ensure that Chopper was fed by hand and carried about, transforming him into the world's first celestial deer. Yet the crucial question remained, how could they survive? As Veer pondered his escape, a notification echoed in his mind. Ding! I have arrived. Congratulations, host, for activating the divine healer system with an exceedingly severe psychological trauma related to saving lives. Host Veil. Function. When the host induces negative emotions, fear, despair, dread, etc. in a patient, they will receive negative points, which can be exchanged for various items in the shop. If the healing process instills a psychological shadow in the patient, the host can acquire one of their abilities: hockey, devil fruit powers, physical attributes, etc. Detection indicates the host is in a slightly dire predicament. A beginner's gift pack has been issued. Congratulations, host, for obtaining one antidote LV99. Antidote LV99 instantly nullifies all food poisoning effects. Huh, is that it? In mere half a minute, Vale's emotions swung like a pendulum. First he thought, a system? Is this real? Am I hallucinating? Then, whoa, this is for real. With this divine healer system, saving Chopper should be a breeze. Finally, what? That's it? An antidote? Food poisoning? What's wrong with your head? Or is mine shrinking? Staring at the vial in his hand, Vale was momentarily flabbergasted. The good news, the system had arrived. The bad news, the system was useless. Though the name seemed unimpressive, its high level indicated it was extraordinary. Yet what did it offer? Treatment for food poisoning. Surely, a first aid kit would be more beneficial. A first aid kit could at least provide some assistance to Chopper, otherwise he would surely succumb within half an hour. Instead, he was given something for food poisoning. Who would he possibly use this on? Chopper was clearly not suffering from food poisoning. No matter how much he pleaded, the system in his mind remained as unyielding as a stubborn elder. What would he do? Vale, holding the antidote, fell deep into thought. Outside, however, the three assailants were not inclined to wait for him to devise a solution. They had located the cave. The blocked entrance, previously sealed by Chopper, now emitted a series of unsettling sounds. I found you. Aren't you impressive, you chicken? Suddenly, a chicken head protruded from the snow pile at the cave entrance, nearly bumping into Vale's face. The unexpected turn of events startled Vale, causing him to leap back in alarm. Gazing at the three oddly shaped individuals, anxiety began to well up within him. How could he contend with them? Hey, you two, you're coming with us. The chicken-head figure sneered as it advanced into the cave, intent on capturing the injured Chopper first, as Vale posed little threat. Realizing Chopper was on the verge of capture and that he too faced certain death, Vale glanced at the antidote in his hand. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. Food poisoning? The determination of food poisoning likely stemmed from consuming something that resulted in adverse effects, right? Could it be possible that devil fruits also counted as food poisoning? After all, one consumes a devil fruit and suffers the negative consequence of being unable to swim. Vale's mind raced as he considered the possibilities. After a moment of contemplation, he grew increasingly convinced that this theory held merit. It didn't matter, they were already doomed. With newfound resolve, Vale gazed at the high-level antidote and steeled his heart. He would take the plunge. If he perished, he would lose everything. Without hesitation, he hurled the antidote at the feet of the three assailants. The vial of medicine shattered on the ground with a resounding crash. A copious amount of powder wafted into the air. Before long, the three individuals inhaled a small quantity of the powder. They promptly covered their noses and began to cough. What is this? A smoke bomb? Do you think my chicken eyes are mere decorations? But at that moment, the trio, still coughing, suddenly felt an unsettling disturbance. Among the three, two who had consumed animal-type devil fruits found their bodies inexplicably transforming. The beak of the chicken brother vanished first, while the creature resembling an unknown bird also began reverting to a human form. Both men gazed at each other in sheer terror. What has happened to you? Why have you both turned into humans? The individual with the fur fruit looked on in bewilderment, utterly clueless about their predicament. What do you think I want? My powers have vanished. The chicken brother retorted sharply. The other man froze at his words, hastily testing his fur-generating ability. Indeed, he found himself unable to produce a single strand. Simultaneously, all three turned their gazes towards Veer. Their faces reflected sheer horror. What kind of sorcery is this? This fellow, This fellow, he possesses the ability to nullify devil fruits. Having lived for so long, they had never encountered such a phenomenon. It was utterly unfathomable. Nearby, Chopper, still dazed, witnessed the scene unfold, his face also betraying disbelief. Who are you? How could such an extraordinary person exist in this country? The chicken brother shouted in utter fright. In a matter of seconds, the powers of all three had completely dissipated. This was nothing short of horrifying. Now, they hesitated to make any rash moves. After all, someone capable of such feats could not be as simple as they appeared. Veer, observing their reaction, secretly felt a surge of relief. Fortune favored his gamble. Yet, he too refrained from acting impulsively. Did they believe themselves to be formidable? But were they truly skilled? It was evident that they were not. Then he would feign expertise. Perhaps he could intimidate this motley crew. Just as he was about to speak, ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring 80 negative points. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Only then did he remember his system. He still had access to the system shop. Now that he possessed points, he needed to stall for time and quickly check if there were any life-saving items available. Outwardly, he maintained a composed demeanor, hands clasped behind his back, and addressed the trio with an air of feigned superiority. With just a casual wave of my hand, you shall be reduced to ashes. Meanwhile, he had already opened the system shop, his mind racing. His eyes darted across the myriad of items, searching for something immediately useful. After all, he was currently an ordinary person. What if those three, even without their powers, were still ordinary individuals in the world of pirates? Could they be judged by common standards? Moreover, 3 against 1 would surely be at their mercy. He had to rely on the system. The trio, hearing his boastful claim, trembled slightly. Reduced to ashes? Could it be true? They exchanged glances. What do you think? Should we retreat? There's no need to risk our lives over those few brawlers, right? The fur fruit user suggested to the chicken brother. As their leader, the chicken brother was tempted to turn and flee. Yet he knew that abandoning the mission would earn him the leader's wrath. Retreat? What are you talking about? I believe he is merely bluffing. In my dictionary, there is no such thing as retreat. Upon hearing his words, the other two face-palmed simultaneously. This leader was great in many respects, but his reasoning was rather questionable. Earning mere pennies daily, why risk their lives? Let's observe a little longer. Be ready to act at any moment. At that moment, we finally stumbled upon an item in the shop that caught his attention. Healing, kidney restoration, and external injury treatment special medicine. Price, 80 negative points. This is the first-time purchase price. For newcomers, the original price is 200,000. Note, the newcomer status is valid only within 3 minutes of acquiring the system. Function, can treat most external injuries. The injected individual will experience a surge of energy and clarity. Even those on the brink of death will temporarily regain the ability to move. Note, this item cannot be stored if not used within 3 minutes. It will lose its efficacy. Administering this to Chopper should make dealing with these 3 ordinary individuals a breeze. Although this item seemed quite precious, if not used now, it would be unattainable later. Clearly, the 3 opponents were on the verge of charging at him. He needed to intimidate them once more. How dare you doubt my prowess? Behold, I shall demonstrate the art of remote creation. Though Veer felt utterly awkward, as if he could scrape together enough self-confidence to fill an apartment, he still proclaimed with conviction. His declaration halted the trio in their tracks. Remote creation? How could that be possible? You haven't even consumed a devil fruit. How could you perform such a feat? The chicken brother remarked, looking skeptical. The other 2 individuals were equally astonished. Kid, don't struggle. But at that very moment, a syringe suddenly materialized in Vale's hand. This unexpected scene left all 3 of them wide-eyed in disbelief. How is this even possible? How could he conjure such an object out of thin air? A syringe. If it were merely a syringe, they wouldn't be so astonished. Yet, this syringe was astonishingly large. Vale was shouldering a syringe that was taller and bulkier than himself. His expression one of utter dismay. What in the world is this? How could it possibly differ from what was displayed in the marketplace? Wasn't it supposed to be just a small item? And what else with the magnification feature? If it was always this size, a note should have been included. Releasing it like this is downright deceitful. What kind of absurd system is this? Must it be so convoluted? Fortunately, it appeared out of nowhere. If it had fallen from above, Veer was certain he would have been impaled. The weight of this object was staggering. As he struggled with it, his face turned crimson. How about this? Is it sufficient? Veer stammered, his words barely escaping through clenched teeth. Although the three were astounded by his display, their skepticism remained unshaken as they observed his trembling hands and the flush of his face. Wasn't he lacking in strength? Could he be trying to bluff us? One of the individuals, possessing the bird fruit, began to harbor doubts as well. Realizing he could no longer maintain the ruse, Veer decided to set the syringe down. Addressing the trio, he pointed at Chopper and declared, "This fellow has thwarted your plans. You must certainly wish to eliminate him, yes? Now that you've lost your abilities. It should prove quite challenging to do so. Perhaps I could lend you a hand." After speaking, Veer hoisted the massive syringe once more and advanced toward Chopper. The three, hearing his words, found some merit in his reasoning. With their powers just vanished, they felt considerably weaker. The little creature was still alive. Conserving energy was prudent. Yet, this creature was their target. Why would he assist us? Was he hoping to secure his own safety by aiding us? Chopper, observing Veer's approach, felt a shiver run down his spine. No, I saved you. Why are you now intent on harming me? The terrifyingly large needle made Chopper feel as though it might soil his trousers. Yet, at that moment, he found himself unable to utter a word. Regret coursed through him 1,000 times over. Why did I save such a creature? Had I known he was so malevolent, I would have certainly kicked him hard instead. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 negative points. Huh, just from Chopper alone. Veer mused to himself. It seemed the amount awarded was indeed proportional to the individual involved. As he contemplated this, his hands were unceasing in their motion. The massive needle plunged directly into Chopper's rear. A cacophony of cries echoed throughout the cavern. Chopper bellowed in agony. This thrust nearly pierced him through. He longed to flee, but found it impossible. However, this was not the end. He still had to push, for without doing so, the medicine would not enter in excruciating pain. Chopper leaped up in terror, seizing the back of the syringe. Veer's weight was just enough to allow the syringe to begin its descent. As Veer moved downward, Chopper's form appeared more robust. Once the entire dosage was administered, Chopper visibly plumped up. "Chopper, this is a healing potion. How do you feel now? The dazed and nearly bursting Chopper gazed at Veer with confusion. At that moment, he genuinely sensed his injuries beginning to mend. The blood that had been flowing freely ceased, and even the wounds had begun to heal. Previously drained of strength, he now felt capable of standing once more. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained the ability, leg strengthening. Leg strengthening. Upon use, it instantaneously enhances leg power. The three brothers outside finally grasped the situation. Why is he being so benevolent? That syringe couldn't possibly be a healing potion. Could it? Although it appears terrifying, it is still a syringe. The likelihood of it being used for healing is quite substantial. Unable to contain themselves any longer, they shouted, "Enough waiting. Charge." The three robust figures rushed toward Veer. Intent on tearing him apart. In response, Veer raised the empty syringe, its large needle aimed at the trio. However, the three, seasoned from years of collaboration, moved with uncanny synchronicity. One lunged forward, seizing the needle, while the others flanked him on either side. The situation was dire. "Chopper!" Veer bellowed. Just as his words left his lips, a deer-like creature with enormous antlers charged forward. Veer activated leg strengthening and leaped high into the air, Chopper coincidentally lowering his head. And the two executed an exceptionally smooth maneuver. He landed firmly upon Chopper's back. However, the three companions could not evade their fate. The cavern was limited in size, and the antlers barely had room to spread. As they faced the oncoming deer, disbelief washed over them. Weren't you supposed to be on the brink of death? How can you still move? They were acutely aware of the ferocity with which they had attacked Chopper and the severity of his injuries. Yet, the current scenario was utterly perplexing. Chopper was unperturbed, charging forth. His antlers collided with the three men. The once formidable trio, stripped of their powers, stood no chance against Chopper. With a resounding crash, all three were sent flying. The force was so great that they quickly vanished from Veer's sight. Soaring high into the air, watching the three disappear, Veer finally exhaled in relief. "I survived." As he spoke, he collapsed on Chopper's back. "Chopper, once again, it's thanks to you. Rest assured, once I rise to prominence, despite having exerted little effort in merely moving the syringe, I still feel utterly exhausted. This body of mine remains far too weak. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 60 negative points. The system chimed again. TSK. My healing just now led the system to classify them as my patients. Now, having been flung away in fear, I receive this many negative points. Negative points can only be accrued from patients. Coupled with Chopper's earlier 100, I now have a total of 160 negative points saved that I should be able to exchange them for something worthwhile. Although the earlier syringe was potent, its size was overwhelming. The average person would struggle to endure it if not fully injected. It would be ineffective. Surely, it was not meant to be this way. The item in the marketplace had appeared entirely normal. Was it merely a quirk of the new user pricing? Truly, one gets what one pays for. Meanwhile, Chopper, feeling his injuries completely healed, found the whole experience unbelievable. The potion, though frightening, had yielded remarkable results. He had never encountered such a powerful remedy. Moreover, this potion had been conjured by that individual out of thin air, such a large syringe. How did he manage that? The mere thought of the massive needle sent shivers down Chopper's spine. His rear still throbbed with pain. Although the wound had vanished, the psychological scar would undoubtedly linger for a lifetime. And then there was the potion capable of negating devil fruit powers. Chopper instantly recognized it as a vial of powder, a substance that could render devil fruit abilities null. This exceeded Chopper's comprehension. After witnessing the might of that powder, he had held Veil in the highest esteem. Yet, upon hearing Veil's intent to harm him, all admiration evaporated. However, upon learning that it was a life-saving potion with such extraordinary effects, his admiration began to flicker back to life. Chopper has once again begun to idolize Veer, and his admiration has only intensified. Feeling the warmth of the man's breath against his back, Chopper felt a twinge of shyness. He has always been somewhat timid. The recent act of saving Veer has left him with a sense that this individual is rather extraordinary, far exceeding his expectations of capability. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 30 negative points. What is going on? Why are there more? Veer mused, glancing around in confusion, only to find that there was indeed no one nearby. What is this? Is it Chopper again? Is the aftershock counted? Was it because of the needle earlier? Little dear, did it hurt when I pricked you? Veer immediately put this to the test, and no sooner had he spoken than Chopper's expression soured once more. The wound that had just been covered was reopened by Veer. Fortunately, he remarked. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 10 negative points. The negative points awarded for the same event involving the same individual will significantly diminish upon repetition. As expected, while aftershocks are indeed counted, the amount is decreasing. It seems the first wave was the most impactful. Contemplating this, Veer began to reflect on the trajectory of his life ahead. Are you a doctor? Chopper timidly inquired, momentarily taken aback by the question. Veer hesitated. A doctor? I am, at best, a veterinarian. The title of doctor seems somewhat inappropriate. However, upon meeting Chopper's adoring gaze, he swallowed the words that nearly escaped his lips. After all, with the divine physician system at his disposal, becoming a doctor is merely a matter of time, right? Yes, I am a doctor, Veer stated with a serious demeanor. And those potions, did you concoct them all yourself? Chopper meekly asked. At that moment, Veer was still preoccupied with the accumulation of negative points and their patterns. This information is crucial for his future development. Responding casually to Chopper, he replied, Of course, those were merely experiments I conducted during my leisure time. Trivial concoctions meant to deal with these minor nuisances. With that, he resumed his deep contemplation. Earlier, 3 inept individuals had collectively provided him with 80 negative points, while just Chopper, a single deer, had yielded even more. Yet, not long ago, Chopper had been thoroughly defeated by them. While treating the trio, they still possessed the powers of devil fruits. Therefore, the acquisition of negative points does not seem to hinge solely on strength. What could it be? Veer found himself lost in thought. Meanwhile, Chopper was struggling to contain his disbelief. Just experiments. Trivial potions with such profound effects are dismissed as mere trifles in Veer's words. How powerful must he truly be? This revelation shattered Chopper's perception of what it means to be a doctor. His little mouth formed a new astonishment. This person, he must undoubtedly be the strongest doctor in the world. There can be no one stronger than him. At that moment, Chopper's ambition, dreams, and the fervent aspirations instilled by Dr. Epilogue began to stir within him. He wants to learn from this man. He wishes to create a panacea. He yearns to become the most exceptional doctor. He desires to make Dr. Kureha proud. Please take me as your disciple. I wish to learn potion making from you, Chopper declared resolutely. However, his sudden outburst startled Veer. Coming back to his senses, Veer found himself momentarily dumbfounded. What are you doing? Suddenly wanting to be my disciple, to take Chopper as my apprentice? But I don't know how to concoct potions. Just as he was about to refuse, he caught a glimpse of Chopper's hopeful expression. And a thought struck him. Perhaps the pattern of acquiring negative points is linked to the individuals involved. He tentatively inquired of the system. To his surprise, the system provided a response. Ding! Important characters in the world of One Piece, those connected to the destined individuals, will yield a greater number of negative points. The stronger the individual's power, the more negative points acquired. Indeed, the system's answer aligned perfectly with Veer's suspicions. The destined individual, unsurprisingly, was Luffy. This was reasonable, for those connected to the protagonist are, by all means, significant figures. In that case, he must join the Straw Hat crew to maximize his benefits. Not only could he recruit crew members, but he could also acquire their abilities. Everyone he encounters along the way will be connected to Luffy. Healing them will surely yield more negative points than going solo. This regulation from the system compelled him to align his fate with the Straw Hat crew. He must join them. Tomorrow, Luffy and the others will be heading to the island. But he is unaware of their landing location. The Magnetic Drum Kingdom is vast, and it would be quite the challenge to locate them. However, Veer knew they would seek out Chopper to treat Nami. If he simply goes there, wouldn't he be bound to encounter them? At that moment, he could step in, heal Nami, and then check on Luffy and Sanji, who were also injured. He remembered they were hurt as well. By leveraging the abilities he could glean from them, he could help them defeat that Wapol fellow, seamlessly integrating himself into the Straw Hat crew. He would even become Chopper's mentor. The prospects of his future suddenly appeared bright. As long as he joins the Straw Hat crew, his rate of growth will undoubtedly skyrocket. They are bound to sustain injuries, right? Injuries require treatment. At that point, he could administer care, ensuring they are all compliant and grateful. As long as those he heals bear psychological scars, he could acquire their abilities, rendering him invincible. One injury, one treatment. Each method of healing would differ, each creating new shadows of fear. Who knows? He might even be able to acquire the Nika fruit in the process. Although he considered that fruit to be of little use, with these thoughts in mind, accepting Chopper as his disciple no longer seemed out of the question, even though he currently lacks medical knowledge. He possesses a system. What could the system not provide? With enough negative points, even the most outlandish concoctions could be produced. The art of potion making, a trivial matter indeed. With this realization, Veer promptly agreed to Chopper's request. Very well, since you are so earnest in wanting to be my disciple, I shall accept you. That I hope you will strive to learn diligently. Upon hearing this, Chopper was overjoyed. He beamed with gratitude toward Veer. Thank you. I am so grateful. I will work hard and not disappoint my master. By the way, my name is Chopper. Please don't call me master. Just call me Big Brother Veer. Very well. Big Brother Veer it is. Joy abounded, and both Chopper and Veer were filled with glee. Chopper, Big Brother has no place to stay yet. May I borrow a night at your home? Veer asked with a mischievous grin, revealing his intentions. Chopper hesitated at this suggestion. As for Dr. Kureha, he found it difficult to determine whether she would allow Big Brother to stay. After all, her temperament was rather volatile. They had never welcomed a stranger into their home. However, would he be disappointed if he had to let his newly appointed master sleep on the streets? Would he drive him away? Could this be a test from Big Brother? It was indeed possible. For there is always an observation period after becoming a disciple. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Chopper ultimately replied, "Of course. I will take Big Brother to my home." "Excellent. This is my test for you. You are indeed a promising student." Veer grinned mischievously. Yet, upon receiving such praise, Chopper couldn't help but shake his body in excitement, inadvertently tossing Veer off balance. Caught off guard, Veer found himself airborne. Not that impressive. "It's rather average," Chopper remarked, while Veer could only shake his head in disbelief at the unexpected display. At that moment, Chopper noticed Veer seated on the ground. "Big Brother, why are you sitting on the ground?" "It's cold. You mustn't catch a cold." Veer, slightly exasperated, rubbed his forehead and stood up. After turning over, I climbed onto Chopper's back once more. Growing old, my legs have become feeble, and I had a careless fall. No matter, the day is drawing to a close. We must hasten our departure. Vale did not blame Chopper, merely lamenting his own lack of mobility. Upon hearing Vale's admission, Chopper silently resolved. My elder brother struggles with his legs. I shall ensure he walks less and I carry him more. With that thought, Chopper set off running, determined to return home. Where could that child have wandered off to for so long? The sky has darkened. He must not have been playing again. When he returns, I shall have a serious talk with him. In the living room, a stylishly dressed woman paced back and forth, her face etched with worry. Although she voiced her concerns, her heart was already in turmoil. Typically, he would return early, and now, with no news at such a late hour, something must have gone awry. After waiting for a while, she could no longer remain seated. Grabbing a thick coat, she prepared to venture out in search of Chopper. That child of mine is so clumsy. If he were to be abducted, it would be disastrous. Just as she opened the door, a deer's face appeared at the threshold, with one leg poised as if to knock. Startled by the door's sudden opening, Chopper exclaimed, "Dr. Deriri." His voice trembled as he swallowed hard. After all, Dr. Deriri's combat prowess was formidable, having frequently hurled a multitude of axes at him. Now, having returned so late with a stranger, he had no idea what fate awaited him, and it certainly did not seem promising. "Where have you been?" "Returning at such an hour. If you make me wait like this again, don't bother coming back." Dr. Deriri's face was flushed with anger as she chastised Chopper for his tardiness. I want to save someone." Chopper replied meekly, his entire being radiating fear. "What?" she exclaimed. "Who did you save? Is anyone hurt? How many times must I tell you? You cannot use your medical skills without my permission." Her voice was laced with irritation as she reprimanded Chopper. Yet she inspected his body, checking for injuries. However, as she continued her examination, she suddenly halted, noticing a young man standing not far away. "Who are you? What are you doing here at such a late hour?" Dr. Deriri regarded Veer with suspicion, her tone unfriendly. "Dr. Deriri, he saved my life today. He is my savior." Chopper hurriedly interjected, eager to explain Veer's presence. "What? Saved you? What happened?" "I was injured by the villain chasing him while trying to save him." "He saved me, and could we possibly let him stay for a night?" Chopper explained, but his words only fueled Dr. Deriri's fury. "You saved him? Why did you go and save him? And you want him to stay the night?" "Absolutely not. He must leave immediately. Otherwise, you can leave with him." As she spoke, she turned to walk inside, showing no sympathy for the pleading Chopper outside. This child, Chopper, is truly kind-hearted, but he must learn not to bring just anyone home. With that thought, she was about to close the door when suddenly, bang, the sound of something opening echoed, a noise she knew all too well. Instantly, she glanced toward the source of the sound to see Veer, grinning, holding an open bottle of flying fairy Maudai. The rich aroma of the liquor wafted through the air the moment it was uncorked, quickly reaching Dr. Deriri's nose. Initially filled with frustration, her expression transformed instantly into one of delight. A hint of intoxication gracing her features. As a young woman with a fondness for drink, the scent was irresistibly alluring. Tears of longing welled at the corners of her eyes. Indeed, Chopper was incapable. It required Veer's intervention. Wouldn't this bottle of flying fairy Maudai be the perfect bargaining chip? "Dear lady, may I stay here for one night? In return, this bottle shall be yours." Veer seized the moment to speak. Upon hearing his words, Dr. Deriri couldn't help but smile. Though the lad was somewhat inconsiderate for using Chopper, he was quite charming in his own right. "Humph, you have quite the silver tongue. Very well, I shall begrudgingly allow you to stay for one night in the living room. But remember, only one night." Dr. Deriri wore a stern expression, and after speaking, she pulled Chopper inside. Veer followed closely behind. Once inside, Veer was taken aback by the spaciousness of the room. How grand! Watching anime had never conveyed such a sense of scale. Experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. Various firearms and blades adorned the walls, and the floor was covered with a bearskin rug. The fireplace in the living room crackled with flames, and a table bore already cold dishes. "Place that bottle on the table over there. I shall bathe and then sleep. You two can do as you wish," Dr. Deriri instructed, pointing to a table near the bathroom entrance before disappearing into the bathing area, leaving Veer and Chopper alone in the living room. "Chopper, bring me the wine," Veer commanded, noticing Chopper's glum demeanor. The little deer was still anxious about disappointing his elder brother. Upon hearing Veer's request, he hurriedly took the bottle from Veer's hands and scampered over. Placing it on the table, he then returned, only to find Veer's presence had vanished. Just as he was puzzled, he spotted a figure seated at the dining table, heartily indulging in the food before him. At that moment, Chopper finally realized his elder brother had sent him away merely to steal his meal. How despicable! With a swift dash and a leap, Chopper jumped onto the table, initiating a food battle with Veer. Elder brother, you are so wicked. How can you take a deer's food? This is meant for deer, he complained while struggling to reclaim his share. Starving. Who cares whose food it is, if it enters my belly? It belongs to Veer, Veer replied, devouring the food with fervor, his words barely coherent. The two engaged in a delightful tug-of-war over the meal. However, Chopper found himself at a disadvantage. Veer's eating prowess was far beyond what this little deer could fathom. Soon enough, Veer was sated, contentedly patting his belly. I'm full, he announced, rising to take a seat on the sofa, leaving a dejected Chopper alone at the table. Chopper, fetch me a blanket, Veer ordered, already upset from being unable to eat his fill. Chopper turned away, sulking in silence. Tomorrow, I shall teach you medical skills. Chopper, who had been sitting, suddenly sprang up, darting off to find a blanket for Veer. All right. Thank you, elder brother, he exclaimed as he ran, undeterred by his earlier hunger. What's the big deal about missing a meal? I can be flexible. If you ask me to fetch it, I shall. Upon witnessing the scene, Veer couldn't help but chuckle. Chopper's appearance was undeniably amusing, and no wonder he served as the mascot. At that moment, Veer began to peruse the marketplace, as Luffy and the others would be arriving the next day, and he needed to find a remedy for Nami's fever. That it was a matter of saving a life while grappling with psychological burdens, a truly perplexing choice. Fever remedy price, 1,000. How exorbitant? Veer continued scrolling. Fever remedy price, 20. The two items bore identical names, yet the price disparity was staggering. He widened his eyes. Scrutinizing the differences between the two. It soon became apparent that the cheaper one was merely slightly larger than the more expensive option. Just a marginal increase in size. Would Nami be able to consume it? Never mind. That's certainly not feasible. If it were Luffy, he would have exchanged it without a second thought, no matter how large. That guy would manage to finish it, but for Nami, it was best to reconsider. He continued his search. Devil fruit replicator price, 200. Antidote, LV99, price, 210. Famous blade, Sime price, 1,000. Truly, there was an abundance of items available. He even spotted the antidote he had previously discarded, now astonishingly priced at 210. A wave of regret washed over him. Yet he felt utterly powerless. System, can items be recycled? Veer found himself torn, yearning to hear the system affirm its possibility while also dreading the denial. Not possible. Upon hearing this, Veer exhaled a tremendous sigh of relief. Thank goodness it couldn't be recycled. Otherwise, he would have truly lost 210. After searching fruitlessly for a while, Veer suddenly noticed a search button. He clicked it and entered the term fever. Instantly, a plethora of items appeared below. Among them was the remedy he had just viewed. Additionally, there were instant healing potion price, 80. Cure-all potion price, 50. Why are they all so pricey? I merely wish to treat a fever. Just then, Veer's attention was captured by a new entry that materialized before his eyes. Master Physician Ability Price, 199. Description, grants the user access to treatment methods for various common ailments. This ability comes with a dilapidated medical kit. Evaluation, cost-effective and worthwhile. Dilapidated medical kit can extract any desired item. Note: this item significantly increases the probability of inducing psychological trauma in patients. What on earth? What did I just see? Is this even normal? This is nothing short of a divine artifact. Such extraordinary functionalities, a spatial medical kit, and it enhances the probability of psychological trauma. This is incredible. I was just pondering how to instill psychological trauma in Nami, and now this phenomenal item has presented itself. This is precisely what I need. The evaluation couldn't be more accurate. Without hesitation, Veer immediately exchanged for it. Instantly, a wealth of knowledge flooded his mind, encompassing treatment methods for various ailments and potion formulations. Yes, potion formulations. The inclusion of potion mixing was simply splendid. A fever, at that moment. It seemed exceedingly simple to him. Suddenly, a medical kit appeared in Veer's hands. However, it appeared somewhat shabby. He eagerly opened the unassuming box and extracted various tools. A scalpel, bandages, tweezers, pliers, syringes, and even a chainsaw. Yet, he found nothing peculiar about these items. How could they possibly increase the chance of psychological trauma? Veer was utterly baffled. In a moment of excitement, Veer sprang to his feet. Without a second thought, He dashed toward the door. Come quickly. The test subject has arrived. It's time to showcase true medical prowess. Pay close attention. I will only teach this once. With that, Veer pushed the door open, leaving Chopper in his wake. Chopper gazed at Veer's retreating figure, his eyes filled with admiration. Captain, he's so cool. Hey, I'm coming. Wait for me, Captain. He leaped from the window and scampered after him. I could see this moment. Luffy was utterly exhausted, his body trembling from overexertion. His hands and feet bled profusely, the skin long since worn away. His bones were faintly visible, creating a rather alarming sight, to be honest. It was the first time Veer had seen Luffy's bones. He had thought such things were not present on Luffy's body. Nami and Sanji lay nearby, one burning with fever, the other unconscious. Upon assessing the situation, Veer quickly crouched down to examine Nami. Thanks to the knowledge in his mind, he immediately recognized that this was no ordinary fever. He lifted her eyelids, felt her pulse, and studied her appearance. He deduced what illness she was suffering from. A fever, indeed, but it was caused by a bite from a venomous creature known as the firefly bug. If left untreated, her condition would only worsen. Unfortunately, the master physician ability he had acquired did not include treatment methods for this particular ailment. Without hesitation, he scooped Nami up and rushed her indoors while simultaneously flipping through the marketplace. This scene left Chopper, who was following closely behind, in a state of bewilderment. Hey, Captain, did you forget something? There's still someone over there. Chopper's gaze darted between Veer and the seemingly unconscious Luffy, appearing utterly perplexed. Just drag them along. It doesn't matter. They'll wake up soon enough, Veer replied nonchalantly from within the house. Huh, just like that. Chopper was somewhat taken aback. Nonetheless, he obediently dragged Luffy and Sanji into the house. At that moment, Veer had already placed Nami on the sofa, covering her with his blanket. Not even glancing at Chopper as he entered, he instructed, place those two by the fireplace. They'll warm up and wake up soon enough. Chopper complied, dragging the two over. All right, Veer's eyes scanned the diverse array of items for treating this ailment. Beginning with the least expensive, it was a waste of time to look at the pricier options. Presently, he had only the 250 negative points provided by Chopper yesterday, granting him limited purchasing power, heat-reducing pill price, 20. Pass. Such an item would undoubtedly be ineffective. Nami was currently unconscious and could not possibly take it. He needed something that wouldn't require Nami's participation. As time ticked away, Luffy and Sanji soon regained consciousness, bewildered as they surveyed their surroundings. They observed Veer standing motionless in front of them, alongside Nami, who lay on the sofa. Although confused, Luffy did not forget the purpose of his arduous journey to this place. Hey, that's my companion. She's in dire straits. Is there a doctor here? Can you treat her? Luffy pleaded earnestly, gazing at Veer. However, Veer, engrossed in his search for a solution, had no time to respond. Seeing this, Sanji assumed that Luffy had failed to mention compensation for the services rendered, which was why they were being ignored. He quickly added, don't worry. As long as you can save Nami-san, we will gladly pay your fee. Please, let the doctor come out quickly. Sanji bore a similar expression. Deeply concerned about Nami's situation, he even humbly pleaded with the stranger. However, Veer remained utterly unmoved by their entreaties, just as they presumed him to be deaf. Chopper, unable to contain himself, interjected. Enough of the noise. My master is contemplating how to save her. He is right here. No, he is the most skilled doctor in the world. While the two had not noticed Chopper, the tone of his voice shifted their gaze toward Veer, altering their perception. Could such a young man truly possess extraordinary medical skills? Sanji felt a flicker of doubt. Yet, Luffy was oblivious to such uncertainties. Is that true? Thank you so much. Please, you must find a way to save Nami. She is an important comrade of mine. At that moment, Chopper, visibly irate, finally leaped from his perch on the sofa armrest and stood before the two. I've already said my master is thinking. Can we please have some quiet? Normally timid, Chopper now spoke boldly to these strangers, emboldened by Veer's presence. A talking reindeer. Oh, it truly is a talking reindeer. What on earth is happening? Lying weakly to the side. Luffy gawked at the talking reindeer, his eyes wide and his mouth agape. Starving as he was, tears of hunger streamed down his face. Meat. Reindeer meat. Just as he contemplated acting on his cravings, he noticed Veer move. Veer retrieved his medical kit from beside the sofa, opened it, and reached inside. My master has thought of a solution. Chopper exclaimed with joy. Is that true? That's wonderful. Nami will be saved. Luffy and Sanji shared in their elation. Their eyes glued to Veer, eagerly anticipating his next move. Even Luffy temporarily abandoned the idea of taking a bite out of Chopper, that Nami's condition could be interpreted as akin to poisoning, injured by a venomous insect, resulting in a fever. Veer, in the marketplace, had exchanged for a miraculous item, antidote pickaxe priced at 180 at its function. When struck upon the patient, it would gradually dispel the negative effects of the poison. Details of the pickaxe's image, dispelling the negative effects of poisoning, was precisely the predicament Nami faced. This item was not exorbitantly priced. Typically, items from the underworld were significantly cheaper than their standard counterparts. The antidote pickaxe had been dispatched to the dilapidated medical kit, ready for use. Veer hesitated no longer. He extracted his medical kit and reached inside, slowly pulling out what he perceived to be a gleaming pickaxe. However, from the perspective of the other three, Veer had brandished a bizarre object resembling a weapon of death. The pickaxe was drenched in blood, and Veer held it with his hands stained crimson. Small bits of flesh and scattered hair clung to the sharp head, suggesting it had recently been used to shatter someone's skull. Blood continued to drip from the pickaxe's tip. The sudden alert chimed in his mind. Detected substantial negative emotions. Veer blinked in surprise, turning to face the three who regarded him intently. Again? Why is it that every time I retrieve something, I encounter negative emotions? However, as they were not his patients, he could not extract any negative points from them. Did these individuals truly fear a pickaxe? He had wielded one to work in the field since childhood. Why did everyone in this pirate world act so spoiled and fearful? The protagonist had no choice but to explain, along with Chopper's experiments. Chopper. What happened to the celestial reindeer? The next moment, he would press on with treatment. It could be likened to slaughtering a pig. Though he looked down upon them somewhat, Veer did not cease his movements, lifting the pickaxe, ready to strike down. Hey! Suddenly, a loud shout erupted. Luffy exerted all his strength, his voice resonating throughout the house. The booming sound startled even Veer, causing him to halt his actions and turn to Luffy. What do you intend to do? Are you planning to kill my comrade? If so, then you should kill me first. Luffy, along with everyone witnessing this scene, would naturally perceive Veer as a would-be murderer. After all, the appearance of the pickaxe was truly terrifying. It was evidently an implement of death. That Luffy's reaction was entirely understandable. Veer, sensing the gravity of the situation, realized he ought to clarify. Misunderstandings were commonplace, especially given that he was holding a pickaxe. Yet, he had not anticipated the formidable presence Luffy exuded when he shouted. It almost felt as though Luffy had awakened a conqueror's spirit. This is a healing method. Fear not. I shall not harm her, Veer explained. But before Luffy could respond, the door of the room banged open, and a woman's voice cut through the tension. What nonsense. Utterly ridiculous. What sort of treatment is this? My elderly wife has lived over 100 years and has never heard of such a thing. Where did you learn this? Dr. Doriel was roused from her beauty sleep by Luffy's loud outburst. Emerging, she beheld Veer clutching a blood-stained pickaxe, claiming it was a healing tool. Her initial favorable impression of him vanished, replaced by suspicion as she recalled Chopper's claim that he was his master. She was determined to reveal Veer's true identity to ensure Chopper severed ties with him henceforth. My master would never deceive. He is truly remarkable. Chopper fervently defended Veer, but no one paid him any mind. This is my exclusive creation, capable of resolving all poisons in the world. I've observed that the girl has been bitten by a venomous insect, causing her fevered. If I strike her 49 times, she shall surely recover. Veer's brow furrowed slightly. The situation appeared to be spiraling out of control. That it was normal for these individuals not to trust him. Yet this jeopardized his plans. Impossible. Such an object would only bring death. How could it possibly save anyone? Dr. Doriel shouted angrily at Veer, her demeanor resolute in exposing him. Yet, internally she pondered. He was correct. The girl had indeed been bitten by an insect. He possessed some skill, but his outrageous claims irked her deeply. Veer quickly realized he needed to assure them of the item's safety. Otherwise, they would not allow him to proceed. Very well, I shall demonstrate. With that, Veer raised the pickaxe and struck it against his own head. Everyone gasped in disbelief. What is he doing? What does he intend? Is he truly going to smash his own head with that? Has he lost his mind? Chopper wore an expression of incredulity. Master, no, you will die. Yet, before he could finish, Veer's pickaxe missed its target and merely grazed the side of his head, continuing upward. Wait, upward. At that moment, Veer had swung his arm around, aiming the pickaxe at a startled Chopper. Ah. Chopper shrieked, realizing too late what was happening. Congratulations, host. You have gained 150 negative points. But it was too late for Chopper to escape. Chopper. Dr. Doriel cried out, rushing toward him. The unexpected turn of events caught everyone off guard. They had all assumed Veer was going to strike himself, but instead, his true target was Chopper. Doriel, the physician, could only watch in horror as the sharp pickaxe plunged into Chopper's head. Chopper let out a scream, but after the outburst, he fell silent, for he felt no pain. The pickaxe had merely penetrated his skull without inflicting any harm. Everyone present was frozen in disbelief at this terrifying spectacle. What on earth was happening? How could it pass right through? Doriel's medical understanding began to unravel. She found herself unable to explain the scene before her. This defied all logic. Regaining her composure, she swiftly pulled Chopper into her embrace, scrutinizing the top of his head with careful attention. Yet, after a thorough examination, she found nothing amiss, as if it were indeed a unique technique of Veer's, only detoxifying, without causing damage to the brain. Could such a peculiar phenomenon truly exist in this world? At that moment, Doriel found herself beginning to trust Veer's words. After all, the evidence lay before her, and from Veer's recent statements, it was clear he possessed medical knowledge. Was this truly just a method of treatment, as he claimed? Meanwhile, Luffy, having caught his breath, leaped up and rushed to examine Chopper's head. To his astonishment, there was no wound. It was entirely unscathed. In that instant, he realized he had misjudged Veer. This was indeed a therapeutic technique. Veer was earnestly trying to save Nami, and Luffy had doubted him. What a grave mistake. At that moment, the cacophony around them stirred Nami from her stupor. Her eyes fluttering open to behold a shadowy figure before her. She was still trying to comprehend the situation. I'm sorry. Luffy's demeanor shifted dramatically as he bowed deeply to Veer in a gesture of apology. I shouldn't have doubted you. Please, continue to treat Nami. Luffy. Who was he speaking to? Was it the person standing before her? Was he pleading for help on her behalf? And what was that peculiar object in his hand? It appeared rather odd. Upon hearing Luffy's words, Veer slowly raised the item he held. That moment, Nami finally recognized what was being lifted. It was a mining pick. What did he intend to do with it? Nami's mind raced with confusion. Veer, observing Nami's eyes gradually opening, hesitated no longer. He swung his arm wide and brought the pickaxe down with force. His stance was far more aggressive than when he struck Chopper. It appeared as though he intended to smash the very being before him. Even Luffy, who had urged him to act, felt a chill of fear coursing through him. Nami, utterly powerless, widened her eyes and, in a moment of desperation, screamed, "What are you doing?" No. The pickaxe struck her head with a resounding thud. Nami stared in horror at the pickaxe so close to her, she could see the fine strands of flesh upon it. This was truly a pickaxe, mere inches away. Nami gasped for breath, her eyes filled with sheer terror, her heart racing to an alarming beat of 180. Her body trembled uncontrollably from fear. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 400 negative points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 350 negative points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 250 negative points. The system's voice echoed in her mind. A cacophony of alerts that Veer's face was alight with manic joy. This was too perfect. His gaze upon Nami grew frenzied. Negative points. Bring me more negative points. Without a moment's pause, Veer raised the pickaxe once more and brought it crashing down again, visibly swinging with greater force. Nami, unable to move, escape, or defend herself, could only watch helplessly as the pickaxe descended upon her time and again. Each strike elicited a fresh scream from her, tightening the hearts of all who bore witness. Likewise, the system chimed in, sweetening Veer's arduous task with a touch of delight. How's it going, Nami? Feeling any better? 5 minutes later, Luffy's voice pierced through the chaos, but the only response was Nami's continued screams of terror. Beads of sweat poured down Veer's forehead. He had no time to wipe them away. The pickaxe continued its relentless assault upon Nami's body. Her fevered face, once flushed, began to pale rapidly. It was not a return to normalcy. Rather, she was becoming ghostly white. The piercing sound of her screams, sharp to others, transformed in Veer's ears into a series of notifications. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 200 negative points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 negative points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 20 negative points. Although the points dwindled quickly, even falling to 20, Veer had amassed a considerable fortune. For Nami, Those 5 minutes were akin to a nightmare. The image of the swinging pickaxe haunted her vision. Though her physical strength was returning, her spirit seemed to have departed long ago. Finally, her vision darkened, and she lost consciousness. After swinging the pickaxe for a full 5 minutes, Weir finally ceased his relentless blows. He collapsed onto the ground, his arms feeling achingly fatigued. This had truly taken a toll on him. For an ordinary person, swinging continuously for 49 strikes without pause would have been a feat of endurance. It nearly cost Weir his life. Yet, glancing at the system notifications, he felt a sense of satisfaction. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully treated Nami and gained the ability. Financial Management LV Max. Financial Management? It seemed of little use. However, he had certainly collected a bounty of negative points, enough to last him a while. Nami, are you all right? Nami, speak to me. Luffy grasped Nami's head and, with impulsive urgency, delivered 3 hard slaps to her face in an attempt to rouse her from her stupor. This reckless behavior drew a dark frown from Sanji. With a resounding thud, Luffy was kicked out the door. "Oh, you want to crush Nami? When she wakes, I will certainly expose your crimes," Sanji shouted, then turned his worried gaze toward Nami. "Where? What on earth happened to Nami? Why has she fainted again?" Sanji's anxious eyes searched Weir's face, fully aware of Nami's plight. Just when they thought Nami was on the mend, she had succumbed once more. Tea was a reality too difficult for him to accept. Was she truly still unwell? This was all my fault. If I had taken better care of Nami and prevented her from being bitten, none of this would have happened. Sanji's self-recrimination began to surface. Weir, having caught his breath, finally responded to Sanji's questions. She was merely startled. "She'll be fine in a few minutes." As he spoke, he gasped for air. Upon hearing this, Sanji's eyes brightened. "Just a fainting spell? That's wonderful. Nami is safe." This is truly a relief. Doriel's gaze toward Weir shifted as well. This young man possessed genuine skill. She found herself harboring less disdain for him. The frightening treatment method belied the hard work and diligence behind it. Though it appeared that Weir was striking indiscriminately, how could that be so? All of this pointed to an alarming level of expertise. He must have performed this treatment countless times before, mastering a particular technique and force. To ensure that the person struck remains unharmed, a diligent and exceptionally skilled physician is required. Doriel, the doctor, has a particular fondness for such practitioners. Her perception of Veer has transformed. She now regards him as not entirely reprehensible. Her utmost disdain is reserved for those who boast without merit, claiming to possess extraordinary medical skills. Just moments ago, Veer had inadvertently triggered all her pet peeves, which explains her sharp retorts directed at him. She cast a glance at Chopper, who was currently gazing at Veer's actions with an expression of sheer admiration. His eyes sparkling with aspiration. Chopper's attitude towards Veer astonished Doriel. He had previously harbored a profound fear of humans, having endured significant trauma from both deer and people alike. Yet now, he displayed an unexpected dependence on a man he had only recently met. This child was already pitiable enough, and if Veer treated him kindly, perhaps allowing Chopper to accompany him would not be such a dreadful idea. Chopper noticed her gaze and looked up at her, proudly exclaiming, "Doctor, isn't my master remarkable?" Upon hearing this, Doriel couldn't help but smile, leaving Chopper puzzled by her laughter. "Remarkable indeed," she replied, her tone tinged with a hint of nostalgia, just as Chopper was about to respond. Nami suddenly stirred awake. Her eyes fluttered open to find Sanji looking at her with great concern. However, she abruptly sat up, her eyes wide with terror, frantically scanning her surroundings. Suddenly, her gaze fixed on Veer, who was seated on the ground, catching his breath, and the pickaxe lying beside him. Her eyes began to tremble violently, and her expression grew increasingly grim, her body shaking uncontrollably. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 80 points of negative value." "Ah, another profitable venture." Veer's spirits lifted as he observed Nami on the couch and inquired, "Do you still feel unwell?" As he spoke, he stood and approached her, which startled Nami to the core. "No, don't come any closer," she screamed, clinging to Sanji's neck, effectively hanging on to him. This sudden display of affection left Sanji utterly bewildered, a blissful smile gracing his face, his eyes morphing into heart shapes. He even remembered to gesture a thank you towards Veer, displaying his impeccable manners. "Nami, you're awake." Luffy finally emerged from the snow pile, his joy palpable upon seeing Nami alive, and it was that guy who saved you. He cured you in just 5 minutes. He's incredible. Luffy, oblivious as ever, found Veer quite amusing, considering the unusual method of treatment. However, Nami was taken aback, slowly turning her head to look at the smiling Veer. "Doctor, this guy saved me. Is that true? Wasn't he trying to kill me? How has he suddenly become my savior?" Her face reflected disbelief. "Indeed, Nami-san. It was this young man who saved you," Sanji affirmed. "Is it really him?" Nami began to waver, knowing that Sanji would never deceive her. Yet the vivid memories of recent events lingered in her mind, and she felt an overwhelming fear of Veer, convinced he might suddenly strike her with the pickaxe. "Hello, I kindly request you settle the medical fees." Totaling 50 million berries, Veer stated nonchalantly. "Fear me? Not to worry. I have ways to alleviate your fears. I know this little thief too well. It's easy to handle her." True to form, Nami's temper flared at the mention of the exorbitant fee. "What? 50 million berries? Why not just rob a bank? It was merely a fever. Why on earth would you charge so much? This is extortion," Nami shouted angrily, her frustration evident. They simply did not have such funds aboard their ship. And even if they did, she would absolutely refuse to pay. Yet Veer remained unperturbed by her outburst. "That I managed to have you bouncing back to life in just 5 minutes. Do you think my medication is cheap?" He replied with calm indifference. Nami was momentarily taken aback. That seems somewhat reasonable. Recovering so quickly could warrant expensive medication. But what medication? You just pounded my head with a pickaxe," seemingly sensing Nami's resistance. Veer continued. "That is a treasured heirloom from my family. It is on the verge of breaking. Each use diminishes its value. So is it unreasonable to charge you 50 million for a single use?" After this, Nami was left speechless. However, they genuinely lacked the 50 million. "Could you possibly?" "Certainly. Free of charge," Veer interjected, cutting her off. "Wasn't she merely inquiring if the fee could be reduced? I'll just waive the entire bill." "Isn't that sufficient?" Nami, initially stunned, found herself at a loss for words. This was the first time she had been outmaneuvered in a negotiation. "I haven't even finished speaking yet. You just canceled the charge? Aren't you generous?" "I, Nami, have a fondness for generous men." After her initial disbelief, Nami eagerly took up the conversation, fearful that this man might retract his offer. "Really? Thank you so much. You are truly kind-hearted. Meeting you has been our good fortune." After Nami's heartfelt expression of gratitude, the other 2 young men also joined in to thank Veer profusely. Observing Nami's reaction, Veer finally nodded in approval. Now there's no more fear. The greatest obstacle to joining the Straw Hat crew has been removed, significantly increasing the odds. Just then, a loud bang reverberated through the air, reminiscent of cannon fire. Moments later, a deafening crash erupted at the entrance. The group turned to see that the door had been blasted apart, revealing a rotund figure with purple hair standing outside. This was none other than the former king of this nation, Wapol. After their encounter at sea with Luffy and the others, he had pursued them all the way to Drum Island. "Ho ho ho, come out, or I shall demolish this place," Wapol bellowed from outside. Veer frowned slightly at Walpo's brazen shouts. How had he arrived so swiftly? It seemed rather illogical. Luffy was still injured, and Sanji was also in a precarious state. Chopper was no match for him, which made the situation quite troublesome. Initially, he had planned to treat Luffy and Sanji before letting them face off gradually. Yet before he could even begin, their adversary had arrived at their doorstep. He had intended to utilize his medical knowledge to treat them both, but with time running short, he now had no choice but to rely on the marketplace. Veer recalled having come across a remedy for bruises and injuries during a previous stroll, which should suffice for treating Sanji's back ailment. However, even once healed, Sanji alone would not stand a chance against Wapol. While Wapol was indeed a nuisance, he possessed considerable strength. Furthermore, Veer found himself unable to procure any medicine to treat Luffy's injuries. Thus, he resolved to first attend to Sanji's condition and then ascertain whether he could acquire his kicking techniques. With Chopper's leg enhancements combined with those techniques, his strength would undoubtedly soar. Confronting Wapol should pose little challenge. For now, he decided to have Chopper occupy that brute, as Luffy was currently incapacitated, his hands and feet sustaining severe injuries. Just as he contemplated this, Luffy could no longer contain himself. "That guy is infuriating." He shattered the doctor's door. "I must send him flying." With that, Luffy strode purposefully towards the exit. Nami swiftly delivered a punch to his head. Luffy immediately clutched his head in pain. "Why did you hit me? Are you foolish? Look at your hands and feet. Do you wish to court death?" Nami shouted back at him. Only upon hearing Nami's words did Luffy become aware of the excruciating pain radiating from his swollen, exposed bones. Ouch, it hurts so much. How did I not notice earlier? It hurts. Doctor, save me. I'm going to die, Luffy exclaimed, drawing closer to Veer, hoping he might tend to him before he could confront that detestable foe. Suddenly, a raucous noise emanated from the entrance. Wapol's enormous head appeared, chomping on the door voraciously. In no time, he devoured the entire wall. Seeing this, Luffy launched a furious punch. How dare he consume the doctor's wall? His fist landed squarely on Wapol's abdomen, but the immediate backlash sent sharp pain coursing through his hand, forcing him to retract it in agony. Keep this up, and your hand will be ruined. Veer admonished, observing Luffy's reckless behavior given his severe injuries. What should we do now? He's demolishing your home, Doctor, Luffy protested, while Wapol continued to gnaw away, resembling a madman starved for centuries. Chopper, delay him for a moment. I will be right there, Veer instructed. Without hesitation, Chopper transformed into his reindeer form and charged at Wapol. Veer wasted no time, retrieving the bottle of bruise medicine. Bruise medicine, price, 500. Function, treats any bruise. Side effect, causes the user to become exceedingly ugly for 1 day. This bottle cost a fortune, 500. Veer winced at the expense, yet the current situation left him no choice. The medicine to treat Luffy's injuries was even pricier. Beyond his means, without hesitation, Veer grabbed his medical kit and forcefully kicked Sanji to the ground, who had been merely spectating. Stay still. I need to treat your back injury, Veer declared as he opened the medical kit. Sanji, initially irritated, recognized the urgency of the situation in his mind. Veer's choice to save him indicated that he was deemed the sole hope. He hastily lifted his shirt. A large, dark bruise was revealed on his lower back. Veer then produced the bottle of bruise medicine. However, as soon as he presented it, Sanji's expression shifted to one of sheer terror. To him, it appeared as if Veer was holding a bottle of putrid vegetable soup, with several rotting leaves floating within. Upon opening it, an unbearable stench wafted out. As a chef, Sanji had encountered numerous unpleasant odors, but this one was beyond anything he had ever experienced. Ugh, ugh, cough, cough. Ugh, the smell was akin to that of socks and underwear that had been neglected for over a decade. He retched uncontrollably. Congratulations, host. You have gained 200 negative points. Huh? What's going on? Is Sanji afraid of the medicine? Or is he scared of pain? Veer pondered, bewildered. Nevertheless, he pressed on, as time was of the essence. Chopper was already engaged with Wapol. Veer poured the entire contents of the bottle onto Sanji's back and began to gently knead the area. Congratulations, host. You have gained 500 negative points. What? I earned that much in one go? What is happening? Veer was taken aback. Meanwhile, Sanji, witnessing Veer massaging the foul liquid into his back, could only watch in horror as his skin became coated with the noxious substance. He felt as if the rotting leaves were shifting under Veer's hands, nearly driving him to madness. However, from Veer's perspective, the bruise on Sanji's back was rapidly dissipating at this rate. Recovery was imminent. Yet, Veer's expression grew increasingly peculiar as he noticed Sanji's face contorting into an indescribable form. On the other side, Chopper initially utilized the blue wave ball to execute various forms. Catching Wapol off guard, he switched between fur defense and powerful strikes, delivering punishing blows. Although Chopper had been making a mockery of Wapol, the latter soon deciphered his tactics. After consuming a significant amount of snow, Wapol rejuvenated completely, turning the tide against Chopper. Boom! Caught off guard, Chopper was struck by a cannonball, sending him crashing against the wall at the entrance with a resounding thud. Inside, Veer felt a pang of anxiety. Chopper was on the brink of collapse. At that moment, Sanji's treatment reached its conclusion. The bruise nearly vanished, and internal injuries were also healing. However, Veer hesitated to look at Sanji's face. All done, Veer clapped Sanji on the back, signaling the end of the treatment. Congratulations, host. You have gained the ability. Physical fitness. What? Just physical fitness. This acquisition seems rather paltry, Veer mused, disappointed. He had hoped for Sanji's kicking techniques, which would have been invaluable. Physical fitness alone was of little use if he couldn't wield it. Currently, with Chopper's leg enhancements, he had planned to wreak havoc after obtaining Sanji's techniques. Yet now he was left with merely enhanced physical attributes. This won't do. Chopper is nearing his limit. Relying solely on Sanji will not suffice against that brute. That I must extract one more shadow from Sanji. Perhaps there will be further rewards, Veer resolved, scanning his surroundings for something to aid him. Meanwhile, Sanji's face had turned a sickly shade of green, the psychological trauma from the treatment weighing heavily on him. He was on the verge of retching, utterly drained. Yet he knew this was not the time to rest. Feeling his back, he was astonished to discover that the pain had completely vanished. Sanji immediately rose to his feet, ready to assist Chopper. But at that moment, Veer brandished a mirror in front of Sanji. Silence enveloped the room. Sanji stood frozen, staring incredulously at his reflection. Finally, after a brief 2 seconds, he screamed, "Ah!" Everyone turned to look at him, and upon doing so, their expressions shifted dramatically. All were wearing expressions of sheer terror, startled by the sight of Sanji before them. What a visage it was! One eye was disproportionately large while the other was notably small. One brow arched high while the other sank low. His nose jutted out prominently, nostrils flaring defiantly forward. His mouth was extraordinarily large, with teeth bared in a manner more aggressive than that of a typical overbite. His face was astonishingly broad and square. Such a countenance would surely leave Wapol so repulsed that he would dare not open his mouth. Yet, as Sanji gazed upon this grotesque appearance, his heart sank coldly. His expression turned increasingly grim. The already unfortunate features, combined with this dismal demeanor, would undoubtedly frighten children to tears. Sanji's thoughts were consumed with despair. I am finished. I shall never again show my face to anyone. No beautiful ladies will ever take a liking to me again. Nami's expression spoke volumes. My career as a lecher has met its end. Much like my very existence. What purpose is there in living? Even the meals I prepare shall go uneaten. Upon witnessing this visage, I cannot even stomach a bite, let alone anyone else. I wish for death? In that moment, Sanji, as if struck by Perona's negative spirit, crumbled to the ground, lost in contemplation of the meaning of his existence. Appearing utterly heartbroken, ding, congratulations, host, you have gained 1,000 points of negativity. Ding, congratulations, host, you have acquired the cooking kick technique. The system's voice rang out at that moment. Here it comes. The kick technique has arrived. My efforts to shatter Sanji's morale were not in vain. Finally, if I can instill 2 shadows in the patient, he could indeed gain 2 abilities. Moreover, he has fortuitously acquired Sanji's kick technique. He felt the martial prowess of his legs surging in his mind. Vale realized he had become terrifyingly strong. Just a mere Wapol. Sanji, get up. That deer is about to be killed. Luffy exclaimed anxiously, gazing at the fallen Sanji, desperate to rush forward. But he was powerless to do so. Only able to repeatedly call out Sanji's name. Chopper was on the verge of collapse. That moment, he lay on the ground, gasping for breath, with a trickle of blood at the corner of his mouth. Vale, no longer hesitating, recognized that his little apprentice had endured for far too long. He charged forward. Yet, upon witnessing his actions, Luffy and the others wore expressions of astonishment. He is a doctor. What is he doing? Shouldn't his primary objective be to awaken Sanji? Hey, doctor, where are you going? Are you seeking death? It would be better for me to take the lead, Luffy exclaimed in desperation. Nami chimed in. Yes, you'll only make things worse. Dante, go over there. Sanji will be fine soon. Dr. Doriel also wore a look of concern. This fellow is far too reckless. Approaching now is not a means of saving a life. It is a blatant disregard for his own. Utterly foolish. Yet, despite his foolishness, she felt a sense of reassurance. Vale's actions had garnered her full approval. His treatment of Chopper was sufficient proof of his competence as a mentor. However, Vale paid no heed to their cries. Engrossed only in his rush toward Chopper, for Chopper was about to be crushed, Wapol was poised to bring down a massive hammer, crafted from bricks, upon Chopper. This hammer was a product of his recent consumption of the wall, and it was easily the size of 3 cooking stoves. It was a tremendous threat, ready to obliterate Chopper with a single strike. Ho ho ho, you monster, die. Wapol leaped high, delivering a thunderous crescent strike toward Chopper. At that moment, Chopper had reverted to his smaller form and, upon witnessing this, could only close his eyes. There was no escaping it. Master, I haven't learned anything yet. Must I perish now, in his final moments? Chopper thought of this, but after a brief pause, he felt no pain. Confused, he slowly opened his eyes. Before him stood a towering figure, steadfastly blocking the blow. The exaggerated hammer was held firmly at bay by that figure's foot. In comparison to the hammer, Vale appeared remarkably diminutive. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly small figure that rendered the hammer utterly immobile. The 3 watching with bated breath widened their eyes in disbelief. What is happening? Nami shouted, her expression one of utter incredulity. He is a doctor. Isn't? How could he possess such strength? That hammer is enormous. Even Luffy, typically oblivious, was left speechless, initially assuming Veer to be utterly powerless. He was now profoundly shocked by Veer's strength. Even Dr. Doriel wore a look of astonishment. Is this fellow truly so formidable? She pondered. With hands in his pockets, Veer, who only used his feet, turned to Chopper, saying, "Pay attention, Chopper. A doctor may heal, but that does not make one a great doctor. Some ailments can only be cured with fists and feet." With that, Veer swiftly pivoted, redirecting Wapol's hammer aside. Wapol, propelled by inertia, fell beside Veer. At that moment, Veer's spinning kick connected with Wapol's face. Leg strengthening, Veer murmured. Just before the kick landed, it was evident that Veer's right leg had swelled significantly. Wapol felt an overwhelming force bearing down upon him. His expression morphed into sheer terror as his face contorted grotesquely. His mouth nearly lifted to his forehead by the impact. With a resounding crash, Wapol vanished from sight. At this moment, the mouths of Luffy and his companions formed perfect O shapes. What just happened? What in the world? In that instant, they felt as though their very souls had been snatched away, all wanting to shout, "What is happening?" The seemingly frail and even somewhat docile Veer had effortlessly sent that creature flying hundreds of meters. Luffy's jaw dropped with a thud against the ground, his eyes bulging wide. "This doctor is somewhat off, isn't. Nami's lips twitched slightly, her voice trembling. The force of that kick had blown away the snow around Veer, revealing the brown earth below. It certainly seems a bit different. Dr. Doriel replied. Meanwhile, Chopper gazed at Veer with wide eyes filled with admiration. He knew it. His master is the strongest. At that moment, his reverence for Veer soared to new heights. In his eyes, Veer had grown to an almost unattainable stature. In the midst of his despair, Sanji, upon witnessing Veer's strike, momentarily forgot his hopelessness, his face revealing a complex array of emotions. The kick technique? He actually possesses a kick technique, and it's even stronger than mine. But why does this kick technique resemble my own so closely? Veer, too, was startled by his own display of might. Am I truly this strong? I've merely acquired 3 combat abilities. Am I genuinely this formidable? Chopper, pay close attention and learn well. This is your first lesson from your master. With that, Veer charged once more toward Wapol, leaving Chopper starry-eyed in admiration of his retreating figure. My brother is so good to me. I must learn diligently. Wapol soared hundreds of meters before finally coming to a halt. Pain radiated across his face, and before he could recover, he noticed a rapidly spinning figure descending from the sky toward him. Stop! Stop this at once! Wapol shouted in panic, but his cries were in vain. In the blink of an eye, the whirling Veer came crashing down upon Wapol's head with a fierce kick. The immense force caused Wapol to compress rapidly, becoming increasingly flattened. His gaze began to fade, several teeth shattered, and blood gushed from his mouth. His head, struck by this powerful blow, was deeply indented. The whites of his eyes became ever more pronounced. And soon he fell into complete unconsciousness. As they gazed upon the fallen Valbo, everyone was left in a state of bewilderment. 2 moves. Chopper found it utterly inconceivable. Just moments ago, that individual had inflicted considerable pain upon him, treating him as though he were merely scratching an itch. Yet, when it came to the elder brother, he was effortlessly lifted away with a mere flick of his feet. How absurd could this be? Chopper genuinely realized the vast chasm that lay between himself and his elder brother. At that moment, Veer had also landed beside Valbo, observing the unconscious figure with a hint of indifference. This fellow could not withstand even 2 moves. He had wished to further assess his own strength, but it seemed he would have to wait until the next opportunity. Gazing at the unconscious Valbo, he delivered a swift kick, sending Valbo soaring through the air. Whoosh! Valbo traced a long arc before plummeting down the mountain, vanishing from the sight of the onlookers. Clapping his hands, Veer approached Chopper. This child truly gave one no peace of mind. Injured again, and I must assist him in his recovery. Indeed, Veer wore a joyous expression. As a healer dedicated to saving lives, rescuing others was my calling. However, as Chopper beheld the approaching Veer, his eyes filled with admiration suddenly turned to fear. Oh no, I am injured again. Chopper began to despair, uncertain of how his master would treat him this time. The receiving treatment was dreadful news. At least he could experience his master's technique firsthand. It was not entirely a loss. Chopper forced himself to find solace in this thought. Veer came over and seized Chopper's small antlers, lifting him entirely off the ground. Come, let me take a look at what's going on with you. Veer spoke in a buoyant tone. All right, elder brother, Chopper replied, his expression one of sorrowful resignation. Upon returning to the house, the way others looked at Veer had drastically changed. Luffy, who had appeared relatively normal moments ago, now wore an expression of reverence towards this formidable doctor wielding a foreign pickaxe. He found this powerful healer to be exceedingly fascinating, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Veer first turned his attention to Sanji, eager to express, "Sanji, your kicking technique is impressive, quite effective." If Sanji were aware of Veer's thoughts, he would likely retort, "Of course it is. It's the result of a lifetime of self-doubt." Veer patted Sanji, who lay sprawled on the ground, and earnestly said, "Appearance is merely a facade. It is the soul that captivates." Upon hearing this, Sanji, who had been motionless, finally stirred. He slowly raised his head to look at Veer. However, upon seeing Sanji's face, Veer quickly turned his head aside. His gaze becoming erratic, he dared not look for long, fearing he might vomit. Sanji, noticing this, was filled with rage. "Did you not claim to be indifferent to appearances? Look me in the eye, you scoundrel!" Sanji shouted in despair, attempting to awaken Veer's conscience. Yet Veer possessed none of that. There was no conscience to awaken. However, witnessing Sanji's distress, Veer felt a pang of sympathy and promptly revealed the truth. In fact, this was merely a side effect of that potion, lasting only a day, so there was no need for excessive worry. No sooner had Veer spoken than Sanji's despondent expression began to visibly transform. The spark returned to his eyes, a smile re-emerged on his face, and life regained its luster. At this moment, Sanji could only exclaim, "Ladies, Huhan-san is back." "Really?" Sanji asked, brimming with excitement. "No, I was just teasing you," Veer replied, delivering a crushing blow to Sanji's hopes. Meanwhile, Veer received a notification. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 500 negative points. Nice. Transaction complete." "No, really, it will be restored by tomorrow. Don't you see it written on the bottle?" With the prospect of relief so tantalizingly close, Sanji halted his steps. He accepted the potion from Veer, noticing the label indeed stated it would last only a day. Instantly, his mood brightened once more. Clutching the potion tightly, he erupted into laughter. "Huh? Just wait. After a day, the world's most handsome man will return." Sanji quickly regained his spirited demeanor. As long as this wasn't a permanent change, there was still hope for life. It seemed everyone was in high spirits now. Veer was elated, as was Sanji. After all, saving lives was all about joy. "Your happiness is my happiness." Veer's delight was palpable. The negative points Sanji had accrued far surpassed what he had previously gathered from others. It appeared that as long as one applied the right remedy, negative points would come pouring in rapidly. For the sake of Sanji's sustainable development, Veer exchanged yet another pack of cigarettes from the shop and tossed them to Sanji. "Here you go. This is a prized brand I have kept." Sanji caught the box Veer threw at him, opening it with skepticism before lighting one up. The moment he took a puff, his startled expression widened in disbelief. "What is this sensation? So smooth and silky. Is there truly such a fine cigarette in the world? All the rubbish I previously smoked." In that instant, Sanji's standards for smoking ascended to an entirely new level. It was akin to someone who had never tasted fine wine suddenly being presented with the finest vintage, leaving him speechless. Even the earlier gloom had vanished without a trace, replaced by an ethereal expression. In the world of pirates, cigarettes seemed to be overwhelmingly potent and choking. "What a fine smoke! How splendid!" Sanji exclaimed, gazing at the full pack in his hand. Cherishing it dearly, he carefully tucked it away. And his gaze towards Veer transformed entirely. He felt as though he had found a kindred spirit. Were it not for Veer having other matters to attend to, he would surely have embraced him. Exclaiming, "Good brother!" At that moment, Veer turned his attention to Chopper, gently placing him on the sofa where Nami had just lain. "How are you, Chopper? Where do you feel unwell? Speak to your master," Veer inquired, simultaneously opening his medical kit. This scene caused Chopper's heart to tremble once more. "Elder brother, I'm fine. I just need to drink some hot water," Chopper replied, his voice trembling and his face filled with fear. Veer looked at Chopper's battered head, bruised face, and clearly fractured arm, shaking his head in resignation. "Very well, I'll handle a bit of this for you. The rest you can manage on your own." After saying this, Chopper perked up immediately. "Great. Thank you, elder brother. I will take care of my own bandaging," Chopper exclaimed joyously, his expression shifting rapidly. "Just a simple bandage from my elder brother, and I can handle the rest myself." "How splendid. No need to endure the overwhelming potency of my elder brother's massive injections. Just a bandage. How easy. However, he soon saw Veer produce a bottle of disinfectant teeming with viruses, and shared bandages that appeared to have been used by hundreds of individuals. Chopper's expression shifted to one of sheer terror as his body involuntarily began to retreat. "Come now, once we disinfect, I'll just wrap you up," Veer said, gripping Chopper's head, preparing to begin the disinfection and bandaging process. Poor Chopper, aside from providing Veer with an abundance of negative points, could do nothing else. His face was a mask of despair, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. He truly had not anticipated that a mere bandaging would involve so many elaborate procedures. Elder brother, I have bandages. I have disinfectant. Will it suffice if I use mine? Please, use mine," Chopper pleaded desperately, still attempting to resist. "No, mine is more effective." The items within the self-made medical kit possess the remarkable ability to significantly elevate the probability of psychological trauma. Although he remains unaware of the reasons behind this phenomenon, it has been proven to be effective. There is no way he would exchange Chopper's belongings for such a purpose, as he spoke. Vale had already commenced his task. In no time, after a flurry of nimble movements, a battle-worn version of Chopper emerged, adorned with bandages that were tattered and brimming with untold stories. Chopper had transformed into a reindeer with a narrative. Silently crouching in a corner, discreetly wiping away tears. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 200 negative points. Splendid. Just by wrapping a bandage, I've earned 200 points. Quite commendable indeed." Even Doriel, the medical practitioner, refrained from reprimanding Vale as he applied such bandages to Chopper. Perhaps this was yet another advanced method of treatment she had never encountered. Could it be that the worn bandages yield superior healing effects? Vale's spirits soared as he observed Chopper sulking in the corner, appearing utterly dejected. This sight stirred a pang of guilt within Vale. "Oh well, he is my apprentice. I should tend to his emotions." With that, Vale produced a cotton candy and offered it to Chopper, declaring, "Do not say I am too harsh. Here, this is for you. Enjoy." Chopper, who had been lost in his own world of despair, gazed at the peculiar bandages enveloping him, feeling utterly miserable and yearning to tear them off. However, fearing his elder brother's reprimand, he endured in silence. Suddenly, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Instinctively, Chopper closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. Upon catching a whiff, his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Cotton candy. It's cotton candy." Just then, he heard Vale's voice beside him. Turning to look, he saw Vale holding out the cotton candy. Listening to Vale's words and gazing at the sweet treat, Chopper's heart swelled with emotion. "Why, elder brother. He is really quite kind." Chopper eagerly grasped the cotton candy and began to lick it, his previous expression of distress vanishing, replaced by the joyful countenance of a blissful reindeer. "Huh, what sort of bandage is that? It looks nearly torn to shreds. How could it possibly be used for treatment?" Luffy, who had been watching the battered version of Chopper, voiced his curiosity upon hearing someone dare to question his gentle master. Chopper momentarily set aside the cotton candy and defended Vale. "How could there be any issue with my master's items? I feel splendid right now." Chopper stood with his hands on his hips, his expression serious. After all, his master had just given him a cotton candy, and he would not allow himself to remain passive. However, Luffy, upon hearing Chopper's defense, did not grow angry. Instead, he appeared intrigued. "Really? That bandage is safe to use?" Luffy exclaimed with excitement. "That's incredible. Doctor, can you wrap that bandage around me too? I want to see what it feels like." His enthusiasm was palpable, and he could hardly contain his eagerness to try it out personally. Nami, observing from the side, smacked Luffy on the head. "Are you out of your mind? What if that bandage is only safe for animals?" Rubbing his sore head, Luffy protested. "What if I'm an animal too?" Vale, sensing the situation might be spiraling out of control, felt a headache coming on. This guy appeared utterly fearless. How could he possibly accumulate negative points from him? If this were the case, he would be at a tremendous loss. It was akin to winning $1 million in the lottery, only to have it blown away by the wind. What a disheartening scenario. The contents of his dilapidated medical kit seemed ineffective against Luffy. This simply wouldn't do. He had to test it out, to see if Luffy truly was as unafraid as he claimed. Those aren't just for animals. Humans can certainly use them too. "Come here, I'll bandage your hands and feet." With that, Vale pulled Luffy over to the sofa. Nami and Sanji exchanged anxious glances, fearing for their captain's well-being. After all, the sight was indeed rather alarming. There were even tiny bugs writhing in the disinfectant. Would there truly be no problems? Their hearts raced in trepidation, yet Luffy seemed completely unfazed, wearing an expression of delight. "Hurry up, doctor. I want to be like that reindeer. Just wait until I return. I'll surely give Zoro and the others a fright. Ha!" As he spoke, he clapped his hands in excitement, extending his limbs eagerly for Veil to bandage. Veil, realizing that this guy was indeed fearless, rubbed his forehead in exasperation. It seemed he had a long way to go in his efforts to win over Luffy. As he contemplated this, he diligently proceeded with the task at hand, disinfecting each finger and toe, even as the bugs continued to squirm. Luffy, however, was utterly fascinated. "Doctor, are those bugs helping to heal my wounds? This is amazing." "Huh?" Veil chose to ignore him, having resigned himself to the situation. He simply wished to finish bandaging Luffy as quickly as possible. Point 1 bandage, 2 bandages. Before long, all of Luffy's wounds were wrapped up. In truth, he hadn't sustained severe injuries. He had merely endured some scrapes from climbing a high mountain with 2 individuals. With his hands and feet bandaged, Luffy could take his time recovering. After all, given his impressive ability to perform sit-ups, he would likely be back to normal in no time. Veil was too lazy to spend negative points on something extra for him. "All done," Veil announced as he stood up. Luffy examined his well-wrapped hands and feet and sprang to his feet, his face alight with astonishment. "Hey, I'm really fine. Little reindeer. Look, I'm just like you," Luffy exclaimed, joyfully shaking Chopper's hand, his face beaming with happiness. But just then, while he was jumping around, Luffy suddenly halted, a thought crossing his mind. He turned towards Veil, who was busy tidying up his tools. Doctor, now that all 3 of us have been treated by you, how do we settle the medical fees?" Upon hearing this, Nami's eyes lit up. After all, paying for medical care was only sensible. Although she had a penchant for money, she was one to scrimp on necessary expenses. The reason for her excitement was that her foolish captain had actually thought to consider payment. It was simply unbelievable. His mind had finally returned to some semblance of normalcy. However, Veil did not even glance in her direction. Once he had finished packing his supplies, he casually remarked, "What do you mean, payment? We're all buddies." Huh. Nami's eyes brightened once more at this statement. This doctor, not only handsome but also refusing to charge for his services, was simply extraordinary. Aside from the somewhat brutal methods he employed, he was practically the embodiment of her ideal type. Really? Luffy's mouth dropped open, astonished by Veil's generosity. To him, it seemed improbable that someone could heal so many injuries in such a short span of time without expecting compensation. Yet Veil had declared it free. Luffy found this individual increasingly fascinating, and his fondness for him grew by the moment. As he looked at Veil, a broad grin spread across his face. Now, was this the perfect opportunity? Their ship was in dire need of a doctor. If they had a physician on board, they could avoid wasting time taking a detour to this island. Luffy's mind was already racing with plans to invite Veil, completely oblivious to Chopper beside him. Just as he was about to speak, a loud crash echoed from outside, drawing the attention of everyone in the room once more. Who is it? Who has arrived now? Luffy rolled up his sleeves and strode towards the door. Yet, as he reached the entrance and beheld the newcomers, his furious expression vanished, replaced by one of sheer delight. "Whoa, Zoro, Usopp, Vivi." With a resounding shout, Luffy dashed outside. Upon hearing his exclamation, Veer turned his gaze in that direction as well. A large crowd was gathered outside, led by the seemingly frail Dalton, the user of the bulbul fruit. His injuries had been inflicted by the underlings of Wapol, but had since been tended to by Dr. 20. It seemed that those 20 individuals had suddenly gained clarity and saved his life, which had been hanging by a thread. Upon regaining consciousness, he wasted no time and hurried towards Drum Mountain, eager to confront Wapol. Along the way, he encountered several members of the Straw Hat crew, and together they took the cable car to this location. Dalton watched as Luffy approached, glancing at the damaged gate. Yet he found no sign of Wapol. Was the battle already over? A hint of confusion flickered across his face, mirrored in the expressions of the citizens behind him. Where was Wapol at that moment? The individuals inside the building emerged. Zoro and the others were elated to see that Nami was unharmed. "Hey, it hasn't been long, and you look completely recovered. Weren't you just on the brink of death?" The green-haired one queried, puzzled. Usopp also found it hard to believe. What kind of miraculous medicine did you take to feel so revitalized so quickly? Vivi was equally baffled. As a princess, she had never heard of such a swift recovery from a fever. Indeed, Vivi was now accompanying Luffy and the others, with Alabasta as their next destination. Observing their astonished expressions, Luffy couldn't help but grin widely. Isn't it impressive? I think it's amazing too. All thanks to that doctor. After saying this, he leaned in and whispered to the two, "I'm planning to invite him onto our ship." At this, their attention immediately shifted to Veer, who was strikingly handsome, with flowing hair and a physique that, while not overly muscular, appeared quite robust. He wore a white long coat and universal oversized sandals that he stood there with one hand in his pocket, gazing in their direction, while the other hand held an old-looking medical kit that seemed somewhat unsettling. Luffy then recounted how Veer had treated Nami. The expressions on their faces transformed instantly, and their gazes toward Veer began to shift. This calm and handsome young man had been so ruthless in saving a life. Just as they were processing this revelation, Sanji's face suddenly appeared in their line of sight. In an instant, the atmosphere fell into a hushed silence. Puffed. Ha! Ha! Zoro was the first to break the silence, erupting into peals of laughter that were so infectious that Sanji's fists clenched tighter with each chuckle. Ha ha ha. How did the love cook end up like this? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Zoro laughed so heartily that he could barely stand, his thighs slapping together in mirth. That it was only then that the others realized who it was. They had not recognized Sanji at all. Just Zoro, with his keen eye, could identify him instantly. They had thought that some hideous creature was merely wearing Sanji's clothes. Green algae head. Keep laughing at me. Sanji could no longer contain himself. He swiftly approached Zoro and delivered a kick aimed at his face. Zoro, not one to back down, unsheathed his sword and engaged in a brawl with him. All the while critiquing Sanji's appearance, Sanji's expression darkened with each jab. Luffy, witnessing the unfolding chaos, attempted to intervene. Hey, Zoro, Sanji's face is a side effect of the doctor's treatment. Stop mocking him. At this, Zoro halted, his eyes wide with disbelief as he turned to Veer, who still stood with one hand in his pocket. Side effect? A doctor's side effect? What kind of treatment could be so brutal? Suddenly, Zoro's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Usopp mirrored his intensity, both of them wearing grave expressions. Hey, Luffy, you just said you wanted him to become our ship's doctor, right? Zoro glanced at Sanji's face, a chill running down his spine. This kind of doctor? Has Luffy lost his mind? Indeed, he's quite fascinating. Look, my injuries were also bandaged by him, and they healed perfectly. Zoro looked at Luffy's hands and feet, which were wrapped in several layers of bandages. That it appeared that something was wriggling inside those bandages. Zoro's eyes widened in horror. Usopp screamed as he quickly distanced himself from Luffy. Hey, Luffy, what do you have on your hand that's moving? Luffy, however, remained calm and began to explain. This? Inside are some little worms that help with recovery. As he spoke, Luffy unwrapped a bandage to show them the contents. Upon seeing it, Vivi immediately retched, her eyes filled with terror, as she vomited uncontrollably. The other two were equally horrified, their stomachs churning. Fortunately, they managed to suppress their nausea. I just wanted to show you, but now I can't rewrap it. I'll need the doctor to help me again. What a hassle, Luffy mused, contemplating the need to trouble Veer once more. This sight ignited a fury within Zoro. Hey, are you insane, Luffy? Look at what you have. You could die at any moment. How could you even consider letting someone like him join us? Are you trying to ensure we don't live long? Zoro shouted in despair, but Luffy was unfazed. He continued to explain Veer's uniqueness. Though he may seem a bit odd, he truly healed my wounds, just like with Zoro, who gets hurt so easily. With him around, you won't have to worry. Look at Sanji and Nami. They've both fully recovered. He is an incredibly skilled doctor. I absolutely want him to join us. Luffy disregarded Zoro's warnings, firmly believing in Veer's capabilities. Moreover, he was indeed formidable. That king was just defeated by him. Huh? Zoro and Usopp exchanged dubious glances at Veer. Could that slight figure really have defeated Wapol? Wasn't he a doctor? Do doctors even fight? Their expressions reflected their disbelief. But Dalton and his group, who had been lingering behind, quickly approached. Who defeated that Wapol guy? Dalton inquired anxiously. Wapol was someone he was determined to drive away. As long as he was present, peace would elude the country. This urgency was why he had rushed here despite his injuries. Now, upon hearing that someone had defeated Wapol, he was eager to learn who it was. It was the doctor, the one in the white coat. Just a moment ago, he took down that king with only 2 moves. He is truly incredible. Huh? At this revelation, everyone stood in stunned silence. 2 moves. Someone actually defeated Wapol with just 2 moves. What kind of strength must one possess to achieve such a feat? All eyes turned toward Veer, the young man in white, deep in thought. Even Zoro found it hard to believe that strange doctor was so powerful. Such a thing was beyond his capabilities. he could defeat Wapol. But it certainly wouldn't be easy. Yet that guy had effortlessly overpowered Wapol in just 2 moves. Was it true? Though skeptical, this was Luffy speaking. He wouldn't lie. That guy had truly done it in 2 moves. Hey, Zoro, do you think you could pull off something like that? Beside him, Usopp wore a look of astonishment as he inquired. However, Zoro remained silent. The furrow of his brow spoke volumes, indicating a negative response. Usopp gasped in disbelief. In his estimation, Zoro and Luffy were of comparable strength. If Zoro was unable to achieve it, then Luffy surely could not either. If Luffy truly brought him aboard, would that not make him the most formidable individual on the ship? As they pondered their thoughts, Dalton unexpectedly approached Veer, his expression brimming with excitement. Upon nearing, Veer regarded Dalton with confusion. What on earth was he up to? Why was he so animated? Just as he was about to inquire, Dalton suddenly dropped to his knees with a resounding thud. This scene startled Veer, as it did everyone present. Goodness, he just dropped to his knees without warning. However, Dory, the medical lady, appeared to have anticipated this moment. Showing no signs of surprise, this man, always considering the welfare of his country, would not find it astonishing to kneel in gratitude for assistance with a problem he could not resolve on his own. Thank you for your contributions to this nation. With that, Dalton, despite his grievous injuries, bowed deeply, striking his forehead against the ground before Veer. Veer finally reacted, though he still felt that this was somewhat excessive. After all, he had merely dealt with Walbo. Was such a display of reverence truly necessary? Yet, he was oblivious to the immense harm Walbo had inflicted upon the nation. The citizens behind him gasped in disbelief. Captain Dalton, they exclaimed incredulously. They too felt that such an act seemed a bit extreme, and some even attempted to approach Dalton, only to be halted by a mere glance from him. Ignoring the crowd, Dalton raised his gaze to Veer and, with heartfelt gratitude, declared, "That scoundrel Walbo has wrought irreparable damage upon our country as the captain of the army. I felt powerless. Now that you have vanquished him, we are eternally grateful. You are the hero of our entire nation." Dalton's heartfelt words revealed both his helplessness as a military leader and his boundless gratitude toward Veer. Hearing this, Veer found the man before him quite commendable. He patted Dalton on the shoulder and helped him rise. Observing Dalton's excited demeanor, Veer spoke. It was merely a matter of convenience. There's no need for such formality. Misinterpreting Veer's response, Dalton assumed he was unaware of the gravity of his actions and was about to elaborate further when Veer interrupted him. All right, I understand. No need to elaborate. The king is not dead yet. I just kicked him down the mountain. You should head down to search. You might still find him. With that, Veer pushed Dalton toward the cable car. Dalton had intended to express his gratitude once more, but Veer denied him the opportunity. The 2 men felt awkward in their prolonged exchange, and Veer found it increasingly uncomfortable, aware of Veer's demeanor. Dalton understood he preferred minimal disturbance. Though filled with gratitude, he could only suppress his feelings. Reluctantly, Dalton gestured for everyone to depart. They indeed had to search. If that rascal escaped, their country would remain unsettled. A large group arrived in a grand procession and departed just as grandly as they left. Dalton cast a fervent glance at Veer. Though he realized it was gratitude, Veer found it somewhat overwhelming. Just moments ago, this man had knelt before a crowd. It was enough to make him cringe. He could hardly bear such displays. He resolved that in future situations like this, he would let Chopper handle it. While he merely observed, this was truly torturous. As Dalton vanished from sight, Veer finally exhaled in relief. That moment, Luffy and the others approached. Dory, not wishing to keep everyone standing in the chilly wind, waved for them to enter the house. Come on, no need to linger outside, she said, leading the way inside. Following her lead, everyone took their seats in the living room. Without any preamble, Luffy bluntly expressed his thoughts. Doctor, would you like to join my pirate crew? We happen to be in need of a doctor. Upon hearing Luffy's words, only Usopp and Zoro showed any change in expression. Sanji and Nami, having received Veer's assistance, bore no objections to his joining. Although the treatment had been quite painful, considering the benefits Veer had provided, they found it bearable. Zoro, while somewhat resistant and conflicted, would not contradict his captain's words. It was Luffy's decision, and he would not oppose it. Usopp, feeling even more apprehensive, could only tremble in anticipation, hoping Veer would decline Luffy's audacious request. Veer's lips curled into a slight smile, internally reveling in joy. Here it comes. I knew Luffy would invite all sorts of peculiar individuals aboard. Wishing to join the Straw Hat crew was as easy as pie. Everything was within my grasp, though he felt immense joy inside. Veer maintained a facade of nonchalance, appearing almost startled by Luffy's proposition. Huh, you want me to be a pirate with you? What is so great about being a pirate? Veer feigned reluctance. Sensing this, Luffy became anxious. It was evident he genuinely wished for Veer to join. Being a pirate is amazing. Pirates can go on adventures, and pirates can eat and sleep. Luffy struggled to articulate further, racking his brain for enticing aspects of piracy. But he found himself at a loss. What could possibly attract ordinary people to the life of a pirate? How about this? Luffy proposed, pulling out a large piece of meat he had pilfered from Dory's house. What if I give you this meat? If you join our crew, I'll make sure you eat delicious food every day. Luffy appeared utterly distraught, as if the meat were his lifeline. The others exchanged incredulous glances. You re-offering him that meat? And claiming you'll feed him, well, every day? Just look at your pained expression. They thought that if you're like this over a piece of stolen meat. Once he's on the ship, he'll be lucky to get a bone. Just as everyone assumed Veer would decline, he spoke up. While I have no interest in that piece of meat you fished out from your trousers. If you merely seek a ship's doctor, then I suppose joining you wouldn't be too much of a hassle. He had not anticipated that Luffy would act so impulsively, even going so far as to produce the meager supplies hidden within his trousers. Such a bold move indeed. If this continued, Veer genuinely feared that this young rascal might extract something else from his pants, or perhaps, in a moment of carelessness, right? That would surely lead to an unpleasant spectacle. Having consented to board the ship, he knew their next destination was Alabasta, a place that could provide immeasurable enhancements to his combat capabilities, not to mention the plethora of practical devil fruit abilities available. If he could secure even one or two, it would be an undeniable windfall. His words caused Zoro, who was about to rise, to settle back down with a resigned side. It was evident that this was not a benevolent individual. Having agreed to board, one could only wonder how lively things would become on the ship. However, setting aside other concerns, the doctor's medical skills were undeniably impressive. Nami, who had been gravely ill, had fully recovered in such a short time. The expressions of the others reflected their collective relief. Upon hearing Veer's agreement, Luffy was immediately elated. Oh, that means you're on board. Ha! We have a ship's doctor now. No more fears of illness or injury. Luffy clapped his hands together with exuberance, his face brimming with joy. This infectious smile lifted the spirits of everyone around, their lips curving into faint smiles. I am not called doctor. Simply refer to me as Veer. Veer, you are now our ship's doctor. When we return, we must host a grand feast to celebrate. Luffy corrected himself regarding Veer's title, expressing his intention to hold a welcoming ceremony. Veer, however, did not respond to Luffy but instead turned his gaze to his junior apprentice. Chopper, I am preparing to embark on an adventure at sea with them. Upon hearing this, Chopper's eyes immediately widened with trepidation, and tears began to well up in his eyes. Big brother, are you really leaving? Am I to be abandoned once more? Chopper's face reflected profound sorrow, a feeling he could scarcely articulate. All he wanted was to find a corner to hide and weep bitterly. Yes, safe travels. Master. Though Chopper yearned to cry, he stifled his tears and responded to Veer. With that, he trotted away, feigning nonchalance, his small steps leading him toward his room. The sight of his diminutive figure evoked an air of melancholy. Where are you going? How will you learn my medical skills without following me? Chopper's little legs suddenly halted, yet he did not turn back. One could only observe the subtle rise and fall of his shoulders, suggesting he was indeed crying at last. Chopper turned and rushed into Veer's embrace. I thought you were going to abandon me. What? Chopper sobbed uncontrollably, his tears and snot smearing all over Veer. Veer widened his eyes. Taken aback by Chopper's antics, he felt an urge to give the little creature a good scolding, but seeing his sorrowful state, he restrained himself. Never mind. I'll have you clean me up thoroughly later. With that thought, Veer gently patted Chopper's back. That I will not abandon you. Once a brother, always a father. Rest assured, I regard you as my own. Upon hearing these words, Chopper cried even harder, for he had never encountered such kindness before. In his small world, darkness reigned, and just when he encountered a glimmer of light, it seemed to vanish all too quickly. Dr. Doriel observed the closeness between the two and smiled with satisfaction. This lad is indeed a person worthy of trust. The others too could sense the despair reflected in Chopper's words, their gazes towards him tinged with sympathy. What had this little fellow endured to evoke such a fear of abandonment? Veer, still holding Chopper, turned his attention towards Luffy. Wiping his hand on his clothes to remove the remnants of Chopper's tears, Veer spoke. It should be fine to bring my little apprentice along. Right? You see for yourself, he is still quite young and cannot be separated from me. Upon hearing this, Chopper temporarily halted his sobbing, peeking out from Veer's embrace to steal a glance at Luffy. His expression was one of apprehension, fearful that Luffy might refuse. Luffy, however, showed no opposition. In fact, he raised both hands and feet in agreement that, of course, this talking reindeer is quite amusing. We've just gained 2 new members on our ship. How wonderful! Laughter erupted from Luffy, and at last, a smile broke across Chopper's face. The heavy burden he had carried in his heart finally lifted. He could continue learning medicine from his master. Yet suddenly, he recalled something and turned to look at Dr. Dorial. I haven't asked for your opinion yet. If the doctor forbade him from going, it would be a problem. His eyes wavered, torn between asking and fearing her disapproval. Observing his conflicted demeanor, Dr. Dorial instantly understood his thoughts. However, contrary to what one might expect, she did not express any heartfelt reassurances stemming from concern for Chopper. Instead, she wore a stern expression as she gazed at him, who was caught between wanting to ask yet too timid to do so. Suddenly, she barked, "What are you staring at? Do you think I care about you? All you do is cause me trouble. You nearly died just trying to gather herbs. It's bad enough you're as foolish as you are, but your overabundance of sympathy is maddening. Whenever I ask you to help prepare medicine, you always make mistakes. What use are you here, other than to eat my food? Get out of here." With that, she stood up angrily and stormed toward the inner room. This unexpected outburst left everyone bewildered. What had gotten into this doctor, causing her to rage so suddenly? They exchanged glances, unsure of what had provoked Dr. Dorial's ire. Chopper, meanwhile, was already terrified, staring blankly in the direction she had vanished. He had no idea she held such a low opinion of him. He felt utterly useless. Just as he was still processing this, Dr. Dorial emerged from Chopper's room with a bag in hand, seething with anger. "Everyone, leave. Get out of my house," she shouted at the group. This scene left everyone even more confused. Yet seeing her furious demeanor, no one dared to defy her point. One by one, they stood and hurried toward the door. Dr. Dorial continued to berate Chopper. "Hurry up. Grab your worthless bag. Don't take up space in here. Once you leave, don't even think about coming back. You're just a burden." With that, she hurled the medical kit in her hand at Veer. Veer, holding Chopper, raised his arms to catch it, but Chopper was caught off guard, getting hit squarely by the falling box. As he watched the descending kit, it was Veer who swiftly caught it before it could hit the ground. Without daring to linger, he hurriedly ran outside with Chopper in tow, for Dr. Dorial had begun throwing axes from the wall at them. This scene left Veer utterly stunned at a 140-year-old woman, hurling a barrage of axes at a group of 20-somethings. "Chopper, don't just stand there. Get on the sled and slide away. If you don't leave now, you'll get hurt, and I'll have to treat you myself," Veer shouted to the frightened Chopper. The previously sorrowful expression on Chopper's face transformed as he heard the latter part of Veer's statement, his eyes widening in realization. In a swift leap, it sprang from Veer's body, transforming directly into a deer, which promptly harnessed the sled not far ahead. Veer, leading the charge, promptly took a seat. Chopper soon caught up with Luffy and the others, bringing them all along, observing Chopper's swift strides. Everyone exclaimed in relief that they were finally safe. At this moment, they had reached the cable overhead, and Chopper ran upon it as if it were solid ground. Just then, a sharp axe whistled through the air, striking the front of the sled with a resounding thud. We're gasped as the axe grazed past his ear, while Luffy found the situation exceedingly amusing. This old lady is quite entertaining. She's surprisingly formidable. I'm almost tempted to invite her aboard. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than he was struck on the head by a heavy axe. Fortunately, it hit from behind, merely leaving a large bump on his skull. Luffy cried out in pain, clutching his head. From above, a faint voice echoed, barely audible that it could be discerned that she proclaimed, "I am a beautiful maiden of 139 years. Dare to call me an old lady again, and I shall tear your mouth apart." Thus, the group quickly vanished into the vast expanse of snow. The maiden standing in the snow silently shed tears, lamenting, "Chopper, you should not be confined here. You must run towards the sea, for it can heal all your wounds." After uttering this, she turned away, her heart heavy, and returned to the empty, expansive living room. At that moment, she noticed something on the table. It was a box of Maudai that Weir had left behind. This rascal, at least he has a semblance of conscience, But why does it feel akin to marrying off a daughter? She resolved to first procure some ingredients, as they were to host a banquet. And the supplies aboard were running low. Sanji, with his displeasing visage, was also feeling somewhat better and voiced the concern over the shortage of provisions on the ship. All right, we'll purchase some on our way back. Ha 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 ha. Banquet, banquet. Luffy, having long forgotten the earlier incident, now wore an expression reminiscent of a starving glutton. Upon hearing this, Chopper also changed direction and dashed towards the food vendor. Meanwhile, we sat at the back, deep in thought. In truth, he was calculating how many negative points remained. Negative point balance. 3570 over 3,000. And just like that, he had earned quite a sum. The profitability of this venture was evidently linked to strength. Currently, Luffy and his crew were not particularly strong, yet the negative points were pouring in at a remarkable rate. Just Nami and Sanji alone had contributed over 3,000 points of negative value. If they were to grow stronger, the potential earnings could easily reach tens of thousands. At that point, the marketplace would truly be his domain, no longer merely a saying. Moreover, he had acquired Sanji's current physical prowess and kicking techniques, along with Chopper's leg enhancements and Nami's financial acumen, totaling 4 newfound abilities. This was merely from rescuing his comrades. He had neglected to save Walbo. Otherwise, he could have potentially garnered even more. For their next destination, Alabasta, he was determined to make a significant impact. Little Fong, Sanji, Old Shah, and Robin were all adversaries he could consider extracting from Dot. Of course, Robin would soon no longer be one of them if he could acquire even one of their abilities. It would undoubtedly result in an epic enhancement. Even if he couldn't obtain their powers, acquiring other forms of combat strength would lead to substantial improvement. Additionally, he had teammates who would likely sustain injuries, providing further opportunities for assistance. The mere thought of how formidable he could become after this whirlwind of events was almost unfathomable, though the abilities he gained were random. It was improbable that he would end up with absolutely no combat capabilities. Moreover, if memory served correctly, Ace was also there. Ace was a significant figure with formidable strength. If he could manage to heal him, it would undoubtedly trigger a colossal explosive surge. Both the negative points he could gain from Ace and the abilities he might acquire would be immensely gratifying. However, given Ace's immense power, inflicting injury upon him would not be an easy task. He needed to devise a strategy. But what method could possibly injure someone of Ace's caliber? It seemed utterly impossible within Alabasta. Ace was invincible. After much contemplation, Weir found himself at a loss. It felt insurmountably challenging, akin to a level 10 minion attempting to injure a level 70 or 80 powerhouse, utterly beyond his capabilities. Resigned, he chose to cease his musings. As the biting cold wind brushed against his face, he instinctively tightened his garments. A low growl emanated from his stomach, capturing the attention of all around. Had it been Luffy and his crew, it might not have drawn notice, but this sound was distinctly from Weir. Embarrassed, he rubbed his belly. After all this commotion, he was indeed feeling hungry. It was already afternoon, and he had yet to eat lunch. Having been busy for so long, his stomach began to protest. "Are you hungry, Weir? But we have no food at the moment. We'll only have something to eat once we reach the ship. I must tell you, Sanji's cooking is absolutely delectable. I'm already salivating just thinking about it." Luffy, the glutton, was also ravenous but had no food available. He could only endure. However, Weir suddenly recalled the 2 sandwiches Chopper had made and placed in the medical box. "Oh, I have 2 sandwiches that Chopper made for me. Would you like to share one?" Upon hearing this, Luffy's eyes lit up with anticipation. "Really? Ha! That's fantastic. Come on, we'll each have one." Weir then opened his medical box and pulled out the 2 sandwiches. Yet, as he lifted the box, the expressions of those around him underwent a subtle shift. It was a mere flicker, but when he revealed the contents, their faces paled dramatically. Sanji and Zoro, standing closest to Weir, instinctively edged forward. What Weir had produced was hardly palatable. Firstly, both sandwiches were covered in mold, the thick fungus rendering it nearly unrecognizable as bread. Secondly, the contents were even more disturbing. One sandwich contained a delicate hand. Fingers splayed outward, adorned with red nail polish, and bloodstains visible in the crevices. The other, though slightly better, displayed only a frog's leg, which twitched sporadically. Upon hearing that these were made by Chopper, all eyes turned wide in disbelief as they fixed their gazes on the reindeer pulling the sled. Chopper, upon witnessing this scene, was instantly flustered. "No, that's not me. I swear, I didn't make those." Yet the others regarded him with expressions of disbelief. their gazes morphing into something akin to horror, as if they were staring at a peculiar monster. Realizing their reactions, Weir began to suspect something was amiss. Did they perceive the food differently than he did? Just then, he took a bite of the frog leg sandwich, the tomato bursting with flavor. Surprisingly, it tasted rather decent. However, Nami and Usopp, seated before him, stared blankly at the bubbling substance on their bodies. After a brief silence, a cacophony of screams erupted, disregarding the peculiar gazes directed at him. Veer extended the other sandwich to Luffy. To his astonishment, Luffy exhibited not a trace of fear. In fact, he seemed to relish the idea of consuming such a peculiar morsel. Observing Luffy's eager demeanor, Veer surmised that this food would pose no challenge to the gluttonous pirate. After inquiring if the item was indeed edible and receiving an affirmative reply, Luffy took the sandwich from Veer and began to devour it amidst the horrified stares of onlookers, exclaiming his delight with every bite. "Delicious, delicious. Sanji, you must try this." Sanji replied, "No thanks, but wait." Witnessing this scene, a glimmer of inspiration flashed in Veer's eyes. Food. He believed he had discovered a way to cause Ace some distress, while he was uncertain how the sandwich appeared in their eyes. It was likely far from appetizing. Nevertheless, the fact that Luffy could enjoy it so thoroughly intrigued him. If Luffy could indulge, then surely Ace, his brother and fellow gourmand, could as well. All they would need was to shoulder a medical kit and, with camaraderie, produce one dangerous-looking food item after another. After consuming them, they would both rave about how delectable they were. How could Ace, with a thought process akin to Luffy's, resist the temptation to try? Perhaps he would find it just as thrilling as Luffy did. If he took the bait, Veer was confident he could ensure Ace would be rendered incapable of standing. They could then pin the blame on Ace's delicate stomach. "Look, Luffy and I are fine, but you had a mishap. Surely, that can't be my fault. It must be your issue. As a doctor, it would be entirely reasonable for him to assist with the treatment." Even if Ace deemed him untrustworthy and refused care, Luffy could always vouch for him. Surely Ace wouldn't doubt his own brother? "Just give me a chance to act. I assure you, I will not tidy you up." Once he pilfers Ace's abilities, he would become invincible, be it through fruit or martial prowess. The first half of the Grand Line would be a leisurely stroll for him. As these thoughts swirled in his mind, tears of uncontainable excitement streamed down Veer's cheeks, mingling with the splatters of ketchup, creating a peculiar tableau. Aside from the few fearful individuals across from him, Chopper led the group as they dashed through the vast snowy expanse. After a considerable journey, they finally arrived at a town bustling with life. Following a flurry of shopping, the sky had darkened by the time they set out for the Mary. Unlike before, the small sled was now somewhat cramped. On their return, thanks to Zoro's misguided directions, Chopper nearly led everyone off a cliff. Nami, exasperated, kicked him to the back beside Veer, opting to guide him herself as she climbed onto his back. "Ahahaha, Zoro, you're so hopeless. I told you we were going in circles." Luffy continued to mock Zoro, who merely shrugged in response. However, when Sanji chimed in, Zoro could no longer contain himself. "What did you say, you perverted cook? What do you want?" Moss-headed idiot. The two engaged in a comical head-butt right before Veer. Watching this spectacle, Veer couldn't help but chuckle. Truly, they were the Straw Hat crew. So entertaining. They soon arrived at the port where Luffy had previously knelt. A predominantly white pirate ship was quietly docked there, its prominent sheep's head figurehead drawing attention. Everything was just as depicted in the original story. We arrived. "Veer, this is our ship," Luffy exclaimed, stretching his arm to grasp the railing and leaping aboard. A minute later, on the Mary, everyone observed silently below. There, Luffy, wearing his straw hat, was busily hauling items. "Don't help me this time. You move everything yourself," Nami shouted down at Luffy, whose head was now swollen from the effort. Veer quickly realized that aboard the ship, Nami's word was law. This was no idle claim. "Veer, you should pick a room too. We still have 3 vacant ones," Nami said cheerfully, turning to him. Eye in her eyes. Veer was undoubtedly a wealthy individual, so her demeanor was markedly different from how she treated those less fortunate. Veer nodded and, with Chopper, began to explore the ship, eager to take in the sights. The others busied themselves with their own tasks, leaving Luffy alone to struggle with the burdens. Time and again, he toiled away. Veer and Chopper made their way to the kitchen, where Sanji was already hard at work. A flurry of ingredients danced in his hands as dishes rapidly emerged. "Watching you cook is a true delight." Sanji. At this, Sanji beamed. However, Veer's subsequent remark caused his smile to falter. "If one ignores your face." The kitchen erupted with an incredible shout. "Get out." Stepping outside, Veer spotted Zoro on the deck, diligently training, admiring his sculpted physique. Veer felt a pang of envy. When could he manage to acquire such a physique for himself? Choosing the largest room with Chopper, Veer plopped down into a chair. Though they were two, sharing a room was more than sufficient. Chopper could sleep on the floor when it was warm, or serve as a pillow when it was chilly, an arrangement that allowed for flexible comfort. Chopper had already begun to busy himself, having used his pocket money to purchase numerous household items during their time in town. Naturally, he had acquired double the necessities, along with bedding, cooling mats, pillows, and decorations. A plethora of items soon adorned their small room, transforming what was once a cold space into one filled with warmth. Observing Chopper's efforts, Veer nodded in satisfaction. Well done indeed. As soon as he spoke, Chopper began to twist bashfully. Dough. It's just average. It's nothing special. Seeing Chopper's endearing expression, Veer felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. He turned away to explore the marketplace, determined to procure some potent ingredients. Ace was no ordinary fellow. He wouldn't easily suffer from a bad stomach. The ingredients had to be formidable, so strong that even he would shake his head in disbelief. Just then, a chorus of excited shouts erupted outside, mingled with calls for Chopper. Chopper, come out and see. Luffy had appeared at the door, seizing Chopper and dragging him outside without waiting for a response. Outside, toward Drum Mountain, a breathtaking scene unfolded. High atop the mountain, vast swathes of pink light radiated outward. From a distance, it resembled an enormous cherry blossom tree. At that moment, the tree was in full bloom, its blossoms dazzlingly vibrant. Veer remained inside, aware without a doubt of what was transpiring outside. As expected, soon after, Chopper's cries echoed through the air, sorrowful wails that tugged at the heartstrings of anyone who heard them, even moving Veer himself. Pausing his search, Veer exchanged his focus for a few cotton candies he had redeemed from the marketplace. Placing them aside before resuming his hunt, in no time, an item caught his eye. Kidney treasure. Body treasure. Price 1,000. Function allegedly has restorative properties. Review: men should maintain their health with body treasure. 1 bottle invigorates the mind, 2 bottles banish fatigue, and 3 bottles grant eternal youth. Oh yeah. If memory serves him correctly, this item should be a product endorsed by my esteemed brother Chow.as for its prowess. One can only say it's rather ambiguous. However, at a price of 1,000 yuan, and with such extensive reviews, Weir felt a wave of reassurance. Yet, even so, he still sensed a lack. He needed to augment it with something, to concoct a proper blend. This was a moment that allowed for no failure, only success. After a cacophony of noise, the outside fell into a brief silence, only to be followed by an enticing aroma. The tranquility that had just settled was instantly shattered, and the ship soon buzzed with activity once more. Before long, Xiao Ba's little head appeared at the doorway, peering in with a hint of shyness as he glanced at Weir, perhaps embarrassed by the loudness of his previous weeping. Big brother, they asked me to come and fetch you for dinner, Xiao Ba said, somewhat bashfully. Upon hearing this, Weir stood up, cotton candy in hand. Let's go. After handing the candy to Xiao Ba, he scooped up the delighted creature and made his way toward the others. Outside, the festivities had already commenced, with the Decaglow as a group gathered around the freshly prepared dishes by Sanji. As soon as Weir and the others took their seats, Luffy declared it was time to eat. Weir, feeling famished, wasted no time and devoured a generous portion of meat. Compared to the others' genteel manners, Luffy's eating style was somewhat alarming, his rubbery mouth stretched to the brim, seemingly capable of devouring 2 pigs in one bite. After enduring a couple of whacks from Nami, Luffy finally moderated his behavior. At this moment, Xiaoba was utterly astounded, genuinely fearing that one day he might inadvertently become Luffy's next meal. With that thought, he instinctively inched closer to Weir. Though a banquet was underway, the ship had already set sail, steadily approaching Alabasta. By the way, Weir, I haven't mentioned that our next destination is a place called Alabasta, which is Vivi's homeland. Her country is on the brink of war, so we must hasten to return her, Luffy said, surprisingly remembering to inform Weir amidst his hearty meal. Upon hearing this, Vivi cast a nervous glance at Weir, acutely aware that he was the most formidable person aboard. Although he had recently joined, she worried about how Luffy would respond if Weir opposed the plan. Meanwhile, Weir, who was consuming meat while pouring juice for Xiaoba, swallowed his food and replied, I am merely the ship's doctor, responsible for the crew's health. As for the ship's course, shouldn't that be the captain's concern? You needn't discuss such matters with me. If anyone feels unwell, they can seek my assistance, Weir said nonchalantly. Upon hearing this, Vivi visibly relaxed. While Luffy seemed to finally remember his role as captain, his expression one of sudden realization. Doh, right? I am the captain. Nami, from now on. It's my call where we go. Predictably, after receiving a couple more whacks, Luffy settled down once again. I apologize. I didn't mean to be so loud. Amidst the laughter and merriment, the banquet came to an unforeseen end. By now, it was late at night, and everyone had retired to their quarters. Observing Zoro, who appeared completely sober despite the revelry, Weir was quite astonished. This fellow was remarkably resilient. He had just witnessed Zoro consume several bottles. Weir, feeling the effects of the rum after just 1 or 2 glasses, was bewildered. Supporting the swaying Weir, Xiaoba led him toward their room. He had initially planned to procure some potent medicine before sleeping, but it seemed that would have to wait until tomorrow. Upon entering the room and reaching the bed, Xiaoba unceremoniously tossed Weir onto it and lay down beside him. They quickly succumbed to slumber. The following day, nearing noon, Weir was finally roused by the raucous commotion outside. Rubbing his still pounding head, he grasped a glass of water from the bedside, likely poured by Xiaoba. After drinking, he felt a noticeable relief in his mind. This was unacceptable. His tolerance for alcohol was woefully inadequate. If he continued like this, he would surely become a source of amusement for them. He needed to devise a solution. As he pondered, Weir made his way to the door, where he found Xiaoba, Luffy, and Usopp, all holding fishing rods, staring in bewilderment at a figure on the deck. Hey, what's going on? Did we reel in a person while fishing? It looks like they're drowning. Should we call a doctor? Where's the doctor? Luffy queried, perplexed. Doctor, doctor. Xiaoba shouted in distress, only to realize he himself was the doctor. Oh, I'm the doctor. With that, Xiaoba retrieved his medical kit, ready to assist. However, just as he moved, a sharp voice rang out. Don't move, don't touch him. The doctor is here. Let the qualified physician handle it. Weir, with a desperate gleam in his eyes, dashed down. He instantly recognized the unconscious figure in the water, dressed in a swan costume. Resembling a cross-dresser. It was none other than Xiao Feng. He couldn't allow Xiaoba to claim this opportunity. He envied Xiao Feng's abilities immensely. This was like a stroke of luck falling right into his lap. And it appeared to be merely a case of drowning. He had to act swiftly. Soon, Weir arrived at the scene, where everyone anxiously awaited. It's just a simple drowning. Xiaoba, go, bring that toilet plunger from our room. Quickly. They indeed needed to hurry, for if they delayed, the patient might recover on their own. Upon hearing this, Xiaoba sprinted off and returned with the plunger he had just used the day before. Without hesitation, Weir pressed the plunger against Xiao Feng's mouth. At that moment, Xiao Feng regained consciousness, only to open his eyes and see a somewhat grimy toilet plunger thrust towards him. His eyes widened in shock. He protested, but it was of no avail. His body writhed in a frantic struggle, yet Weir held him down with unwavering strength, rendering Xiao Feng immobile. Weir's hands moved tirelessly. The sight before the onlookers prompted expressions akin to those of elderly subway passengers startled by a loud ring-on, bodies instinctively recoiling, brows furrowing in disbelief. Was this truly how one rescued a drowning person? Both Luffy and Xiaoba shuddered at the scene. Weir, feeling it was insufficient, believed this level of intervention would not yield the desired results. This imitation fruit was too valuable. He must obtain it. With that thought, Weir opened his medical kit and rinsed the plunger, which had merely a slight stain, before once again directing it toward Xiao Feng's mouth. Poor Feng, having just caught his breath, was met with the plunging device thrusting towards him. This sight horrified him, and he opened his mouth wide in a scream, inadvertently catching the plunger. The thrusting continued, and soon even Xiao Feng's legs began to convulse. The ship echoed with the sound of his head repeatedly striking the deck. The atmosphere fell into a profound silence, with tears streaming from the corners of Xiao Feng's eyes, unnoticed. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 800 negative points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability, imitation. The system's voice finally chimed in. Veer finally ceased his actions. To his surprise, Xiao Feng displayed remarkable psychological resilience, managing to endure for such an extended period. Moreover, the considerable amount he provided indicated that the substance indeed possessed a genuine essence. With one final motion, he withdrew the toilet plunger and adjusted his clothing. At that moment, Xiao Feng was panting, tilting his head to one side, his eyes vacant and staring blankly ahead, resembling someone who had been thoroughly ravaged. Veer handed the plunger to Choba, casting a concerned glance at his patient. Are you all right? You nearly drowned just now. How do you feel now? Upon hearing this, a flicker of color returned to Xiao Feng's eyes. He turned to face the very demon who had just assaulted him. I'm recovering quite well. Next time, let me perish, he quipped, rolling his eyes before nearly collapsing. Veer, witnessing this, felt a surge of joy. Was he not coming back to life? He pressed on. Yet, the moment Xiao Feng caught a glimpse of his expression, he sprang up energetically, performing several squats and push-ups, followed by a few leaps, finally declaring with an exuberant smile, I'm fine now. Thank you, doctor. I truly appreciate it. His tone was filled with unrestrained joy, as if he might take flight at any moment. His body protested, I cannot go on, while his mind insisted, no, you must. Veer, observing the scene, chose to disregard him, having already extracted what he needed. Furthermore, Xiao Feng's current demeanor intrigued him, as he sensed a hint of flavor in his words. The plunger he had just utilized certainly did not originate from his own supplies. It retained a certain essence to that moment. He took the plunger from Choba and dashed back to his room, eager to experiment with his newfound abilities. Xiao Feng, seeing him depart, exhaled in relief, his guard against Veer finally relaxing. Even the swan behind him appeared to droop, that I hope this goose isn't real. Meanwhile, Veer returned to his room, impatiently positioning himself before the mirror, his right hand brushing against his face. The reflection revealed his handsome visage, which suddenly morphed into that of a deer's head. Indeed, no doubt about it, with this mimetic ability, he could impersonate whomever he wished, whether for stealth or to amplify psychological terror. It proved to be exceptionally useful. Moreover, he was no longer confined to the identity of a pirate. He could even create an alternate persona, granting him dual identities for his endeavors, should the Navy have casualties. He could assume the guise of this alternate identity to intervene. As for this alternate persona, he would craft a benevolent image, a friendly, miraculous healer to the Navy. It was a flawless plan. Now he merely needed to devise a face to serve as the visage of his alternate identity, subsequently enhancing his rapport with the Navy until he could soar to new heights. He knew that soon there would be numerous Navy personnel in need of his healing touch, in a short while he could encounter Smoker, but that fellow seemed to possess little beyond his smoke abilities. Yet, having something was better than nothing. If necessary, he could simply bolster his alternate persona as standing with the Navy. The drawback of the mimetic fruit was that one could only mimic those they had touched, so there was no need for haste. The pool of potential transformations remained limited, thus its immediate utility was not vast. Eventually, he would evolve to a point where anyone could be imitated. Wait, suddenly, an idea struck Veer. He had just touched Xiao Feng, who had many faces. Thus, it followed. Without hesitation, Veer commenced his experimentation, pressing his hand repeatedly against his face, his features incessantly shifting. Countless unfamiliar visages emerged: Vivi's father, Nami, Robin, and Sanji. All of them were replicable. Indeed, my assumptions were correct. He had discovered a glitch. Ecstasy filled Veer's countenance. With this revelation, his forthcoming journey would see this ability prove invaluable. After testing his capabilities, Veer reverted his face to his charming visage, nodding in satisfaction as he rose to exit. Upon stepping outside, he beheld the four brothers engaged in an exuberant, synchronous dance, Xiao Feng still dribbling some liquid, and the others showed no concern whatsoever. In just a few minutes, had they already developed such camaraderie? Was this their revolutionary friendship? Their bond had grown remarkably swift and resolute, although Veer found it perplexing. He was deeply impressed. Suddenly, a loud cry shattered the joyful atmosphere. Nami was at the bow, shouting through her telescope, "There's a ship approaching us. It seems to be heading straight for us, a swan-shaped vessel." Upon hearing this, the group immediately tensed up. Vivi rushed over for a glance and recognized it as Mr. 2's ship, promptly voicing her recognition. She only knew the ship, not its crew. Her words heightened everyone's vigilance. After all, in Little Garden, they had nearly been obliterated by Mr. 3. Mr. 2 would surely be even more formidable. They braced for battle. With his appearance restored, Sanji lit a cigarette, adopting a posture of readiness. Veer turned to Xiao Feng, who still showed no intention of reacting. How long did he plan to linger? Xiao Feng, caught up in the revelry, initially wished to stay longer, but upon turning around, he collided with Veer's questioning gaze, causing him to shudder. This individual was not just medically skilled, but possessed overwhelming strength. The foot that had pressed down on him had rendered him completely immobile. Xiao Feng had long sensed the disparity in their power. This man could easily crush him. Fearing for his safety, he leaped to the bow to face the anxious crowd, his heavily made-up face adorned with a cheerful smile. It is time for me to take my leave. My friends, I hope to encounter you all again soon, exclusively for you. He threw a sidelong glance at Veer. Before the others could grasp the situation, Xiao Feng leapt into the air, landing deftly on the approaching swan ship. And then he departed swiftly. They still had important matters to attend to, leaving behind a group of bewildered individuals. Was that not Mr. Two? After a long moment, Luffy's voice broke the silence on the ship. Laced with skepticism, it sure looks like him. He is indeed. Finally, Nami could contain herself no longer and bluntly revealed the truth. He is Mr. Two. The crew soon affirmed their suspicions, realizing their 2G brains had not misjudged. That person was indeed affiliated with Baroque Works. After a chorus of exclamations, they gradually calmed down. However, Mr. Two seemed rather amiable. Their brief interaction had fostered a rapid bond between the brothers and Xiao Feng. Now, they speculated that Xiao Feng must have been coerced into joining Baroque Works for some unknown reason. Their imaginations ran wild. Yet, Vivi's subsequent remark sent a chill down their spines. The face he just showed you included my father's visage. Perhaps Baroque Works is poised for significant maneuvers. Vivi's expression was fraught with concern. Her nation was embroiled in turmoil, and now, an enemy could assume the guise of her king. This was undeniably ominous news. The potential for their adversaries was staggering. Nami, sensing Vivi's distress, reached out to grasp her hand. It's all right. Everything will be fine, that we have so many allies to support you. We will find a solution. She then turned to the others. Don't you all agree? Her fierce gaze made everyone break into a cold sweat, hastily nodding in agreement. Upon seeing even Veer, who had only recently joined them, affirming her words, Vivi felt a slight sense of relief that by the way, that person was quite agreeable. However, he is Mr. Two. He can transform into any one of us, and we must remain vigilant at this moment. Usopp posed a question, articulating the pressing issues that required resolution. This is simple, Luffy exclaimed as he snatched Chopper's medical kit. Extracting a roll of bandages from within, he promptly wrapped a circle of bandage around each person's left hand. All right, with this, we needn't fear him infiltrating our ranks. Just as the others were beginning to acknowledge this fellow's cunning, Luffy clapped his hands and declared, No, this is still insufficient. We need to add a mark beneath the bandages. With the bandages covering it, no one will discern what our mark is. Let us just draw an X. This will serve as the mark of our comrades. As he spoke, Luffy had already drawn an X on his own hand, proudly raising it for all to see. The others were left speechless, realizing that their captain was exhibiting a rare moment of insight. They had nothing to counter his brilliance. Luffy then took a pin and marked an X on each person's wrist. When Veer observed the mark that Luffy had personally drawn on his hand, he felt a sense of satisfaction and nodded appreciatively. Sometimes, this guy truly is quite reliable, his mind sharp as a tack. Soon, the ship resumed its swift course towards Alabasta. At their current speed, they would reach their destination in no time. The crew members returned to their usual duties. Luffy and his companions fished. Nami steered the ship, Zoro practiced, and Sanji prepared meals. Observing everyone settling back into their familiar routines, Veer beckoned the jubilant Chopper, who was busy fishing. What's the matter, big brother? Chopper asked, his eyes gleaming with delight at his new adornment. After all, this was a mark of camaraderie, and he had one too. Veer, shaking his head in exasperation, thought to himself, this silly child finds joy in everything. Hasn't he long been one of us? Come on. I will teach you how to concoct a miraculous medicine that cures all ailments. This time, I won't intervene. You will handle it all. Opportunities like this are rare, so seize it. With that, Veer assumed an air of wisdom and turned, hands clasped behind his back, heading towards the room upstairs. Chopper's eyes sparkled with excitement at the prospect of creating a medicine that could cure all ailments. Is there really such a miraculous thing? My master is truly amazing. I must learn diligently, he thought, hastening to follow Veer. Veer, witnessing Chopper's enthusiasm, nodded in satisfaction. Whether the medicine would truly cure all ailments remained uncertain, but it was certain that it would dispose of an ordinary person without fail. If a person ceased to exist, wouldn't their ailments vanish as well? Upon entering the room, Veer found a workbench filled with various instruments for concocting potions, alongside a refrigerator stocked with various medicinal herbs that he and Chopper had gathered. Kept for preservation, Veer settled into a chair beside the preparation table, gesturing for Chopper to join him as he entered. Chopper eagerly hopped onto the chair, nodding to indicate he was ready. All right. Let's follow the normal procedure and begin by heating the ingredients. Veer instructed. Chopper sprang into action, his expression serious, executing each movement with remarkable speed. The preparatory work for the concoction was swiftly completed. Concocting itself was not overly complicated. However, the formulation required extensive time for research and experimentation. As Chopper completed these tasks, Veer spoke up. "Now, I will share the recipe with you. Make sure to remember it." Chopper promptly retrieved his notebook, attentively awaiting Veer's instructions. "Brother, please go ahead. Point one-tailed mushroom. Half a pound of swelling grass. 2 yellow flower petals, and 3-tailed tree mushrooms," Veer enumerated. Although Chopper diligently noted the ingredients, his expression grew increasingly peculiar. If his little head remembered correctly, the tailed mushroom would cause anyone who inhaled its scent to succumb to poisoning and faint. Even in a mere ounce, half a pound of swelling grass, if ingested, would result in unbearable abdominal pain, and that amount could very well be lethal. The size of a pregnant woman's belly might be about that. The yellow flower petals were equally formidable. Even an elephant would collapse upon inhaling them. These were hallucinogenic substances. What is my master truly trying to achieve? Is this really a cure-all? Surely it won't kill anyone. Will it? Have you memorized everything? If you have, go ahead and gather the ingredients. Why are you just standing there? Veer urged, noticing Chopper's bewilderment. "Brother, this doesn't seem right," Chopper stammered, trembling slightly. "What is wrong with it?" "These are merely auxiliary ingredients. I will provide you with the main ingredient shortly. Just prepare these first and don't waste time," Veer replied sharply, prompting Chopper to hastily gather the items. How could Veer be unaware of the functions of these ingredients? A potent medicine is potent for a reason. Moreover, these were merely supplementary materials, primarily for flavoring. The true potent medicine was yet to come. 1,000-point kidney tonics would undoubtedly astonish ACE. It was a guaranteed eye-opener. Once the concoction entered Ace's system, he would immediately convulse. While not lethal, it would certainly cause distress. Though Chopper was sweating profusely from the daunting task of handling these herbs, he followed Veer's instructions diligently. The various containers on the preparation table soon began bubbling vigorously. With fluid motions, Chopper quickly completed the task, pouring everything into a single bottle before turning to Veer, eager to discover what the main ingredient was. Veer, no longer withholding information, produced a small vial of kidney tonic and tossed it to Chopper. Startled, Chopper caught it, inspecting the small vial with a puzzled expression. This item appeared quite ordinary. After taking a whiff, Chopper became even more convinced. This truly seems quite normal. Aside from some incomprehensible text on the label, it appeared to be a standard supplement. After years in the medical field, he possessed enough discernment for this. "Brother, what exactly is your intention?" Chopper asked, casting a confused glance at Veer. "Why not give it a try? It's an excellent product. You should be able to discern its quality. A single sip will invigorate you," Veer said with a mischievous grin. Seeing Veer's playful expression, Chopper felt a surge of determination. In his mind, there was truly no issue with the tonic. It indeed had a refreshing effect. But why was his brother grinning? "I refuse to believe there's a problem. I will taste it myself," Chopper resolved, raising the vial and taking a small sip. Just a minuscule sip, Veer, observing, thought to himself. "Ah, my dear Chopper, you are the true hero. I would not watch Marvel without you." Indeed, within mere seconds of drinking, Chopper felt the effects surge through him. Once a carefree, innocent creature, now his brow furrowed, his expression on the brink of a breakdown. His body instinctively curled up, cold sweat beading on his forehead. His face was a canvas of agony. "Oh no, I'm going to die," was Chopper's first thought. His second thought was a desperate plea for help. "Brother, save me." Yet, as soon as he uttered it, he regretted his words. Now 2 paths of demise lay before him, one at the hands of his master and the other through unbearable pain. Which should he choose? Veer, witnessing this, burst into laughter. "Good, very good, truly commendable, as expected of my devoted disciple. Always thinking of your master. It hasn't been long, and you're already eager to bring me something. Such filial piety." Veer stood up, taking the open kidney tonic from Chopper's trembling hands and placing it on the nearby table. Observing Chopper's tormented expression, Veer nodded in satisfaction. That it was confirmed. While it couldn't kill, it was certainly capable of causing distress. Chopper had only taken a sip, and already he was in such a state. One could only imagine the consequences of consuming an entire vial. "Come, Chopper, let us head to my VIP surgical suite for a proper treatment." As Veer spoke, he had already grasped Chopper's antlers and lifted him up, striding towards a small room inside. This moment, Chopper was already in tears, utterly unwilling to confront the situation. "Why am I so foolish?" From now on, I must never eat anything given by my master without caution. Despite his reluctance, the excruciating pain in his stomach compelled him to comply. Though he was a doctor, he had no understanding of what was happening. He couldn't even identify the cause. It was simply an inexplicable stomachache. Soon, Chopper was pulled into the room. With a loud bang, the door was shut. Almost immediately, piercing screams echoed from the room that Weir referred to as the operating room. The wails persisted for a good 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. With a creak, the door swung open again, and Weir emerged, a look of utmost satisfaction on his face, radiating a sense of relief. Ah, what a delightful day. I've made a handsome profit of 500. Plus, I've gained the ability to communicate with animals. Truly splendid. As he hummed a cheerful tune, Weir approached the preparation table to finish what Chopper could not. Observing the completed concoction, he nodded in satisfaction before pouring it into a small bowl and placing it into his medical kit. Yes, this is reliable. Kidney treasure mighty. Effect. No one in the world can achieve immunity to it. At best, they can only endure a little longer. Drinking the potion and surviving grants immunity to all poisons. Oh, this potion can even benefit the patient, and the condition is remarkably simple. Just survive. As he read the description, Weir felt even more assured. With him around, Ace would not pose a threat. That it was akin to receiving a free immunity from all poisons. Indeed, I am a good person. Meanwhile, in the operating room, Chopper lay on a chopping board, tongue lolling out, looking utterly despondent, his eyes brimming with tears, reminiscent of a creature bereft of its eggs. I will never eat recklessly again. Oh, the pain. Under Nami's guidance, the ship sailed smoothly for an entire day without encountering any formidable storms. The journey was relatively uneventful at dawn. As the first light broke, everyone awoke and gathered on deck, in the distance. The land of Alabasta finally came into view, shimmering in golden hues. We have arrived. I'm starving. I need food. I need food. Luffy could no longer contain his excitement, having already devoured all the supplies on board. This fellow had been hungry for 3 hours, and his eyes were gleaming with a ravenous glow. Food, food. Suddenly, Luffy's voice was cut short by a resounding thud as he was kicked away. How dare you shout? There's only a limited amount of food. I had it all allocated, Sanji shouted furiously, tugging at Luffy's ear. Weir lazily leaned against the railing on the second floor, bleary-eyed as he observed the scene. Occasionally stifling a yawn, appearing as though he had rested well. What's wrong, big brother? Did you not sleep well last night? The ever-adhesive Chopper noticed Weir's unusual demeanor and inquired. Nothing much. Just that something kept kicking me from behind last night. Huh. I was kicked out of bed 12 times, but I slept quite well, Weir replied, casting a disapproving glance at Chopper, who felt somewhat embarrassed and scratched his head awkwardly. Truth be told, Weir had thought Chopper was awake last night. As those little feet had kicked with remarkable vengeance. He had even double-checked multiple times to ensure the little guy was asleep, but the results were far from satisfactory. It truly was unintentional. The ship soon docked at a small town named Narahara, where everyone planned to resupply before heading to a place called Yusha, the base of the rebels. Vivi intended to persuade their leader, who happened to be her childhood friend. Earlier on the ship, seeing Vivi's hesitant expression, Nami had comforted her. Of course, we will help you. Otherwise, if your country falls, where will I get my money? We had a deal. Hearing her words, Vivi could not help but comprehend her intentions, feeling deeply moved as she expressed her gratitude and shared the battle plan with everyone. Finally, stepping on a solid ground, Weir felt somewhat relieved. Having escaped the swaying, soft sensation of the ship, although he did not suffer from seasickness, nothing compared to the comfort of solid land. Let us go buy supplies, Weir announced, riding on Chopper as they departed. They had just spotted Mr. Three's ship at the port. The group prepared to disguise themselves before proceeding, as being discovered could lead to a pursuit. After all, Vivi was a princess, and the Baroque works would not allow her to act freely. If recognized, they would attract a plethora of trouble. Since Weir and Chopper were unrecognized, they had no need to disguise themselves. Thus, the task of procuring clothing fell to Sanji, who had never encountered Mr. 3 before, while the rest waited in place. All right, we'll just wait for Sanji to return, Nami said with a smile, only to realize that one of their group had already gone missing. Her smile faded, and her expression turned fierce. Where has Luffy run off to? Yawning broadly, Weir was genuinely tired. With nothing else to do, he would procure the necessary items and await a chance encounter with Ace. If fate did not grant him that, he would seek Ace out specifically. Ace was a crucial element in his upcoming plans. His ultimate goal in Alabasta was to extract a bit from Crocodile. Although he would ultimately be defeated by Luffy, that did not imply he was weak. This fellow was merely preoccupied with some ancient weapon, which had hindered his progress, though he had regressed somewhat. He still possessed considerable talent. In his youth, he could even contend with Barrett in a one-on-one battle. That time, Barrett must have been quite formidable, akin to a vice admiral. The potential gains from Crocodile could very well be exceptional. Abilities even more remarkable than Ace's. However, the current dilemma was that after reviving Crocodile, Ace might not be able to defeat him. Thus, Ace was indeed a vital piece of the puzzle. If he did not deal with Ace first, he could not confront Crocodile. Dealing with Ace was relatively straightforward. Soon, Ace and his crew would traverse a lengthy stretch of desert. If Luffy did not make any unexpected blunders, he would likely misplace his belongings. Under the blazing sun and sweltering heat, who wouldn't crave a refreshing drink? Even a fireman would be no exception. Once Luffy was dealt with, Ace would naturally gravitate towards them. At that point, a dose of kidney treasure mighty would surely invigorate him. As Veer, still bleary-eyed, pondered these matters, he could no longer withstand the fatigue. He leaned against Chopper's back and soon drifted into a deep slumber. "Wake me up," was his last utterance before sleep claimed him. Meanwhile, Chopper, feeling the heat, was nearly overwhelmed. He had to periodically adjust Veer's position to prevent him from falling off. Not far ahead, they could see the bustling market. After a brief walk, they were almost there. As long as they reached that place, everything would come to an end. Chopper, drenched in sweat, was on the verge of collapse. As a reindeer from Winter Island, this weather was truly unbearable for him. Although the distance did not appear far, it felt exceedingly arduous at this moment. After persisting for a short while longer, Chopper could no longer hold on. Struggling to reach a shaded area, he slowly lay down to rest. Though he sensed he was nearing heat stroke, reason reminded him that if he succumbed to it, he would be repaired again. Absolutely not. Just as he settled down, a voice rang out, "No parking here." Chopper looked up in confusion, spotting a man with a few freckles smiling at him. Bewildered, he thought, "Who is this person?" Before he could speak, the man continued, "Haha, just kidding. Have you seen this person?" With that, he produced a bounty poster featuring none other than Luffy. Chopper was even more perplexed. Why was this man looking for Luffy? And why was he conversing with him? Wasn't it obvious that he was a reindeer? Why would he seek information from a mere reindeer? He seemed rather foolish. Before Chopper could sort through his thoughts, the man began to talk to himself again. This is my younger brother. At such a young age, he already has such a high bounty. His future is limitless. At this rate, his dream of becoming the Pirate King might actually come true." The man proudly draped his arm around Chopper's neck, boasting. Hearing this, Chopper was almost certain that the man was not an enemy. After all, he had immediately mentioned Luffy's dream. Perhaps he truly was Luffy's brother. At the very least, he should not be an adversary. With this thought in mind, Chopper responded, "He is my captain." However, as soon as he spoke, the incessant chatter of Ace abruptly halted. He looked at Chopper in disbelief, his expression one of sheer terror. "What is going on? What is happening? This reindeer can talk?" Ace even slapped himself twice across the face to confirm he was not dreaming. Stunned by the absurdity of it all, a reindeer found by the roadside can talk. That alone is outrageous. But even more absurd is that this reindeer happens to be a crewmate of Luffy's. What kind of coincidence is this? You can actually speak. And you're a crewmate of Luffy's? Chopper was utterly speechless, realizing that Ace was surprised he could talk. "Yes, I am his ship's doctor's apprentice. This on my back is my master. He is the greatest doctor in the world, capable of concocting even the antidote for devil fruit abilities." Chopper spoke of Dr. Vegapunk with pride, puffing out his chest in front of Ace. As if the discomfort caused by the heat had diminished somewhat, Ace remained stunned for a while, processing the fact that a reindeer could talk. He then turned his gaze to Vegapunk. This fellow is the ship's doctor for Luffy? He must be in a deep slumber. According to this little reindeer, his medical skills seem quite impressive. Luffy truly struck gold by acquiring such a remarkable doctor. Ace had no doubts about Chopper's words. If this person could even create an antidote for devil fruit abilities, his medical skills must be extraordinary. After all, he had lived for so long and traveled to many places without ever hearing of an antidote for such abilities. To achieve that alone was enough to prove this person was indeed formidable. At that moment, an idea struck Ace. Wait, if he is truly that skilled, could he help treat our father? Our father's health has been declining day by day. If this continues, he surely won't last for many more years. When he wakes up, I must ask him. Initially, Ace had merely noticed a bushy-haired reindeer in the desert while on his way to a restaurant. Finding it rather curious, that was why he approached to chat. But now, he had changed his mind. Food could wait, but he absolutely could not let this person slip away. He had to stay close. If they were not Luffy's allies, he would never find him again. This was a matter concerning their father's health. He could not afford to be careless. Is your master really that impressive? Ace asked Chopper again. Of course, the greatest doctor in the world, without a doubt, Chopper replied, practically beaming with pride as he boasted about Vegapunk. Well, I just happen to have a family member who is gravely ill. When he wakes up, I will ask if he can treat him, Ace continued. Absolutely no problem. However, my master has just fallen asleep. He told me to wait until we reached a location before waking him. Where are you headed? Let us go together. Moments later, rejuvenated by a generous supply of ice water from Ace, Chopper sprang back to life, striding purposefully towards the market, with Ace leisurely following behind. Vegapunk remained blissfully asleep. As they drew nearer, 3 minutes later, they finally arrived at the town's market, where the foot traffic was decent but not overwhelming. Chopper navigated the crowd without bumping into anyone at that moment. He glanced at the sleeping Vegapunk on his back and softly called out. Big brother, we've arrived. After a while of calling, Vegapunk finally stirred from his slumber. He opened his eyes groggily, surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction, and patted Chopper's head. Well done. Afterward, he let out a massive yawn and stretched luxuriously. After a few shakes, he finally booted up successfully. Let us go buy water and food over there. With that, Vegapunk surveyed the area and pointed Chopper in a direction. However, Chopper did not move, just as Vegapunk was about to question him. Chopper spoke up. Big brother, someone wants you to treat his family member. What is this? Someone is looking for me. My medical skills have spread that far. Someone is specifically seeking me out. Before Chopper could respond, Vegapunk heard a familiar voice from behind him. Are you Dr. Vegapunk? I'm the one looking for you. With that, the man approached Vegapunk and slowly removed his hat, introducing himself. My name is Ace. Vegapunk was taken aback. Momentarily stunned, after a brief pause, he quickly regained his composure, giving Chopper a knowing smile. Well done. He never expected that the client Chopper mentioned would be Ace. This was simply too perfect. This man was practically served on a platter. He could hardly believe his luck. Just when he had been worried about finding Ace, he had come right to him. Wait. No. Chopper had just mentioned a family member. So? Ace's family member in need of treatment? Could it be Whitebeard? Hello, I am Vegapunk, the ship's doctor for the Straw Hat crew. Who needs treatment in your family? Vegapunk directly voiced his thoughts. Ace's answer aligned perfectly with his assumptions. Oh, it's my father, Whitebeard, Ace said. Looking at Vegapunk with anticipation, knowing that no one in the world was unaware of his father's name, the fact that their father was gravely ill was no secret. He wanted to see Vegapunk's reaction. However, before Vegapunk could respond, Chopper exclaimed, Whitebeard. The Four Emperors, Whitebeard. Chopper looked at Ace in disbelief. Before he could continue questioning, Vegapunk suddenly slapped himself across the face with a loud crack. The unexpected action startled Chopper. Is the master going mad? Why do people nowadays enjoy slapping themselves? Just moments ago, Ace had done the same, and now Vegapunk too. Even Ace was taken aback. Was Whitebeard's name really that terrifying? Had it left them all stunned? After feeling the fiery pain on his face, Vegapunk finally confirmed that he was awake. This was no dream. A monumental opportunity had just fallen into his lap. Upon consumption, one would soar into the skies, the kind of flight that is truly extraordinary. The abilities possessed by Whitebeard are indeed a selection of the finest, readily available at his disposal, aside from acquiring the Tremor fruit. Any other ability he secures would immediately warrant a bounty exceeding 1 billion. What a notion. What a concept. It directly elevates one to the level of a Yonko's second-in-command. To say it is a meteoric rise would not be an exaggeration. After a brief moment of exhilaration, Veer quickly regained his composure. Ace is no fool. He would not be swayed by my word alone into believing he possesses such capabilities that I still require an opportunity to demonstrate my skills. And that opportunity is not far off, is it? As long as Ace believes in my strength, I will at least have the chance to meet Whitebeard. I have already contemplated methods to treat Whitebeard's ailments. With this system, who wouldn't ponder how to cure him? Divine Physician Technique priced at 30,000. Function. Upon use, medical prowess reaches the pinnacle, capable of treating all difficult ailments in this world. Review. Even a dog could become a deity with this. Veer has long had his eye on this, yet he was hindered by a lack of points. Now, with several thousand saved, after dealing with Ace, I might just surpass 10,000 after all. Ace is an important figure of immense strength. A little tussle with old sand might indeed provide the opportunity. Once I acquire this, I will no longer need to redeem these medicines from the shop. It would save a substantial sum. Moreover, it could treat Whitebeard, truly a threefold benefit. With this in mind, Veer spoke up. So it's about dear old Whitebeard, is it? His condition is indeed formidable. Though I have yet to meet him, the severity is already palpable. Upon hearing this, Ace's face quickly fell into disappointment. Though formidable, it is not incurable, Veer replied with unwavering confidence. This remark rekindled a smile on Ace's face. He grasped Veer's arm with excitement, asking, really? After Veer nodded affirmatively, Ace's excitement surged. He promptly pulled out his den mushy, ready to contact Whitebeard. However, as soon as he took it out, he realized, no, what if this guy is deceiving me? Wouldn't that just lead to false hopes for father? You need not be so hasty. You can first observe my medical skills before deciding. I have a patient arriving shortly. It would be the perfect opportunity for you to witness. Veer's voice resonated again. Prompting Ace to nod in agreement, he recognized the wisdom in Veer's words, realizing his own impatience. Furthermore, Veer mentioned a patient arriving soon, thus it wouldn't delay him significantly. Unbeknownst to him, that patient was himself. All right, then I shall accompany you for now. Rest assured, if this truly works, you shall be our benefactor in the entire Whitebeard pirate crew, Ace declared earnestly. Veer simply nodded, assuring him, do not worry, if I can save him, I will. With the system at his disposal, no matter how challenging Whitebeard's ailment, it would be conquerable. Soon, the trio set off again, heading to procure water and provisions. Ace marveled as he watched Veer place all the food and drink into his medical kit. It was astonishing. Just from what he observed, dozens of tons of supplies had been packed away. What kind of box is this? Did he consume some devil fruit? But how does one even consume a box? Could it be some special elixir of this guy's? After all, if one could strip away powers, surely one could bestow them as well. With this thought, Ace's trust in Veer grew even stronger. This fellow seems truly exceptional. It appears that father's injuries truly hold hope. Half an hour later, their shopping expedition concluded. The three began their trek back, with Chopper carrying a bag of food. He adamantly refused to allow Veer to place anything from the medical kit inside. After all, the items retrieved from there generally had an unappealing appearance. He simply could not stomach them. Meanwhile, Veer's mind began to wander. At this hour, Luffy should be nearing Smoker, right? Although Ace is absent, they surely must still engage in a confrontation. Veer pondered. After all, they had merely come to procure supplies, and would soon need to board a ship heading to a place called Yuba. It was the place Veer had chosen for Ace's emotional turmoil. Now, they merely awaited Luffy's appearance, after which they could hastily depart. This infernal place is unbearably hot. I can hardly stand it. If only we could hasten our pace. Just as he was contemplating, a sudden explosion erupted ahead. The door of a restaurant was sent flying. Along with the door, a figure adorned with a straw hat was propelled forth. Oh, is my wish coming true? That figure was none other than Luffy. As Luffy landed, he had yet to rise when a cloud of smoke enveloped him. The acrid smoke caused him to cough incessantly. Ace, having recognized Luffy long before, vanished from Veer's sight in an instant. When he reappeared, he stood protectively in front of Luffy, halting the torrent of smoke. Ace, Luffy, bearing the marks of a recent beating, looked up in shock and delight at the figure before him. Before he could utter another word, a gust of wind swept by, and he found himself hoisted onto Chopper's back by Veer. Eastport awaits you, Veer shouted to Ace, not glancing back as he sprinted away with Luffy in tow. Veer? Chopper? You're here too. How do you know Ace? He sought my help for his ailment, Veer replied nonchalantly. Ace is ill, Luffy exclaimed, bewildered. We shall discuss this later. We must first inform Sanji and the others to retreat. Upon hearing this, Luffy recognized the logic in the statement. Meanwhile, the others, freshly attired, were still languidly awaiting the return of their companions. They're taking so long, Nami remarked, enjoying Sanji's fan service while voicing her discontent. Just then, she noticed a commotion in the distance, her eyes widening in astonishment. It was Veer and his companions, but they were being pursued by a large contingent of Marines, without needing Veer's notification. The group fled faster than anyone else. Nami watched as Veer rushed past her, thinking, I'll take back what I just said. You're too quick. Slow down. Can you take me with you? Huffing and puffing. The sounds of exhaustion echoed aboard the ship as the group struggled to catch their breath. Utterly fatigued, but, at least, not caught. Otherwise, they would have had a real struggle on their hands. Are you all right? You've only run a few steps and are already this exhausted, as Luffy's words fell. He was immediately met with several lumps forming on his head. You didn't run. What are you pretending for? Nami retorted angrily. Meanwhile, Chopper collapsed beside Veer, Winter Reindeer lamenting his inability to endure any longer. Upon seeing this, Veer provided him with a bottle of herbal remedy to alleviate his heatstroke. Chopper immediately felt much better, the sweat on his forehead beginning to dissipate. The ship had already sailed a considerable distance. Gliding across the vast sea, Veer approached the side of the ship, gazing upward. Is it truly this slow? Just then, he noticed 5 large ships approaching in the distance. They were the very vessels from the original story that Ace had obliterated. Come quickly, everyone. Fireworks are about to erupt. Veer called out to the group. The others looked on in confusion. Fireworks? Where would fireworks come from in broad daylight? Those are the ships from Baroque works, Vivi recognized. Her face filled with concern. The opposing 5 ships were several times the size of the Mary, and the number of crew members on board was undoubtedly substantial. If a battle ensued, the situation would be dire. The expressions of the others mirrored her concern. The circumstances were indeed precarious. Here they come. As soon as Veer finished speaking, a figure propelled by a small jet appeared before the crowd. It's Ace, shouted Luffy, his head covered in bandages. Ace. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Although the others were unaware of Ace's identity, they could tell from Luffy's excited demeanor that this person must be of great significance to him. After executing a series of remarkably stylish flips, Ace positioned himself alongside the 5 grand ships. Following this, he proclaimed, Fire Fist. To the astonishment of all present, a colossal and ferocious flame erupted from Ace's arm. The powerful fireball effortlessly shattered the nearest ship, and in an instant, the remaining 4 vessels met the same fate. Watching the 5 enormous ships vanish in the blink of an eye, the crew aboard the Mary were left utterly dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? With such a punch, the entirety of summer has been unleashed. If that had struck the Mary, it would have been utterly obliterated. Who could possibly withstand such power? Meanwhile, Ace, after adjusting his hat with his still-burning fingers, began to soar towards them. Upon landing gracefully on the ship's edge, he greeted the astonished faces with a smile. I am Ace, Luffy's brother. You must be his companions, brother? Everyone was taken aback, disbelief etched across their faces. Remarkably, this brother was not only powerful, but also exceedingly polite. It was hard to reconcile this with Luffy's more reckless nature. That moment, Ace finally recognized Luffy, who had been quite unrecognizable in his current state. Luffy, it hasn't been long since we last met, and you look like you've been through the ringer. At this rate, you can't possibly become the Pirate King. Haha, you're too weak. Ace laughed heartily at Luffy's bandaged head, while Nami, standing nearby, scratched her head in embarrassment. After Luffy's enthusiastic introduction, everyone quickly bonded. Upon learning that they were all headed to Yuba, Ace was delighted, as it conveniently aligned with his path. He and Luffy struck a chord and decided to travel together. The journey to Yuba wasn't particularly far, merely an hour's voyage. Once arrangements were made, Ace slyly approached Veer. When will your patient arrive? From his demeanor, Veer could tell that Ace seemed rather impatient. After all, chasing Blackbeard meant that any delay could be detrimental. He's close. He's in Yuba and will be here shortly, Veer replied with a mischievous grin, his gaze towards Ace growing increasingly peculiar. Yet, Ace remained blissfully unaware. What a coincidence. That's wonderful, he exclaimed, genuinely pleased. What are you two talking about? Luffy chimed in, his curiosity piqued as he peered back and forth between them, looking as if he suspected some clandestine affair. Oh, just discussing a treatment for someone. Ace responded casually. Oh, treating someone? I thought you were the one in need of medical attention. Ace, Veer is incredibly skilled. You've made the right choice in seeking him out. He can cure any ailment, though his methods might be a bit unconventional, but I believe it's manageable. Luffy spoke enthusiastically, and upon hearing this, Ace's eyes sparkled with renewed interest. If even Luffy deemed him capable, then surely he was worthy of that opinion. As for the mention of unconventional methods, it was a joke. After all, they were all grown-ups, so what was there to fear about needles or medicine? Treatment? How bad could it really be? Besides, if Luffy thinks it's acceptable, then father certainly won't mind. We've faced far more daunting situations. What's there to fear from a doctor? It would be embarrassing otherwise. No need to rush. A little force in treatment is quite normal, Ace replied nonchalantly. The entire crew turned their gaze towards him, their expressions shifting to one of respect. The scrutiny made Ace slightly uncomfortable. And just as he was about to inquire, he saw everyone nodding seriously, their message clear. We respect you as a man. This left Ace somewhat perplexed. What is going on? Don't mind them when I treat them. I just apply a bit more pressure, or perhaps the medicine has some side effects. That's all perfectly normal, right? Isn't that right, Chopper? Veer reassured, patting Chopper on the head, who nodded vigorously despite knowing the truth. Seeing this eased Ace's tension, so they were just afraid of pain. How ridiculous, he thought, nearly believing the treatment process was terrifying. Indeed, those are all quite standard, no worries. It's manageable, Ace concluded, earning a silent thumbs up from the crew. Impressive. The ship soon docked, and the gentle sea breeze vanished, replaced by an overwhelming wave of heat. Reluctantly, they faced the reality ahead as the crew disembarked. They began traversing the desert. The supplies Chopper had been carrying were now all transferred to Luffy's back, as he had won the rock-paper-scissors game and claimed the burden. After walking for half an hour, Luffy exclaimed, "Ah, it's so hot, exhausting, thirsty, hungry, and sunny." He complained with each step, unceasingly. Watching him, Vivi felt a pang of sympathy and suggested, "There's a pile of rocks ahead. Let us rest there for a moment." Upon hearing this, Luffy sprang back to life. He dashed towards the rocks, leaping several times before disappearing behind the formation. Veer observed this scene with an inexplicable smile. Finally, they had arrived. Ahead, a flock of cunning birds would steal all the food and water Luffy was carrying, leaving only what remained in his medical kit. Casting a glance at the equally parched Ace, Veer nodded with satisfaction. Although he didn't understand why a fire user would feel hot, it was evident he would require sustenance. All he needed was to trick Ace into consuming that bowl of soup. Without food or drink, they would soon tire under the blazing sun and no need to rush. He would bring it out once they could no longer endure. Surely, Ace wouldn't be able to resist. When the group reached the rocky outcrop, they found Luffy standing there, looking utterly bewildered, his expression seemingly asking, "Huh?" The others exchanged glances of confusion, and before anyone could speak, a flock of large birds appeared behind them, laden with bags and packages. However, those backpacks looked eerily familiar. Nami's expression darkened as she spoke slowly. "Luffy, can you explain what those bags are doing?" Luffy remained clueless. "Huh, I don't know. Those birds seem to be carrying our luggage." "Right. Where's our luggage?" Only then did he realize, searching frantically, that those were indeed the items he had just been carrying. Without a second thought, he bolted after the birds, shouting, "You filthy birds, return our belongings." Meanwhile, Vivi was filled with guilt as she watched Luffy sprint away. "It's all my fault. I forgot to warn him. Those are birds that specifically steal luggage. What do we do now? Without supplies, how will we cross the desert?" Seeing Vivi's troubled expression, Nami quickly reassured her. "It's all right. We all carry some water with us. If we ration it, we should be able to manage." Sanji also chimed in from the sidelines, which brought a semblance of relief to Vivi. In truth, one could hardly blame her. It was simply that Luffy was rather foolish. Even a bird could toy with him. Ace wore a look of helplessness. His younger brother was indeed a handful. After waiting for several minutes, a breathless Luffy finally returned. Upon seeing his empty hands, it was evident he had failed. Nami intended to give him a piece of her mind, but restrained herself at Vivi's urging. "Let us go. We must hurry. Time is of the essence, you fool. No rest for you." After shouting at Luffy, Nami took Vivi by the hand and marched outside, with everyone else following suit. Nami was right. Time was indeed of the essence. A mere delay could result in the loss of countless lives due to the war. Luffy, wearied and regretful, recognized that his failure to procure supplies was causing everyone to struggle. He said nothing and merely trailed behind, his demeanor deflated. After an hour of trudging, everyone was panting heavily. The air around them shimmered in the oppressive heat. It was unbearably hot, and their water supplies were nearly depleted. Luffy, trailing at the back, had gone from leading the group to feeling utterly exhausted. Each step seemed to sap his very life force. Although Ace was not quite as dramatic, it was clear he was struggling as well. Observing the situation, Veer contemplated, "It's about time. I can take out some supplies to quench Luffy's thirst." Ace won't hold out much longer either. Just as he was about to speak, Luffy couldn't contain himself any longer. He gazed enviously at Veer, who was perched atop Chopper's back, and exclaimed, "Why must I, the captain, walk while you get to ride? By the way, Chopper, aren't you tired?" In response, Chopper turned his head as a winter reindeer. He showed no signs of discomfort from the heat. The transparent straw protruded from the corner of his mouth, through which water flowed continuously. However, the water appeared somewhat murky. No. It was downright filthy. Following the straw, one could see it connected to Veer's medical box. Chopper was unaware of the straw's origin. He merely relished the refreshing liquid that filled his mouth. Feeling exhilarated, with a hint of sweetness, adhering to the principle that his mentor would not harm him, Chopper paid little mind to the nature of his drink. Luffy, astonished, never anticipated that Chopper would dare to consume such questionable water. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in Luffy's head. Of course, Veer's box must contain plenty of drinks. He had witnessed Veer pulling out several bottles of chilled beverages earlier, but the drinks looked dirty and foul. Luffy, having learned from his previous experience with sandwiches, was unconcerned. They merely appeared unappetizing. In truth, they were quite palatable. Without hesitation, he leaped onto Chopper's back, positioning himself in front of Veer, and exclaimed, "Veer, you must have loads of drinks in your box. Please give me some. I'm about to die of thirst." Luffy hung his tongue out, panting heavily, and made his request with a lackluster demeanor, akin to a deflated balloon. At Luffy's words, everyone immediately turned to look. Their gazes fixated on Veer's medical box. The sound of swallowed saliva was distinctly audible. It was clear that this group was genuinely parched. Their water had long since run dry. They were in a desert, and their bodies were losing moisture at an alarming rate. With their supplies exhausted, they all looked to Veer in unison. Even Ace was not exempt from this reaction. He had witnessed Veer purchasing an abundance of water to fill the box. While his robust physique could endure a bit longer, the thirst was becoming unbearable. Seeing everyone's gaze directed at him, Veer smiled slightly. "Well, you come to me willingly. I need not exert myself. As long as Luffy makes a fuss, Ace is bound to take the bait." He promptly opened his small box and retrieved a bowl of chilled watermelon juice, presenting it to Luffy. "Here's some chilled watermelon juice. Care to indulge?" The others, upon witnessing this, silently averted their gaze. They consoled themselves with the notion that they could still endure, that they were not thirsty. But that was no watermelon juice. The murky liquid resembled the water used to wash a dirty mop in a public restroom. A couple of dead cockroaches floated within, and a few flies buzzed around the rim of the bowl. "You dare call that chilled watermelon soup? Seriously, what a joke." Ace wore an expression of disbelief, casting a skeptical eye at Veer, attempting to ascertain whether he had lost his senses. Unfortunately, Veer had not. Just as he was caught off guard, Luffy, seated in front of Veer, suddenly snatched the dubious liquid from Veer's hands. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised the bowl to his lips and drank it down in one go. The scene unfolded so unexpectedly that even Ace was momentarily stunned, his hand poised to intervene. His face a mask of shock. Internally, chaos erupted. Has my brother lost his mind? Can he truly be so thirsty that he would drink that? Surely, even urinating would be preferable to this. Even more bewildering was the fact that the Straw Hat crew regarded this spectacle with nonchalance, as though they had witnessed it countless times before. Had Luffy lived this way all these years? Ace was utterly dumbfounded, staring at Luffy's contented expression, his mouth agape, but no words emerged. After a prolonged silence, he managed to utter, "Luffy, you've truly endured much over the years. Delicious. I want another bowl, another bowl," Luffy exclaimed, having downed several bowls, each more unsightly than the last. Hearing Ace's comment, he looked at him quizzically. "Ace, would you like to try some? It's really good." Ace, staring at the bowl in Luffy's hands that was still steaming, found himself at a loss as he reached out to feel Luffy's forehead, checking for signs of fever. "Come on, Ace, why don't you believe me? I'm not sick. It really tastes good. Just take a sip." Luffy brushed aside Ace's hand with certainty. Veer's concoctions may look terrifying, but they're quite delightful. Immediately, he drained the remaining contents of the bowl, licking his lips in satisfaction. Refreshing, sweet and sour, absolutely delightful. Ace's expression, however, was beyond description, yet easily understood. "You rascal, are you trying to harm your elder brother?" Observing Ace's incredulous expression, Luffy grew indignant. "Big brother, why don't you believe me? Look." He then plucked a remaining fly from the bowl and popped it into his mouth, showing no signs of revulsion, only a face contorted from the sourness. "Ouch, that's tangy." Ace was rendered even more bewildered. What on earth was happening? How could it possibly be sour? Could this truly be edible? He began to doubt. Veer, meanwhile, was in full supply mode, continuously offering more to Luffy. This left Ace in a state of uncertainty. Was it really just a matter of appearance? Did it actually taste decent? Watching Luffy gulp down the concoction, Ace found himself hesitating. The thirst that plagued him urged him to take a sip. Veer, noticing his hesitation, realized, "This guy is intrigued. I must push a little harder. Success is within reach." With this thought in mind, Veer directly picked up one of the bowls and brought it to his lips, gulping it down eagerly. Soon, the bowl of ice water was consumed, and Veer let out a satisfied sigh. Looking at Ace, he kindly inquired, "Would you care for a bowl?" A harmless smile lingered on his face, reminiscent of a kidnapper luring in children. Simultaneously, he presented a bowl of what appeared to be a rather unremarkable liquid before ACE.AT. That moment, however, Chopper, witnessing the scene, suddenly trembled with fear. This is the potion that Big Brother made together with him. The potency of this concoction speaks for itself. What is Big Brother planning? Is he intending to kill someone? This is Luffy's brother. Chopper instinctively wanted to shout a warning, but he suddenly felt a chilling aura enveloping him. Upon raising his gaze, he was met with Veer's beaming eyes. It would be best if he remained silent. The unspoken message in his gaze was abundantly clear. The words that nearly escaped Chopper's lips were forcefully swallowed. Weighing the pros and cons, Chopper ultimately lowered his head in resignation. Never mind. A dead companion is preferable to a dead monk. Surely, Big Brother wouldn't genuinely wish to take his life. At worst, he might just endure some suffering. Yes, his suffering is a far better outcome than mine. On the other hand, upon witnessing Veer drink without hesitation, Ace's resolve began to waver. If Luffy could drink so much without issue, I am much stronger than him. Surely I will be fine. Besides, Veer himself drank it, so there must be no danger. Having convinced himself, Ace accepted the bowl from Veer's hands. Observing this, Veer maintained a calm facade, but internally, he was already elated. It was time to prepare. His moment was approaching. Indeed, Ace did not disappoint Veer's expectations. He took a gentle sip from the bowl. A small amount of the icy liquid slid down his throat, imbued with a subtle floral aroma. This revelation brightened Ace's spirits. He was now convinced. These two fellows had not deceived him. It merely appeared fearsome. In reality, it tasted surprisingly delightful. Raising the large bowl in his hands, he no longer hesitated and downed it in one go. The sound of gulping echoed as the entire bowl of potent medicine was consumed. Veer displayed no signs of abnormality, simply sipping his water in silence. While outwardly composed, he was already reveling in delight within. This was it. It was all so simple. Indeed, the members of the monkey family were easy to fool. Yet, at that moment, Ace felt no discomfort. He only sensed a surge of power coursing through him. Even his mind seemed to clear, and an exhilarating energy enveloped his entire being. Just then, a fully revived Luffy sprang into action, leading the group forth on their journey once more, with Ace trailing behind. Seeing that Ace was perfectly fine, both Veer and Chopper were left in a state of bewilderment. The two exchanged dumbfounded glances, silently questioning each other, then turned their gazes towards Ace. What was happening? How could this fellow be completely unaffected? Was the potent medicine perhaps not potent enough? Or had he mistakenly administered the wrong concoction? After thorough verification, Veer was confident that he had not erred. What Ace had just consumed was indeed the potent medicine crafted by Chopper, enhanced with the kidney elixir. But what was going on with Ace? Was his physical constitution so extraordinarily resilient? Surely, even with a robust physique, he could only endure for so long. Just wait. This fellow would surely falter soon. Yet, half an hour passed, and Ace remained entirely unharmed. This development prompted Veer to question his assumptions. Could it truly be ineffective? However, it was too late to ponder such matters now. They could only continue to observe. Another half-hour later, the group arrived at a cluster of rocks. The ample shade prompted everyone to decide to take a brief rest. Having walked for an hour, they were utterly fatigued. Ace and Luffy sat together, engaged in lively conversation, showing no signs of distress. Opposite them, Veer and Chopper sat, their eyes fixed intently on ACE. An hour had passed. What on earth was going on? Was the efficacy of the kidney elixir truly lacking? That seemed implausible, as Chopper had personally tested it, confirming its effectiveness. Yet, why was Ace unaffected? Just as Veer was lost in thought, a sudden loud rumble emanated from the direction of Ace's stomach. Gurgle. The sound was so pronounced that everyone turned to look at its source. Ace, feeling all eyes upon him, felt a flush of embarrassment wash over him. This was utterly humiliating. What was his stomach doing, making such a ruckus? Ace, are you hungry? Your stomach sounds like cannon fire. It startled me. Luffy teased playfully, laughter dancing in his eyes. Ace, feeling somewhat sheepish, scratched his head. Just as he was about to respond, his expression shifted dramatically. His face contorted in pain. turning crimson from exertion. His hands instinctively clutched his abdomen, and his body began to curl inwards. Before long, Ace had shrunk into a ball. Emitting groans of agony, this sight alarmed Luffy, who realized something was amiss. Ace appeared to be in distress. Panic washed over him, his hands flailing in uncertainty. Ace, what is wrong? Doctor. No, wait. Veer. Ace has collapsed. Come quickly to help Ace. Luffy finally reacted, shouting for Veer. Witnessing this scene, Veer could hardly contain his delight. His expression betrayed his joy, unable to suppress a beaming smile. After Luffy called out, he stretched out his arm, attempting to pull Veer closer, but ended up grasping at thin air. Just as confusion set in, he felt as if he had been struck by a truck, sending him flying. Meanwhile, Veer squatted beside Ace, rubbing his hands together in eager anticipation. He could hardly wait to render Ace invulnerable. Truly, there were no ulterior motives involved. At that moment, Luffy charged back, propelled by the rocks he had grasped. Veer had acted too swiftly. Luffy hadn't even had time to react before being sent sprawling. Veer, what is happening to Ace? He can't possibly be dying. He is still so young, Luffy exclaimed, worry etched across his face, only to receive a heavy blow to the head. What are you saying? If you can't speak properly, then keep your mouth shut. Nami, in a fit of irritation, punched Luffy. Veer, observing the unfolding chaos, had pieced together the situation. Truth be told, he needn't have looked too closely. He was well aware of his own handiwork. Yet, he still needed to feign concern. Everyone, please don't panic. Ace is merely suffering from food poisoning. His constitution is robust, and he will not perish, but if left unattended, he will experience a period of weakness before recovery. As he spoke, Veer retrieved his small box, rummaging through its contents. Upon hearing Veer's words, Luffy immediately became frantic. Ace had just mentioned he had a mission to complete, and it seemed that the opponent was formidable. If he were to enter a state of weakness, it would undoubtedly prove perilous. Veer, you must help Ace. He has a mission, and being weak would be dangerous, Luffy implored, his voice filled with anxiety. Ace, too, understood the gravity of the situation. Although he was uncertain why he had suddenly fallen ill, he was determined not to abandon the pursuit of Blackbeard, even if he had to contend with the weakness that Veer spoke of. He was resolute in his intent to press on. Ace was nothing if not stubborn. He believed he was responsible for Sachi's death, and there was no way he could stop now, despite being in excruciating pain and unable to move. He mustered the strength to cast a glance at Veer. Yet, suddenly, an abnormal change appeared on both his and Luffy's faces. Their mouths and eyes widened in shock, their expressions morphing into terror. Hey, Luffy could not help but exclaim in astonishment. The transformation they witnessed was almost universal among the onlookers. Each person present wore an expression of sheer terror as they gazed at Veer. They watched him retrieve a blood-stained chainsaw from the medical box. Gripping the chainsaw, Veer stood up and abruptly activated the nearby switch. The air was filled with a deafening roar as the chainsaw whirred to life. Ace momentarily forgot his pain and shock. Before he could voice his alarm, he saw Veer place the chainsaw aside and a wave of relief washed over him. He had feared that Veer intended to use the chainsaw for his treatment. Suddenly, however, Veer pulled out a disturbing item from his bag. It was merely a slender tube, not particularly thick, accompanied by an odd object resembling a short stick that ancient people might bite down on during times of great suffering. This stick, however, was made of metal and appeared incredibly firm, featuring a circular hole through which the tube could pass. Without hesitation, Veer thrust the metallic object into Ace's bewildered mouth. Noticing Ace's confusion, Veer offered no further explanation, merely instructing Luffy. Here, Luffy, hold on to both ends of this thing and make sure Ace doesn't spit it out. With that, Luffy kicked Ace to the ground, mounting him and firmly grasping the strange object, pulling upwards with all his might. Ace thought, you truly are my brother. Being yanked like this, he felt no real danger, just a throbbing ache in his teeth. Luffy was relentless, pulling with all his strength. Meanwhile, Veer approached Ace with the tube in hand. It finally dawned on Ace. This hole, he couldn't possibly be planning to insert that tube into it. Glancing at the nearly 2-meter-long tube, Ace felt a surge of panic. As he had anticipated, Veer intended to cleanse his stomach. There surely remained remnants within, and it was imperative to expel them first. The apparatus he was about to employ was indeed one previously used for washing out the stomachs of cattle. People in this pirate world possessed such robust constitutions. Would employing veterinary techniques be problematic? Not at all. They were far more resilient than the beasts found on Blue Planet. Without a moment's hesitation, Veer aimed for the hole in the metal stick and forcefully inserted the tube. Ace's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? Unable to endure any longer, Ace began to thrash violently. Yet the pain emanating from his abdomen rendered him powerless. His loyal brother clung to him with all his strength, immobilizing him completely. Thank you so much, Luffy. The metallic stick was quickly crushed in Ace's mouth, but fortunately, it remained usable. The tube plunged deep inside. And under Ace's wide, pained gaze, it successfully reached his stomach. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 5,000 negative points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 2,000 negative points. And this was just the beginning. He had already amassed 7,000 points. What magnificent news! As long as nothing went awry, this would undoubtedly yield an explosion of negative points. Just as he contemplated this, the system chimed again. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your savings have reached 10,000. New ability unlocked. No pain. No gain. No pain. No gain. The victim will receive varying degrees of strength enhancement during hardship. Huh. They are actually gifting such a powerful ability. Veer was astounded. The system truly was remarkable, even considering the welfare of the victim. Impressive, indeed. With this thought, Veer procured a funnel and attached it to the exposed end of the tube. Chopper, come add water. Upon hearing this, Chopper immediately transformed into his larger form and rushed over, taking the contaminated water from Veer and pouring it in. Ace was utterly dismayed. The reason for his abdominal pain was likely due to what he had just consumed. Although he didn't understand why they could drink it, but he could not. It was evident that he could no longer indulge. What was this guy planning now? This was bad. Something terrible was about to happen. Yet Luffy remained firmly pinned on top of him, rendering him completely immobile. Ace, it's all right. Close your eyes and bear with it. Just endure a little longer, and it will pass. Luffy consoled him in a surprisingly elder brotherly manner. Ace was reaching his breaking point. He silently vowed that once he recovered, he would give Luffy a thorough beating, one that would teach him what it truly meant to endure. Soon, the first basin of water was ingested. The peculiar sensation prompted Ace to yield another 2,500 negative points. One instance led to several. Soon, multiple buckets of water had been consumed, visibly distending Ace's abdomen, with one hand gripping the tube. Veer began to pull vigorously. A torrent of unknown liquid and a substantial amount of negative points erupted forth. Ace was bewildered. He had never encountered such a method of gastric lavage before. Your poisoning is quite severe. Ordinary methods won't suffice, Veer explained amidst the ongoing water infusion. After expelling once, Ace surprisingly felt a reduction in pain. This was proof that the individual before him was indeed a skilled physician. Yet shortly thereafter, he was astonished to discover that his constitution seemed to have improved slightly. This revelation was hard to believe. What was going on? If this were the case, perhaps this suffering was not entirely unbearable. He could regard it as the price for becoming stronger. I will endure, just a little longer, but with Veer's next vigorous pull. The sensation brought tears to his eyes. This truly was beyond what a human should endure. How excruciating. Veer was nearly grinning from ear to ear. The influx of negative points surged forth more swiftly than a reckless driver mistaking the accelerator for the brake. Compared to before, it was as if they were now pouring in at a rapid pace. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 negative points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 500 negative points. Ding! In merely a single gastric wash. He had accumulated over 10,000 points, and this was just Ace. He could scarcely fathom how overwhelming it would be if Whitebeard were involved. As the last remnants of the unknown liquid flowed out, Ace finally felt relief from his abdominal pain. Yet he still lacked strength. This gastric lavage had been so brutal that he was left utterly drained. Veer also ceased his actions. The lavage was indeed complete. All right, Luffy, you can let go now. Veer glanced at Luffy, whose veins were visibly bulging from his exertion, feeling a twinge of concern. This fellow was bound to receive a thorough thrashing in return from Ace. Although it wouldn't be as profound as Garp's, it would certainly be more intense. He hoped Luffy could withstand it. Luffy's task was over, but Veer's was not. Ace was only feeling relief from the absence of the potent drugs in his stomach. But an hour had passed, and he had absorbed quite a bit. Ace, how do you feel now? Is there any discomfort? Veer prepared to inquire before conducting a checkup. Lying on the ground, Ace, barely clinging to life, felt a wave of weakness wash over him upon hearing Veer's question. He felt extremely feeble. He immediately focused his consciousness throughout his body and discovered that the source of his weakness seemed to be his lower back. Although puzzled, He relayed his findings honestly. Veer's expression turned peculiar upon hearing this. This, kidney tonic, not for kidney replenishment, and it even makes one more deficient. Yet this is no ordinary person. This is the infamous Fire Fist Ace with a bounty of 550 million. Even his kidneys couldn't escape the fate of deficiency. What would happen to an average person who consumed it? Reflecting on the advertisement where the master had consumed a bottle, Veer couldn't help but admire its potency. At this moment, only two words remained in his mind. Impressive. Upon discovering the cause, the remedy became considerably simpler. He swiftly retrieved the chainsaw lying nearby. Initially, he intended to utilize the chainsaw to open up his abdomen if the cleaning proved ineffective. To his surprise, the area was impeccably cleaned and he thought the tool would not be needed after all. However, it seemed otherwise. Ace now required a prompt restoration, with no time to engage in leisurely recuperation. Thus, he would have to rely on items from the system's marketplace. After all, he was currently quite wealthy. Entering the marketplace, he initiated a search for the term kidney replenishment. The first item to appear caught Veer's eye instantly. Kidney treasure tablets. Function, kidney replenishment. Highly potent. Price, 3,000. Reviews. Kidney deficiency often follows excessive fatigue, leaving one feeling utterly drained. Warm the yang and replenish the kidneys. Fortify the foundation. Choose kidney treasure tablets. This was evidently a genuine kidney supplement. Unlike the kidney treasure, whose function was cloaked in quotation marks, after redeeming the tablets, Veer had no intention of letting Ace consume them. The effects of the tablets were not immediate, while they were indeed restorative. Their slow action was unacceptable. He decided to crush the tablets, mix them with goji berry water to create a liquid, and then transfer the mixture into a syringe. Each syringe would hold 10 tablets. And he planned to prepare 2 in total. Veer handed these components to Chopper, who, without hesitation, began to follow Veer's instructions. He carefully combined the kidney treasure tablets and the goji berry water in precise proportions to maximize their medicinal efficacy. Meanwhile, Veer was not idle. He needed to test whether the chainsaw was operational. With a vigorous pull, a powerful buzzing noise erupted. As Ace observed the chainsaw's chains spinning once more, an ominous premonition washed over him. The others, however, wore expressions of indifference. If it were merely a spectacle, they would not be surprised. But if the victim were one of their own, it would be an entirely different matter. The situation unfolded as Ace had anticipated. Veer advanced, placing a foot on Ace's waist, and then, without hesitation, brought the chainsaw down onto Ace's lower back. Hey, what are you doing? Ouch. Ace was genuinely alarmed. Had he known this was how help would be given, he would have preferred to perish outside. At that moment, he fin alas. I must admit, Ace has truly provided an abundance. The mere fraction of what he offers is unmatched by others. After 5 minutes, Veer finally completed the stitching, perfectly reattaching the kidney. Ace, grinning widely, exhaled a sigh of relief. Contrary to what one would expect from someone who should be utterly exhausted, he felt invigorated, brimming with strength. Rising from the ground, he stretched his body, and the sensation intensified remarkably. An unceasing flow of energy coursed from his lower back. He felt an overwhelming sense of power, as if his strength had surged, with a hint of confusion. He decided to test his newfound prowess. He slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath, then abruptly opened them, thrusting his right arm towards the sky. Fire fist. A colossal blaze erupted, shooting skyward. The intense heat compelled those nearby to instinctively retreat several steps. The flames soared to a height of 1,000 meters, expanding in magnitude as it ascended. From a distance, it resembled a fiery tornado. The stones surrounding him melted instantaneously due to the extreme temperature, vaporizing completely within half a second, leaving no trace behind. This entire spectacle lasted merely 2 seconds before the towering flames dissipated into the atmosphere. What just happened? The Straw Hat crew stood in stunned silence. Was Ace holding back before? This punch felt exponentially more powerful. Luffy's jaw dropped in disbelief, utterly baffled. Ace, are you really this strong? No. While you are indeed formidable, I will surely catch up to you. Hearing the murmurs around him, Ace remained unresponsive, his own astonishment eclipsing that of others. He stared blankly at his fist, disbelief flooding his eyes. What in the world was happening? That recent fire fist, in terms of temperature, range, and power, far surpassed anything he had ever achieved. It was nearly double his usual strength, and all of this stemmed from the recent experience. His body was at least 10 times stronger than before. To attain such an increase through his own efforts would typically require a minimum of 6 months. Yet now, it had taken less than half an hour. If the enhancement were merely a 10-point increase in physical attributes, it would not suffice to unleash such a powerful attack. The source of that strength derived largely from his lower back. The kidney he had just repaired was somehow augmenting his attacks. Although he could feel the energy within it depleting significantly after that strike, it did not diminish the impressive skill of Veer. Finally, Ace turned his gaze towards Veer. His faith in the man's medical expertise was unwavering. This was indeed a master healer. Through a single procedure, not only had he restored Ace to his former self, but he had also made him stronger. What else could this be but the work of a divine physician? He would call his father shortly, urging him to send someone to fetch Veer without delay. The sooner, the better. If not for the task at hand, he would have certainly taken Veer with him. No one would dare to stop him. Veer, a miraculous healer. At this moment, Ace finally emerged from his shock of newfound strength. He looked at Veer, his face brimming with excitement. Meanwhile, Veer was no less awestruck. Witnessing Ace's recent display had left him equally dumbfounded. What was this? He had heard that treating patients could enhance their strength, but this level of enhancement was utterly absurd. If he were to treat Ace several times, wouldn't he become the ruler of the world? Or with such an outrageous ability, why would he treat anyone else? Why not just give himself a few powerful treatments instead? As he pondered this, the system's voice chimed in. Ding! Each individual can only be treated by the host for strength enhancement once per year. Che! If that's the case, this ability doesn't seem as impressive. Nonetheless, it was still better than nothing. The system then revealed the abilities gained from this treatment. Ding! Congratulations! Host has acquired the ability, Armament Haki, Intermediate, poised to advance to high level, Armament Haki. Veer felt an inexplicable power awakening within him. The newly awakened force, which should have felt entirely foreign, instead felt remarkably familiar. It was as if it had been a part of him for a long time, responding instinctively to his will. Was this the Armament Haki? Taking a deep breath, he slowly closed his eyes. After thoroughly sensing the changes within, he opened his eyes and felt a stirring in his heart. In an instant, his right hand turned pitch black. A deep darkness enveloping it, radiating a menacing aura. With Armament Haki at his disposal, dealing with Crocodile would be significantly easier. Moreover, this was an exceptionally potent form of Armament Haki. Clearly, Ace was not merely developing his fruit abilities. With such formidable Haki, both defense and offense would receive substantial boosts. However, given Veer's current physical condition, his usage of this power would be quite limited. Yet, at this stage, it would suffice. The others looked at the dark substance on his hand with a mix of curiosity and trepidation. Although they did not comprehend what it was, they could distinctly sense its danger, compelling them to instinctively distance themselves. When had Veer acquired such formidable power, this question lingered in everyone's minds. Meanwhile, Ace, standing before Veer, widened his eyes in astonishment that he could not contain himself and exclaimed, Armament Haki. The others looked at him, their faces a picture of confusion. Armament Haki? They had never heard of such a thing, thus failing to grasp Ace's meaning. Ace, too, was once again astonished by Veer. He stared blankly at Veer, who was examining his own right hand. At the dawn of this grand line, he had encountered a rookie pirate who had mastered Armament Haki. While it was not impossible, what truly astonished him was the strength of this Haki. The profound color and the aura it exuded spoke volumes about its exceptional nature. Was this even reasonable? He was certain that this individual had only just awakened, as he had sensed no trace of Haki from Veer before this moment. Awakened so powerfully. How could this be? In the future, this individual would undoubtedly grow to an unfathomable strength. Luffy had truly struck gold. Hearing Ace's exclamation, Veer turned to him. Upon seeing Ace's expression, Veer felt a wave of relief wash over him. Oh, that? I just accidentally awakened it a moment ago. After Veer spoke, Ace's demeanor visibly worsened. Carelessly. All right, you little rascal. Ace noticed the bewildered expressions on everyone's faces and realized they were unfamiliar with the concept of Haki, particularly the Armament Haki. He had been in the same position when he first set sail. After explaining it to the group, their gazes towards Veer changed significantly. According to Ace, the practicality of this ability was simply extraordinary. All those formidable individuals were masters of Armament Haki, each possessing profound expertise. Those who specialized in Armament Haki could dominate the world with it alone. Its importance was now self-evident. Ace mentioned that this ability could only be awakened through personal training, once one's strength reached a certain level. Coupled with training and the right sensation, awakening would occur naturally. However, The intensity was not easily enhanced. They currently showed no signs of awakening whatsoever to Ace's words, "Your bodies are too weak, which is why you cannot awaken." Yet Veer, on the other hand, not only awakened effortlessly but also possessed an exceptionally high intensity from the outset. The disparity was considerable. Nonetheless, this was not insurmountable. Everyone would eventually learn. Veer offered some words of comfort, and the group understood that such abilities could not be forced. Their bodies remained too frail. Even Luffy refrained from pestering Ace for a lesson. "How do you feel, my patient?" At that moment, Veer turned his gaze back to Ace. Hearing this, Ace realized he had been too absorbed in marveling at Veer's armament haki. The difference was palpable. He had grown significantly stronger. "How did you manage this, Veer?" "This is simply unfathomable." Despite his extensive adventures, Ace had never encountered such a method of enhancing strength, so swift and seemingly effortless. Well, perhaps effortless was an exaggeration. Swift, indeed. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to Veer, all wearing expressions of astonishment. What? Did his strength increase after being saved by him? Is that true? At that moment, Sanji and Nami, who had been treated by Veer, were filled with skepticism. However, based on Ace's recent display of power, the enhancement was undeniably significant. So why hadn't they experienced a similar boost? Were they truly that weak? Contrarily, Luffy and Zoro exhibited an unusual excitement, their eyes gleaming with hope. Could they enhance their strength? To Zoro, Veer suddenly seemed less intimidating, even a tad endearing, for this swordsman, who was fervently eager to grow stronger. Enduring some discomfort during treatment was entirely acceptable. Luffy, on the other hand, noticed how Ace had pulled ahead significantly after Veer's treatment. To him, it felt as if Ace had cheated. "Well, this is just the basics. How could I allow you to suffer in vain? If you're feeling all right, we should set off quickly. By the way, your stomach truly can't handle anything, can it? You can't even eat clean and hygienic food." TSK, TSK, TSK. Veer scanned Ace from head to toe, finally shaking his head. Ace, however, was left speechless. Basic operations. If this is what you consider basic, that is utterly absurd. Veer's medical skills were simply unfathomable. As for his stomach, Ace couldn't comprehend how he, being far stronger than the others, had ended up with an upset stomach. "I'm fine now. I feel great, let's hurry along." Not wishing to dwell on the topic any longer, Ace quickly spoke up. With those words, the group promptly set off. After all, it was because of him that they had wasted considerable time here. Now that he was fine, they could continue their journey. Luffy, having quenched his thirst, was bouncing energetically at the forefront. His lively demeanor was exhausting just to observe. This guy truly had boundless energy. "Brother, can anyone learn armament haki?" At that moment, Chopper, beneath Veer, looked up with a bewildered expression, his voice tinged with concern. Veer noticed Chopper's apprehension, patted his rosy hat, and replied with a smile, "Of course, dear." He then leaned in closer and whispered, "With my personal guidance, you will undoubtedly be the second to awaken." Chopper was momentarily stunned, even halting his steps. Just moments ago, hadn't they been discussing how teaching this ability was futile? Why was Veer now saying he would teach him? Before Chopper could voice his question, Veer continued, "And that blue wave pill of yours, it's utterly worthless and even has side effects. Once we return to the ship, I will help you improve it." Chopper was taken aback once more, gazing back at Veer with wide, grateful eyes. His mentor not only intended to give him special treatment, but also to assist him in enhancing the blue wave pill. Why is he being so kind to me? Chopper's lips curled downward, and his eyes began to tremble. This was the third human to genuinely care for him, though he had always known. Veer smiled faintly. "Just joking. Teaching them armament haki is exhausting. Let them explore it themselves. But a disciple is different. A disciple must be cherished. Now that I'm your master, how could I not grant you some privileges?" The enhancement of the blue wave pill would also be addressed once he obtained the miraculous medical skills. He had seen Chopper use it once at his home, and had intended to improve it due to its significant side effects, but had lacked the ability until now. "Stop dawdling. You're falling behind." Veer playfully slapped Chopper's antlers, causing him to tilt his head instinctively. With his thoughts racing, Chopper quickly snapped back to reality, realizing he had indeed fallen behind the group, and hurriedly rushed forward. "Thank you, Master." The running Chopper murmured softly, so quietly that he could barely hear himself. Yet Veer, perched on his back, couldn't help but smile. New World, aboard the Moby Dick. "Hey, what's wrong, Ace? Is something happening?" Marco asked with a hint of anxiety as he gazed at the snail phone reflecting Ace's face. Not long ago, Shanks had visited. warning that Ace's current mission might be perilous. Now receiving a call from Ace, Marco was concerned about the potential dangers he might be facing. Hello, Marco, what kind of tone is that? Do you think I'm that weak? That guy Teach just runs fast. Once I catch up, I'll definitely take him down. Ace retorted fiercely, showing no regard for Blackbeard. Forget about him. Marco, I have good news. It's about Dad. Hearing Ace's words, Marco's concern deepened. This guy was far too complacent. He had to be cautioned. Upon hearing Ace mention good news regarding their father, Marco's interest was piqued. What news? Ace cleared his throat and slowly said, I found a doctor who can treat Dad's hidden injuries. What? As soon as Ace finished speaking, a startled exclamation erupted. Even Marco, typically so composed, momentarily lost his poise. His rugged voice echoed throughout the Moby Dick. The crew quickly gathered. Knowing that Marco's outburst usually signified a significant event, Josu's robust figure was the first to arrive beside Marco. Just as he was about to inquire, Marco, with an eager expression, shouted into the phone snail connected to Ace, Ace, you can't be joking. You must know Dad's injuries aren't something just anyone can heal. The crowd quickly understood why Marco was so flustered. Ace had found a doctor capable of treating their father's injuries. Surely, he wasn't being deceived, was he? This was almost everyone's initial reaction. Even Marco shared the same sentiment. No one understood old man's condition better than him. Yet, the subsequent words from Ace left them all in a state of disbelief. His treatment could enhance one's strength. Ace spoke little, but those few words caused everyone present to widen their eyes in astonishment. Enhance strength through treatment? What could that possibly mean? Individually, the words made sense. But when strung together, they became perplexing. Such a notion was utterly unheard of, reinforcing their belief that Ace had been deceived. Surely, Ace would not fall for such absurdity. However, before they could voice their doubts, Ace continued speaking. The one who will be enhanced is me, and it will be by at least 1/10. What? This revelation sent shockwaves through the crowd, eliciting a collective gasp so loud that even Whitebeard, who had been dozing nearby, turned his attention towards them. What are these foolish sons of mine up to now? Whitebeard shook his head in exasperation. Meanwhile, the others found themselves at a loss for words to question Ace. After all, it was Ace himself who would experience this enhancement. How could he possibly be lying? Wait, how much did he just say? 1/10. A collective intake of breath ensued. That was no small figure, if Ace could be enhanced by 1/10. The doctor's prowess was beyond doubt. This was simply astonishing to think there could exist a doctor with such extraordinary abilities. They were learning for the first time that medical skills could also be employed to enhance strength. How naive they had been to doubt such an impressive physician. If this was the case, then the doctor Ace mentioned could genuinely cure old man. At this realization, the expressions on their faces began to shift from disbelief to ecstatic joy. After all, this involved their beloved old man, who had endured countless agonies over the years. Ace, you lucky rascal. If old man truly recovers, you will undoubtedly be hailed as a hero. Ha! At that moment, Marco, too, was brimming with excitement as he shouted into the din mushy. On the other end, Ace's face shone with pride. No big deal. Ha! By the way, hurry and send someone to fetch him. I'm tied up here. Despite his jovial demeanor, Ace did not forget the purpose of his call. All right, rest assured, there will be plenty of people vying for this task. After Marco replied, Ace detailed the situation regarding Veer, instructing them to seek out the Straw Hat Pirates directly when the time came. After giving his instructions, he hung up the phone. Just as the call ended, a group of individuals aboard the Moby Dick surged towards Whitebeard, their faces alight with excitement. This scene left Whitebeard a bit bewildered. Josu was the first to rush over, nearly face-to-face with Whitebeard. Had Marco not pulled him back, he would have surely collided with him. Old man, we have good news. Ace has found a miraculous doctor. The group shouted in unison, their faces beaming with joy. Ultimately, it was Marco who conveyed the details. Old man, Ace has encountered a highly skilled physician. He can even treat your hidden injuries. We're preparing to send a captain to escort him here with utmost urgency. Upon hearing this, Whitebeard merely shook his head in resignation. With a hand on his forehead, he appeared somewhat pained. He knew that no one could cure his ailment. He understood his body better than anyone. His days were numbered. He wished to spare them the futile effort. But looking into the hopeful eyes surrounding him and their eager expressions awaiting his praise, the words he wished to speak remained unvoiced. These children of mine have truly grown up. If they wish to make a fuss, then let them indulge for a while. It would not do for him to dampen their spirits. Kureha, hurry back. Old man may not have many days left. Whitebeard laughed heartily, his booming laughter exuding a sense of carefree exuberance. Well, as Whitebeard finished speaking, the ship erupted in cheers. This was not a celebration of old man's imminent fate. They could discern the jest in his tone. Initially, they feared old man might refuse, given his temperament. But now they had received his approval. They were ready to spring into action. Rest assured, old man, it won't be long before he appears before you, Marco declared, and then he and his brothers began to argue over who would take on this task. Typically jovial and friendly, the brothers now turned against one another. No one was willing to concede. What began as polite exchanges quickly escalated into heated arguments, and soon they were bickering fiercely. What can your little frame protect? Step aside. And what of your bulk? Don't you dare fight me for it. I am clearly the most suitable. You all can back off. After a raucous bout, Whitebeard could no longer bear to watch. If they continued like this, the ship would surely fall apart. Let Jose handle it. He should have no trouble protecting a newcomer. Whitebeard finally intervened, bringing an end to the chaos. You lot think you can compete with your grandpa Josu. You're simply overestimating yourselves, Josu declared, exuding an air of arrogance, as if dismissing everyone around him. 5 minutes later, a small boat began to drift further away from the crowd's view. A tall figure lay on that boat, sporting a battered and bruised visage. However, he appeared to be unconscious. Veer, someone will be coming from old man's side shortly. So I'll need you to go over when the time comes, Ace remarked, glancing at Veer with a smile. Suddenly, he seemed to recall something and threw an arm around Luffy's shoulders. Luffy, it shouldn't be a problem to borrow Veer to help me save someone important, right? Ace had initially intended to reprimand Luffy, but now it depended on Luffy's next words. If Veer is willing, then of course it's no issue. After all, it's someone very important to you. Luffy replied, his face contorted in a comical manner. Upon hearing this, Ace's expression fell in disappointment as he released Luffy. He had hoped to tease him a bit more, but that was no longer feasible. If Luffy was unwilling, Ace would have made him agree. Once again, Ace turned to Veer. I certainly have no objections. It is a physician's duty to save lives, Veer replied earnestly, causing Chopper to glow with admiration. Master is indeed the greatest doctor in the world. Ace nudged the brim of his hat, a radiant smile brightening his face. Thank you so much, Veer. Veer waved his hand dismissively, responding casually, we're friends. No need for formality. It's the least I can do. If you need anything in the future, feel free to reach out. My help will always be at your disposal. After hearing Veer's words, Ace felt genuinely touched. This guy, though rough around the edges, was truly a good friend. Ace nodded heavily at that moment. He perceived Veer as a rather admirable individual. At the very least, someone who exuded a sense of comfort. Suddenly, his transponder snail began to ring once more. Click. Hello. Ace conversed while continuing his stride, as Veer contemplated their forthcoming actions, now armed with the ability of Haki, and on the verge of mastering its advanced form. Dealing with Crocodile would be a mere formality. Crocodile's strength had evidently diminished following his explosive temperament. Engaging him should prove to be straightforward. Ace would not linger much longer. Soon, it would be just himself and the others continuing their journey to Yuba in search of the rebel forces. However, the rebels had long since departed, rendering their endeavor futile and merely a waste of time. 2 or 3 hours at best. Yet, in this vast desert, squandering time was far from prudent. Swift arrival would be ideal. Thus, he needed to ponder how to address them once they reached the rain-soaked terrain. If all went as expected, events would unfold normally. Crocodile would set off ahead towards the capital, and Luffy would confront him en route. Ace would then rescue the near-fatal Luffy, ultimately leading him to the capital. Luffy would engage Crocodile, while Ace would capitalize on the situation. By then, Zoro and the others would likely have settled their own battles. Ace would seize the opportunity without wasting a moment. Just as he finished, Crocodile would be defeated. It was a masterclass in time management. After completing the circuit, he would tend to his own allies. He would remain perpetually occupied. Once all was accomplished, he could scarcely fathom the extent of his newfound strength. Luffy. At that moment, Ace ended the call and shouted toward Luffy, who had sprinted ahead. Upon hearing his name, Luffy turned around. What's up? The others paused, casting their gazes towards Ace. I must depart. The person I seek has already left, and I can no longer accompany you, Ace said, a hint of reluctance in his voice. After all, it had been many years since he last saw his younger brother. Veer looked over. Realizing Ace was about to leave, he needed to consider how to persuade them to head directly to the rain-soaked land. Not here. Luffy expressed his disappointment. Ace was leaving so soon. As a farewell gesture, Ace rummaged through his small bag. Soon, he produced a white piece of paper. He tore off a section, first handing it to Veer. Then another piece to Luffy. Noticing Luffy's puzzled expression, Ace smiled and explained, "This is a living card. The ocean is vast, but this will help you locate my position." Luffy examined the white paper with astonishment. Realizing it moved toward Ace's direction, further enhancing his sense of wonder, Ace then turned to the members of the Straw Hat crew, slightly bowing as he said, "My foolish brother has caused you quite a bit of trouble. So I kindly ask you to look after him." No, it's all right. He is not that troublesome, they replied, feeling somewhat awkward. They hadn't anticipated that Luffy, the big fool, had such a polite older brother. "By the way, Luffy, my intel indicates that the rebels have already departed from Yuba, so your journey would be a waste of time," Ace added. His information, of course, came from Marco. The recent call was from Marco, who happened to have a friend in the information business and had helped Ace out. Given that this lad had performed a great service, Veer's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He had been pondering how to persuade them, and Ace had effortlessly resolved the matter. "All right. That's quite generous. It seems you're not just a name," Veer said. "Ace, Dad has already sent someone over. But it will take at least a month," Ace reassured Veer. "You needn't worry. He will find you, and you can simply stay aboard Luffy's ship." Ace spoke gratefully to Veer. "Sure, no problem. That's merely a minor injury for me. Just await the good news," Veer responded, and Ace felt considerably reassured. He had once again gained a new appreciation for Veer's medical skills. That it appeared there was no ailment or injury in this world that could challenge him. After bidding farewell to everyone, Ace set forth on his journey. Watching his retreating figure, Veer couldn't help but remind him, "Ace, don't underestimate anyone." However, Ace did not turn back, merely raising his hand in acknowledgement. Seeing this, Veer's expression revealed a touch of helplessness. There was no changing this man. Despite their brief acquaintance, Ace was indeed more than just a handsome face. Veer genuinely liked him, certainly not merely for the 24,000 negative points and his remarkably formidable hockey. He simply found this young man rather agreeable. "Let us go. We'll head straight to the rain-soaked land and defeat that Mr. Zero. The nation's calamity will come to an end," Veer declared, glancing back at Luffy, who was still gazing longingly at Ace's retreating figure. His gaze shifted between Ace and the living card in his possession. Hearing Veer's words, Luffy snapped back to reality. "Oh, right. We should have done this long ago. Let us just knock that guy out." Luffy agreed wholeheartedly with the proposal. The others echoed the sentiment, as Ace's intelligence was undoubtedly reliable. Given this, heading to the enemy's lair became the most prudent course of action. Although Vivi felt a twinge of concern, the thought of Veer's formidable strength made Mr. Zero seem less daunting. With no objections, they swiftly set their plans into motion, after confirming their direction using the map. They resumed their journey. Veer rode atop Chopper, bringing up the rear of the group. Observing that everything was proceeding as planned, Veer felt a wave of relief wash over him. He began to elaborate on the various capabilities of Haki to Chopper, explaining its nature within the body and the conditions necessary for its awakening. Chopper listened intently, wishing he could take notes but lacking the use of his hands. Whenever he encountered confusion, he promptly asked questions, and Veer answered them all. The impending advanced Haki not only granted him a new ability but also imparted valuable knowledge. As they traveled, Veer sat cross-legged, leisurely speaking while also enveloping Chopper's antlers in a layer of Haki for him to experience. Chopper, deep in thought, occasionally drifted off, almost colliding with obstacles had Veer not reminded him. This way, the otherwise monotonous journey felt less tedious. Mr. 2, your mission has failed, has it not? In the grandest casino of Rainbase, a circular table was filled to capacity with patrons. The head of the table, a man with a cigar clenched between his teeth, cast a dark glance at the gaunt figure beside him and spoke. At that moment, Xiao Feng was also somewhat flustered. After all, he had failed to complete his task. He hadn't even located Sengu. According to the rules of the Baroque work studio, failure meant death. He first glanced at Mr. 1, the man capable of transforming his body into steel blades. If he were to act, that fellow would surely kill him. His mind raced as he contemplated a defense. But he was interrupted by Crocodile's ominous smile. That smile held an unsettling quality. "I shall let you off this time. Do your job properly. Let this be a lesson." The smirk of Mr. 1 indicated that had it not been for the fact that Xiao Feng would be needed later, he would have already been dispatched. Hearing this, Xiao Feng was overjoyed and hurriedly expressed his heartfelt gratitude. When he had just learned that his boss was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, He had been utterly stunned. Now, the fact that this warlord was not making things difficult for him felt like a stroke of fortune. The purpose of gathering everyone was simple. They were about to take action. After addressing Xiao Feng's matter, Crocodile wasted no time and directly began assigning tasks. Everyone listened intently, fearful of missing any detail. Robin stood behind Crocodile, her expression indifferent as she observed the proceedings, as if they bore no relevance to her. Soon, Crocodile had assigned tasks to everyone. He then slammed his hand on the table and stood up. For our Utopia project, everyone, let us work hard, Crocodile proclaimed loudly in response. A chorus of agreement rose from the assembled crowd. Satisfied, Crocodile nodded and waved them off to commence their respective duties, leaving only 2 individuals remaining in the room. A brief interlude during the meeting had occurred when Sangu inexplicably returned, delivering a head. He was now within the belly of the crocodile, and Crocodile harbored no sympathy for him. Waste should be disposed of. That princess has arrived. Those useless fools will likely be unable to handle her. Go and bring her to me, Crocodile instructed Robin. Fully aware of the connection between Vivi and Kosa, he knew that should they meet, the likelihood of war would diminish significantly. Robin had no grounds to refuse. After all, Crocodile was her superior now. Understood that in no time, the expansive hall was left with only Crocodile. That he sat alone, seemingly lost in thought, or perhaps awaiting something. The theory ends here. From here on, it's all on you. Yes, rest assured, big brother, I will strive diligently and not disappoint you. Chopper turned back, his expression earnest as he nodded at Veer. Veer, pleased by this response, nodded in approval as well. The young one indeed possessed ambition. That he then lifted his gaze ahead, eager to see if they had arrived. Upon looking up, Veer's eyes widened in astonishment. Before him, Rainbase was indeed visible. But to his shock, there was no one around. Where did everyone go? Did they get lost? This can't be right. Just a minute ago, he had seen everyone intact. What was happening now? Wait, Veer suddenly had a thought. Could it be that upon seeing the town, they all rushed inside to buy water? This theory seemed highly plausible. How could they not even call out to the 2 of us? We haven't boarded yet. How infuriating. Hurry, Chopper. See if we can catch up to them. Veer shouted down to Chopper, immediately increasing his speed. They soon reached the town, but locating the group in the expansive area proved challenging. Never mind. Let us head straight to the casino. Surely, they must be there. This group was truly a cause for concern. In the original story, Sanji could save them, but now Sanji was acting alongside them. If they did not hurry, they might end up drowning in the sea prison. Vivi could also be devoured by that enormous crocodile. After asking a passerby for directions, Chopper sped towards their destination. That seemed Smoker had also been submerged. Yet, in the original narrative, that lad had not suffered severely from the water. He might need to stay submerged a bit longer before being rescued. Chopper had some experience with rescuing drowning individuals. A toilet plunger was an efficient tool, yielding significant results without wasting too much time. That was almost like an unexpected windfall. And as for Sangu in the crocodile's belly, Chopper had 1 kidney tonic left from Ace that he could use for a swift remedy. By then, the repercussions would be dire. Crocodile would likely have departed long before. But dealing with the crocodile, he could kill it without hesitation. For now, it was best to hurry over. Who knew how far things would develop by the time he arrived? Indeed, events unfolded as Veer had anticipated. Within a modest sea prison, several figures were confined. Sanji and Smoker were among them. Vivi was bound to a chair, facing a man exhaling clouds of smoke. Crocodile wore a broad smile. With this, his plans would encounter no obstacles. Soon, the area would be submerged by water. Did they wish to save them? Crocodile wore a playful grin as he addressed Vivi. With that, he produced an iron key. The meaning clear. Yet, he had no intention of giving it to Vivi. Instead, he tossed the key into the crocodile's pool. It was a ferocious beast that preyed on sea creatures. The key was swallowed as soon as it hit the water. Ha! Now you can enjoy your time with these little fish, Crocodile declared, striding away with Robin, leaving Vivi tightly bound to her chair. That moment, Luffy was exerting every ounce of strength to squeeze through the bars of his iron cage. However, upon contact with the sea stone, he collapsed in weakness. Seeing this, Vivi realized she could no longer remain passive. If this continued, everyone would perish here. She began to wriggle, attempting to use the sharp boomerang at her waist to sever the ropes. Just as she had barely started, the massive crocodile leapt from the pool, charging straight at her. Its colossal form produced a thunderous sound with each step. "Vivi!" The cries echoed from within the cage. Just as the beast was about to swallow her whole, the ropes finally snapped. Vivi leaped up, evading the attack. The confident smile graced her face as her spinning weapon radiated an extraordinary aura. "Ha! Stinky crocodile! Surrender!" This scene was met with astonished gazes from the onlookers. There was hope. A minute later. "Ah! Don't chase me. Why doesn't it pay any attention when I hit it?" Vivi cried in terror, fleeing desperately as the giant crocodile pursued relentlessly. This was bad. Vivi's attacks were utterly ineffective. She was no match for the crocodile. Nami watched this unfold, worry etched on her face as she feared for Vivi's life. If only we had brought Veer along. He would surely have a solution. Usopp, filled with frustration, remarked. Upon first sight of the town, they charged forward like Sanji encountering a beautiful woman, completely forgetting about we're trailing behind. "Weir will come to our rescue," Luffy asserted confidently. How could he possibly know we're here? In such a short span of time, can he really find us? Usopp's words plunged Luffy into silence once more. Indeed, it seemed unlikely that we could arrive so swiftly. Don't. At that moment, Nami suddenly shouted, redirecting everyone's attention back to Vivi. At this juncture, Vivi had been cornered by the crocodile, trapped in a place from which escape was impossible. The crocodile lunged, showing no mercy. "Vivi, Miss Vivi." She gazed at the crocodile, now mere inches away, and could even see the remnants of flesh caught in its jaws. With no means of evasion, despair washed over her. Has it come to this? Am I truly unable to save anyone? Listening to her comrade's distant cries, she closed her eyes in resignation, awaiting the arrival of death. "I'm sorry, Luffy, Nami, Weir. Thank you for your care along the way. Farewell." In that moment, time seemed to stand still. After several seconds of waiting, she felt no pain. "Am I dead?" With a hint of confusion, she slowly opened her eyes, only to find not the anticipated darkness. The crocodile was suspended before her, frozen in an odd posture, 1 meter away. Between her and the crocodile stood a figure clad in white. His right leg was slightly raised, firmly pressed against the crocodile's jaw, rendering the massive creature unable to advance an inch. Her mouth agape, she stared at the familiar silhouette. "Where?" Vivi asked, her voice trembling. She had truly been terrified moments ago. Did I arrive too late? Weir, with one hand in his pocket and the other holding a medical kit, turned to face Vivi, whose expression still bore traces of fear. However, her alarm intensified suddenly. "Be careful," Vivi shouted. The crocodile, now swinging its powerful tail towards Weir, approached with alarming speed, offering no chance for evasion. "How bothersome," Weir remarked, delivering a swift upward kick that struck the crocodile's tail. To everyone's astonishment, the massive creature, weighing thousands of pounds, was sent flying by the sheer force of his kick. What kind of strength is this? Gasps of astonishment echoed through the air. Just then, a figure appeared before the suspended crocodile, delivering a simple yet powerful kick, a faint dark substance enveloping the foot. Leg enhancement. A resounding boom echoed as the crocodile vanished from sight. Weir, landing steadily beside Vivi, retrieved an umbrella from his medical kit. Moments later, an ominous downpour of blood began to fall, staining the ground crimson, except for the area shielded by the umbrella. Everyone, including Smoker, stood frozen in disbelief. Had we just obliterated that crocodile? Another round of gasps ensued. Weir's strength had begun to exceed their wildest imaginations. Though the crocodile was not particularly strong, its massive form had been utterly decimated by Weir's raw power. What kind of strength does it take to achieve such a feat? Weir was becoming overwhelmingly formidable. Vivi, rendered speechless, recalled her recent first-hand experience of that creature's might. Its attacks had barely grazed her defenses. Yet now, Weir had effortlessly dispatched it with a single kick. The gap in their strengths had grown unfathomably vast. Vivi stared blankly at Weir, her lips quivering. "Are you all right?" Weir asked gently. It was then that Vivi snapped back to reality, hurriedly expressing her gratitude. "I'm fine. Thank you so much. I almost became its meal." She patted her chest, still shaken by her narrow escape. Weir, reassured by her response, stowed away the umbrella and turned his gaze toward the entrance, where a small figure, covered in blood, stood. Chopper, with a forlorn expression, looked up at Weir. "Master, how could you not help me block that?" Perhaps sensing Chopper's thoughts, Weir pulled out a high-pressure water gun and aimed it at him. Chopper quickly fetched the key to unlock the door for Luffy and the others. With that, drenched Chopper sprang into action. "Fine, I forgive him." Though the crocodile was gone, it had left behind a key and an egg. Weir approached the egg, knocking on it gently. Knock, 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 crack. The egg slowly split open before Weir's astonished gaze, revealing a gaunt man within. Mr. 3, appearing utterly drained, collapsed to the ground, clearly in a state of unconsciousness. He had been consumed for quite some time, indeed. Longer than in the original narrative. Weir, seeing this, swiftly delivered 2 firm slaps to Mr. 3, rousing him awake. Dazed, Mr. 3 looked at Weir, attempting to rise yet finding himself too weak. You're injured. I'm a doctor. I'll save you immediately, Weir declared, retrieving a bowl of diluted medicine from his medical kit. Presenting it to Mr. 3, he prepared to pour it into his mouth. But Mr. 3 gazed at the yellow liquid with suspicion, once the bowl was close enough. The pungent aroma wafted up. This is really what I think it is. Panic surged through him. Is this guy truly a doctor? Mr. 3 began to struggle violently, his body radiating resistance, though Weir held his mouth firmly. Muffled protests escaped. Tears welled in Mr. 3's eyes, but Weir's strength was far beyond what he could contend with. In a predictable outcome, the entire bowl was administered without a single drop remaining. Weir then released his grip, as a system notification chimed in his mind. Congratulations, host. You've gained 300 negative points. Congratulations, host. You've acquired the ability, shaping, the ability to liquefy inanimate objects and mold them into any form desired. Weir was taken aback. It seemed Mr. 3's power was somewhat different, not merely limited to wax. Anything could be liquefied. This was a significant revelation. Weir's mind raced to the possibilities, especially with sea stone, that if he could liquefy sea stone and reshape it at will, it would be incredibly powerful. This ability had vast potential. Weir was genuinely exhilarated. To one's astonishment, Sanji's extraordinary ability has unexpectedly bestowed upon him an even more remarkable power. Observing Sangu, who is hunched over and violently retching, Weir can hardly contain his laughter. It appears that the system's ability to plunder does not merely replicate the powers of the ability user, but rather introduces a subtle distinction. The crucial aspect is that he is not susceptible to the sea prism stone. In the assessment, it is determined that he has not consumed a devil fruit. Previously, aboard the ship, he had even swum in the sea, which had no adverse effect on him whatsoever. Indeed, the system is impressively formidable. Beside him, although Sangu continues to vomit profusely, he produces nothing. His emaciated form begins to rapidly regain strength. Seeing this, Weir ceases to force-feed him, as the ability has already been acquired. That moment, a resounding crash reverberates as all the windows shatter. The deluge of water floods in from outside, swiftly rising to their calves. Realizing the urgency of the situation, Weir approaches the cage directly. There, Chopper is desperately attempting to unlock the door with a key he had painstakingly procured, yet it refuses to budge. The realization dawns upon everyone that Old Man had given them a fake key. They had been deceived. This key is utterly useless. What do we do now, big brother? Panic ensues among the group. Outside, Vivi is frantically pounding on the cage, the water level continuing to rise. Are they doomed to perish? The despair within the cage grows palpable. The sea prism stone is unyieldingly hard, impossible to shatter. In mere moments, the water has risen above Luffy's chest. Exhausted, he can only lean against Zoro for support. Weir, do you have a plan? Nami implores anxiously, her eyes fixed on him. He is now their sole beacon of hope. All eyes are on him, but the thought of the impenetrable sea prism stone fills them with despondency. Can anyone truly break it? Even Weir seems unlikely to succeed. Weir, please save them. They will drown inside. Vivi pleads, her face awash with desperation, nearly in tears as she shakes his arm. Yet, Weir is at a loss for words, as if her words suggest he has no intention of rescuing them. At that moment, he swiftly scoops up the weakening Chopper and tosses him onto his head. Chopper clings on for dear life. Immediately afterward, Weir grips the hard sea prism stone as he activates his power. The area he holds begins to soften gradually. The gazes of those around him shift, filled with astonishment, as the section in Weir's grasp starts to melt away. The melting area expands at an alarming rate. In a mere 5 seconds, the so-called hardest stone has vanished completely, transforming into a puddle of liquid that dissipates into the surrounding water. What sort of sorcery is this? When did Weir acquire such capabilities? He can even dissolve the sea prism stone. Smoker, watching from behind, gapes in disbelief. Who is this person? How come he has never been seen before? Kicking apart a several thousand-pound crocodile is one thing, but now he can even melt the sea prism stone. This man has not consumed a devil fruit. He has melted the stone using only his inherent abilities. What on earth is this method? It is utterly incomprehensible. Enough standing around. Let us get out of here. As Veer's words echo, a torrent of water bursts through the walls that in an instant, they are engulfed in a vast sea. The group hastily swims upward. Veer hands Chopper over to Zoro, who swims past him, while he himself enters the cage, sitting beside Smoker, quietly waiting for him to succumb to the water. Smoker, by this point, has already rolled his eyes in exasperation. Yet, Veer remains unhurried and is rescued. He waits a little longer. It is not yet sufficient. After approximately 5 minutes, observing Smoker beginning to convulse, Veer finally pulls him up with casual ease. The two of them swiftly ascend toward the surface. Upon reaching the shore, Veer unceremoniously tosses Smoker onto the ground. Ignoring the bewildered stares of those around him, he places a foot on Smoker's head. Unbeknownst to him how it had appeared, he now possesses a toilet plunger in his hand. With one foot pressing down and the other pulling, he dives right in. Without hesitation, Veer begins to work. Water gushes from Smoker's mouth, bubbling forth. Why is Veer saving this Navy officer? They have been relentlessly pursued by him. Usopp, bewildered by Veer's actions, reflects on how this man has been a nuisance ever since Roguetown. Chasing them all the way here it was due to him that they fell into this trap. Smoker could indeed be said to have accompanied them throughout their journey, yet no one harbors any fondness for him. He is akin to a persistent fly that one cannot swat away. In the original story, Zoro's act of saving him was merely in accordance with Luffy's wishes on Smoker's end. After only a few moments of this treatment, he awakens with a start as he opens his eyes. They feel as if grains of sand have invaded them. His tears pouring forth uncontrollably, a pungent odor assaults his nostrils, a scent so overwhelming that he immediately retches. His vomiting exacerbates the already dire situation, drawing pained expressions from everyone present. This is undeniably cruel. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 negative points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability, Mastery of Motorcycle Driving. What on earth? This ability leaves Veer momentarily dazed. Mastery of Motorcycle Driving. Is this a joke? Whatever, it is better than nothing. After all, this fellow possesses no noteworthy abilities. Securing 1,000 negative points is already a boon. The distance to 30,000 is now within reach. At this point, Smoker finally regains some strength. With a swift motion, he dislodges the toilet plunger from his mouth, transforming into smoke. His expression one of pure rage. He looks as if he intends to devour Veer whole. You scoundrel! Smoker bellows from the air, his humiliation palpable. This incident is a profound disgrace. He has been ridiculed with a toilet plunger. How can he maintain his composure? Enraged, he charges downwards, his right hand morphing into smoke. Hurtling towards Veer. It's over. Veer, run. This guy is formidable. Usopp shouts alarmingly. I told you not to save him. Look at the predicament you've landed us in. Usopp feels a wave of sympathy for Veer. Smoker's formidable reputation has been deeply ingrained in their minds. Everyone is convinced that Veer stands no chance against him, urging him to flee for his life. Yet Veer remains steadfast, unmoving, as if he is blind to the approaching Smoker. Seeing this, Smoker's fury intensifies, propelling him forward at an alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, he is upon Veer. Just as his fist is about to connect, Veer finally springs into action. With a swift kick, he executes a flawless arc, striking Smoker squarely in the face. The haze of smoke dissipates. Everyone is left in stunned silence, witnessing Smoker pinned beneath Veer's foot. In a shocking twist, his prized sea prism stone weapon lies shattered in two beside him. What? Once again, they are left speechless. In mere minutes, the series of revelations Veer has presented is nothing short of staggering. It is utterly overwhelming. Veer is simply extraordinary. Even this smoke man is no match for him. Just how powerful is he? It was only then that the crowd realized that after spending such a long time with Veer, they still had no inkling of his true limits. It seemed they had yet to witness him unleash his full power. Just moments ago, they had only seen him draw a flawless semicircle, and Smoker lay sprawled at his feet. That moment, Smoker wore an equally astonished expression. This fellow could actually touch his corporeal form. Veer's strength had far surpassed his expectations. The foot resting upon his head felt as though it bore a weight of 10,000 pounds, rendering him utterly immobile. Was this truly how the Navy treated their savior? At the very least, they ought to show some respect for a doctor. After speaking, Veer gently lifted his foot, refraining from any further aggression. This individual had merely lost his temper. It was forgivable. Smoker then rose, brushing the dust from his head, and chose to say nothing more. Veer exchanged a knowing glance with Chopper, who understood immediately that he raised his hand and let out a resounding whistle. 3 seconds later, a powerful tremor shook the ground, and a gigantic crab emerged from beneath, having been tamed by Veer and Chopper in the desert. Get on. We must hurry to the capital. The war may have already begun. Veer urged. You all head up, Chopper, and I will follow shortly. Upon hearing this, the group gazed at him with admiration. The colossal crab was truly magnificent. Vivi, who had previously been anxious about their journey, suddenly felt a surge of hope. Recognizing the urgency of their mission, they all leaped onto the crab's back without hesitation. However, Veer remained still. Big brother, aren't we going up? Chopper asked, a hint of confusion in his voice. Indeed, I'll entertain you with something thrilling shortly, Veer replied, waving his hand at the giant crab. The creature understood immediately, responding with a cheerful acknowledgement before scuttling away. That we're off. Veer, you'd best hurry, Luffy's distant voice rang out. Watching them depart, Chopper then inquired, what thrilling thing do you have in mind? Veer remained silent, shifting his gaze toward Smoker, or more accurately, the nearby land and sea motorcycle. 5 minutes later, oh boy. Now this is exhilarating. Ha! On a rapidly speeding motorcycle. Veer and Chopper sat, one in front and the other behind. Both donned helmets, Chopper's being a specially designed pink one with 2 holes. Like an adorable mascot, he clung to the front, watching the scenery blur past. The rush of air against his face frightened Chopper so much that he dared not open his eyes. Slow down, he shouted. I in the desert. Veer had pushed the speed to its limits, skillfully maneuvering to avoid various animals and obstacles. The twists and turns nearly sent Chopper flying, leaving him terrified. The motorcycles in this pirate world were astonishingly fast. Veer, a true speedster, reveled in the thrill, effortlessly revving the throttle to reach speeds of 300 knots. Ahead, he anticipated encountering Luffy soon. He wondered if Luffy was being bullied by Crocodile. Just as in the original story, he planned to rescue him and offer him a ride. There was just enough room for one more. Chopper wouldn't take up a seat. He was still engaged in his battle with Crocodile, unable to defeat even Luffy. Thus, it would be relatively easy for him to handle. Veer knew that allowing Luffy to fight would significantly enhance his experience. The more Luffy faced defeat, the more abilities Veer could glean from him. Currently, he felt somewhat weak. His physical attributes were merely average, and he had only mastered Sanji's kicking techniques and Chopper's leg enhancements. His sole strength lay in his intermediate-level haki. This way, Luffy could gain invaluable experience, while Veer could acquire Luffy's abilities. Truly a win-win situation. He had already figured out how to instill fear in Luffy. It was quite simple. He merely needed to mimic the person Luffy feared the most. For instance, Nami. Later, he could even transform into Garp. All of these would perfectly fulfill his objectives. At that moment, Veer suddenly slammed on the brakes, for not far ahead lay a massive sand pit, or rather, a quicksand pit. The motorcycle did not disappoint. Halting just at the edge of the treacherous sand, he had been lost in thought and nearly plummeted into the abyss. Chopper had been screaming in a duck-like voice all the way, echoing repeatedly. Veer raised his eyes, and within the quicksand pit, he discerned a figure. Under his watchful gaze, a series of pale arms emerged from the sand, gradually lifting the sinking Luffy. The situation was clear. The first battle had concluded. With Luffy being impaled by Crocodile's hook, Crocodile had tossed him into the quicksand, but little did he know that Robin would come to his rescue. Veer scanned the surroundings but found no one else. It seemed they had already departed. Just then, Luffy was pushed up by the outstretched arms. Veer quickly parked the motorcycle and rushed over, with Chopper trailing closely behind. Luffy now bore a gaping wound in his chest, a result of Crocodile's attack, and his body appeared somewhat emaciated. Fortunately, there were no other visible injuries. Upon seeing Luffy in such a state, Chopper's eyes brimmed with tears. Though he remained silent, he understood that his big brother was about to save Luffy. Veer, meanwhile, was deep in thought. As expected, Luffy had indeed suffered at Crocodile's hands. He had already devised a plan for Luffy's rescue. In truth, even if he did nothing for now and merely offered Luffy some water, he would bounce back to life immediately. However, that would merely lead to lingering health issues. At this juncture, the only swift and effective way to heal such wounds was through one method: activating the system. Activate healing flying daggers. Function: individuals struck by the daggers will experience minor recovery of their injuries, albeit accompanied by intense pain. Note: Effectiveness diminishes against those of superior strength. Price: 50. This was the solution. Complemented by necessary tools to ensure Luffy's fear would be maximized, Veer first retrieved a dragon fruit from his medical kit. Applying its juice to the unconscious Luffy's lips, he then affixed the remaining fruit to Luffy's hand with adhesive. Satisfied with the sight of Luffy's mouth stained with red juice, Veer nodded approvingly. With a flicker, he transformed into Nami's likeness, handing Chopper a mirror so he could present Luffy with an accurate reflection. Veer then stepped forward and delivered 2 sharp slaps to Luffy's face. Almost instantly, Luffy's cheek began to swell visibly, and he sluggishly opened his eyes, bewilderedly scanning his surroundings. But before he could fully comprehend his situation, an enraged voice boomed, "Luffy, did you steal my dragon fruit?" The sudden voice startled Luffy, causing him to tremble. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Slowly turning his head towards the source of the voice, he found Nami glaring at him, clearly furious. What is happening? Was that just a dream? How did Nami end up here? Yet, upon seeing the partner mark on Nami's hand, Luffy no longer doubted her identity. Before he could ponder further, Nami approached, repeatedly asking, "Did you eat my dragon fruit?" Upon witnessing the scene, Luffy was immediately struck by fear. Nami's demeanor seemed perilously threatening. I didn't do anything. I didn't eat any dragon fruit," Luffy hastily protested. "How dare you lie? Just take a look in the mirror. And what is that in your hand?" Upon hearing her words, Luffy quickly glanced in the direction Nami was pointing, where a mirror stood. Observing the crimson juice smeared across his mouth, he began to panic. Furthermore, he noticed the stubborn dragon fruit clinging to his hand that he could not shake off, and Luffy was truly in a state of alarm. "Nami, it wasn't me. I didn't do it. Please, let me explain." As he gazed at Nami, whose face was as dark as a pot's bottom, he began to struggle backward, attempting to distance himself from her. However, his injuries hindered his escape. "Nami, please calm down." Yet, Nami paid him no heed. She stood about 5 meters away, silently producing a throwing knife. Then, under Luffy's astonished gaze, Nami hurled it towards him. The first throw seemed to lack precision, merely landing beside Luffy's face. Luffy, now staring at the menacing knife radiating a chilling aura, turned pale with fright, but as Nami raised her hand again, Luffy was genuinely terrified. "What are you doing, Nami? I promise I won't eat it again." "It's just a dragon fruit. I can pay you back." "Stop." "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,500 negative points." Whoosh. The throwing knife disregarded Luffy's pleas and shot straight towards him. With a sickening thud, Luffy froze as he stared blankly at the knife embedded in his chest. Feeling the acute pain, his only thought was, "I'm finished." Indeed, countless more knives followed from behind, and in a mere 10 seconds, Luffy had been transformed into a pincushion. "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 2,000 negative points." "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability Enhanced Physical Qualities." As the system's voice faded, Veer felt his body gradually strengthening, and the improvement was quite significant. This state lasted only a brief moment. After closing his eyes to sense the changes, Veer understood the acquisition pattern of physical qualities. It seemed that they were not cumulative. Acquiring someone else's physical quality would replace the previous one. For instance, at present, his physical quality mirrored Luffy's, rather than being a combination of Sanji and Luffy's attributes. There was no need to worry about negative enhancements, as he would not be able to acquire abilities from someone weaker than himself, which was rather humane. Observing the unconscious Luffy, Veer released Nami from her transformed state. He hurried forward to extract the numerous knives from Luffy's body, tossing them into his medical kit. Though Chopper was astonished, he no longer questioned Veer's actions. His older brother was always right. At that moment, Luffy's injuries had vanished without a trace. The knives had left no marks behind. The treatment was complete, and the results were impressive. He had even acquired Luffy's physical attributes, precisely what he had been lacking at this stage. After a brief assessment, Veer felt a notable surge in his strength. Throwing a few powerful punches into the air, he gained a rough understanding of his newfound capabilities. He estimated his current power level to be around 2,800. While Lucci from Eni's lobby was at 4,000, his strength had indeed increased rapidly. He was almost catching up to Lucci. With this thought, Veer playfully smacked Luffy's face with 2 swift slaps. Soon after, Luffy regained consciousness. Upon opening his eyes, he began to thrash violently, his face a mask of terror. It wasn't until he recognized Veer's face that he abruptly halted. "Where's Nami?" After scanning the area and finding no sign of her, confusion washed over him. "Were you having a nightmare? Where did Nami come from? You just fainted, and I just saved you. How do you feel now? Veer quickly inquired. How do I feel? Was I really dreaming just now? Whatever. I still need to defeat that sand monster. Assessing his condition, Luffy was astonished to find he was completely healed. Not a single injury remaining. I'm fine. Veer, your medical skills are incredible. You've healed me so quickly. Luffy exclaimed with joy. Veer blinked. Somewhat awkwardly, he quickly mounted his motorcycle, first helping Chopper onto it. Get on. I'll take you to catch up with them. Luffy gazed at the flashy motorcycle, filled with envy. However, he had no idea how to ride it. He would be a complete road hazard. He could easily take a stylish photo before crashing the vehicle into the junkyard after a single ride. Veer hopped onto the bike, and soon, the area was enveloped in a cloud of dust at a speed of 400 yards. Veer drove with a perplexed expression, all because Luffy was now perched on his shoulders, exclaiming with glee, "Woo! Oh yeah. Yahoo!" The incessant noise was quite bothersome for Veer. There were moments he genuinely wished to knock him unconscious and drag him behind the bike that they rode. Veer began to analyze his situation. His formerly weak physical qualities had now received significant enhancement. He genuinely felt confident that he could defeat the Sandman, perhaps even achieve a crushing victory. After all, this improvement was substantial, with the throttle fully engaged. Their destination was the royal capital. This scorching journey was nearing its end. First, he would locate Zoro and drop Luffy off shortly thereafter. Time was of the essence. There was no need to act against his allies prematurely. Survival came first, and they could regroup later for gradual treatment. The primary focus was on the enemy. If the enemy wasn't dealt with, they would all be thrown into prison, leaving him with no opportunity. Thus, saving the enemy was paramount. The enemy had to be selected carefully. Not everyone was worthy of his intervention. He was particularly interested in Zoro's opponent, Mr. One, who could transform his body into steel. This made him a formidable opponent that would significantly enhance Zoro's strength. He was also the only minor character Veer deemed necessary to treat. At the speed of 400 yards, the shadow of the Grand City soon loomed ahead. Veer began to slow down. From a distance, he could already see thick plumes of smoke rising, accompanied by the incessant sound of cannon fire. It appeared that war had broken out. Veer rode the motorcycle, with Luffy and Chopper in tow, racing through the intricate streets towards the palace. The surrounding streets were eerily deserted. Their speed was not slow, but suddenly, a large bridge ahead fractured into numerous tiny pieces. Upon witnessing this, Veer promptly applied the brakes. They turned to look ahead, where a muscular bald man stood. Amidst the debris, a hint of green was faintly visible. Zoro. It was Zoro. As soon as Luffy finished speaking, Zoro struggled to rise from the pile of rubble. However, his condition caused Luffy's eyes to widen in shock. At that moment, not a single part of his body remained unscathed. He was covered in numerous fine cuts, and crimson blood continuously oozed from his wounds. Yet, despite this, he still managed to stand, albeit with great effort. He glanced at Luffy without uttering a word, only breathing heavily. Their battle was nearing its end, and Luffy understood that this was Zoro's fight. He should not intervene. Nevertheless, the worry in his eyes was impossible to conceal. "You go to the palace. With me here, he won't die." Just as Luffy hesitated, a voice from Veer broke through. Upon hearing this, Luffy was initially taken aback, but then he hurried towards the palace without a moment's hesitation. Whether it was Veer's strength or his medical skills, both were enough to reassure Luffy as he departed. "It's up to you now, Veer," Luffy's voice echoed back from a distance. Mr. One, observing Veer pausing, cast a disdainful glance at Zoro, called for reinforcements. "Have you? Humph. No matter how many come, the outcome will remain unchanged." However, Zoro couldn't help but laugh at his words. Mr. One looked at him in confusion as Zoro slowly began to speak. "If I strike, you will surely die in one blow." With that, Mr. One's expression shifted, his gaze turning wary towards Veer. Veer paid them no mind. Leaning against his motorcycle, coldly observing the scene, "Do not worry. He won't make a move. Against you, I am sufficient." Zoro spoke again to dispel Mr. One's concerns. After that, he took a deep breath, halting his heavy panting, and slowly closed his eyes. Truly audacious. Mr. One, witnessing Zoro, who had been on the receiving end of his torment, daring to boast, immediately charged forward. Seeing Zoro's stance, Veer understood that the battle was about to conclude. Just as Mr. One's steel-armed blade was about to sever Zoro's head, Zoro finally opened his eyes. Within them sparkled a hint of enlightenment. The long sword in his hand seemed to emanate an indescribable aura. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, he dashed forward, crossing paths with Mr. One. A flash of blades passed, and both men stood motionless. However, it was noteworthy that this clash did not produce the usual sound of metal striking metal. A fountain of blood erupted from Mr. One's chest, his iron physique finally succumbing to Zoro's strike. Blood sprayed high as Mr. One collapsed to the ground. Zoro, too, could no longer hold on and fell directly onto the ground. Time to get to work, Veer declared. Approaching Zoro alongside Chopper, he unceremoniously dropped Chopper beside Zoro and instructed, "You assist him with emergency treatment. As long as he doesn't die, I'll examine him in detail later." Having given his orders, Veer strode towards Mr. One. "Where are you going, big brother?" Chopper inquired, perplexed. "To save lives that I in my eyes. There are only patients, not enemies." Watching Veer's resolute figure, Chopper was momentarily stunned. "Is this the realm of a master?" "Indeed, I still have much to learn." Even Zoro's gaze towards Veer transformed into one of admiration. Such a doctor is truly rare in this world. Veer approached Mr. One, flipping him over to that moment. 3 intersecting gashes marred his chest, deep enough to see bone, blood gushing forth. Yet, Mr. One, still conscious, looked at Veer with eyes filled with respect. This was a true doctor. Veer ignored him and busied at that moment. Wire also reached out his hand towards Zoro and inquired with a smile. Zoro did not respond. He merely smiled faintly and placed his hand upon Wire's above the palace walls. A fierce battle was underway. Luffy, gasping for breath, bore a visage marred by blood on the other side. The situation was even graver for Crocodile. His meticulously styled pompadour was now in disarray, and the cigar that once rested in his mouth had vanished. His magnificent coat was likewise sullied with numerous stains, and his face was contorted with unrestrained fury. The opponent before him moved like a monkey, making it exceedingly difficult for Crocodile to land a hit, which only fueled his rage further. He even entertained the thought of devouring Luffy alive. At that moment, a motorcycle gradually came to a halt beneath the city wall. Wire gazed up at the towering structure. Feeling somewhat at a loss, he could not perform the moonwalk, and thus could not ascend. He had recently encountered Nami and her companions on the road. They were on their way to confront Crocodile regarding the massive bomb he had devised. Consequently, Wire had allowed Chopper and Zoro to accompany them. Before they departed, Wire had advised Chopper to keep an eye on the clock tower. Having said that, he made his way to this location alone, just as he found himself at an impasse. A creature resembling an ostrich sprinted into view before him. Above, Luffy and Crocodile had resumed their skirmish. It was evident that Crocodile was genuinely enraged. He had lost all interest in playing with Luffy and unleashed a series of ruthless attacks, each aimed at taking Luffy's life. Earth split apart. Crocodile suddenly slammed his hand against the ground. What was once a verdant palace was swiftly enveloped by an aura of destruction. The vegetation withered, and the earth cracked open beneath Luffy's feet, creating a massive chasm. Had it not been for his ability to stretch freely, he would surely have plummeted into the abyss. Seeing this, Crocodile exerted his power once more. Everything in the vicinity began to turn to sand. The ground, the buildings, the statues, all transformed into yellow dust. Surging rapidly towards Luffy, he executed several rolls to evade the onslaught, but found himself dangling precariously at the edge of the wall, just as he prepared to climb up. A hand suddenly appeared, seizing him by the neck. "You annoying fly, you are truly insufferable. Die," Crocodile exclaimed as he swung a long hook directly towards Luffy's head. Unlike in the original tale, he chose not to drain Luffy's life force, but aimed to eliminate him outright. This was largely due to Luffy having been rejuvenated by Wire, leaving Crocodile in a state of utter disarray. The weighty golden hook descended with tremendous force, while Luffy struggled violently, yet that hand seemed to possess an irresistible strength, rendering him unable to break free. At that critical juncture, a pitch-black stone hurtled towards them. Just as the hook was about to pierce Luffy's skull, it struck the hook with a resounding clang. Crocodile's hand involuntarily veered off course, slicing through Luffy's right arm. A flash of cold light flickered, and Luffy's entire arm was severed in an instant. Simultaneously, a massive foot, enveloped in armament hockey, appeared before Crocodile. Caught off guard, he was promptly kicked in the face and sent flying, vanishing from Wire's sight. The force of their collision caused the city wall beneath Crocodile to crack extensively. His grip on Luffy loosened involuntarily, and Luffy now stared blankly at his shoulder, which was missing an arm, as he plummeted downwards. Wire, utilizing the recoil from that kick, first caught Luffy's severed arm and then propelled himself off the wall to chase after the falling Luffy. Observing his dazed expression, Wire, who had intended to use him as a cushion, felt a pang of compassion. With a thunderous crash, a massive crater formed below as dust and debris erupted. Wire looked at the stunned Luffy in his arms and delivered a couple of firm slaps to rouse him. It was only then that Luffy slowly turned his head towards Wire, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. Losing a fist, his sole means of offense, was a tremendous blow. "Wire, my hand," Luffy exclaimed, his voice tinged with sorrow. "Stop crying. It can be healed. It can be reattached," Wire replied, somewhat impatiently, as he pulled a regenerative device from his medical kit. It resembled a box, functioning on the principle that whatever was placed inside would retain its original form indefinitely. Akin to a refrigerator. Upon hearing Wire's words, Luffy's forlorn expression froze in place. Realizing what was happening, he embraced Wire's neck with his remaining arm. "Really, Wire, that's wonderful. I was afraid I would be left with only one arm. You were incredible, Wire. You can reattach my severed arm. You are truly the greatest doctor in the world." Feeling the strength of Luffy's embrace, which could surely strangle two elephants, Wire turned and delivered a punch to Luffy's head. "Are you trying to choke me?" Only then did Luffy reluctantly release his hold. But just as he did, Wire firmly pressed him to the ground, compelling Luffy to sit. "Stay still. I need to bandage your wound. The situation is urgent, and I will reattach it later. Just leave Crocodile to me," Wire said calmly, though beneath that calmness lay concealed emotions. He hoped Luffy could gain some experience, yet at this moment, the sand crocodile had inflicted such grievous harm upon Luffy. Had he arrived even a moment later, Luffy might have perished. All right. Wire promptly retrieved the hemostatic powder he had developed, applying it to Luffy's bleeding stump. The blood ceased flowing swiftly, and after wrapping the wound in bandages, Wire collected his tools. Luffy remained silent throughout, understanding that in his current state, with one arm severed, he could not contend with Crocodile. Wire stepping in was indeed the best outcome. "I beg of you, Wire, you must not let Vivi's kingdom perish," Luffy spoke with a grave expression. However, Veer remained silent, simply standing up and tossing the life support device into Luffy's embrace before turning towards the hidden chamber containing the historical text from the original narrative. At that moment, Luffy stood there, dazed, clutching his arms. Veer's recent demeanor felt utterly foreign to him. The ever-enthusiastic savior had displayed a somber expression for the first time, a dark and brooding countenance. The towering city walls no longer seemed surmountable to Veer. The earlier incident with the creature had left it dazed from its fall. Veer was certain that Crocodile was now severely injured. His kick had landed squarely on Crocodile's face, and the threat he posed was now palpable. Thus, it was unlikely that Crocodile would pursue him. Finding the king of the underworld had become his immediate priority. Since ascending was no longer an option, the only way to seek him out was to wait in that hidden chamber. Not far from the palace, Robin was hastening towards the chamber alongside the king. They had set off just before Veer's arrival and had not ventured far. Upon seeing a group of Navy soldiers ahead, Robin furrowed her brow slightly. The young Navy girl before her appeared utterly oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Robin regarded the obstructive Dasky ahead and chose not to engage in further conversation. Instead, she activated the powers of her Hana no Mi fruit. In an instant, slender arms sprouted. The only exit was thus sealed off. In less than a fleeting second, a steel chamber was completed. Steel, capable of transforming any object it touches into steel for a brief moment, shaping, able to liquefy inanimate objects and mold them into any form. At this juncture, Lao Sha was also compelled to halt. His countenance had turned ashen. Simultaneously, a deep voice finally resonated. "I did not say you could leave." With a calm demeanor, Veer regarded the distant crocodile, speaking in a low tone. Upon hearing this, Lao Sha understood that this matter would likely not end well today. This fellow seemed to be affiliated with that persistent pest. Was he here for revenge? Damn it, does he truly think me easy to bully? Meanwhile, Robin, who had fallen to the ground, stared blankly at Veer's silhouette. This man she had certainly never encountered before. But why was he rescuing me? What does it mean to run? Is this all the strength the 7 warlords possess? Veer then spoke again. His act of saving Robin was devoid of ulterior motives. It was merely a matter of convenience. This woman had endured far too much that she should not have asked for the abilities she possessed. There would be ample opportunities to acquire them later. If he could save her this time, he would do so without hesitation. However, Just as he finished speaking, Crocodile could no longer contain his rage. In an instant, he transformed into a swirling mass of sand, hurtling violently towards them. Before he even arrived, a massive sand blade had already slashed towards them. His right hand had also generated a sand blade, compensating for the absence of his golden hook. Two sand blades, one large and one small, advanced toward Veer from the front and back. Yet Veer did not flinch or evade, just as the large sand blade was about to strike him. Veer finally moved. He simply raised his right hand, placing it before the colossal sand blade. In the moment of contact, the enormous sand blade astonishingly transformed into a mass of steel. This spectacle left Lao Sha utterly astonished. What kind of technique is this? He had lost control over the sand blade, as it had vanished. Even though the sand had transformed into steel, it was of little consequence. The impact was not so easily mitigated. But in that instant, Lao Sha was horrified to discover that the steel had instantaneously reshaped itself. A hollow formed in the center, gliding straight past Veer and Robin. This scene left him agape. What sort of skill combination is this? How outrageous! With this thought, he exerted even more force. How could he possibly lose control of what he held in his hands? Robin, too, stared blankly at the massive steel chunk that had fallen beside her. She was equally astonished by Veer's uncanny abilities. Just as Lao Sha approached Veer, Veer made another move, but this time, it was no longer a mere act of passive defense. Lao Sha perceived the man before him shift slightly. And in the next moment, he vanished. His eyes widened in shock, and an ominous premonition arose within him. Simultaneously, a figure appeared at his side. Leg enhancement. A murmured incantation echoed, and Lao Sha felt as if he had been struck in the face by a high-speed train. His body flying sideways, the powerful shockwave caused Robin's clothes to flutter violently. For the first time, astonishment appeared in her eyes. This man is formidable. The nearly invincible 7 warlords seemed like a mere toy in Veer's hands. Crocodile appeared to have been kicked away before he could even react. Just how powerful is this person? Meanwhile, Lao Sha crashed violently into the historical text. This was the precise direction Veer had chosen. Otherwise, he would have certainly created a hole in the steel chamber Veer had set up. It would not bode well if this fellow managed to escape because of that. This moment. Lao Sha was bleeding profusely from his nose, his mouth stained with blood. That last kick had left him somewhat dazed. Shaking his head vigorously brought him a modicum of relief, but the piercing headache remained unmistakable. Just as he prepared to rise, a tremendous force surged from behind. Boom! Crack! The two sounds coincided almost simultaneously. Just as Lao Sha had barely managed to push himself up, he was thrown back to the ground. His ribs had completely shattered. A fresh torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, the intense pain causing a grimace to cross Lao Sha's face. The ground was left with a substantial crater. At this moment, the calm demeanor that had previously adorned Lao Sha's face was replaced with panic and agony. Feeling his body racked with excruciating pain, he could no longer care about maintaining his composure. He raised a hand and slammed it against the ground. The earth and walls began to transform into a sea of yellow sand. In an instant, all the steel vanished, replaced by a sky full of sand and gravel. Even the rocky layer above was entirely sandified, and as the dust swirled, sunlight streamed in. Sand tornado. Crocodile flipped his palm, unleashing a massive sandstorm. Simultaneously, Veer felt the ground beneath him give way, and a sand-formed figure shot rapidly into the sky. Yet he merely smiled disdainfully, watching the approaching whirlwind as he raised his hand to touch it, transforming the raging beast into a colossal conical mass of steel. Lao Sha, who caught sight of this scene, widened his eyes in disbelief. He finally understood that all his sand abilities could not harm this individual. Who on earth is this person? It is one thing to possess immense strength, but why must he come after me? Overly reliant on his fruit abilities, Lao Sha realized that since his powers could not inflict damage on Veer, only one thought remained in his mind: run. Based on the previous encounters, he could tell that this fellow could easily overpower him in hand-to-hand combat. Thus, there was no other choice. Retreat was the only option. As long as he remained alive, there was still hope. He could always regroup and summon the sands again later. Gazing at the sky within his reach, a smile finally spread across Lao Sha's face. However, just as he was about to dash out, he noticed Veer leaping upward. In that instant, a flicker of panic crossed Lao Sha's face, but he quickly regained his composure. Clearly, that man's leaping ability could not reach him, and once again, a sense of certainty returned to his expression. Below, Robin appeared equally distressed, for Veer had reached an apex height, yet he was still several meters away from Crocodile. Would they truly allow him to escape? If he succeeded this time, his subsequent retaliation would be even more ferocious. This nation would not survive. But there was no alternative. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock. Fixating on the figure above, just as Veer was about to descend, a mass of black material appeared beneath his feet. That it's steel. Robin exclaimed involuntarily. The look of terror immediately crossed Lao Sha's face. For at that moment, Veer had already appeared before him. His expression remained calm, devoid of any turbulence. Above the steel chamber was precisely adjacent to the clock tower where Lao Sha had placed the explosives. The Straw Hat crew had all arrived here, urgently seeking a swift ascent to the highest structure. Only 5 seconds remained before the bomb would detonate. It was an explosive potent enough to raise the entire palace to the ground. They were preparing to send someone up rapidly in a relay fashion. Every face was etched with anxiety. But as they took action, the ground suddenly split apart. What is happening? Chopper, with an expression of utter shock, stumbled back a few paces to that moment. Everyone's attention was drawn to the scene. The ground began to transform into a sea of yellow sand, and numerous structures collapsed. Before long, a massive pit emerged. Following this, a figure, appearing extremely disheveled, burst forth. It was Crocodile. Vivi immediately gasped in disbelief. The man who sought to obliterate her nation was one she would recognize even in ashes. Even the two warring armies paused momentarily, turning their gazes towards this spectacle. Nami and the others, seeing the state of the old sand, were equally curious about who had inflicted such damage upon him. Could it have been Luffy? Just as they pondered, a silhouette appeared within their line of sight. Who else could it be but Veer? Big brother. It's Big brother. He.s. the one who has reduced him to this state. Chopper exclaimed joyfully, unable to suppress his smile upon seeing Veer. Everyone else shared a sense of disbelief. Could it be that the 7 warlords were no match for Veer? Just how powerful was he now? As he gazed at the fallen crocodile, Veer pivoted, his right leg snapping forward like a whip aimed at him. The darkness that enveloped his leg was now profoundly ominous, exuding an air of danger that sent sheer terror across Crocodile's face. He attempted to evade, to defend himself, but it was all in vain. The strike was faster than he could have imagined. Just as it was about to connect, Veer's legs swelled with additional might. The force radiating from it was palpable. Then came the resounding impact. Boom! The thunderous sound reverberated throughout the palace. The sheer power of this moment left everyone wide-eyed in an instant. Crocodile disappeared, and ripples began to sweep across the kingdom. Centered on the two combatants, the violent gusts of wind generated by the force even sent Chopper flying. Nearby trees were uprooted by the ferocious blast. What in the world was happening? Nami and the others involuntarily gasped. The devastation caused by this strike was evident. Merely the aftershock was enough to hurl a person away. Was it truly necessary for such absurdity? Crocodile, struck in the waist, soared through the air in a C shape, heading directly towards the clock tower. Boom! Another loud crash drew the crowd's attention once more. A massive gash appeared atop the clock tower, and the bombs within vanished without a trace. Vivi stared blankly at the scene. The bombs were gone, and the threat seemed to have dissipated. Just as she thought this, the clouds above suddenly blazed with light, rivaling the sun. Everyone instinctively squinted at the brilliance. Kaboom! The explosion echoed throughout the heavens, and the clouds above vanished without a trace. Immediately following was another powerful shockwave. However, due to the distance, the impact was not overwhelmingly severe. Veer, having landed back on the ground of the secret chamber, found his breath slightly labored. That last kick had drained him considerably. As he had exerted the utmost in his armament hockey. He felt he was still somewhat weak. Typically, attaching hockey to his attacks didn't tire him out. But employing it to such an extreme, far beyond his physical capacity, had nearly left him exhausted. Though fatigued, he was certain that Crocodile was either dead or gravely injured. The man who had so ruthlessly harmed Luffy had ignited his anger. He hadn't held back. The moment of contact had felt as if something within Crocodile had exploded, likely a kidney. In the square, feeling the gentle breeze brush against them, Vivi and the Straw Hat crew swallowed hard. They were first astonished by the power of the bomb. It seemed that the claim of leveling the kingdom was not mere hyperbole, but more than that, they were utterly awed by Veer's strength. He had managed to send both Crocodile and the bomb soaring to such heights. The once mighty bomb had been reduced to mere wisps of wind. Can you achieve such a feat? Sanji, Zoro, his face a mask of shock, asked in a quivering tone. Turning to Sanji, don't joke around. Sanji replied, quietly lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. gradually calming the tumultuous emotions within him. Yet, the astonishment in his eyes remained undiminished. Big Brother is incredible. Not only did he defeat that guy, but he also dealt with the bomb in one fell swoop. Chopper exclaimed, his expression dazed. He silently vowed to strive to become stronger, to always remain by his brother's side. Nami and Vivi shared similar expressions of awe. Has Veer always been this powerful? Just how strong is he? It seems no one truly knows. Just then, a figure wearing a straw hat, cradling something in its arms, slowly approached them, capturing everyone's attention. But soon, a collective scream erupted. In the secret chamber. After a brief pause, Veer approached Robin, who still lay on the ground. He extended his hand towards her. Robin hesitated for a moment, but ultimately took his hand. Do you have somewhere to go? Veer inquired gently, concern lacing his tone, which Robin immediately sensed. She looked at him with confusion. Why was this man helping her? What did he intend to gain? From Veer's gaze, she could detect no malice, only a calmness infused with genuine concern. Despite her doubts, she shook her head in response, indicating she had nowhere to go. Would you like to come with me? I am the ship's doctor of the Straw Hat Pirates. Our captain would surely welcome your joining us. A sincere smile spread across Veer's face as he extended the invitation to Robin. Upon hearing this, Robin's expression shifted once again. She had anticipated that this man saved her to invite her into their pirate crew. Was it due to her ability to read ancient texts? Was he merely seeking to exploit her? Having endured constant upheaval, Robin couldn't help but think of these possibilities. Yet, in Veer's eyes, she saw no intention of manipulation, just a casual sincerity that felt genuine. Could it be that he truly was just? Robin found herself wavering. She felt Veer's sincerity, yet the more she felt it, the more reluctant she became to join. This man had not only saved her life, but also treated her with such earnestness. How could she betray him? To her, she was nothing but a calamity. No, I'm used to being alone. I cannot endure such commotion. Robin firmly declined Veer's offer, her gaze shifting away, avoiding his eyes. Thank you for saving me, but I must refuse. With that, she turned and strode towards the exit, her demeanor resolute. Veer, however, simply smirked. He realized that Robin was merely afraid of dragging them down with her. Having discerned this, the solution became clear. They were not mere saints. Did she understand what it meant to be a pirate, to pillage and plunder? Regardless of her consent, they would take action. With this thought in mind, Veer called out sharply, "Halt!" Upon hearing those words, Robin abruptly halted. Veer slowly stepped in front of her. Observing the tumultuous expression in her eyes, he nearly succumbed to laughter. Maintaining a stern visage, Veer spoke again. I present you with two options. Either you accompany me willingly, or I shall carry you. Upon hearing this, Robin looked up at him in astonishment. Initially, she believed Veer was revealing his true nature, but upon closer inspection, she discerned the facade he was maintaining. This fellow was merely feigning ferocity. Although she recognized his pretense, Robin harbored no doubts regarding his words. He was certainly capable of such actions. After a moment of contemplation, Robin ultimately capitulated. Being carried is rather undignified. I prefer to walk on my own, she remarked with a hint of resignation. Though she was still being coerced, it was evident that her resistance had diminished. Veer nodded in satisfaction upon hearing her response. Clever girl. Before long, the two of them exited the chamber, one following the other. Robin closely trailed Veer, fearful that he might misconstrue her intentions as an attempt to flee. Veer led her in the opposite direction of Luffy and the others. As Robin observed the increasing distance between them and Luffy's group, a look of confusion crossed her face. However, she refrained from asking any questions, choosing instead to follow in silence. After approximately 10 minutes of walking, Veer finally came to a halt. "It must be around here somewhere," he murmured. He scanned the surroundings, his gaze settling on a corner not far away. There, a person lay sprawled on the ground. "Found you," Veer exclaimed with delight as he hastened toward the figure. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the half-conscious old Shah lying there. The large cloak he had been wearing had been sacrificed in the recent explosion. His body bore no unscathed areas. Most disconcerting was the gaping wound at his waist, where a significant portion had been obliterated. The man was in a state of labored breathing, teetering on the brink of death. If left unattended, he would soon perish. Robin furrowed her brow at the sight of old Shah's condition. This was the most grievous sight she had ever witnessed. What was Veer here to do? Was he intent on delivering a final blow? Robin pondered. Had Veer been privy to her thoughts, he would have surely burst into laughter. Deliver a final blow? What a farce. The spoils of war had yet to be collected. He was merely here to claim the bounty. With old Shah resolved, the other officers had lost their combat effectiveness. There was no longer anything that could pose a threat to this nation. Once the spoils were gathered, it would be time to depart. He could hardly contain his excitement for the upcoming journey to Sky Island. He was determined to acquire Enel's rumble fruit, renowned as the most formidable of the natural abilities. It would undeniably enhance his combat prowess. Although he currently possessed the ability to use haki, he still felt somewhat inadequate. His offensive capabilities were lacking. When faced with even moderately strong opponents, he struggled to prevail, like against Kuma. However, if he could harness the power of lightning, everything would change. His speed would soar, and his attacks would crackle with electricity. Moreover, he would gain an additional skill for rescuing others. If he still couldn't manage to defeat Kuma, he could at least short-circuit him. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarating it became. No time to waste. After rescuing old Shah, he would flee without delay. With this thought in mind, Veer began examining his handiwork. A cursory glance revealed that old Shah had sustained approximately 80 fractures, lost a kidney, and endured some severe burns. Treatable. Indeed, a bit of a rough touch would expedite the process. Veer had come to grasp the system's mechanics. It seemed that rescuing someone did not necessitate their complete recovery. Simply performing the duties of a competent physician would suffice to gain abilities. This generally applied to enemies. However, if it were an ally, why not restore them directly rather than allowing them to languish in recovery? The negative points accrued from immediate healing were often more substantial. Gazing at the unconscious old Shah, Veer wasted no time. Producing his anesthetic brick, with a swift motion, he brought it down forcefully upon old Shah's head. This scene left Robin utterly shocked. Surely, he was here to deliver a final blow to use a brick. How cruel! Yet, despite the blow, old Shah appeared to remain in a state of unconsciousness, though his awareness had already returned. Anesthetic brick function. A powerful strike on an unresisting individual can induce a state of anesthesia. Anesthesia state. Consciousness intact, body paralyzed. Price, 2,000. And indeed, this contraption even provided a forced awakening service. What a bargain! Old Shah, bewildered, perceived everything around him. Veer's presence sent a shiver down his spine. Why had this fellow returned? What were his intentions? Old Shah felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, yet he remained utterly motionless. Veer, meanwhile, retrieved his scalpel and commenced his work on old Shah's arm. He made a precise incision, exposing the shattered remnants of bone within. Veer contemplated fetching a pair of tweezers from his bag, but ultimately decided against it, realizing they would require cleaning. Instead, he picked up 2 slender twigs from the roadside and began to extract the bone fragments from the wound. While old Shah's condition appeared dire, it was primarily the fractures and burns that required attention. The rest was inconsequential. These 2 injuries were critical. For the fractures, Veer planned to replace the bones. His medical kit contained various fresh and suitable bones for the task. However, the original bone fragments needed to be removed first. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 2,000 negative points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,500 negative points. Old Shah, experiencing excruciating pain, felt as though he might perish. What sort of torturous invention was this? How could someone be so ruthless? The knife sliced through flesh while the twig scraped against his bloodied tissue. Was this the behavior of a human? The most agonizing part was his inability to move. He could only endure the torment of his body being manipulated, trampled, and ravaged. The sensation was utterly intolerable. Meanwhile, Robin stood by, equally dumbfounded. What was happening? Were they tormenting him? Unable to comprehend, she finally voiced her confusion. Wasn't he unconscious? What purpose does this torture serve? Veer, continuing his work with a smile, replied, You believe he remains unconscious, yet in truth, he is fully aware. After 10 minutes of Veer's rapid treatment, old Shah's 80 broken bones had all been replaced. This speed was undoubtedly unparalleled. However, the specifics of the process were best left unmentioned. Once the bones were addressed, treating the burns caused by the explosion was considerably simpler. He took out his homemade inexpensive powder and applied it generously to old Shah's wounds, then wrapped him up in bandages like a mummy. Perfect, Veer remarked, nodding in satisfaction at his creation. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 2,500 negative points. This fellow. How remarkable. Veer stared incredulously at the abilities he had just acquired. This little rascal had been concealing something. To be honest, Veer was utterly bewildered. Was this the power of a plot twist? During the recent battle, he had not noticed that this individual possessed the ability of observation hockey. And a mid-level one at that, not insignificant by any means. Yet, this fellow acted as if he had never used it. It was utterly useless, whether it was due to a long period of disuse or something else. He simply had not activated it. Now, he had unwittingly gained it for himself. The joy was overwhelming. Sky Island was practically a realm of observation hockey. Almost everyone possessed a degree of it, now that he had acquired a mid-level version. Defeating them would be a breeze. It was as if he had received a pillow just as he fell asleep. With the grand line just beginning, he had already seized the dual powers of hockey in hand. Veer's spirits soared. Wait here a moment. I shall return shortly. Veer uttered a few words to Robin before dashing off in a hurried manner, leaving Robin with a perplexed expression. Is he not afraid that I might run away? Robin murmured to herself. However, upon contemplating the consequences of being captured, a slight blush crept onto her cheeks. Never mind, I shall not flee. Before long, a motorcycle came to a halt in front of her. Merely 3 minutes later, it was the same smog motorcycle, yet its appearance had undergone a transformation. Veer had reshaped it into a modern motorcycle design, which significantly reduced wind resistance and enhanced speed. Tossing a pink cartoon helmet to Robin, he gestured for her to mount. Robin hesitated for a moment, glancing at the somewhat cramped seat, yet ultimately accepted the helmet from Veer. Soon, the two sped away. Though Robin, seated behind, appeared somewhat uneasy, the battlefield's tumult had left the ground uneven, resulting in occasional physical contact during their ride, further reddening Robin's charming face. Veer's skills were impressive. In less than 2 minutes, they spotted Luffy and the others. Nami and the group looked on with concern at Luffy's severed arm, while Luffy merely laughed foolishly. The recent explosion had caused a temporary ceasefire between the warring factions. Vivi seized this opportunity to raise her voice, passionately explaining the situation to the soldiers below. Veer gradually slowed the motorcycle, listening to Vivi's fervent shouts, and he understood that the war was nearing its conclusion. Upon spotting the striking figure adorned with a helmet, everyone recognized his identity. Veer's distinctive attire caught their attention. As he returned, all eyes turned to him, filled with urgency, just as they were about to inquire about Luffy's arm. They noticed Robin behind Veer, and their questions were abruptly stifled, replaced by wariness. Isn't that the vice president of Baroque Works? Veer, what have you done? Nami was the first to voice her confusion. They struggled to comprehend why Veer had brought her along. Robin, feeling the weight of their cautious gazes, felt her spirit dim a little. Her delicate hands grasped Veer's shoulder a bit tighter at that moment. Veer slowly removed his helmet, choosing to look at Luffy before addressing their concerns. Luffy, with an excited expression, grinned at Veer and Robin, exclaiming, Veer, is this your new partner for us? Observing Luffy's silly demeanor, Robin's gaze softened slightly. Veer, noticing this, understood that their foolish captain would undoubtedly be agreeable, even raising both hands in affirmation. Despite having a life support device clutched in his mouth, it seemed that if Veer had said otherwise, Luffy might have attempted to carry Robin away himself. Once confirmed, Veer turned to Nami and the others, cleared his throat, and introduced, "This is Nico Robin, our ship's archaeologist from now on." The revelation left Nami and the others in astonishment. Isn't she an enemy? How did she suddenly become an ally? Robin also looked at Veer with surprise. Only Luffy, Chopper, and Sanji rejoiced, circling around the motorcycle. Chopper, unfamiliar with Robin, had never met her before, but he believed that anyone brought by his older brother would surely be a reliable companion. Yay, we have another crew member. An archaeologist, no less. Are you really good at archaeology? What exactly does an archaeologist do? Luffy, ever the simpleton, bombarded Robin with a barrage of questions. Seeing this, Robin couldn't help but smile slightly. This smile enchanted Sanji, who mused that joining this pirate crew had indeed been the wisest decision of his life. His mind began to envision a future filled with beauty as long as there were lovely ladies. Sanji would never protest. The others, observing the situation, recognized that Robin's acceptance was nearly secured, and their worries were minimal. After all, it was Veer who had brought her in, and his reliability had already been abundantly demonstrated. If it had been Luffy alone, that would have been a different story altogether. In any case, Robin had been tentatively welcomed by the group. Veer, what will we do about Luffy's arm? Yes, Veer, we need to reattach it quickly. The longer we wait, the more likely there will be after effects. Indeed, we cannot afford to delay this moment. Everyone spoke earnestly, even Luffy pausing to look at Veer, aware that this was no trivial matter. Veer glanced at Nami, who appeared disheveled, blood seeping from several small wounds on her arm and shoulder, Sanji, with a slightly twisted right calf, Usopp, with a broken nose, and Zoro, whose bandages had turned red again after initial bleeding had been staunched. He felt a twinge of sympathy. All of them were considerably injured, yet their primary concern was Luffy's arm. Indeed, the operation must take place in the surgical room aboard my ship, Veer remarked with a hint of sentimentality. Why the surgical room, you ask? Naturally, it was for cleanliness. After all, it was a sterile operating room. When it comes to reattaching limbs, a clean environment is essential, as it significantly aids in post-operative recovery. Upon hearing his words, everyone was taken aback, their expressions brightening with hope. If Veer said he could heal him, then there was absolutely no doubt. The immediate priority was to return to the ship swiftly. Let us set off at once. Everyone exclaimed in unison. After this, several of them began to hoist Luffy, intending to carry him back directly. Veer had no objections to their eagerness to return. In fact, he was keen for them to depart promptly. However, observing their battered appearances, he knew walking would exhaust them. What are you doing? Are you planning to carry him back? His arm is broken, not his leg. Let me give you a ride, Veer said, exasperated, as he facepalmed with one hand. Hearing this, everyone turned to the small motorcycle beneath him. How can it possibly carry everyone? Just as they were pondering this, Veer's motorcycle began to transform. A peculiar mechanical whirring ensued, reminiscent of a transformer in action. Gradually, both Veer and Robin began to rise. Robin gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. 10 seconds later, a magnificent and imposing vehicle appeared before them. A brand new tractor, albeit a mechanical version that exuded a certain grandeur. Stop gaping and get on, Veer urged impatiently from the driver's seat. Wow, what is this? Veer, this is incredibly cool. You can transform, Luffy exclaimed, promptly leaping onto the front of the vehicle. The others snapped back to reality and hurriedly climbed into the rear compartment. Upon climbing aboard, they were astonished to discover that this contraption even had seatbelts. Why would a mere tractor have seatbelts? Despite their confusion, prioritizing safety, they fastened their seatbelts. That moment, Nami suddenly remembered something. What about Vivi? At this moment, she also opened her mouth to inquire. Upon hearing her words, everyone turned their gaze towards the woman who was exhausting herself for the sake of the nation. Just that one glance provided clarity to the hearts of the crowd. She was not cut out to be a pirate. She had her own path to tread, and it was evident that her journey diverged from theirs. Buckle up, hold on tight, we're off. With that, while activated the vehicle, the roar of the massive engine erupted, a sound so loud it was somewhat terrifying, causing their hearts to clench involuntarily. An ominous premonition washed over them. Indeed, as anticipated, after a flurry of maneuvers, while slammed down on the accelerator, and the tractor surged forward with astonishing speed, the people in the back were sent tumbling uncontrollably. Had it not been for the seatbelts, the entire group would have been flung out. Nami and the others let out piercing screams. In front, Luffy clung desperately to the front of the vehicle with his remaining hand, his face alight with exhilaration. His roars echoed across the vast desert. However, the others did not share his enthusiasm. Was this speed not a tad excessive? Was this still a tractor? It might as well be called a flying machine. Was it necessary to be this terrifying? Did he intend to take off? Accelerating to 100 kilometers in 0.3 seconds. Quite impressive indeed, while murmured to himself. The tractor, boasting an average speed of 450, swiftly carried them to their destination. Ignoring the rest, while first moved Luffy to his own room. Observing Luffy's condition, having vomited profusely, while couldn't help but feel exasperated, the others were no better off, all feeling quite ill. While's driving skills were commendable, but at such speeds, even the best skills were of little use. They managed to arrive at Wile's door, but just as they reached it, a series of agonizing screams erupted from within. The chilling cries sent shivers down everyone's spines. Even Luffy could not withstand it. If this continued, they would surely perish. Meanwhile, news of Crocodile's defeat, along with his misdeeds, swiftly reached the world government. Saint Satan slowly set down the microphone, ending the call. What a nuisance. Now we must find someone to replace him, he lamented. Humph, useless, unable to defeat even a rookie pirate. What a disgrace. We've been left to pick up the pieces. The balding elder beside him spoke with a hint of irritation. Now that matters had escalated to this point, further complaints were futile. That newcomer does possess some strength. Awakening armament hockey at such a young age is notable, he acknowledged. However, Satan remained unfazed, merely finding while to be somewhat intriguing. It's nothing extraordinary. Armament hockey is relatively common. After all, he is merely a fledgling. The Navy should step up and eliminate a warlord. We cannot act as though nothing has happened. The justice god, resembling a wild boar, chimed in. Satan made no objections to this. The consensus was that the Navy should pursue this group. Soon, the Navy received the news, upon learning that Crocodile had been dispatched by a rookie pirate. The conference room at Navy headquarters fell into a brief silence. Upon discovering that it was his grandson's pirate crew responsible, Carp's aged visage nearly split into a grin. He stuffed Sinbei into his mouth, savoring the treat even more. The government insists we dispatch someone to deal with them. Sengoku finally spoke with a serious expression. The subordinates exchanged bewildered glances, astonished that a pirate crew with a mere 30 million bounty could warrant discussion at their highest level meeting. Surely, this pirate crew should feel honored. Are all the newcomers nowadays this formidable? Even the warlords cannot contend with them, remarked the second uncle, Kizaru, while trimming his nails with an air of lewdness. To defeat Crocodile on their first appearance is indeed a daunting feat for such a young individual. Kazan, appearing rather relaxed, expressed mild surprise. Crocodile is no slouch. Is he really just a rookie? Quite alarming. Lest we even discuss this here, just send a captain or, if necessary, a rear admiral. There are plenty of pirate crews out at sea, Akina said, his expression grave and impatient. Hearing this, Sengoku's countenance darkened. Noticing the rising tension, Tsuru quickly stepped in to mediate. Defeating Crocodile already demonstrates their capability. I suggest we send a vice admiral for a more cautious approach. After her suggestion, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, a talent with such terrifying potential should be nipped in the bud. Let me handle it this time. I guarantee success, Doberman of the Hawk faction declared, his demeanor fierce. Seeing someone volunteer, Sengoku readily acquiesced. Since you have nothing pressing, this task is entrusted to you. Be careful and ensure there are no mishaps. Doberman, however, wore a scornful expression. Rest assured, I will complete the mission. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 3,000 negative points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 3,500 negative points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained the ability. Sit up. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained the ability. Swordmaster's Heart. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained the ability. Exoskeleton. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained the ability. Sniper's Eye. Sit up. Significantly enhances post-combat recovery. Swordmaster's Heart. Grants unyielding willpower. Exoskeleton. Permanently increases impact resistance by 100. Sniper's Eye. Greatly enhances perception. Weatherchild. Significantly boosts elemental affinity. On the eerily quiet deck, only Weil and Chopper enjoyed the sea breeze. While tossed a freshly made pill to Chopper, who was devouring the sandwich he had prepared. As he munched, while perused the system notifications, each individual was gravely injured, and it took an entire night to tend to them all. Now, these folks were fit to frolic again, though they seemed disinclined, each wallowing in their own rooms. Robin temporarily assumed the helm's responsibility, having set sail shortly after boarding the ship the previous day. She had yet to rest, and he would need to relieve her soon. Speaking of this treatment, it had yielded significant rewards. Each person had acquired notable abilities, especially the sit-up and exoskeleton skills. These two would prove exceptionally formidable in the later stages. The sit-up ability was self-evident, as Luffy's ability to recover fully after a brief rest spoke volumes. As for the exoskeleton, the impact resistance it offered could increase alongside one's strength. If he could achieve a physique akin to Kaido's, that resistance would double. Such a situation is rather intense. This is indeed a remarkable technique for enhancing sturdiness, significantly improving resilience against impacts. The other three abilities, however, are not yet discernible in their effectiveness. We shall have to wait for further validation of their strengths and weaknesses. Nevertheless, the ability derived from Nami, known as the Child of Weather, has certainly captured Vale's attention. He has already intuitively sensed the affinity for elements. The surrounding wind and water elements are exceptionally vibrant, and he can distinctly feel their presence, though he has yet to reach the level of utilizing them. The world contains more than just wind and water. If he were to acquire the powers of the thunder fruit, he would undoubtedly be able to more acutely perceive the thunder element, thereby augmenting his combat capabilities. Each natural fruit corresponds to a specific element, so Nami's ability will undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future. For now, it merely makes his experience of the sea breeze more pleasurable. At this moment, He began to assess his entire wealth. Negative balance. 18,000. He had purchased that miraculous medical technique yesterday for 30,000. Thus, his savings have dwindled to this amount. The miraculous medical technique boasts an exceptional cost-performance ratio. Upon completion of the exchange, Veer found his mind flooded with a wealth of knowledge. His medical skills ascended to an elite level instantaneously, with many previously unheard-of treatment methods continuously reshaping his worldview. An abundance of medical knowledge and potion recipes surged forth in a torrent. Veer now felt an overwhelming sense of strength. The modified rumble ball he had just given to Chopper was, in fact, an improved version. He had refined 3 iterations, yet Chopper's current physique could only withstand the first version. After consumption, he would still gain transformation abilities, along with an additional boost of 50 in strength and speed, lasting a full 3 hours. Moreover, there are no side effects. He would not experience weakness upon its conclusion. Chopper's previous rumble ball effectively drained his physical capabilities. It was truly unexpected that, from merely an Alabasta, he had profited immensely. Not only had he acquired the dual haki, but his physical prowess had also reached a level approaching that of Lucci. And other formidable abilities are even more noteworthy. Whether it be steel or shaping, they prove to be extraordinarily useful, reaching the pinnacle of effectiveness. It is worth mentioning that last night, Veer tested whether the steel and shaping abilities could be applied to living beings. The answer was negative. He could momentarily transform Chopper's horns into steel, but once transformed, the steel horns could not be reshaped. According to the system's judgment, that would constitute living steel. While the shaping target must be an inanimate object, it is a pity, indeed, he nearly reached the realm of conceptual divinity. Veer estimated that his current strength should surpass that of a rear admiral at the Navy headquarters, should his physical prowess continue to ascend. He would fully attain the standard of a typical vice admiral, who are all proficient in dual haki. Although he is now adept, his mastery lacks endurance. Hence he cannot yet be classified as possessing vice admiral strength. This commotion he stirred may well provoke a response from the Navy. After all, the individual who defeated Crocodile was not Luffy. He has no significant backing. It is entirely reasonable for the Navy to dispatch someone to pursue him. Firstly, we can rule out admirals. It is unlikely any admiral would be so idle as to pursue a rookie pirate who has barely set sail. As for rear admirals, that too seems improbable. Given Crocodile's formidable prowess, at the very least, a vice admiral must be dispatched. However, generally speaking, it would be impossible for an average vice admiral to capture him. The multitude of abilities he possesses are not merely for show. They all contribute to his strength. Even if he cannot defeat them, he certainly cannot be defeated. As for the next destination, Skypea, reaching it will be somewhat troublesome. It seems one must seek out a certain individual named D. He knows where the knock-up stream erupts, which is essential for reaching the Sky Island. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Veer's expression suddenly shifted. He sensed an unusual energy. The ocean appeared poised to surge. Without hesitation, Veer dashed into the kitchen, which also served as the resting area and helm. "Chopper, raise the sails in 3 minutes," he shouted down to Chopper before entering. Inside the helm, Robin was observing the sea surface, striving to steer the vessel in the direction indicated by her compass. When she saw Veer rush in a flurry, she was taken aback. However, there was no time for explanations. Veer seized the helm from her hands and executed a swift 360-degree turn. The ship immediately made a sharp right turn. The sudden maneuver sent everyone aboard reeling. Those resting were thrown from their beds, appearing dazed as they stumbled out. Nami, furious, marched toward the helm, eager to discover who was playing pranks. Robin, observing the clear skies, was perplexed by Veer's actions, yet she remained silent given his demeanor. As Nami reached the entrance, poised to push the door open, she suddenly sensed something amiss. Her expression changed dramatically as she shouted downwards, "Hurry, retract the sails." Just as she finished speaking, she realized that Chopper had already secured them. Not long after the sails were stowed, a fierce wind began to blow in the direction they had just sailed. A colossal whirlpool was slowly forming. The winds generated by the whirlpool would drag any sailing vessel beneath the waves. Fortunately, the sails had already been retracted, and the ship was rapidly navigating to a location unaffected by the whirlpool's influence. All aboard stared in astonishment at the now-formed whirlpool, estimating its diameter to be at least 5,000 meters. Should they be caught in its grasp, the consequences would be dire. Thankfully, Veer's foresight allowed the ship to swiftly depart the perilous area. Returning to the vast expanse of tranquil waters, the sails were raised once more, yet the crew remained in a state of trepidation. The sight of the whirlpool instilled a profound fear of the deep sea within them. Who had detected the abnormal weather? Nami was filled with confusion. Even she had only sensed the anomaly a minute before the whirlpool's formation at that moment. The door behind Nami swung open, and Veer emerged. Upon realizing he was responsible for all this, Nami's expression shifted to one of utter astonishment. "You can sail?" she exclaimed, unable to contain her surprise. "Just a bit," Veer replied nonchalantly, not turning back as he walked towards his chamber. He intended to concoct some potions to stock his medical kit, as the miraculous medical technique had provided him with a plethora of extraordinary potion recipes. Just moments ago, his insights, bolstered by Usopp's perceptive abilities and his own elemental awareness, had enabled Veer to swiftly grasp the impending danger. "Hey!" Everyone erupted in exclamations, staring in disbelief at Veer's retreating figure. What material was he made of? How could he excel in everything? He could heal, fight, drive, and now he was even more adept at sailing than Nami. What other hidden talents did this individual possess? It was simply outrageous. After the incident, everyone seemed to regain their spirits, no longer bearing the countenance of despair. They resumed their activities with renewed vigor, although they had suffered significant psychological blows. The enhancement of their abilities lent them a sense of acceptance regarding their circumstances. Veer's treatment had indeed resulted in notable improvements in their strength. While they had previously witnessed such phenomena, experiencing it firsthand was utterly astonishing. They were taken aback by Veer's remarkable medical skills and his ruthless methods. This individual was truly merciless, executing his tasks with unrelenting severity. Such experiences intensified their desire to grow stronger, as greater strength would inevitably lead to fewer injuries. The consequences of injury were too dire to contemplate. Consequently, a fervor for training swept through the ship. Even Luffy ceased fishing to join Zoro's training brigade. Nami, having witnessed Veer's prowess, became increasingly motivated. If she could not surpass the ship's doctor, how could she call herself a navigator? Meanwhile, Veer was engaged in experiments with Chopper regarding his pills. He had only produced 10 of the first version, which should suffice until Chopper unlocked the second version. With no side effects anticipated, Veer prepared to give Chopper one of the pills for him to experience its effects. Before that, however, he decided to measure Chopper's strength without the pill. "Come, hit me," Veer commanded promptly. The muscular Chopper hesitated, but upon seeing Veer's resolute gaze, he summoned all his strength and delivered a punch towards Veer. Veer did not evade. He simply took the blow directly to his face. Chopper was instantly startled and rushed to check if Veer was injured. "Big brother, are you all right? Why didn't you block?" he exclaimed, his voice trailing off in surprise. He had expected his fierce punch to inflict considerable damage on his master. Yet, to his astonishment, Veer's face bore not a single scratch, not even a graze. As Chopper incredulously touched Veer's face and confirmed its unscathed condition, his eyes widened in disbelief. "Big brother, what is going on? I couldn't even break through your defense." Just as he was grappling with his astonishment, Veer spoke up, with a strength of only 800 gene. "Chopper, you are lacking. Take this and try again," Veer said, tossing Chopper a blue pill. Chopper, feeling compelled to prove himself after hearing Veer's critique, promptly consumed the pill, closing his eyes to sense the transformation within his body. Soon, Chopper's aura shifted dramatically, and his physique appeared noticeably more robust. "Arm strength enhancement," Chopper suddenly exclaimed, opening his eyes and launching another punch at Veer. This time, his right arm was evidently much thicker, radiating power. Even his speed had increased. Veer found himself taken aback by the velocity of Chopper's strike. This time, he chose not to absorb the blow with his face. Instead, he calmly raised his hand and deftly intercepted Chopper's powerful punch. The dull thud echoed through the air. The Chopper's eyes widened once more. This punch surely possessed a force of at least 5,000 gene. But how immense was his master's strength? It was simply inconceivable. Indeed, it reached 6,000 gene. "The effects of the medicine are remarkable, achieving a 130 enhancement," Veer continued. "Chopper, your strength has increased by at least 700. Normally, it would only add 500, but you appear to be particularly compatible with this substance. It can only be consumed by animals. Otherwise, I would be tempted to take some myself, with no side effects." Veer promised to provide Chopper with several more pills later, instructing him to familiarize himself with the enhancements over the coming days and to request more once they were depleted. Chopper stood in stunned silence. Pondering Veer's words that it seemed that this substance was as plentiful as cabbage, meant to be consumed freely to be by the way. If you take 3 pills at once, you can transform into a monstrous form. This form retains your sanity but does not last long and will leave you weakened afterward. Try to avoid using it excessively. This is merely the first version. The effects are somewhat lacking. But that is to be expected given your current weakness. Once you grow stronger, I will provide you with an improved version, Veer said, patting the bewildered chopper on the shoulder with earnestness. Train diligently and do not hesitate to use them. There is plenty more where that came from. With a final encouraging glance, Veer turned and returned to his quarters, needing to continue his work on potion formulation, as numerous tasks awaited him. Chopper, on the other hand, was left utterly flabbergasted. The prospect of maintaining rationality even in a monstrous form. Veer had resolved a dilemma Chopper had grappled with for ages in mere moments. And what of this first version? The effects were somewhat lacking. Was this truly subpar? Chopper felt an overwhelming sense of newfound strength. Once he became accustomed to his enhanced attributes and transformation, he believed he could at least contend with Sanji or Zoro. If this was considered lacking, what might the other versions entail? The most astonishing part was that his big brother seemed to offer an infinite supply. With this realization, Chopper felt elated if he wished. He could maintain this state for a lifetime, treating the enhancement pills like candy. No, his big brother had been so generous to him. He could never let him down. He resolved to train hard and become the first deer to awaken the power of armament hockey. Soon, the ranks of the diligent training brigade swelled further. 3 days later, under Nami's inspiring leadership, they encountered no dangers along their journey. Although Veer sensed something amiss a few times, he remained silent, only to find that Nami had already reacted to the situation. During these moments, she would ask, "How about now? Is it all right?" As if seeking validation, much like a little girl yearning for praise. Each time, Veer offered her words of encouragement. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but marvel at Nami's talent. When she applied herself, she truly surpassed him, a mere amateur. Along the way, Nami encountered a situation where the compass pointed skyward, leaving her puzzled. She could only approach Veer and Robin for clarification. Recently, Robin had been assisting Veer in his quarters, often sitting in his room engrossed in books. However, she was not merely reading. She was observant. Upon hearing Nami's query, Veer understood they were approaching Sky Island. He first explained the concept of Sky Island to Nami, then informed her that they needed to visit a place called Gaia Island. There, they would find someone knowledgeable about how to reach Sky Island. Moreover, there was a fellow named Bellamy on Gaia Island, whose abilities were noteworthy. If he were to present himself, it would be prudent to engage with him. If all went according to plan, he would indeed make an appearance, and they would not tarry here for long. At most, they would take a day before setting sail for Sky Island. Gaia Island? But we don't have a compass. How do we know which way to go? Nami exclaimed, bewildered, as the only compass pointed skyward. No compass? Then we shall employ a physical compass, Veer replied. The position indicated by the compass pointing skyward was quite close to Gaia Island. Determining a direction? A simple task. Veer brought Nami to the bow of the ship, where he heightened his senses to their utmost capacity. After closing his eyes for several seconds to perceive the elements from all directions, he finally established a direction that a few errant earth elements drifted in that direction. As Nami observed Veer in this state, her expression shifted to one of profound astonishment. "I see, sensing something. It feels akin to what I sometimes do," she mused, realizing that she only ever grasped vague impressions. Had Veer truly honed his ability to sense those elements? Nami, set course for that direction, Veer exclaimed as he opened his eyes and pointed. Upon witnessing this, Nami felt even more convinced. Due to that direction, she sensed an unusual aura. Although it was exceedingly vague, she could not even discern what it was. However, after witnessing Wire's perceptive process, she began to have an inkling that it must be an elemental presence. Yet, immediately, another thought struck her. She could not even perceive it. Why could Wire? Could this be his terrifying talent? At that moment, Nami's gaze towards Wire transformed entirely. This fellow was nothing short of extraordinary. Not only did he possess exceptional medical skills, but his navigational talent was equally astounding. How was one to survive in such a world? Following Wire's indicated direction, they soon beheld Gaia Island. This further assured Nami that the peculiar aura she had sensed earlier was indeed the essence of Earth. Wire's abnormality was simply astonishing. Nami resolutely vowed to catch up with Wire's extraordinary abilities. She must also reach a level where she could distinctly perceive elements. As for why Wire could accomplish this, it was undoubtedly due to the combination of his two skills that Usopp's superlative insight allowed him to more easily sense these elements. This was no mere talent, so there should be no misunderstandings. Under Wire's guidance, they swiftly circled around to the rear of the island, locating Kulik, who had been diving here for over a decade. However, he was found unconscious on the ground. Beside him stood two gorillas, dressed in clothing, anxiously observing him. Upon seeing the Mary approaching, the gorilla brothers immediately became alert. The moment Luffy spotted these two clothed figures, his eyes lit up with excitement. Without waiting for the ship to dock, he leaped overboard, racing towards them. Zoro could not restrain him in time. Observing this, Zoro hastily secured the ship before pursuing after him. The others gradually disembarked as well. Nami had just briefed them on the situation. At present, they required the assistance of this individual. Wire leapt down. Cradling Chopper, Luffy's voice rang out, "Wire, this uncle here has collapsed. Hurry and save him." Luffy's distinctive shout captured Wire's attention. Collapsed? He must have suffered another episode. This uncle had developed a form of diving sickness, caused by years of relentless diving. This ailment primarily affected the lungs. If left untreated for an extended period, fainting would become increasingly frequent, eventually leading to life-threatening circumstances. Time was of the essence. Wire promptly placed Chopper on the ground. His mount should appear in an instant, and he dashed towards the scene. "Do not fear. Our ship's doctor is the most skilled in the world. He will surely save this uncle." Luffy was attempting to reassure the two gorillas. Realizing that Luffy bore no ill intent, the gorilla brothers, who had been deeply worried, felt a sense of relief, now that someone was capable of helping. It was truly fortuitous. Upon arriving, Wire quickly knelt to examine Kulik. As he had suspected, it was indeed diving sickness. "Let us move him inside," Wire instructed the brothers, having just witnessed Wire's professional handling of the situation. They were convinced he was a doctor. Without hesitation, they hurriedly transported Kulik to a nearby small room. Wire then formulated a plan that he intended to replace this fellow's lung, conveniently allowing him to test the artificial organ he had previously created. Once inside, Wire wasted no time, producing a brick and striking it against Kulik's head. The two brothers were taken aback. This fellow might not be a good person at all. Was everything he had done merely an act to gain their trust? They had thought his medical skills were commendable. What a villain! He was here to assassinate their brother. "What are you doing?" "Hey, stop." The two exclamations came in rapid succession as they rushed to thwart Wire's actions. However, at that moment, Luffy stepped forward to intervene. How did he stop them? By binding them with his hands and feet. "Calm down, gorillas. Our ship's doctor is just like this when saving people. His medical skills are exceptional." Luffy attempted to restore their faith in Wire, but upon witnessing this scene, they thought, "I believe you. Not a chance. This is clearly an assassin." The two struggled incessantly, but Luffy's bindings were beyond their capacity to escape. With a loud thud, Kulik regained consciousness. As he became aware, he found someone stripping his clothes. Suddenly, large hands began to roam over his chest. This bewildering situation left him utterly astonished. What was happening? Why could he not move? Who was this person? Was he about to lose his virtue? Suddenly, the sound of a chainsaw reverberated, sending a jolt of fear through him. No, what on earth was happening? At that moment, Wire brandished the chainsaw previously used on Ace and aimed it at Kulik's chest. The sight caused the two brothers' eyes to bulge in horror. He was actually using a chainsaw on someone. And you tell me he is not an assassin? Surely, one cannot claim this is part of the treatment. Who uses a chainsaw to save lives? As the brothers glared in disbelief, Kulik's lung was swiftly extracted. It was already riddled with numerous white spots. Once these spots covered the entire lung, his demise would be imminent. The brothers gasped in shock. What was wrong with their brother's lung? Clearly, something was amiss. Could it be that this fellow was genuinely trying to save him? Otherwise, how could he? Robin had initially thought that Veer was a pervert, deciding to keep her distance from him in the future. However, it now appeared that this was merely his unique approach. Yet, upon reflection, she realized that if she were to sustain injuries in the future, that would be quite troubling. The moment this thought crossed her mind, her expression shifted dramatically, as if she had recalled something ominous. Meanwhile, the trio had finally quieted down after a bout of sobbing. The exasperated look in Kulik's eyes suggested his disbelief at their earlier antics. All three turned their gazes toward Veer. The two brothers spoke first. "Thank you, divine healer, for saving our brother's life." With a resounding thud, they bowed their heads in gratitude. At that moment, The expressions of Veer and Kulik mirrored each other perfectly. Setting aside other considerations, these two were undeniably straightforward. Their thoughts were even simpler. How could they have doubted the healer who had just rescued their brother? Such transgressions were unforgivable, truly inhumane. Their eyes now brimmed with gratitude and admiration for Veer. After all, witnessing someone save a life with a chainsaw was a first for them. All right, it's just a minor matter. Please rise, Veer said, feeling a bit overwhelmed by their gratitude. Luffy, noticing that Kulik had awakened, seized the moment to express their intent. Uncle, we wish to go to Sky Island. Do you know the way? Kulik was momentarily taken aback. Then let out a heavy sigh. If it were anyone else asking, he would have laughed heartily, insisting that Sky Island did not exist. However, these individuals had just saved his life. As Kulik gazed into Luffy's fervent eyes, he perceived the shadow of a dream within them. With a silent sigh, he conceded, "Very well, I shall share the information I possess." Veer, having already been privy to this knowledge, excused himself after exchanging pleasantries, returning to the ship to continue his unfinished potion-making endeavor. This particular concoction was intended for Whitebeard, but the process was intricate, and he had yet to complete it. He had dedicated his recent days to this task, which was now nearing its final stages. Anticipating busier times ahead, he knew he must work swiftly. Before long, Veer was fully immersed in his work. Time flew by, and after a full 2 hours, he surveyed the vial in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. During the preparation, he had heard the distant sounds of commotion aboard the ship, but he had paid them no mind. Upon stepping outside, he found that night had already enveloped the surroundings, rendering the area eerily quiet and devoid of any presence. Veer was not surprised. They must have gone to catch some south bird. Without a compass, one could not ascertain direction at sea, making the capture of that bird essential. Now, it was merely a matter of awaiting their return. At that moment, Veer noticed significant alterations to the Mary. Numerous areas bore signs of reinforcement, and 2 wing-like structures had been affixed to either side, likely the handiwork of the Ape brothers. As Usopp could not have managed such intricate modifications. "Hey, divine healer, are you hungry? Come and have something to eat," a voice called from the shore. Veer turned to see the 2 simpletons watching him. Indeed, he felt a pang of hunger. With some tasks awaiting him shortly, it would be prudent to have a bite to eat. As for those tasks, Bellamy would likely be arriving soon. Kulik had some intel regarding gold that should have reached Bellamy's ears by now. His spring fruit could prove an effective means of attack. He planned to strike decisively, maximizing the chances of acquiring that ability. Before long, the 4 of them were gathered around the dining table, enjoying their meal. The atmosphere was largely silent as Veer consumed his food voraciously, leaving little room for conversation. The other 3 cast dubious glances at Veer. "Is this young healer truly powerful? It's hard to tell," they mused. Just before Luffy and the others set out to catch the bird, Kulik had offered to watch over the ship. However, Luffy had found it amusing to respond, "No need. With Veer around, no one would dare lay a finger on the Mary." His words implied that Veer was quite dependable, yet he was merely a ship's doctor. How could he possibly be strong? They had done their research. The Straw Hat Pirate's highest bounty belonged to Luffy, at 30 million berries, while Veer had no bounty at all. How could he be formidable? Was Luffy suggesting something else? At that moment, the Navy had yet to update the bounties. It was entirely normal for Veer to remain unlisted. As they pondered these thoughts, a group of individuals had quietly gathered on a nearby sandbank not far from the Mary. "Captain Bellamy, it has been confirmed. That is merely the ship of a rookie pirate crew. Furthermore, all others have departed, leaving behind only a ship's doctor without a bounty," that a rather flamboyantly dressed man reported to Bellamy. Even if they were all present, it matters not. Their highest bounty is merely 30 million, which will not deter us from seizing the gold." A stylish man wielding a curved sword chimed in. This was Sachi's, the first mate of the Bink Dog Pirates. His words revealed their disdain for the Straw Hat crew. "A ship's doctor? How laughable. Let us proceed and reclaim our gold. I hope this doctor is wise enough not to interfere with our affairs. Otherwise, Bellamy declared, leading his crew toward Kulik's small abode. They had somehow learned of the gold that Kulik possessed, which, while not vast, was sufficient for their needs. Upon arrival, they were taken aback to find a pirate ship docked at the location. To be prudent, Bellamy had sent someone to investigate. The conclusion? He had been overly cautious. This crew was nothing but trash, let alone the ship's doctor, a mere nobody without a bounty, hardly worth consideration. Before long, Bellamy and his crew stood before Kulik's door. Without a moment's hesitation, they fired a cannonball through the entrance. The four individuals inside, enjoying their meal, were startled by the sudden explosion. They watched as the door was blown off its hinges, debris scattering across the table. Veer lost all appetite as the food lay strewn about the floor. Kulik and the 8 brothers sprang to their feet, anger etched on their faces. Who dares to cause a ruckus here? They thought, marching towards the door. Upon stepping outside and seeing the intruders, their expressions turned grave. Bellamy, with a bounty of 55 million berries, was a notorious thug in the area. Their presence here could not be merely to vandalize his door. Before they could voice their inquiries, Sachi spoke with brazen arrogance. "Humph, curly head, if you know what's good for you, hand over that gold of yours. We might spare your lives." Upon hearing this, Kulik realized the confrontation was directed at him, not his door. This was dire. The gold served as the last testament to his ancestors' truth. Though no one believed him, he would never surrender. It seemed he had no choice but to fight to the death. No, it had become an absolute necessity. Contemplating their stance for battle, the opposing group erupted into laughter. "Huh? How foolish. Overestimating yourselves. 3 imbeciles. Do you truly wish for your demise? Ha!" Among them, the vice-captain, Sachi's, was particularly boisterous. "Ha! It seems you 4 worthless wretches wish to entertain us. How amusing." Through the door of their escape, they observed we're rising and approaching the entrance. Assuming we're intended to assist, they immediately began to mock him. Upon finishing his taunt, Sachi's wasted no time and charged forward. Wielding 2 Nepalese weapons, the others remained motionless. In Bellamy's estimation, one was sufficient to deal with them. Sachi's alone was more than adequate. The trash hardly deserved his effort, and he took pleasure in watching from the sidelines. Sachi's, brimming with aggression, unleashed a display of flamboyant techniques against the 3 in front of him. They dared not be complacent and exerted their utmost effort in defense. However, it soon became apparent that this individual was not as formidable as he appeared. In a 3-on-1 scenario, he seemed hardly a match for them. The tide of battle shifted swiftly. Sachi's, all show with no substance, was soon relegated to a position of passive defense. Bellamy's expression darkened. Was this fellow truly so weak? Unable to even best 3 worthless opponents? Despite his irritation, he gestured for his comrades to charge at this moment. The situation transformed once again. The 2 brothers intercepted the lesser lackeys. While Kulik engaged Sachi's in a 1-on-1 duel, Bellamy mused that this time, there could be no issues. Yet, once more, reality defied his expectations. Having been healed by Veer, Kulik had enhanced his capabilities, now familiar with his opponent's techniques. He began to dominate Sachi's, pressing him to the ground with relentless blows. Veer, observing, noted that these adversaries were clearly not their equals. Thus, there was no urgency for him to intervene. Meanwhile, Bellamy was utterly disheartened. "Useless. Step aside. Let me handle this." At his words, Sachi's hastily retreated in disarray, his earlier arrogance significantly diminished. With his legs charged, Bellamy surged forward with explosive speed. Leaving Kulik no chance to evade, a powerful spring-loaded punch struck Kulik squarely in the face, sending him crashing to the ground and spitting out several teeth. The force of that blow was no trifling matter. Veer's eyes lit up at the sight. He had already gauged the immense strength of this little scoundrel. But this punch had astonishingly reached 3 times his limit. That was no small figure. It appeared the spring fruit held much promise. We're resolved to observe further, curious to see if this fellow had any additional tricks up his sleeve. Seeing Kulik incapacitated by a single blow, Bellamy burst into laughter. "Ha! Old man, with such feeble strength, do you think you can guard the gold? Dream on. Will you hand it over obediently, or are you waiting for someone to rescue you? But who could you possibly rely on? That pretty boy behind you. Ha! He's probably so scared he's about to wet his pants. A worthless fool without a bounty." At this moment, believing victory was within his grasp, Bellamy began his taunts, dragging Veer into the fray. "This fellow has quite the foul mouth, hanging 2 gourds at home. Truly sees himself as a lord. I must silence him first," Veer thought with a grim determination. Kulik, struggling to rise, resumed his defensive stance. Upon witnessing this, Bellamy's manic laughter waned. He prepared to strike, determined to incapacitate this opponent. How dare he stand back up? This was unforgivable. With that thought, the spring-like markings reappeared on his legs, compressing once more. Yet this time, instead of charging directly at Kulik, he began to bounce around like a rubber ball, increasing his speed with each leap. He moved so swiftly that afterimages trailed behind him. Anything he collided with, houses, trees, was invariably shattered or broken. Kulik's expression turned grave as his body tensed to its utmost that he knew that any misstep could lead to his demise. Weir continued to watch calmly. This bouncing ability, which enhanced his speed, was quite impressive. Suddenly, however, Weir's expression shifted. The individual was now bouncing toward the Mary. Having already wreaked havoc on his surroundings, it seemed he intended to deliver a final kick to the Mary before launching his attack. In that case, Weir could no longer afford to merely watch. Indeed, Bellamy had the same intention, ready to shatter the old man with a single punch. A frenzied expression adorned his face. Kulik, recognizing the impending disaster, thought to himself that this blow would undoubtedly create a gaping hole in the Mary. He instinctively glanced toward Weir, eager to see how he would respond. But at that moment, his back was entirely empty. Boom! Bellamy pushed off with all his might, preparing to charge. Yet, contrary to expectations, he found himself suspended in midair, as if glued to the ship. The Mary, which should have suffered significant damage, remained unscathed. On the deck stood a figure, his right hand firmly gripping Bellamy's ankle. "Kid, if you let me down by damaging it in front of me, I would be utterly humiliated. It's one of our companions." At the sound of that voice, everyone was taken aback. Wasn't that the voice of the useless ship's doctor? They all turned to the source, astonished. In the darkness, though somewhat obscured, it became evident that it was indeed Weir. "Hiss! When did he get over there?" Kulik gasped in astonishment. What kind of speed was this? Just moments ago, Weir had been standing at the doorway. In such a short span, could his speed truly surpass that of Bellamy, who had charged with such preparation? What astonished him further was that Weir had effortlessly halted the high-speed Bellamy with one hand. While it appeared simple, it was anything but. The tremendous kinetic energy had vanished in an instant. What kind of immense strength was required to accomplish such a feat? How was this possible? Wasn't he just a worthless fool without a bounty? Bellamy's expression was one of sheer horror. He had never encountered anyone capable of forcibly stopping him. He understood better than anyone the difficulty involved. Upon realizing it was Weir, his face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? He couldn't help but exclaim. Expressing his confusion, this worthless fellow seemed somewhat extraordinary. Unease began to creep into his heart. Just then, he noticed the figure above flicker before him. In an instant, a foot was aimed at his face. More precisely, his mouth. The speed was so rapid that he could hardly react. Bang! A heavy thud resounded as a figure crashed down into the sandy ground, creating a massive crater, the edges of which spread perilously close to Kulik's feet. This sudden turn of events left Kulik in utter shock. He stared in disbelief at Weir, who was slowly approaching, his expression a mix of astonishment and fear. The lackeys nearby, however, were far more terrified, some turning to flee. But just then, the earth itself began to tremble. The earth seemed to possess a life of its own, transforming into enormous hands that enveloped everyone, including the first mate, in its grasp. In the blink of an eye, only a few spherical formations remained, from which various cries of terror emanated. Yet, as Veer gradually tightened his right hand, the earthen spheres began to contract. Soon, an eerie silence enveloped the area, leaving only the three members of Kulik staring wide-eyed at one another, struggling to swallow. Their expressions conveyed a multitude of emotions. At that moment, the trio finally comprehended Luffy's intent. This was no mere jest. With a figure of such stature present, one could be assured that no one on this island would dare lay a finger on the Mary. Such formidable power was truly overwhelming. Veer observed the blood seeping from the earth orbs and shook his head in disappointment. The liquefaction of the ground had only a limited range and lacked considerable strength. As the distance increased, he found his control waning. It appeared that this ability was ill-suited for combat. In a flash, Bellamy was lifted by Veer and casually tossed onto the ground. Veer then crouched down and retrieved several teeth from his medical kit, gazing at the unconscious Bellamy, whose teeth were in disarray and whose face had sunk deeply. Veer took immediate action. Following his usual protocol, he delivered a swift blow. With a resounding thud, Bellamy's consciousness stirred. After gently rousing his slumbering mind, Veer set about the task of healing. The face was of little concern. It would merely look unattractive henceforth. He only needed to mend the teeth and apply some bandages. The rest would be left to Bellamy's own recovery. To repair the teeth, extraction was necessary. Most of the remaining teeth were in such a state of disrepair that Veer prepared to replace them. He fetched a pair of pliers from the kit and began the extraction process. However, Due to the extensive damage, many teeth were broken or misaligned, making the task far from easy. Some required Veer to firmly plant a foot on Bellamy's head, exerting all his strength to remove them. After a considerable struggle, he finally completed the extractions. The subsequent repair was a much simpler affair. The teeth he had prepared were of his own invention, possessing self-adhesive properties. Once inserted into the proper positions, they would root themselves automatically. Yet, this process was not without its discomfort. Veer worked diligently, and before long, a set of pristine white teeth was affixed to him. They appeared immaculate, yet to Kulik and the others, they resembled the yellowed remains of someone who had never brushed their teeth, with some even housing crawling insects, which thoroughly disgusted them. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 1,000 negative points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ability. Charge. Your attacks will inflict greater damage after charging. The longer the charge time, the higher the damage, capped at 3 times the damage for 6 seconds. Indeed, this is an impressive offensive skill. Veer mused, feeling quite pleased with this newfound ability. Achieving 3 times the damage was no trivial matter. Once fully charged, it could be said that he would be capable of miracles. This was truly a bountiful acquisition. Veer, do you really have no bounty? The two brothers, the ape-men, stammered as they addressed Veer in their eyes. Veer's strength was of the 100 million level. How could such a pirate not have a bounty? Had the Navy fallen asleep? The most vocal critic of the Navy was undoubtedly the prone Bellamy, who now loathed them more than ever. How can they be so unprofessional? A character like this has 0 bounty. Isn't that just a scam? If they don't want to do their job, they should just quit. Bounty? I have no idea. That thing is of little use. It merely serves to intimidate, Veer retorted nonchalantly. However, his words left the three in utter confusion. Intimidation? Isn't that a symbol of strength? How has it turned into mere intimidation in your case? Just as they struggled to comprehend this, a commotion erupted in the distance. Luffy and his crew were returning in a group. Zoro clutched a peculiar-looking bird, its head oriented toward the south. They soon approached, and upon seeing the massive pit, they realized something was amiss. Woo! Veer, did you do this? What a gigantic hole! Luffy exclaimed in astonishment. The others were similar expressions of disbelief. Yes, this guy accidentally fell and wrecked the ground like that, and his face got smashed up. I just helped bandage him. Veer said, kicking the motionless Bellamy to this. Kulik's trio couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths. Your friend fell and ended up like this? That's quite a dramatic statement, even in the realm of explosions. Oh, he must have really been careless. Bang. Are you stupid? You believe everything he says. Nami's fist came down hard on Luffy's head. After a raucous exchange, they prepared to set sail once more, according to Kulik. At dawn, a tremendous current would erupt approximately 40 kilometers to the south. Time was of the essence. After bidding farewell to the 3 older men, the group resumed their journey. Along the way, Luffy was in high spirits, exclaiming, "We're going up to the sky. This is fantastic. Let us all ascend together." Shut up, you fool. After a night of sailing, they finally arrived at their destination just as dawn broke. However, the scene appeared tranquil, devoid of any indication that something was about to unfold. Yet, only Veer understood the impending enormity. The violent eruption of the current was imminent, and the surrounding water elements were in a state of agitation. Once they rode this current, they would soar to the Sky Island. Suddenly, they sensed something peculiar about the ship as it began to veer sideways. Upon closer inspection, they were met with the sight of an enormous whirlpool that had formed without warning. They began to be drawn down toward the ocean's depths, and terror marked the faces of all. Their expressions turned pale. Yet, in an instant, everything seemed to vanish. The surface of the sea returned to its serene state. Just as everyone assumed the ordeal had concluded, Veer grasped the small antlers of Chopper beside him. Then, with a thunderous roar, a colossal wave surged skyward. The Mary abruptly stood upright, nearly sending Luffy tumbling overboard. Fortunately, he stretched out his arm and grasped the mast. The others scrambled to secure themselves. Chopper, swaying with the wind, wore an expression of sheer terror. He was terrified even by a simple motorcycle ride. And at that moment, he was on the verge of fainting. Thankfully, his antlers were firmly held by Veer, sparing him the fear of being swept away. Everything around them rushed backward as they ascended at an astonishing rate. 1,000 meters, 3,000 meters, 8,000 meters. Propelled by the current, their ascent felt akin to riding a rocket. A bird even collided with Luffy's head, bursting upon impact. the speed was nothing short of exhilarating. After several minutes of rapid ascent, the violently rocking ship finally stabilized. The crew slowly opened their eyes to behold an endless expanse of clouds. Their vessel was now traversing a river of clouds, winding and twisting, the destination unknown. All were left in awe, their faces reflecting the wonder of those who had never seen such sights, as they gazed at the stunning clouds, exclaiming in delight. Veer, observing the surprisingly composed Chopper, posed a curious question. "Hey, Chopper, you didn't faint from fright?" "Hey, I'm fine, big brother. I'm perfectly all right. I'm wide awake. Please don't harm me." The voice of Wire indeed startled Choba significantly, overwhelmed by the fright. Choba nearly lost his balance. He was fortunate not to faint, as the thought of the consequences of losing consciousness suddenly struck him. The mere mention of Wire instantly revitalized Choba. "What? You say the pace is too swift?" Compared to a single session with his master, this is merely a trifle. When weighing the options, Choba naturally chose to prioritize his survival. Observing this, Wire found it somewhat amusing. The child was clearly grappling with psychological trauma. He would have to exercise more caution in his future actions. As Wire gazed at the scenery around him, he began to ponder. Soon, they would encounter a gate to paradise, akin to a toll booth. But would they pay? Nonsense. Who would dare to pay when Nami would kill anyone who did? Upon illegally entering the Sky Island, they would be pursued by law enforcement. However, that was inconsequential. Those individuals were merely minor henchmen. Wire's ultimate goal was always Enelu. Any troubles along the way would be avoided if possible, and swiftly dealt with if not. Although Wire was familiar with the original plot, he was still unfamiliar with the terrain. It would be ideal if they could find a local to guide them. Before long, the guide would arrive. Once they reached the gates of the White Sea, a band of indigenous people reminiscent of Native Americans would assault them. At that moment, they could capture one or two of them to lead the way. What? You ask, what if they refuse? No worries. Getting into a fight will surely result in some injuries, and a little treatment will make them compliant. Their vessel swiftly approached the majestic gates of paradise. The grand and magnificent entrance evoked a sense of wonder, making one feel as though they had truly arrived in heaven. Their ship continued to drift along the river of clouds. But upon reaching the gates, it came to a halt. It seemed as though the river ceased to flow at this point. Just as everyone was puzzled, a diminutive old woman emerged from beneath the gates. Her face was lined with wrinkles. After casting a brief glance at the gathering, she expressionlessly declared that entry required a fee of 10 billion IKT. This proclamation, the crowd was taken aback. 10 billion. Although they were unaware of what an IK was, the figure was undeniably daunting. Could they refuse to pay? Nami tentatively inquired, harboring little hope. Yet, the old woman's response surprised everyone. Of course you can. This revelation left the group astonished. They could indeed opt not to pay. Despite their confusion, they did not press further. If they truly had the option to forego payment, that would be splendid. After delivering her message, the old woman slowly opened the gates of paradise. The crab emerged from beneath the ship, clamping onto it and propelling them forward at a rapid pace. Following another lengthy journey, they finally arrived at the White Sea. Here, an endless expanse of clouds stretched before them, with flowing clouds beneath. Was this truly a sea? It was a sea made of clouds. Usopp, brimming with excitement, contemplated jumping in for a swim, as this was a place none had ever experienced before. And he yearned to explore. However, just as he removed his shirt and perched on the railing, an unsettling thought crossed his mind. If he were to leap in and drown, would that not be the end? Perhaps it was best not to gamble with his life. Usopp quietly descended back down, yet upon doing so, he felt utterly drained, collapsing to the side and gasping for breath, appearing utterly exhausted. His companions were left in disbelief. How could merely climbing the railing and descending render him so fatigued? When had Usopp become so weak? Just as they were mulling this over, a group of peculiar figures suddenly surged across the sea. Their faces adorned with strange masks, and their shoes emitting jets of gas. It appeared they were targeting the Mary. Wire's eyes lit up at the sight. Here they came. Observing Usopp's condition, Wire recalled that upon arriving at the Sky Island, one would experience a period of adjustment, causing fatigue from even minor movements. However, this was nothing to deter him. He swiftly opened the medical kit and retrieved a vial of an exceptionally dark serum. This was a substance that enabled rapid acclimatization to any environment. Without hesitation, he injected it directly into his chest. As the serum coursed through his system, Wire felt his breathing become noticeably easier. At that moment, the three assailants leaped aboard the ship. Zoro, Sanji, and Luffy quickly sensed that their adversaries were not benign. They charged at the trio. However, their speed and strength were significantly diminished compared to usual. After a flurry of attempts, they failed to even graze their opponents, exhausting themselves instead. Seizing the opportunity, the three attackers launched their own offensive. Luffy and his crew were utterly incapable of mounting a defense. Swiftly overwhelmed by their opponents, in no time, the three were taken down. Yet, at this moment, the assailants turned their attention towards Wire, determined to eliminate the seemingly more threatening figure. Through his earlier observations, Wire had gauged their strength and deemed it mediocre. Reliant almost entirely on their bizarre shell-like accessories, Nami and the others, witnessing Luffy's swift defeat, were left astounded. How could their three companions be so weak? They hardly exchanged blows before being felled. Were these attackers truly that formidable? Just as their concerns peaked, they noticed the assailants charging towards Wire. They collectively exhaled in relief. Let them approach Wire. He would handle it well. At that moment, the leader of the group, recognizing Wire as a formidable opponent, drew a cannon from his back and aimed it directly at him. The cannonball contained immense destructive power. A mere touch could spell disaster. Following the cannonball, the three wielding spears followed closely behind. As the cannonball hurtled towards him, Wire lifted his foot and kicked it away. The three attackers' faces lit up with glee. A cannonball that exploded upon contact. This fool was doomed. Indeed, they thought, he was just an ignorant surface dweller. However, as Wire struck the cannonball, it seemed to darken further. Contrary to their expectations of seeing Wire blown away, he appeared to have kicked the projectile away. Although the three were bewildered, they pressed their assault. With their spears thrusting towards Wire in succession, he unexpectedly vanished from their view. Before they could comprehend what had transpired, one of them felled a sharp kick to the abdomen. One individual, seized by Wire by the neck, remained grounded, while the other two were less fortunate, since soaring hundreds of meters away, plummeting into the white sea below. Another, whose chest muscles were rather exaggerated, collided violently with the railing. Fortunately, the railing transformed into steel upon impact, preventing it from breaking. The one still in Wire's grasp attempted to resist, but Wire swiftly slammed him down onto the steel deck, rendering him compliant. The impact elicited a spurt of blood from the individual, incapacitating him momentarily. Observing this, the old woman grew increasingly anxious. It seemed they had indeed run into a formidable opponent. This individual was not to be trifled with. A swift retreat must be orchestrated. Yet, he did not abandon his comrades. Instead, she boldly charged toward Veer once more. Veer manipulated the boards of the Mary to ensnare her, but the outcome was far from satisfactory in a matter of moments. She appeared before Veer. Her fair right hand was slightly raised, revealing a peculiar shell nestled in her palm. Almost immediately, she shouted, "Impact!" A tremendous shockwave erupted from the shell, inflicting significant damage as it struck Veer's face directly. Even Usopp and Nami, who stood behind Veer, were flung backward, crashing into the wooden planks with great force. The power of this blow was astonishing, prompting a wave of concern among the onlookers as they glanced at Veer. Following this assault, the woman seized her motionless companion from the ground, preparing to withdraw. However, as she attempted to flee, a foot unexpectedly appeared against her chest. Then came the resounding thud. A massive force emanated from her chest, sending her crashing violently against the iron railing once more. Yet this time, the steel could not withstand the impact, bending significantly. Gushing a copious amount of blood, she collapsed onto one knee, her astonished gaze fixed on Veer. To her disbelief, Veer, who had taken the brunt of her shell's attack, bore no visible wounds. How could this be possible? In the span of merely 2 minutes, one had vanished without a trace, and two lay gravely injured and captured. Lachi struggled to accept this reality. How could such a formidable being exist in this blue sea? She and Kamachili were among the mightiest in their tribe, surpassed only by Weber. Yet, the two of them could not even withstand 2 moves from this man. What was going on with him? Veer approached her, seizing the twisted railing, which rapidly returned to its original form. He then lifted the mask from the woman before him, revealing indeed a woman's face, with long hair cascading down. This individual seemed to be named Lachi, and she glared at Veer with a fierce defiance, embodying the spirit of one who would rather perish than submit. Veer found this amusing. You came seeking trouble, yet when met with defeat, you wear such a countenance. How utterly unbecoming for a bandit. Lachi, however, turned her face away, resolute in her decision to ignore Veer, yet he paid her no mind. Veer approached the man named Kamachili, retrieving his medical kit. A minute later, the sounds of wailing ensued. 10 minutes passed, and the cries ceased. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have acquired 200 negative points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained the ability, Mastery of Shell Usage. After completing these tasks, Veer calmly stowed away his tools. However, Lachi's gaze toward Veer had shifted. This man seemed like a devil. Suddenly, she recalled the injury on her chest, and a wave of panic surged through her. Her complexion turned ashen, visibly pale as a sheet, her eyes brimming with terror. She looked at Kamachili, who appeared utterly despondent, her fear intensifying. Just then, Veer, having organized his belongings, approached her. Lachi tensed instantaneously, watching Veer walk toward her. His expression devoid of emotion and his lips curling slightly. She panicked. No, don't come any closer. What do you want? I'm not ill. I don't need treatment. Stay away from me. I'm not injured. I'm perfectly healthy, she shouted, retreating as best she could. But behind her lay the railing, leaving her nowhere to escape. As Veer advanced, his smile grew more pronounced, which in Lachi's eyes was sheer horror. Finally, she could bear it no longer. What are your terms? I'll agree to anything. Please, just stop. Veer gazed at her in bemusement. Was she truly this terrified? He had merely administered a swift adjustment to that fellow's neck. The IT was not even a neck, just something that resembled one. How could she be so frightened? This was excessive cowardice. Yet, it wasn't just her. Even the seasoned crew members, who had long been accustomed to Veer's outrageous antics, now displayed expressions reminiscent of the subway elders glued to their phones. The man had just had his head removed. Veer was becoming increasingly sinister. Robin's face turned pale as well. This ship's doctor seemed even more fearsome than she had anticipated. Seeing this, Veer could only shake his head in exasperation. His medical procedures appeared to be more effective than torture. What a peculiar situation. Observing Lachi's terrified gaze, Veer refrained from further tormenting her. It would not do to frighten a child so thoroughly. There was nothing else at stake. They had only just arrived in this unfamiliar land, merely seeking a guide, Veer said with a congenial demeanor. Upon hearing this, Lachi's expression faltered, her face reflecting an indescribable mix of emotions. A guide? You merely seek us as a guide? I had prepared to sell my ancestors' graves, and yet you tell me it's just for guidance? Is this appropriate? To seek a guide, must you resort to such extreme measures? You had my head removed and then reattached. Are you jesting? Though her mind was in chaos, she reluctantly acquiesced, expressing her willingness to serve as their guide during their time on this sky island. Both her tone and expression conveyed her eagerness, asserting that she had not been coerced. She was genuinely happy. Although she did not fully understand, the terms were not particularly burdensome. Veer nodded in satisfaction. Regardless of the means, the objective had been achieved. With a guide, their task would be significantly easier. He now regarded Lachi with greater favor. However, at that moment, Lachi could not suppress a cough. As she turned her head, Veer instantly pivoted, locking his gaze upon her like a shark that had sensed blood. This was a grave injury. It needed treatment. But upon seeing the terror in Lachi's eyes, she exclaimed, No, doctor, I'm fine. Yet even as she uttered these words, Veer remained unyielding, his gaze still fixed upon her. Realizing the precariousness of her situation, she disregarded the pain coursing through her fractured ribs and abdomen, forcing herself to stand. Not only did she stand, but she also made several exaggerated movements. When she turned back to Veer, she earnestly proclaimed, Look, I'm truly fine. But no sooner had she spoken than a torrent of blood erupted from her mouth, splattering even onto Veer's face. Veer blinked, wiping the blood from his visage, which even bore remnants of shattered insides. He had been too forceful. Lachi, now panicking, exhibited visible anxiety. This old blood could not have come at a worse time. She attempted to suppress it, but to no avail. I just have gum bleeding because I haven't been brushing my teeth properly. I'll make sure to brush better when I get back. This feeble excuse left the others on the ship stifling their laughter. If they did not cover their mouths, it would truly be a spectacle. Even Veer's lips twitched slightly. Gum bleeding. Impressive, truly. Since she had gone so far as to make such a claim, Veer decided against further action. He had never encountered someone with such a strong will to survive. In any case, there was little to gain, and he was disinclined to waste time. Very well, if you insist you're fine, let's set off at once. With a look of regret, Wire spoke. Opposite him, Raki let out a sigh of relief, his life preserved. After Wire finished speaking, he approached the 4 individuals lying on the ground and administered an injection to each of them. It was the same serum that could rapidly acclimatize one to their environment. After receiving the injection in their chests, the 4 individuals felt a swift revival of energy, once feeling utterly drained. They were now lively once more. They couldn't help but marvel at Wire's remarkable medical skills. While they were baffled by their symptoms, Wire had already produced the antidote. One must admit, Wire was indeed reliable when it came to medicine. Albeit a tad brusque, Raki and the now revived Kamachili were equally astonished. Typically, a Blue Sea individual would remain in a state of weakness for several hours upon suddenly encountering the White Sea environment. This was precisely why they dared to hunt these Blue Sea people. Yet, this fellow had resolved the issue with just 1 injection. It was simply astonishing. Choba soon received his injection as well. Now, only 2 individuals of the opposite sex remained. The injection had to be administered to the chest, precisely targeting the lungs. Without hesitation, Wire raised the needle and swiftly pierced it into Nami, who was cooperating by puffing her chest out and lifting her head. As the serum entered her body, Nami instantly felt her breathing ease. The heaviness lifted, and she felt significantly more comfortable. However, when it came to Robin, the situation grew peculiar. Her complexion noticeably flushed. Her gaze became erratic, and her hands fidgeted restlessly. Let alone looking up at Wire. The more she reacted, the harder it became for him to administer the injection. She trembled slightly, and if he missed, it would be ineffective. With no other option, Wire firmly pressed down on her shoulder and, with swift precision, plunged the needle and 0.3 seconds later, he withdrew it, having ensured the entire contents of the syringe had been injected. After completing the task, Wire turned to converse with the 2 guides. The others dutifully operated the vessel, steering it toward the direction indicated by the 2. One noticed that Robin, who should have felt relieved, was now breathing increasingly rapidly. Wire and the 2 guides discussed heading directly to the so-called shrine to find Inalu. However, they mentioned that the vessel could not approach directly due to the chaotic sea currents. Typically, one would have to rely on a weiba, a type of jet ski. This large ship could only enter with the assistance of a giant crab. Otherwise, it was impossible to navigate. Upon hearing this, Wire recalled that in the original story, there indeed was a giant crab that would carry the ship as a sacrifice to the forest where Inalu resided. In that case, they should head straight to Angel Island. Once there, as long as they remained on the ship and awaited the appearance of the giant crab, they would be fine. As for Luffy and the others, they need not concern themselves. Whoever was present could proceed accordingly. Fewer people would facilitate movement. Upon reaching the forest, they could simply have the 2 guides lead them to the shrine, as long as they found Inalu. Wire was confident he could deliver a series of rapid attacks that would leave him utterly disoriented. Just moments ago, Wire discovered he could initiate a full charge before the battle. This meant he could begin by delivering a powerful kick imbued with armed color hockey, enhanced leg strength, and tripled damage. He couldn't help but wonder if Inalu could withstand it. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the nearby White Sea, shrouded in mystery. Wearing an odd mask that was one of the trio from earlier, he glanced back at the distant Mary. His expression one of urgency as he dashed in the opposite direction that he needed to return to report the news. Raki and Kamachili had been captured, and it appeared they were being tortured. Meanwhile, several dozen kilometers away in a desolate area, numerous tents were being erected. Why had Raki and the others taken so long to return? Surely nothing had happened to them, right, Chief? Within a tent significantly larger than the surrounding ones, a resolute-looking man addressed an elderly figure who appeared frail. The old man lifted his gaze slightly and, in a feeble voice, replied, "You are still too young, Weber, too impatient." After a brief pause, he continued, "They merely set out to hunt those Blue Sea individuals who stumbled upon our territory. What could possibly go wrong?" Upon hearing the old man's words, Weber recognized he had been somewhat hasty. Raki was his childhood friend, and he felt a twinge of worry. Their absence had indeed been prolonged. Yet considering their strength, Weber felt somewhat reassured. Just then, a little girl stumbled in, gasping for breath as she cried out, Chief, it's terrible, woo-woo." She fell flat on her face as she entered. Weber, seeing this, approached with a sigh and lifted her up. "What happened, Aisha? What's wrong?" He inquired to Raki's sister and the others. Aisha panted, struggling to form coherent words. Upon hearing Raki's name, Weber's heart raced with concern. "What happened to Raki? Aisha, what did you see?" This little girl possessed a crude version of the same ability as Enelu's heartnet. She could only perceive vague impressions. Raki's sister, and Kamachili brother have been captured. Aisha finally managed to articulate a complete sentence. However, her words left Weber in shock. "What?" he exclaimed. Just then, another figure stumbled in, breathless. "Weber, it's bad. Raki and Kamachili have been captured by a group of Blue Sea individuals. They are heading to Angel Island." Raki, the newcomer reported rapidly, and Weber instantly recognized him as one of Raki's companions. "What? Cooley, what happened to Raki?" Upon hearing the same alarming news as Aisha had conveyed, Weber's apprehension solidified. He was now eager to rush to their aid, but forced himself to remain calm and wait for Cooley to finish. Raki and the others seemed to be undergoing torture. Cooley's words barely left his lips when a gust of wind swept past, and Weber vanished without a trace, along with his gear, deep within the forest. A colossal vine supported an imposing structure. Inside what resembled a living room, Enelu lounged on a sofa, lazily munching on an apple. Everything that transpired at the edge of the White Sea had not escaped his attention. He carelessly tossed aside the half-eaten apple onto the carpet, which the nearby priest promptly retrieved, swiftly erasing the stains. A faint smile crept across Enelu's lips. The strongest priest, observed and inquired, "Has someone formidable arrived?" Enelu, with a serene smile, murmured, "A formidable figure? Indeed, quite impressive. However, no matter how powerful they may be, they are still merely human. The greatness of a god is beyond their comprehension. They are, at best, merely qualified to be sacrifices." "Oh!" With a resounding shout, Luffy leaped from the ship at that moment. Vale and his companions had reached the shores of Angel Island. Along the way, Luffy had contemplated plunging into the White Sea to test whether he could drown. However, the vivid image of Vale wielding a toilet plunger against the battered faces of Little Phone and Smoker kept flashing in his mind. After a fierce internal struggle, he ultimately abandoned the idea of diving into the sea. He restrained his impulses and remained quietly on the ship for a while. Now, upon finally spotting clouds beneath his feet, he wasted no time in jumping down. The others, having steadied the ship, followed suit. Nami and the others merely wished to stay until the compass was fully charged with magnetic force. As soon as the compass pointed towards the next island, they would hastily depart from this place. Striving to avoid any trouble, the coastline here appeared indistinguishable from that of the Blue Sea. The necessary flora was present. The only difference was that the sand had been replaced by clouds. Seeing Luffy tread without incident, they all jumped down eagerly. Having come to such a wondrous place, they yearned to savor the experience. Soon, only 5 panting individuals remained on the ship: 2 guides, a deer, and Robin, who stood alone, gazing into the distance. Chopper, perched on Vale's head, yearned to join Luffy and the others in their play. Yet, since Vale did not join, he refrained from doing so. Vale discerned the eagerness in Chopper's eyes and patted his little head. "If you wish to play, then go ahead." However, as soon as Vale finished speaking, Chopper shook his head vigorously. "Not going," he declared, though his face still bore a look of longing. Vale sighed in exasperation. Were it not for the imminent arrival of a large crab, he would have taken this little fellow down to frolic in the clouds long ago. Meanwhile, Rachi, who sat nearby with Kamachili, was now wrapped in bandages. She had been coughing up blood moments prior, her complexion growing increasingly pale. Yet, she stubbornly refused to allow Vale to come near her. If this continued, she would soon succumb to her worsening injuries. Compassionate Chopper took it upon himself to examine her wounds. After assessing her condition, he swiftly applied pressure to stem her injuries. His movements were decisive and efficient, leaving no room for hesitation. Rachi was astonished. This little deer was, in fact, a doctor. It was truly incredible. Moreover, his techniques were remarkably gentle. Even as he administered an injection, he softly reminded her that it might sting a little. In contrast, that other fellow would have likely turned her to ash upon learning that Chopper was Vale's apprentice. Her expression became even more animated. "Wait, are you two a mismatched pair? How can there be such a disparity between you?" The remarkable efficacy of the medicine he employed was equally astonishing. For instance, after the injection, her fractured rib miraculously reconnected, and the excruciating pain vanished. This was nothing short of miraculous. How could the Blue Sea possibly possess such wondrous remedies? Observing Chopper's gentle demeanor, she couldn't help but voice her curiosity. "Did you make this medicine?" Yet, Chopper's response left her speechless. It's something my master concocted on a whim. He says it only works on the weak. Slightly stronger individuals won't benefit from it. His innocent tone belied the harshness of his words. Rachi felt a wave of frustration wash over her. Vale, observing Robin lost in thought nearby, was not surprised. Robin relished her tranquility, and it was perfectly fine for her not to disembark. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Once they dealt with Enel, they would still need to wait for the compass to recharge. This process would likely take 2 to 3 days, during which they could enjoy the island, including Robin. Their party consisted of 5 individuals. Vale could sense something peculiar approaching beneath the surface of the water, moving with remarkable speed and considerable size, creating significant ripples. It had arrived. There was no mistaking it. Just as this thought crossed Vale's mind, the ship began to shake violently. It felt as though something from beneath the waves was about to emerge. Luffy and the others on the shore also sensed the disturbance and turned their gazes toward the commotion. Suddenly, a colossal crab surfaced from the depths, its enormous pincers clamping down on either side of the merry-go, lifting the ship as if it were a mere toy. Its sheer size instilled a sense of dread in onlookers. Luffy and the others were utterly astonished by the scene before them. Nami, positioned closest, was so startled by the crab's appearance that she nearly toppled over. What in the world is that? Vale and the others are still on the ship. Nami stammered. At that moment, Luffy and the others regained their composure, rushing forward to confront the crab. However, the creature offered no opportunity for resistance. Grasping the merry-go, it made a swift retreat. The terrifying speed left Luffy and his companions with no desire to pursue. In mere seconds, the merry-go had vanished from sight. What just happened? Did a crab just steal our ship? Luffy inquired. Uncertainty lacing his voice, the grim-faced Zoro responded, "Steal? This is outright robbery." Vale hadn't even been able to intervene. "Oh no, does that mean we are in danger?" Luffy remarked, his expression somewhat dazed. "You just realized that?" The others shouted in unison. Just as they were deliberating on how to proceed, a young girl approached from a distance. She bore a pair of pristine white wings. Meanwhile, Vale, after a 3-minute ordeal aboard the pirate ship, had successfully arrived at the heart of the forest. The gigantic crab had placed them upon an altar-like structure. Surrounded by water, several fish comparable in size to the earlier crab occasionally leaped from the depths, creating an atmosphere of extreme peril. Recognizing the familiar surroundings, Vale felt a sense of déjà vu. This was indeed the altar depicted in the original story. The next steps were straightforward. Vale simply needed to shout, "Guide! Get to work!" and then charge straight toward the Temple of the Gods to confront Enel. However, before that, he needed to ensure the safety of the merry-go. For the imminent danger. Those fish were the source. He needed to deal with those predatory flying fish first, at this moment. The remaining individuals on the ship were understandably terrified. The 2 guides appeared utterly bewildered. Wait, how did this turn into a sacrificial offering? Is this the end? Just moments ago, they had been discussing the dangers of this place with Vale, who had heeded their advice and chosen to set sail for Angel Island. They had assumed that guiding would not be too difficult, but now, how had the situation turned to them becoming sacrifices? This was truly dire. With just their small group, entering here felt like a death sentence. Just look at the fish surrounding them. They were far beyond what mere mortals could handle. Were they to remain here until they met their demise? Chopper and Robin shared similar concerns. Those fish appeared formidable indeed. Trapped in such a bizarre predicament, they genuinely felt lost without Vale's presence. Chopper was about to inquire what his elder brother planned to do next when, before he could utter a word, he saw Vale leap into the white sea below. This spectacle startled everyone. What was he doing? Did he intend to take on a swarm of flying fish all by himself? Rachi couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The others quickly approached the edge of the ship to gaze downwards, but all they could see was the surging sea, with nothing else in sight. Was he really that foolish? With his strength, if he had thought things through, we could have devised a way to escape. Instead, he chose to jump into the depths, sealing his own fate. This truly seemed to be the end. Upon witnessing the scene below, Rachi was certain that Veer was in grave peril. After all, facing such a large group in the water meant that his death sentence had essentially been pronounced. That fellow was far too reckless. Upon hearing this, Chopper's already anxious heart became even more frantic. He could no longer contain himself. My brother is in danger. No, I must go save him. With this thought, he prepared to leap, only to be restrained by Robin. After several attempts, he faced the same outcome. Robin would not allow him to descend. The White Sea is still the sea, not a place for a devil fruit user to meddle. Don't pull me. Let me go, Robin. I need to find my brother, Chopper shouted, struggling to break free from Robin's numerous arms. Yet, at that moment, his strength was utterly insufficient. Just as Chopper was about to consume a rumble ball to augment his power and escape Robin's grasp, a figure emerged from the water below and he landed steadily on the ship's railing. Observing the scene before him and Chopper, who was poised to ingest the rumble ball, Veer immediately grasped the situation. He waved his hand, signaling Robin to release him. Veer stepped forward and lifted Chopper effortlessly. He took the rumble ball from Chopper's hand and returned it to his pocket. What are you doing? Do you think your brother can't handle a few fish? Veer said, playfully patting Chopper's head. At that moment, Rachi noticed that the water below had turned crimson with blood. Large fish, measuring several meters in length, floated belly up on the surface. If he was not mistaken, they must have still been alive before their demise. What is happening? In just a minute. No, not even a minute. All these powerful flying fish are dead. Normally, they would steer clear of such beasts, let alone in groups. This fellow, his strength seems rather extraordinary. Extraordinary? This is nothing short of unusual. Chopper, relieved to see Veer unharmed, let out a sigh. I thought, he said, somewhat bashfully, still worried that Veer might scold him. Veer, having set Chopper down, looked at him earnestly and said, from now on, no matter what danger I encounter, do not come to my aid. Do you understand, you fool? Although he was quite serious, his tone remained gentle. If even I can't resolve the issue, what use would you be? You needn't concern yourself with anything else. Just hurry back to your Gaolauk and Zigua. Do you comprehend? After Veer finished speaking, Chopper looked at him in confusion but eventually nodded. Whether he would heed Veer's advice remained uncertain. Suddenly, Veer delivered a sharp blow to Chopper's head. The pain caused Chopper to clutch his head and spin around. You are a devil fruit user, yet you still wish to plunge into the water. Consider this a warning. If there essay next time, it will be worse. After Veer spoke, Chopper shivered slightly. The intense pain in his head seemed to vanish in an instant, leaving only the memory of Veer's terrifying methods. My dear brother, Chopper instinctively exclaimed, even saluting Veer. Veer, seeing this, nodded in satisfaction. All right, next we shall head to the Shrine of the Gods. Our two guides, let us commence. After addressing the two, he grasped a nearby vine and swung towards the land across from them. However, the two guides exchanged alarmed glances. What did he just say? To the Shrine of the Gods. How did he even hear of it? Setting that aside, has he lost his mind wanting to venture there? The beings residing there are not ones he can provoke. It is precisely because of that self-proclaimed god residing within that they have yet to reclaim their rightful land. This fool is heading straight for the shrine. What is he planning? Does he wish to experience the sensation of ascension? While they pondered this, Chopper and Robin had already followed Veer across. Only the two of them remained on the ship. Veer watched them quietly from below, contemplating how to treat the two he had nearly beaten to death. Upon catching sight of Veer's ominous gaze, Rachi's expression turned resolute. Forget Anairo. Forget the so-called gods. It seems that Veer's eyes are far more terrifying. Without hesitation, Rachi immediately followed suit. Seeing that the eldest sister had left, Kamachili had no choice but to go along with the crowd to avoid a beating. Veer could only shake his head, muttering, what a pity. Hearing this, Robin chuckled softly. Thus, they proceeded, guided by Veer, towards the rear of the small island. Meanwhile, Luffy and his companions, with the assistance of the angelic maiden, embarked on their journey to rescue Veer. They were currently aboard a larger vessel, the Wapol, heading towards the forest where Veer had vanished. Shortly after they entered the forest, a large group of similarly dressed individuals, akin to Rachi and the others, advanced from another direction into the depths of the woods, at the forefront. Weber's face was filled with fury. Meanwhile, far away at the Shrine of the Gods, Enel lounged on a sofa, legs crossed, observing the priests beneath him with a relaxed smile. Now, including us, there are a total of 82 people in this holy ground, but in 3 hours, only 5 will remain. Go forth, indulge in slaughter, strive to be among the last 5. Upon Enel's command, a cheer erupted from the crowd below. Following this, the legion of priests surged forth. Enel remained seated, a thick smile adorning his face. Ha ha ha, the game has begun. Simultaneously, Veer and his companions had traveled several kilometers, despite some stumbles along the way. They had not encountered any danger. However, this felt abnormal. Where had all the priests gone? Why weren't they emerging to thwart them? Although Veer generally preferred to avoid trouble and hoped for a peaceful journey, this was indeed peculiar. Just as he pondered the situation, a large, rotund figure obstructed their path. Upon seeing this, Veer's expression brightened. Here comes the divine soldier. This fellow was the counterpart to Robin in the original tale, a robust individual of considerable strength. So, they hadn't been absent, merely delayed. That was fine. Their arrival was all that mattered. However, when he thought it was just this one individual, two more figures materialized behind him. No, not just two. There was also a dog. Initially, Veer paid little mind to the large man, but the sight of the two figures behind him darkened Rachi's expression. At this moment, Kamachili hastily spoke up. Divine soldier, Daxian, that hefty fellow possesses immense strength. And the row of powerful slashing shells on his chest is formidable. The swamp trial, Gata, can conjure a swamp to ensnare foes and is adept with the cloud shells. Lastly, OM, whose slashes are unparalleled. The iron trial he guards still has a survival rate of 0 when the subject of OM arose. Kamachili's tone was laden with gravity. With his presence, it seemed that this time, the prospects were indeed dire. That dog was also his pet, possessing formidable strength. After listening to the introduction from Dunyang, Vale furrowed his brow in contemplation. Meanwhile, Raki and his companion, witnessing Vale's expression, felt their hearts sink further, if even he was at a loss. Then the situation was genuinely perilous. They could not help but ponder. However, Vale's current concern was how many adversaries he would have to confront. This outing was hard won. If he dispatched all these individuals, wouldn't Robin and Chopper return empty-handed? That simply wouldn't do. Although he was pressed for time, a brief delay wouldn't be detrimental. He resolved to handle the most formidable foe himself, leaving the rest to them. With this thought, Vale promptly declared, I'll take on the strongest. Robin, you engage that hefty one. Chopper, you deal with the bespectacled fellow. You too, that dog is entrusted to you. After uttering this, Vale muttered softly, all I can manage is a dog. Yet, Raki and the others caught his words. Although they were quite incensed, they refrained from voicing their displeasure. After all, tackling a mere dog was still within their capabilities. Should they oppose this fellow, he might very well hand Om over to them. They were now entirely reliant on him, so they decided to endure for the time being. With the assignments made, Om, the most formidable among the three adversaries, finally spoke up. Have you made your selections? One cannot deny your courage. You dare to choose me as your opponent. However, one must pay the price for such bravery. Are you prepared to face judgment, little one? His tone was quite flippant, and his gaze towards Vale dripped with disdain. As if he hardly regarded this youthful challenger. Yet, this nonchalance incensed Chopper, who had just charged at Gades. He abandoned his target and rushed toward the mightiest Om, swinging his fist in a direct assault. But Om merely smiled faintly, raising the sword in his hand. In an astonishing display, the sword swiftly transformed, instantaneously becoming a shield. Chopper's punch met the shield, creating not even a ripple. His sword, forged from the weight of clouds and the hardness of iron, could effortlessly change shape and size. Fuming with anger, Chopper soon found himself embroiled in a fierce battle with Om. He could not tolerate anyone insulting his older brother, however, without the benefit of the rumble ball. He was thoroughly suppressed, proving no match for his opponent. Observing this, Vale chuckled and shook his head. This child truly was something else. That he decided to leave this fellow to Chopper, allowing him to test the effectiveness of the first version of the rumble ball. With him present, how could anything go awry? Simultaneously, other battles erupted. Gades, initially Chopper's opponent, felt belittled as he saw Chopper shift focus to Om. A surge of gas erupted beneath his feet, propelling him skyward at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived behind Chopper, delivering a punch aimed squarely at him. Yet, Chopper sensed the impending attack and leapt sideways. However, at that moment, Gades' fist accelerated unexpectedly. Chopper, who had just managed to evade, could only watch helplessly as the punch hurtled toward his back. Meanwhile, a long, extending sword's edge approached menacingly. If that punch landed, it would surely inflict severe injury. He wouldn't even have time to take a drug. Suddenly, the extending sword that had been lunging toward him shattered with a thunderous crack, as if struck by some unseen force. Before the rapidly approaching fist, a hand emerged, thwarting its advance. The powerful punch struck the palm but failed to budge it an inch. Both combatants looked on in astonishment at the figure that had suddenly appeared. Vale, with a stern countenance, slowly spoke, I did not permit you to engage in a 2-on-1. At this moment, both adversaries sensed something was amiss. How had this individual appeared so suddenly? They hadn't even seen him approach. As soon as Vale's words fell, Gades from the swamp trial was sent flying. His speed surpassed that of his arrival. Accompanied by a series of explosive sounds, trees, each with diameters of several meters, collapsed with relentless force. The cacophony drew the attention of all present, causing them to momentarily pause. Once they comprehended the situation, they were left utterly dumbfounded. What sort of power was this? Gades was no weakling. Whether he would survive this ordeal was uncertain. The sight of the massive trees toppling and the violent tremors they caused was truly astonishing. Had he really shattered so many? Ohm, on the other hand, grasped the situation much better than the others. His seemingly indestructible iron-cloud sword had shattered unexpectedly, leaving him bewildered. It was clear who was responsible. With only a handful of individuals present, and considering Gades' current plight, he realized that Veer was indeed formidable. This fellow's strength seemed capable of overpowering them all. Stay strong. Let's take this guy down. Veer called out to Chopper before dashing toward where Gades had vanished. That opponent was his true challenge. For Chopper, this was his battlefield that he merely needed to ensure he kept an eye on things, guaranteeing that nothing went awry. Everything else was up to him. After receiving Veer's encouragement, Chopper nodded earnestly. He could not allow himself to rely on his master indefinitely. One day, when his master grew old, he would need to support him. He had to grow stronger. He could not disappoint his master's expectations. With this resolve, Chopper no longer hesitated. He reached into the pocket Veer had fashioned for him and retrieved a green pill, the first version of the modified rumble ball crafted by his master. He tossed it into his mouth without hesitation. Once the pill was consumed, Chopper felt an immediate surge of vitality. His physique became more robust. His muscles solidified as he reveled in the newfound power. Having enhanced his strength by more than half, he marveled at the potency of this miraculous concoction. This was his master's prowess, his master's medical skills. This was the foundation his master had bestowed upon him. Leg strengthening. The enhancement of his leg strength allowed Chopper, in his reindeer form, to move with remarkable speed as he charged toward Ohm. Though Ohm's sword had been partially severed, it had little impact on him. Originally dismissive of Chopper, he now regarded the sudden surge in speed with growing concern. Meanwhile, Veer, leaning against a large tree with the unconscious Gades in hand, felt quite pleased with the outcome, nearly doubling his speed. Impressive indeed. As he closed the distance, Chopper leapt high, aiming to evade Ohm's shield. However, Ohm had anticipated this maneuver, raising his shield above his head. Strength enhancement. The power enhancement purely amplified his strength. With a mighty shout, Chopper transformed again into his muscular form, his arms now even more formidable. Boom! The moment they clashed, fissures erupted in the earth. The force transmitted from the shield proved challenging for Ohm to withstand. After a brief period of resistance, the shield could no longer hold its ground, crashing violently against his chest. Though astonished by the reindeer's explosive strength, Ohm quickly devised a countermeasure. The instant Chopper's strength waned, the shield morphed into a serpentine sword, lunging sharply toward Chopper's eyes. This strike, capable of piercing steel, would undoubtedly conclude the battle if it connected. In midair, Chopper could not evade the oncoming attack. Fur enhancement. The enhancement of fur signifies an increase in defensive capabilities. Chopper's fur suddenly swelled, causing his stature to expand slightly. The sword aimed at his eyes merely pierced his chest. However, this strike, which OM had high hopes for, halted after penetrating Chopper's chest by a mere 3 centimeters. What? How could this be possible? Realizing the mockery of such damage, OM was left bewildered. In that fleeting moment of stupor, Chopper's horns grew immensely. He ensnared the long sword wielded by his opponent and, with a mighty heave, flicked it aside. This unexpected turn of events and overwhelming strength caused OM to lose his grip on his weapon. Observing his unarmed adversary, Chopper felt victory was assured. Arm strengthening. Cross hoof strike. Arm strengthening is Chopper's most formidable offensive technique. In his reindeer form, his arms become exceedingly robust. In this state, Chopper can unleash a barrage of devastating attacks. At this moment, his extraordinarily muscular arms were awe-inspiring, as his hooves came together in unison. Then, with great force, they crashed down onto OM's terrified chest. Instantly, a powerful shockwave erupted behind OM. He, engulfed in a spray of blood, lost consciousness. With OM's collapse, Chopper celebrated his first victory, his silly face breaking into an authentic smile. Leaned against a nearby tree, Veer observed the cross-shaped gap that pierced through the massive trunk beside him, shaking his head in resignation. How did it feel? As if that fellow was aiming directly at me. A little more to the side, and it would have struck me on the head. Setting that aside, Chopper's strength had indeed seen significant improvement. The synergy with the first version of the Rumble Ball was also quite remarkable. It seemed he had not been idle during this time. Quite impressive. Not long after this encounter concluded, battles elsewhere also reached their resolutions. Although Robin had expended considerable stamina, she emerged relatively unscathed. However, the situation for Lachi and Kamakiri was rather grim. Lachi, already nursing injuries, was unfamiliar with the new surroundings, leading to both of them being relentlessly pursued and beaten by a dog. Had Veer not intervened out of pity, they might have truly been overwhelmed by the beast. This incident caused Veer to reassess their abilities. It appeared that even a dog was a challenge for them. Both now bore the marks of their ordeal, especially Lachi, whose clothing was tattered and torn. They looked utterly miserable. Gazing at the fallen dog, the two finally breathed a sigh of relief. How did the battle fare on your end? Do you require assistance? Lachi, still concerned for Chopper's confrontation, pondered. After all, Chopper's opponent was the strongest. Just moments ago, Chopper had been on the receiving end of relentless attacks, with little hope of victory. What? Assistance? It's already over. That we've been waiting for you for quite a while. Veer replied, somewhat exasperated. However, the two clearly did not believe him. Just a moment ago, they had witnessed Chopper being utterly dominated, and now he claimed the battle was finished. What nonsense! Yet upon seeing the fallen OM, they had no choice but to believe it. They were now in a state of disbelief, observing Chopper return to his diminutive form and happily munching on cotton candy. Their expressions were priceless. What in the world? Chopper defeated OM. This was even more unbelievable than the notion of Veer being a good doctor. Wasn't Chopper a pet? How could he fight? And with such prowess? This defied all reason. The disparity in their combat abilities was glaringly apparent just moments ago. How could it be? Chopper, how did you accomplish this? They asked, their disbelief palpable. In response, Chopper proudly declared, it was the pills my master gave me. They can exponentially enhance my strength. What? Pills? Exponential strength increase. Wait. This is somewhat chaotic. Such things exist in this world. Are they even man-made? They gazed at Veer in astonishment. In just a few hours, their worldview had been shattered multiple times. Veer was a rather extraordinary individual. Even Robin was taken aback. After all, she had been paying attention to Chopper's earlier predicament. She hadn't anticipated that the pills which amplified Chopper's power were crafted by Veer. It seemed that Veer possessed an abundance of skills. Robin's gaze towards Veer underwent yet another transformation. It was all relying on pills. Ahaha. She chuckled awkwardly. It appears that we are indeed the weakest of the bunch. How disheartening. Right, he merely relied on pills. Kamakiri quickly attempted to steady his own resolve, but this statement irked Veer. What do you mean? Looking down on our Chopper? It's one thing for the Navy to do so, but you dare do the same. Who do you look down upon? Veer retorted fiercely. This was not the end. He intended to teach him a lesson to ensure the lad learned his place. Chopper had someone backing him, without much force. He swung his hand towards Kamakiri, intending only to reprimand him. Yet, due to his lack of force, Kamakiri managed to evade In his evasive maneuver. Lachi, standing nearby, became the unintended target. Veer did not have time to withdraw his hand. Not only that, but due to the angle, the slap struck Lachi's back. The sound echoed throughout the forest. Instantly, Lachi's face flushed crimson. Both Chopper and Robin's eyes widened in shock. Stop. How dare you? What have you done to Lachi? Just then, a furious voice rang out. A furious Weber appeared not far away. Upon entering the forest, he sprinted towards the altar, worried that Veer had bullied Lachi. However, upon his arrival, he beheld the two battered individuals. Lachi was even in disarray, with only a few scraps of fabric covering the most essential areas. This scene led him to conclude that they had suffered inhumane torment. Just as he prepared to confront Veer to rescue them, he witnessed a scene that ignited his fury. This guy had the audacity to slap his childhood friend right in front of him. Who wouldn't be enraged by that? Weber was on the verge of exploding with anger. Veer, recognizing Weber, pondered how he had found his way here. Suddenly, an idea struck him. His expression brightened. This fellow seemed to possess sea prism stone. Perfect, he could ask him for some. Otherwise, when it came time for Enel's treatment, that rascal might employ electric therapy on himself. While he couldn't shock others, he could certainly shock himself. After all, the anesthetic brick would wake him up. As long as he retained consciousness, he could give himself an electric shock. If he managed to heal himself, where would Veer acquire his rewards? At that moment, Veer noticed Weber's furious expression. Just as he was puzzled, He suddenly recalled that he had indeed slapped his wife on the backside. Oh no, this is bad. It seems I cannot clear my name, but I didn't mean to. It was merely an accident. Veer raised his hand, shaking it innocently, gesturing that it was not intentional. However, to Weber's eyes, it appeared entirely different. Good heavens, this scoundrel slapped my woman's backside and then raised his hand to flaunt it as if to say, "Isn't it lovely? Oh, how outrageous. I have seen arrogance, but never such audacity." This was akin to placing a green hat upon my head and then saying, "Feel free to take it." No need to thank me. Weber's temper flared, transforming into a furious beast. Beneath his feet, the clouds roiled and surged forth towards Wire. Observing this, Wire remained motionless, yet Lachi acted first. She stood resolutely in front of Wire, her arms outstretched as if to shield him like a protective little bird. She had just witnessed Wire's formidable strength. With a single kick, Gadaz had met his demise. Indeed, he was not one to be trifled with. Should Wire provoke him, the consequences could be dire. Although Lachi felt a deep sense of shame for having slapped Wire, her cheeks flushed crimson. She could not allow him to face death. However, this scene chilled Wire's heart to its core. The girl he admired was being struck by another man right before his eyes, and now she stood in defiance of him. The implications were unmistakable. What did he lack compared to that man? Was it merely his height and size? He was only slightly taller, after all. Even in his frenzy, Wire felt as if he had been doused in icy water, his anger extinguished, his expression darkened to an extreme. But once he regained his composure, he found himself even more enraged. It turns out that anger and calmness are not mutually exclusive. Just as Lachi attempted to explain, Wire elegantly drifted past her, launching a punch directly at Wire. Unable to halt Wire's advance, Lachi could only hope that Wire would go easy on him. Take it easy on him? He didn't mean it. Lachi shouted urgently toward Wire. But her words seemed to also address Wire. Take it easy? He didn't mean it? Fine. Very well. It was baffling how this fellow possessed such an inexplicable charm, ensnaring Lachi's heart so swiftly. This was infuriating. He would pay dearly for this. Realizing he could not rationalize the situation, Wire resolved to act without further ado. That moment, Wire stood before Wire, his palm aimed directly at him. Lachi and Kamachili instantly recognized the shell in his palm. The impact shell. Wire, have you lost your mind? They both exclaimed in unison. The impact shell is akin to the collision shell but carries recoil, inflicting significant damage on the user as well. Its power far surpassed that of the collision shell. A strike with it would surely result in mutual destruction. Wire, too, felt a surge of anger. His observation hockey had sensed the impending danger emanating from the shell. Even he would suffer considerable harm if he did not act decisively. This man was truly overstepping his bounds. But consumed by rage, Wire pressed on. Bang! An unbelievable force erupted from the impact shell in Wire's hand, the recoil propelling him backward with great force. What a reckless fool! Kamachili lamented. The others anxiously turned their gaze toward Wire. Yet, Wire stood unwavering, not budging an inch. A dark, viscous substance coalesced at his chest, a formidable manifestation of armament hockey, forged through tremendous effort. Wire's expression soured. This man had gone too far. Suddenly, Wire vanished from sight, reappearing right before Wire. If you refuse to reason with me, then I shall dispense with reason entirely. Wire, having been injured by the impact shell, now faced the figure that materialized before him, his eyes wide with astonishment. Such speed! Without hesitation, Wire delivered a powerful stomp aimed at Wire's unyielding head. Wire attempted to evade, but it was futile. The speed was insurmountable. Wire's foot struck true, landing squarely atop Wire's head. The immense power forced Wire's eyes wide open as he realized the gravity of his predicament. But it was far too late. The colossal impact reverberated through the earth, creating a vast, gaping crater. Wire fell unconscious on the spot. His resilience had proven inadequate to withstand Wire's blow. Looking down at the dazed brute, Wire disdainfully wiped his shoe, then collected the sea prism stone, tossing it into his medical kit. The sudden turn of events startled everyone. They gasped at the sight of the enormous pit. What power was this? This blow was evidently far stronger than the one he had dealt to Gadaz. Had that not been his limit? Lachi was genuinely taken aback by Wire's continually unfolding prowess. Was he truly just a small pirate from the blue sea? He bore no resemblance to one. Rushing to check on Wire's condition, Lachi felt somewhat reassured. After all, Wire was their strongest warrior. Though he could not possibly match Wire, he should be able to withstand at least one blow. She hurried over. In the pit, Wire lay below, his face, half covered in tattoos, now adorned with a shoe print, rendering it symmetrical. Wire had completely lost consciousness, lying in the depths of the pit. This terrified Lachi. He had been knocked out with a single strike. Was Wire's kick truly as simple as it appeared? This was outrageous. Even Wire could not endure it. Wire had indeed been somewhat angered, and thus his strike had not been gentle. He had employed armament hockey. Coupled with threefold damage, it would likely leave Wire unconscious for a day. This troublesome fellow had forced his hand. He had merely sought to borrow some sea prism stone, yet now found himself compelled to seize it. With this small piece of sea prism stone, the forthcoming treatment would at least face no significant obstacles. This bothersome individual would have to be carried along. Otherwise, the guide would certainly abandon the mission. The threat of treatment would prove ineffective. Robin and Chopper stood in stunned silence. Wire's recent display had been utterly terrifying. It was the first time they had witnessed him in such a fierce light. The normally amiable Wire, when roused to anger, was not to be trifled with. It was clear they must avoid inciting his wrath. Should he become enraged, he might very well beat you senseless before healing you. A truly inescapable predicament. The crux of the matter was that they could not hope to defeat him, which was exceedingly vexing. Wire's strength made this abundantly clear, leaving no room for doubt. Hey, stop gawking and get that guy out of here. I am in a hurry. Wire called out impatiently to the still stunned Kamachili. His words. Kamachili finally snapped back to reality, hurrying over to assist. The incident of Wire dispatching Wire with a single blow seemed utterly absurd to them. His strength appeared to rival that of Enel. Perhaps he truly could contend with that foe. Both individuals have become acutely aware of this fact, and they discerned a glimmer of hope in each other's gaze. The two guiding the way exerted themselves with remarkable vigor. If they could run, they would not walk. If they could fly, they would not run. Their pace surged dramatically. They were also apprehensive that Veer might change his mind midway. Thus it was imperative to hasten in delivering him. Naturally, Veer, wary of Ainalu's potential retreat, was equally eager for their swift progress. However, even the current Veer might not be able to best Ainalu. If he were to withstand Ainalu's electric strikes with his hockey. His endurance would deplete rapidly. Conversely, should he choose not to defend, he would be left charred and tender. Although Ainalu, too, possesses vulnerabilities, should he not be swiftly incapacitated, Veer would find himself at a disadvantage. Such a scenario was intolerable. Veer had long devised an infallible strategy. He utilized his molding abilities to prepare an entire suit of armor within the medical kit, specifically crafted to combat Ainalu. This suit was made of fully insulated protective rubber, ensuring that no electric current could penetrate it, effectively nullifying Ainalu's most formidable offensive weapon. Its design was also reminiscent of the extraordinary, exceedingly stylish. Yet, it was not without its shortcomings. The armor lacked robustness. While Veer could unleash his punches without consequence, a single strike from Ainalu could spell disaster. Should there be even the slightest breach, Ainalu would seize any opportunity, guaranteeing a deluge of 1,000,000,000 volts. This would leave Veer in a state of charred and tender ruin. Thus, this was merely a layer of insurance. The true trump card lay ahead. At this moment, Veer opened his system shop, his gaze fixed upon the supreme throne within. Displayed there was the greatest obstacle to the continuation of the human race, reputed to annihilate trillions annually, the ultimate weapon. Goodness gracious. Price, 12,800. Function, indestructible. Note. Please select the correct size when ordering. We have reviews for all sizes. Unbreakable. Indeed, this was it. Our good friend Yuntao, though his name translates to goodness, his function is anything but gentle. As the saying goes, what the system produces must be a premium product. This item would undoubtedly not disappoint Veer. And naturally, such quality came at a price. What captivated Veer was the rubber material. Its composition, combined with its indestructible nature, along with the option to choose the size, inspired a flawless plan within Veer's mind upon sighting it. He hoped Ainalu would be able to withstand the ensuing confrontation. Veer was determined to envelop him entirely. He envisioned crafting a bespoke suit for Ainalu. With a firm grip, he could render Ainalu utterly powerless. As long as he could secure a chokehold, victory would be assured. This arduous battle would be concluded in an instant. With no electricity to unleash, and no means to break free, what could Ainalu do aside from endure a thorough beating from Veer? Not only would Veer don a suit of armor for himself, but he also intended to provide Ainalu with one. Undoubtedly, systems like these always deliver unexpected shocks, exclusively for the giant race. Veer could hardly fathom the sensation Ainalu would experience at that moment. After completing the exchange, he promptly placed it into his medical kit, not daring to steal another glance. Armed with this ultimate move, even Ainalu would be compelled to kneel. While Veer contemplated Ainalu, the latter was likewise keeping a watchful eye on him. Or rather, he had been observing Veer all along, harboring an instinctual sense that Veer was no ordinary foe. After observing for some time, he concluded that Veer indeed possessed a modicum of strength. But it was merely that, a modicum that in comparison to himself. Veer was considerably lacking that he could muster considerable brute force, yet in terms of speed or ability, Veer fell short. Furthermore, Ainalu was impervious to physical attacks. No matter how strong Veer might be, before a god, he would still be forced to kneel. However, if Veer aspired to become a servant of the divine, he would certainly qualify. Ainalu hoped that Veer would come to this realization. Serving the deity was his only path forward. As he pondered this, a smile crept upon Ainalu's face, as if everything lay within his grasp. This was the confidence bestowed upon him by the most powerful of natural-type devil fruits. He was an invincible being. Yet, suddenly, his smile vanished, replaced by an expression of incredulity. The pests had managed to arrive here as well. Very well, if that is the case, then let us engage in some activity. Those who could be slain by a god should indeed consider themselves fortunate. With that, Ainalu transformed into a bolt of lightning, vanishing from sight. Beneath the goddess' sanctuary, Nami and her companions had also arrived. The pests Ainalu referred to were undoubtedly them. Indeed, aside from Veer, Ainalu had scarcely regarded anyone else to him. These individuals were mere ants. Nami and her group were determined to defeat Ainalu in order to rescue the captured Veer and others. The fact that Veer's whereabouts remained unknown was hardly encouraging news. As for why they had arrived faster than Veer, it was simply due to their larger numbers. In the original narrative, the rescue team consisted of only 3 individuals. Now, with Zoro and Nami included, their progress had significantly accelerated. The only downside was that Luffy was nowhere to be found. That fellow had suddenly vanished, having been right behind them only moments before. Akin to a magician's trick. It was truly bewildering. At this moment, Luffy, trapped inside the belly of a great serpent, gazed around at the pitch-black surroundings, feeling a tinge of confusion. Where am I? Why has it suddenly turned dark? Did I fall into a cave? Thus began Luffy's arduous search for an exit. Meanwhile, Nami was accompanied by an elderly man riding a pink flying horse. The former god of Skypiea, who had been dethroned by Ainalu. His purpose in coming here was, of course, to eliminate the tyrannical Ainalu and restore peace to the people of Skypiea. Are Veer and the others truly up there? Have we made an error? Zoro inquired, his doubt evident as he gazed at the seemingly unscalable vines. Green algae head. Why do you concern yourself with such matters? Nami-sen has declared this is the place. So it is the place. Just focus on fulfilling your role, Sanji retorted, prompting Zoro to bristle with indignation. Just as the two prepared to clash, a figure suddenly emerged in the distance, startling everyone. What speed? They didn't even catch a glimpse of how he appeared. Ainalu, Ganfor intoned gravely, identifying the figure ahead. The revelation shocked everyone. This was the god. The situation was looking dire, just from that last display. It was evident that he was exceptionally powerful. At the very least, his speed was formidable. Zoro and Sanji tensed, ready to confront whatever came next. That moment, Ainalu, perched atop a floating orb with his dead fish eyes, finally spoke. You scabby fish, will you come at me all at once or one by one? He regarded them with utter disdain, not even bothering to lift his eyelids, completely dismissing them. Suddenly, Ganfor made the first move. He charged forward with incredible speed, thrusting his knight's lance with all his might. However, Ainalu showed no inclination to evade. In fact, he yawned. Seeing this, Zoro and the others felt a surge of confidence. They had witnessed the old man's strength. And now, with Ainalu not even attempting to dodge, this strike could surely inflict severe damage. At that very moment, the spear pierced Inel's chest. A few individuals immediately displayed expressions of delight. However, for the party involved, Ganfor, his countenance changed drastically. He hastily attempted to withdraw. Just as the spear was about to be retracted, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A ferocious bolt of lightning erupted instantaneously, coursing through the spear in his grasp and striking his body. The overwhelming current relentlessly surged through him, instilling a sensation of intense numbness that nearly incapacitated his ability to resist. Ganfor transformed into a resplendent sphere of light, the radiance nearly blinding. After a full 5 seconds, the electric glow finally extinguished. Ganfoer fell heavily to the ground, his condition a perplexing mix of charred exterior and tender interior. Wisps of white smoke continually ascended, and sporadic arcs of electricity flickered across his form. This sudden spectacle rendered Nami and others utterly astonished. What was happening? Why did he suddenly begin to smoke? This individual seemed rather extraordinary. This was indeed a troublesome predicament. Hey, is it possible that Veer is on his way here? Zoro hastily proposed this notion, for it was evident that this individual was the natural type spoken of by Ace. Those among them who lacked haki stood no chance at all, the only one capable of using armament haki. Veer was absent. At this moment, it appeared that unless Veer arrived, this individual was truly invincible. All they could do was to assume he was en route. They must buy some time. Nami-san must not be harmed. After Sanji spoke, he lit a cigarette. Zoro likewise donned his bandana. Veer, is he that peculiar fellow? Enel chuckled. Huh. Even if he arrives, what difference will it make? I am a god. Can he slay a god? Having uttered these words, Enel vanished from his position. He did not wait for them to attack. He intended to teach these insects who dared to underestimate him a lesson, without Zoro and the others having a chance to react. Enel had already appeared before them. He pointed both hands towards Zoro and Sanji. 80 million volts. Thunderstrike. Instantly, a current surged through both of them. In a mere moment, they became dazzling. The disparity in strength was far too immense. Even the two of them could only meet a swift demise. Bang, bang. The sounds of their bodies hitting the ground echoed. This caused Nami and Usopp's hearts to clench painfully. Enel disdainfully curled his lip, casting a casual glance at the three sprawled on the ground before shifting his focus to the huddled Nami and Usopp at that moment. They were utterly dumbfounded by fear. Sanji and Zoro had collapsed in an instant. How could they fight? Were they finished? Was Veer truly on his way here? This question had become critical. What position would you like to be in as you fall? I think head first would be quite fitting. Would you like to give it a try? Enel spoke, eliciting a shudder from the two. It was over. It seemed they were doomed. Would they be electrocuted? At the brink of despair, suddenly, a voice resonated from behind them. I think it's necessary for you to demonstrate first. This voice, along with the statement, caused Enel to furrow his brow. The tone conveyed an unmistakable sense of superiority, as if disregarding him entirely. Similarly, the voice seemed imbued with some sort of enchantment. Upon hearing it, Nami and Usopp felt an inexplicable sense of reassurance. Their expressions of despair vanished in an instant, replaced by the joy of surviving a calamity. Excitedly, they turned to see who stood behind them. However, what met their gaze was not the familiar figure of Veer, but rather a strange silhouette clad in a black suit. This left them utterly bewildered. Who are you? Nami and Usopp exclaimed in unison. That voice had unmistakably belonged to Veer. How was it now that a bizarrely dressed individual appeared? Was this person imitating Veer's voice? But it sounded far too similar. How many Veers would one need to consume to mimic that accurately? As for the possibility of Veer donning such attire, that thought had never crossed their minds, although the outfit was quite stylish. They doubted Veer had a penchant for masquerading as a superhero. Suddenly, Usopp had a realization. If this individual was not Veer, then they were in serious trouble. Nami shared the same sentiment, that we're finished. Nami, we're doomed. I still have so much money left to spend. I don't want to die. The weak and helpless duo embraced each other, bursting into tears. Just when it seemed hope had emerged, despair returned anew. Hey, Nami, Usopp, why are you crying? At that moment, Chopper's voice rang out. Upon hearing it, the two turned to look. There stood several figures, and their eyes instantly sparkled with renewed hope. They hurriedly ran towards Chopper and Robin, calling out as they went, Chopper, Robin, where's Veer? Hurry and bring him out. With Chopper's presence, they knew Veer could not be far behind. These two were usually inseparable, even sharing a bed, now that Chopper had appeared. Veer must be nearby. Their inquiry left Chopper perplexed. Looking for my big brother? He's been standing here for quite some time. Who else are you searching for? When did I acquire so many big brothers? Isn't my big brother right here? Chopper replied, confused. Robin, meanwhile, covered her mouth and chuckled softly. With Veer around, she felt little concern alongside Chopper, her mood considerably lighter. Nami and Usopp exchanged incredulous glances at the peculiar figure watching Enel from a distance. Is this Veer? Does your big brother recently enjoy playing like this? Usopp hesitantly inquired. Is this some new play of his? Nami also questioned, bewildered. Enel, on the other hand, was far from as oblivious as Nami and the others. He had already recognized Veer. Although he was irked by Veer's earlier words, he refrained from immediate action, instead seeking to recruit Veer. Now, addressing the bizarre appearance of Veer before him, he finally spoke. "Kid, I know you possess a measure of strength. Indeed, you surpass these fallen individuals. However, I am not a being you can reach. I am a deity, a true embodiment of thunder. Mortals cannot touch me. If you wish to survive, I offer you this opportunity. Become my divine servant." With an air of superiority and a condescending demeanor, Enel proclaimed this, but Veer could no longer endure his lengthy monologue that he interjected. "Is your home in Dunhuang? There are so many murals there." Veer wore a mask, concealing the expression of exasperation on his face. He was also assessing the situation. Should he attack directly, he would likely be at a disadvantage due to the speed of Enel's lightning at the very least. If Enel chose to flee, Veer would be unable to pursue him effectively. It was best to provoke him into making the first move, so that with his observation haki, he could easily exploit any openings. Just that one statement had already begun to unravel Enel's composure. A flicker of anger crossed his face, yet he still refrained from striking. This indicated that he genuinely wished to recruit Veer. Otherwise, with his temperament, Veer would have already illuminated the world by now. "Very well. It seems you are unaware of the chasm between us. If so, allow me to unveil the harsh reality. Come, attack me." With an air of confidence, Ainalu concluded his statement and tucked his hands behind his back. It must be said that, regardless of other matters, the gravitas of Ainalu's words was undeniably impressive. Upon hearing his proclamation, the expressions of the others turned grave. For this individual truly seemed formidable. His presence alone overshadowed them all, and those familiar with Ainalu were reminded of the dread he instilled. Could Veer truly be his match? This thought crossed the minds of all present. Not just her. The oppressive aura emanating from Ainalu was undeniably intense. He had effortlessly dispatched two formidable members of his own team and remained unfazed even in the face of Veer. Just how powerful was he? No one could ascertain. That a sense of uncertainty loomed over everyone as they questioned whether Veer could indeed triumph over him. Yet, at that moment, Veer stood resolutely, betraying no hint of panic. Beneath her mask, however, her lips curled into a grin. "Brother, is this for real? Am I truly allowed to strike at will?" Ainalu's demeanor was one Veer had come to adore, arrogant, self-assured, and conceited. "Excellent, since you are so gracious. I shall not hold back. I promise you shall not be disappointed. Really, I can attack freely." Veer, suppressing the urge to giggle, managed to articulate a seemingly normal response. "Indeed? Well then, since you've put it that way, I shall not be ambiguous. Should you withstand 3 of my strikes, I would gladly serve as your divine attendant." After much effort, Veer finally managed to utter these 2 sentences. Upon hearing this, Ainalu burst into laughter. "Is this truly a stroke of good fortune? 3 strikes. Even if I allowed you 300, what would it matter?" At that moment, he felt assured that the role of divine attendant was already secured. This fellow was rather perceptive. Choba and the others, however, began to feel anxious. Was this big brother truly going all in? If he lost, would it not spell disaster? "Let us begin," Ainalu urged impatiently. The thoughts swirling in the minds of both parties were surprisingly aligned. What a stroke of good fortune! Yet, only after the trial would they discern to whom this fortune truly belonged. With that in mind, Veer's right leg, primed for action, began to twitch with anticipation. He chose not to charge recklessly, but instead approached Ainalu, who wore a disdainful expression. Without hesitation, Veer unleashed his full strength. His right foot launched powerfully toward Ainalu's chest. In this strike, Veer held nothing back. The enhancement of his legs and the triple damage multiplier generated a sound akin to a sonic boom. Yet, before Veer stood Ainalu, maintaining an air of calm and indifference. Such an attack was destined to miss him. His heart network failed to detect any danger from this blow, though the power behind the kick was indeed terrifying. Perhaps even beyond what he could achieve with mere physical strength, it was futile if it did not connect. No matter how great the force, if it did not land, it was but an empty display. Instead, Ainalu's gaze toward Veer grew increasingly approving. Truly, a perfect divine attendant, powerful indeed. However, just as Veer was about to make contact with Ainalu, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A profound layer of black energy enveloped his right leg. This was the manifestation of advanced armament haki, unleashed in full force. First strike. Ainalu's expression shifted dramatically. His heart network went into a frenzy of alarms. For the first time, he sensed an overwhelming danger from Veer's attack. Wait, something is amiss. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Ainalu called out urgently. He hastily attempted to transform into lightning to evade the blow. Yet, the meticulously chosen timing by Veer was not something he could escape. It was too close. Even he could not dodge. The kick landed squarely on Ainalu's chest, his expression contorted into one of agony. Eyes bulging and mouth agape, as his chest began to cave in. The indentation grew deeper until, after plunging about a third of the way inward, a resounding boom echoed as Ainalu was finally propelled away. The speed of this strike rivaled even Ainalu's own maximum velocity. The impact sent shockwaves that scattered the clouds around them. Without hesitation, Veer surged toward the direction Ainalu had vanished, determined to inflict as much damage as possible before he could recover. If this fellow regained his composure, the ensuing battle would require considerable effort. At that moment, Ainalu lay beneath a colossal vine, which had been significantly dented by his collision. Waves of excruciating pain radiated from his chest, causing his entire body to spasm. His face was etched with agony. With every breath, sharp pain pierced through his lungs, as several fractured ribs had punctured his lung tissue. After violently expelling a mouthful of blood, he prepared to rise. Yet, a figure had already materialized before him. Second strike, Veer declared, his sandal poised just inches from Ainalu's face. At that moment, Ainalu realized something was amiss. This fellow seemed to be playing the role of the underdog. I have been deceived. The situation was dire. He immediately resolved to create distance and engage in long-range tactics against Veer. He had to take this seriously, although he was uncertain why Veer could reach him. He was confident that once he focused, victory was still within his grasp. He decided to unleash a powerful attack. With that thought, a surge of lightning erupted toward the now-closed Veer. 200 million volts. Thunder Dragon. At such close quarters, the formidable lightning engulfed Veer entirely, leaving him no time to evade. A triumphant expression spread across Ainalu's face. This strike would surely incapacitate him. He could not possibly withstand it. This was his signature move. That fool was doomed. However, Veer felt no ill effects as he experienced the terrifying currents coursing through his armor. He was grateful he had donned it in advance. His movements remained unimpeded. What? Witnessing Veer remain unaffected, Ainalu was once again struck with disbelief. What in the world is happening? But as he observed the approaching sandal, he had no choice but to retreat, just as he began to withdraw. Another wave of intense pain surged through his chest. It was his heart. It throbbed violently. Veer's foot had indeed aimed for his heart. As a doctor, he knew precisely where to strike. This sequence of events had not caught him off guard. Yet, this blow denied Ainalu yet another chance to evade. A powerful kick landed atop his head, sending him spiraling away once more. This series of relentless strikes left the onlookers dumbfounded. Raki and Kamachili, having never witnessed such prowess, looked on in awe, jaws nearly dropping to the ground. Veer is incredible. He can actually strike Ainalu. Is it due to that dark energy? Before Ainalu, he appeared utterly powerless. Is this truly his genuine strength? Was everything prior merely child's play? Had that kick landed on Weber, it might have resulted in instant annihilation. Nami, Choba, and the others were equally transfixed, their eyes wide with astonishment. Just moments ago, Zaro and the others had not even managed to land a single blow against Ainalu. Yet Veer was dominating him. No, he was subduing him. It seemed Ainalu had no opportunity to retaliate. Although his arrogance had led to this predicament, not everyone could achieve such a feat. Only Veer could. This fellow is extraordinarily powerful. Could it be that he speaks the truth? Can he truly resolve this in 3 strikes? At that moment, Ainalu was utterly bewildered. What is happening? Why are my lightning attacks ineffective against him? Could it be due to that garment he had not worn earlier? This is bad. If this continues, I may truly be on the receiving end of a fatal combo. That last kick had left him somewhat dazed. For a brief moment, his vision blurred. A distinct sandal imprint was now visible on his forehead. The white headscarf had also vanished without a trace this moment. The drifting golden hair appeared somewhat disheveled. Inaru was on the verge of becoming a professional at stamping. One kick at a time, as he pondered. He frantically electrocuted his own heart with bolts of lightning. His heart had already sustained damage, and if left unattended, it would continue to hinder his movements. Just then, Veer charged at him once more. However, Inaru's electric shock had already been executed, and the speed was astonishing. His heart was revitalized, pulsating with vigor. Inaru now yearned to distance himself from Veer as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, he would be done for. Those little kicks were incredibly painful. This fellow must have a weakness. If it's due to his clothing, then all I need to do is shred that outfit. He cannot possibly defeat me. His thoughts were indeed accurate, but at this moment, Veer was once again upon him. That it seemed as though Veer had anticipated all his escape routes. He had no chance to retreat. Veer's onslaught was executed with such impeccable timing that he found it utterly impossible to extricate himself. It was both close at hand and unavoidable. With no options left, Eneru had no choice but to envelop himself in lightning. Instantly, he transformed into the visage of a thunder god. The golden weapon he wielded radiated an unsettling heat, its high temperature engulfing the entirety of the weapon. Eneru chose not to retreat any further, for the opportunity had already slipped away. He could only confront Veer head-on. The thunder god's spear pierced, Eneru bellowed. In a fleeting moment of disorientation, he surged forward toward Veer, his weapon exuding an intimidating aura. Any strike that landed upon Veer's form would prove fatal. The weapon's searing heat would instantly create a breach in Veer's ensemble, and this weapon possessed more than just high temperature. It was merely a conductor. Eneru could channel lightning into Veer's body in an instant. Once the integrity of Veer's attire was compromised, Eneru would unleash a relentless torrent of electricity. In that eventuality, even if Veer were formidable, he would be unable to withstand it. He lacked the immunity to lightning that Luffy possessed. But would Veer be struck? Of course not. Everything was within his prediction. Now, as Eneru advanced, Veer exhibited no hesitation. Retracting his previous assault, he promptly opened the medical box strapped to his waist. From within, he retrieved an object that appeared quite peculiar to Eneru. Veer positioned it before his chest, seemingly intent on using it as a shield against Eneru's attack. The item in Veer's possession was circular. What on earth does he intend to do? Eneru mused. Is he attempting to block my offensive with this? What a ridiculous notion. This thing looks so flimsy. How could it possibly withstand my superheated explosive spear? What utter folly. Ignorant mortal. With such thoughts, he thrust forward with even greater determination, his speed intensifying as he aimed to pierce both the object and Veer. Eneru's weapon reached its target in the blink of an eye. It struck fiercely against the object, yet, astonishingly, it did not penetrate. Instead, the tremendous force caused the membrane to bulge outward dramatically, and yet, despite this, the object remained unscathed. This scene left Eneru utterly flabbergasted. What in the world is this? What is this object? How can it withstand my piercing assault? Just as Eneru was astonished, Veer made his move. At that moment, Eneru, still maintaining his forward thrust, continued to propel himself onward. The ultra-thin material was being continually tested for its strength. In such circumstances, retreat was not an option. Veer desired precisely this state, one of relentless advance with no possibility of retreat. Grasping either side, Veer had already predicted the trajectory of Eneru's thrust with his observation haki. Here it comes. Veer cried out, grasping both sides as he aimed to ensnare Eneru's head. This fellow delights in calling himself a god. If I were to be caught in this manner, wouldn't my psyche shatter on the spot? A deluge of negativity would undoubtedly ensue. Watching the object descend toward his head, Eneru was left momentarily stunned. What does this mean? What is he trying to do? Wait, I seem to have no means of escape. As the ultra-thin material unfurled, Eneru instantly recognized what it was. This is merely his eyes widened, and terror etched itself upon his face. But that was not the end of it. Upon discerning what that object was adorned with, he stood there, utterly dumbfounded. Zio, brother, this is no mere jest. Indeed, the medical box had imbued this object with magic. As for how it was enchanted, that remains unspoken in an instant. Eneru unleashed an overwhelming mastery over his body. He released his grip on the weapon that was nearly ensconced within the object. He forcibly twisted his body, attempting to evade it, but could he succeed? His every motion was laid bare under Veer's observation haki. Attempt to dodge. Where would you go? Seeing that Veer had already anticipated his movements. The situation left Eneru feeling utterly despondent. A sense of despair rapidly enveloped his entire being. His face was a mask of fear. I'm finished. I'm finished. I am a god. How dare you? Wretch. In a moment of desperation, Eneru shouted, there are many murals. Veer cared not for his lamentations. He acted decisively. Eneru was promptly ensnared within. Upon contact with the enchanted object, Inaru initially froze, but then he went berserk. Seizing a nearby weapon and launching a frenzied assault, lightning erupted as if it were free. The interior was instantly bathed in blinding light. Yet, soon enough, Inaru despaired as he discovered that neither the searing heat nor the piercing strikes, nor even the lightning, could breach this object. The situation had grown dire. But even worse, the enchantment did not dissipate in the face of lightning. At this moment, he was on the verge of being overwhelmed by the enchantment. After all, he was a god who had never suffered such indignity. In the span of mere seconds, he was close to unraveling. Cursed mortal, how dare you treat a deity thus? As Inaru shouted and retched. Veer was unperturbed. His grin was almost crooked with delight. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring 10,000 negative points. Ding, congratulations to the host for acquiring 4,000 negative points. Ding. Gripping the only exit tightly, Veer was astounded upon hearing the system's voice. A mere 1,000? Wow, this was just the beginning, and it had already begun to explode. Is this the power of the Thunder God? I'm enamored. I can only imagine the state inside. This fellow seems to be in quite a predicament. It must not be very pleasant. Observing Inaru's expression, which resembled that of someone who had consumed a ton of excrement, Veer felt a twinge of sympathy. Perhaps I should wait a moment before attacking him. He appears too pitiful. Veer, however, would not divulge that he intended to wait until the negative points had peaked before he struck again. Lubricant. Veer waited patiently until the system's alerts gradually subsided. He initially intended to launch an assault on Inaru, but, upon turning to look, found that the latter had already assumed a lifeless state. He appeared to have lost consciousness, resting in a serene manner. Veer surmised that this must have triggered a protective mechanism within Inaru's body that if this continued, Inaru might truly be overwhelmed to death. Thus, the body had opted to shut down to preserve life, pulling the plug, so to speak. This was fortuitous. It spared him the effort of further action. He could commence treatment right away. Excellent. However, he would not rush. First, he would administer a blow with a brick to sedate him and allow him to lie still. He needed to attend to the two brothers who had been stunned by the electricity. First, for Inaru's treatment method, Veer planned to utilize a chainsaw to open his chest. To test the efficacy of the new chainsaw he had acquired, fear function can awaken the deepest fears within the patient. Price, 11,000. Evaluation. Whenever it sounds, fear follows suit. The others, seeing that the situation had calmed down, hurried over to ascertain what was happening. Yet, as they reached halfway, they witnessed Veer wielding a brick, poised to strike the unconscious Inaru with great force. Bang! The sound was thunderous. A shiver coursed through the hearts of several onlookers. Yet, the ordeal was far from over. Veer astonishingly lifted a brick once more and struck down repeatedly. The resounding thuds echoed, coupled with Veer's exerted demeanor, instilling a profound sense of dread in those who beheld him. Despite Inaru being rendered unconscious, how could Veer continue his relentless assault? After a few more strikes, Veer came to a realization. A mere millimeter's distance rendered no effect. It was imperative that he extricate Inaru first. Observing the swelling lump forming on Inaru's head, Veer felt a twinge of embarrassment. My apologies, my friend. It shall be over shortly. With that, Veer opened the exit and pulled Inaru out, having already confirmed the situation from a millimeter away. He knew that this fellow was truly out cold. His heartbeat nearly ceased. Veer disdainfully wiped away the remnants of whatever had inadvertently smeared onto the ground. Then, he brought the brick down onto Inaru's head once more, producing another resounding thud. Finally, the effect took hold, and Inaru regained consciousness. As his awareness returned, he took in his surroundings. Although still somewhat dazed, he reacted instinctively. Arcane energies flickered within him, coursing through his body, eventually converging upon his heart. Attempting to jolt himself from this immobilizing state. Yet, just as the current reached his heart, it inexplicably vanished. What on earth was happening? Meanwhile, are you certain this constitutes treatment? You must be the doctor from Saw, right? Using a chainsaw for dismemberment. This seems rather excessive. Rachi, at this moment, seemed to escape from the immediate vicinity of Veer. She turned to glance at the others nearby, hoping to find some solace in their expressions. Yet, aside from her and Kamachi, everyone else maintained a semblance of composure. Chopper appeared unfazed. After all, he had been the first to follow Veer when that syringe, a meter or so in diameter, had been plunged into his behind years ago. His psychological resilience had been honed to an extraordinary degree. though this was only applicable to his observational composure. Nami, Usopp, and Robin merely furrowed their brows, showing little outward reaction. Nami and Usopp's understanding was somewhat acceptable. Yet Robin, who had never witnessed such a scene before, also remained unperturbed. This remarkable psychological fortitude was indeed exceptional, showcasing their incredible adaptability. Rachi, at this point, was utterly bewildered. Are you all this strong? Can such a terrifying spectacle fail to stir any emotion within you? Could it be that they regularly endure such torturous treatment? Hiss, it certainly seems plausible. I almost forgot that this individual is their ship's doctor. How daring to employ such a physician? By heavens. What kind of captain do you have? Surely, they can't be entirely sane. At this moment, Rachi felt a deep respect for the straw where let out a scoff. What a joke, it doesn't hurt. The item evaluation is quite explicit. No one can withstand its high temperatures. If this thing welds you, you might as well take pleasure in it. At that moment, where held the electric welding machine. Tracing the beginning of a black wire. There, 3 wires lay quietly, awaiting connection. Splendid. 3 boxes of electricity. Although this device claims to function in any environment, there is one exception, the absence of power. If one seeks electricity. Isn't there a thunder god right here? We took the 3 copper-leaking wires and wrapped them directly around Enel's arm. Once secured, we approached the welding machine and flipped the switch. The machine buzzed to life. Excellent. There's power. It works. Chopper. After the electricity flowed, we called Chopper over, handing him the ground wire. Pay attention. Wherever it turns to iron, press this in there. Otherwise it won't ignite. Understood? Chopper nodded earnestly. We then picked up the welding torch and extracted a welding rod from the pack provided by the system. He deftly pulled out a pair of sunglasses from the box, putting one on himself and fitting a smaller pair onto Chopper. There was no need to shield his face. He still wore a hood. Chopper, with his thick fur, would also be susceptible to skin peeling if exposed to the intense light. We executed these tasks with remarkable proficiency, resembling a seasoned welder with years of experience on construction sites. This left Nami and the others in awe. This fellow truly knew how to weld. His level of skill was on par with that of professional welders. Fantastic. Now, in their eyes, we had acquired yet another skill. At this rate, one day he would be a pirate crew unto himself. Would they even stand a chance to survive? Even Robin looked at Weir with a hint of astonishment that I in the pirate world. Electric welding was an exceedingly niche skill, almost akin to a vocational trade. After all, pirate ships were predominantly wooden. A good pirate ship merely stood out due to superior craftsmanship and materials. At this moment, Weir appeared even more enigmatic to her, igniting her curiosity about the depths of his undisclosed abilities. Having completed all preparatory work, Weir finally sprang into action. His movements were swift, precise, and ruthless. The welding rod was thrust directly onto the fractured ribs joint. A blinding light erupted forth, causing the onlookers to squint. Only Robin chose to avert her gaze, not bothering to warn the others. The brilliant light continued to flare, and Enel's wound began to soften. Following that, it melted, and soon thereafter, it fused together on its own. The area being repaired was enveloped in thick, billowing smoke. The density of the smoke caused Chopper to cough involuntarily. From a distance, one might mistakenly think they were grilling. In no time, the severed rib was rejoined. Weir removed his glasses to inspect the connection. Satisfied, he nodded. The junction was smooth, and even if one didn't look closely, they would never suspect it had been welded. After a long hiatus, Weir was pleasantly surprised at how solid his foundational skills remained, having welded so adeptly. Just then, the ironization's duration came to an end. The rib gradually regained its original pure white hue. Chopper stared at the sight before him, his eyes wide. Brother, really? It's reattached, and you can't tell anything is wrong. Saying this, Chopper gave it a light tap. Wow, and it's sturdy, just like it never broke. How miraculous, Enel exclaimed, arigato. Just moments ago, Enel had once again bestowed upon Weir countless negative points. The sensation of being welded was excruciatingly painful, penetrating to the bone that he had never anticipated that the act of welding could be so agonizing. Perhaps it was due to the location of the burn being internal. In any case, it had nearly taken his life. Enel had already mentally cursed Weir's ancestors countless times. His haughty pride as a god had long since been cast aside. All he desired now was for this dreadful ordeal to conclude swiftly. This place was too perilous. He no longer wished to remain. Yet, his wails had no effect. Soon, Weir resumed his actions, the brilliant light continuing to shine. The influx of negative points showed no sign of abating. Enel found himself in a state of utter distress. The entire process lasted approximately 20 minutes. The rising smoke finally began to dissipate. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired the ability. Control thunder. Control thunder. Can generate and manipulate lightning. Ah, here it comes. All his efforts were not in vain. After expending such significant energy, it was all for this. Hey, Nami, it was too bright earlier. I couldn't see clearly. Does it hurt or not? Usopp inquired, glancing at Nami. Well, if it's a normal reaction for an unconscious person to have their limbs twitching, then it shouldn't hurt, Nami replied, her voice trembling slightly. Chopper, well done. Your technique is remarkably proficient for a first attempt. You have quite the aptitude. We praised Chopper, who was still in awe at the miraculous healing process, upon hearing Weir's words. Chopper was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a bright expression, he replied, Hey, even if you praise me like this, I want to be happy. Is this really it? Rachi voiced her uncertainty. Everything that had just transpired was too shocking. Her mind had briefly lost its capacity for thought. Now that tranquility had returned, she finally processed it. She was not only astonished by Weir's rapid, efficient, and ruthless healing technique, but even more so that Enel, who was regarded as taboo by the entire Sky Island and whose name was never spoken aloud, had been resolved in such a manner that he was, after all, lightning, the embodiment of thunder. Perhaps even all the inhabitants of Sky Island combined could not harm a single hair on him. Yet now, that invincible being had been dealt with in such a short time, it was a genuine resolution. If Enel were to miraculously survive this, he would likely never dare approach this place again. The psychological shadow was indeed formidable. Given all that Enel had experienced, had it been her in his place, she might have simply died from the pain. As she spoke, the others began to realize. Indeed, this resolution seemed almost too swift and effortless. Is this truly Weir? A figure both fearsome and incredibly reliable. Weir, this fellow, was undeniably formidable. Not only had he defeated Enel, who could have easily annihilated Zoro and Sanji in mere moments, but he had also subjected him to both mental and physical torment. Was this the fate awaiting Weir's enemies? Truly terrifying. What is wrong? Are you a doctor too? No one could treat this injury better than I can. In less than a day, this fellow will be bouncing back to life. Weir remarked, pulling a rotting apple from the medical kit, munching on it while casting a puzzled glance at Rachi. He thought she was questioning his medical skills. What a joke. He was a true professional. Now, Enel has been vanquished, and there exists no threat upon the Sky Island. Their own objectives have been achieved, and the power of lightning has been successfully acquired. All that remains is to wait here for a day or two until the compass is fully charged with magnetic energy, allowing them to depart. Their next destination is a naval fortress. Under normal circumstances, the Mary would land precisely at the center of the fortress, after which everyone would exert considerable effort to devise an escape. However, it seems there is nothing of value to seek there. There are no formidable adversaries or rare abilities to be found that wouldn't going there be a sheer waste of time. Perhaps I should contemplate a modification for the Mary, enabling it to bypass the naval fortress entirely. This would save a significant amount of time. The long chain island beyond the naval fortress is truly his objective. Foxy's sluggish ability is similarly a rather overpowered skill that it is imperative to obtain it. Veer has a premonition that such an ability would only become more overpowered within the system. Perhaps a time stop is even a possibility. Time stopping. How intriguing. Even if it is not a complete halt of time, it surely wouldn't be far off. In any case, it would definitely pertain to the manipulation of time. After all, time is involved. Anything even remotely related to time is bound to be extraordinary. Securing it would undoubtedly lead to a significant ascent. Once the modifications to the Mary are complete, there will truly be nothing left to occupy their time. While waiting for the magnetic energy to charge, they might as well research lightning manipulation. At that moment, Rachi, upon hearing Veer's words, immediately became anxious. She hurriedly waved her hands in denial. No. Your medical skills are undoubtedly the finest in the world. I was merely astonished by the speed of the treatment. Rachi was genuinely afraid that Veer might perceive her as provoking him, leading to a retaliatory strike followed by further treatment that in that case, she would prefer to meet her end by running headfirst into a wall. Cough, cough, cough. A series of coughs resonated from behind the group. Turning to the source of the sound, Gonfer was seen gradually sitting up. he was the first to be struck down by the lightning. However, since his Pegasus had absorbed a considerable amount of damage for him, he regained consciousness before Zoro and the others, the former god of the Sky Island. His willpower was formidable. Upon regaining consciousness, he strained his trembling body in an attempt to rise, turning his head to search for Enel's figure. After scanning the surroundings, he finally spotted Enel at Veer's feet. Yet at that moment, he appeared lifeless. This revelation startled Gonfer. Enel is dead? Impossible. Just then, a slight rise and fall in Enel's chest indicated that he was still alive, albeit on the brink of death. That's so. He is gravely injured and unconscious. Gonfer discerned that Enel had seemingly been defeated by someone. How long had he been unconscious? Who had bested him? At that moment, Gonfer's heart was filled with an insatiable desire for answers. Enel was incredibly powerful, and he truly had no idea who here could be his opponent. Looking at the standing figures, he trembled slightly as he asked, "Was it you who defeated him?" As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings erupted into commotion. The sound of rushing footsteps filled the air as figures started to arrive one after another. Most were the Shandians who had come with Weber, while others were the divine soldiers dispatched by Enel. Upon seeing Gonfer, these divine soldiers immediately recognized him. They had once followed Gonfer. It was only due to Enel's coercion that they had been forced to serve him. Enel's troops consisted solely of those high-ranking officers he had brought from his homeland. And those individuals were all either dead or wounded. "Sir, you have returned. It is truly you. Are you here to reclaim your godhood?" The divine soldiers, upon seeing Gonfer, were all beside themselves with excitement, as if they had encountered a long-lost parent. Meanwhile, the Shandians, seeing the unconscious Weber being carried by Kamachili, approached with expressions of concern. "What happened? What is wrong with Weber? He seems severely injured. Who did this? It goes without saying. It must have been Enel. Where is he? We will deal with him together. How dare he inflict such harm on Weber? We must take revenge." The Shandians were equally agitated, but their emotions were fueled by rage. However, this frightened Rachi and Kamachili to their cores. "Guys, please, don't. This isn't revenge. It's a death wish for 9 clans. Given Veer's strength, even a brief confrontation would leave them all breathless in 3 seconds, and that was if they even dared to seek revenge. They might as well be sending themselves to their doom." No. He wasn't beaten. He just had an unfortunate fall." "Yes, I was present. It was indeed just an accident." The two hurriedly chimed in, attempting to pacify the ticking time bombs before them. Otherwise, they would surely explode. At that moment, a group of Shandians stared at Weber, who lay there with his eyes rolled back and a deep shoe print on his face. Lost in thought, he fell. Where could he have fallen to sustain such injuries? It seems his head has cracked open. This fall is rather severe. Moreover, Enel has been defeated, Rachi then added. Upon hearing this, the group finally noticed Enel lying on the ground. As they beheld the unconscious figure, their expressions transformed into exhilaration. This was their greatest obstacle to reclaiming their homeland. Finally, he has been defeated. Who did this? Was it you too? You defeated Enel. Incredible. We never expected you to possess such hidden strength. Indeed, it appears the elder position is rightfully yours. Cheers and gasps of astonishment erupted, all praising the prowess of the two. This left them feeling quite distressed at us. Defeat Enel? Though reluctant to admit it, we can't even handle a dog, let alone defeat Enel. On the other side, the divine soldiers also noticed the fallen thunder god. They gazed at Gonfer in utter disbelief. "Sir, did you take care of this fellow?" "Indeed, your strength has increased once again." "Absolutely remarkable, sir. Now you can lead us once more." "Yes, this is truly splendid." The flurry of compliments left Gonfer feeling somewhat awkward. He was still unaware of who had accomplished this. He had merely collapsed the moment Enel unleashed his lightning. Having no understanding of what transpired, that it wasn't me. "I am not his match," Gonfer replied, a hint of despondency creeping into his voice. The disparity in strength between him and Enel was simply too vast. He couldn't even inflict harm upon that individual. "What? Not you? Then who could it be? Who else possesses such ability? Indeed, the strongest here is you, right? If it weren't you, then who could it be?" This question was one Gonfer was equally eager to know. "Ladies and gentlemen, could you kindly enlighten this old man regarding who accomplished this feat?" Gonfer inquired, his tone calm yet tinged with a hint of earnestness as he addressed Nami and the others. Upon hearing this, all eyes turned toward them. The scrutiny caused them to feel somewhat self-conscious, but it didn't deter everyone from stepping forward. It was him. Usopp leaped forward, positioning himself behind Veer and pushing him into the spotlight. He defeated Enel, And he did it in just 3 moves. Impressive, right? This is our ship's doctor. Usopp beamed with pride, as if he were the one who had achieved this feat. However, the others stood in stunned silence. They gazed at the remarkably young man, dressed plainly and wearing oversized sandals, with expressions of astonishment. This guy doesn't seem particularly extraordinary. If anything, he just looks rather handsome. At that moment, Veer had stored away his battle armor. Reverting to his usual attire, he defeated Enel. Is this for real? So young? And in just 3 moves? What? This is not merely a defeat. It is a complete rout. Is his strength truly that formidable at this moment? The onlookers were utterly astounded, their expressions a tapestry of astonishment. They harbored no doubts regarding this outcome, for even Raki had stepped forward to confirm the authenticity of the event that it was indeed this young man who had vanquished Enel. Goffer gazed at Veer's impassive yet handsome visage, and a look of shock involuntarily crossed his own face. The term rout echoed incessantly in his mind. He gradually comprehended the magnitude of Veer's strength. Words seemed superfluous. In any case, this young man had rendered him a tremendous service, as well as a great favor to all the people of Skypiea. Goffer immediately rose and laboriously approached Veer. Veer, at this moment, was at a loss for words, for he recognized this familiar scene all too well. Must he endure such a spectacle? How awkward. Goffer was just about to kneel on one knee when he suddenly caught sight of Veer's bemused expression. He hastily halted his descent and decisively opted for a bow instead. Young man, I am grateful for your contributions to all of Skypiea. Upon witnessing this, Veer's expression softened slightly. He detested it when others knelt before him unceremoniously. It was indeed quite uncomfortable. Indeed. Veer, my brother, with Enel defeated, we of the Scypians can return to our homeland. I am truly thankful to you. Raki sincerely added at this juncture. All right, one and all, enough with the flattery. You must all retrieve the gold from your homeland. I shall take it with me. Nami, you are in charge of this matter, and you shall gather some shellfish for me. When the time comes, deliver them to the altar, and while you're at it, bring along these 2 individuals on the ground. After concluding his words, Veer grasped Chopper's hand and set off toward the ship. Robin chuckled softly and followed suit. He had to modify the ship and had no time for lengthy discussions with these individuals. The Veer's pronouncement left everyone momentarily speechless. Chief sister, are we to follow through with this? After a prolonged silence, a voice broke the stillness. The still-dazed Raki returned to her senses upon hearing the query. She gazed in the direction Veer had vanished, shaking her head in resignation. Of course. Why not? Do you wish to experience the sensation of being electrocuted? Everyone set off in search of gold. Raki shot a fierce glance at the speaker and waved her hand. They promptly set off. Nami was already exhibiting a gluttonous demeanor. She trailed closely behind the group, her mind consumed by a singular thought. Gold, gold. Usopp, fearing she might trip and fall, hurriedly followed suit. Sir, are we? Meanwhile, the priests also turned their gaze toward Gonfort. Go, find them. Bring those 2 to our benefactor, and inform all the people of Skypiea of this event. They shall no longer live in fear. Yes. Soon, a throng dispersed in all directions, leaving behind the heartbroken Enel. Wait for me. Just wait for me. I will definitely rise again. Veer and his companions wandered through the forest for quite some time before returning to the Mary. He had nearly forgotten to borrow a tour guide from Gonfort again. Yet, upon their arrival, a voice called out. Yo-ho. Veer, where have you been? Why are you back so late? It's nearly dark. The group turned to see a figure clad in a straw hat sitting at the bow of the ship. Watching them. Oh, how's he here? Before long, Zoro and Sanji were returned by Gonfort's men. Nami and Usopp soon followed suit, having been escorted back by Raki. At that moment, Nami was cradling a large bag of unidentified objects. She had transformed remarkably, adorned with an array of golden jewelry and decorations. If one did not look closely, one might think a deity had strayed from home. The golden glimmer was utterly reminiscent of a deity. Ha ha ha, Veer, we have struck it rich. Do you have any idea how much there is? A whole heap. I shall go retrieve more tomorrow. Nami beamed, her smile impossibly wide. Veer, can you cook? I'm starving. Luffy, however, was unconcerned with such matters. He was merely aware that it was mealtime. Upon his utterance, Veer realized he was indeed feeling a bit peckish. I actually cannot cook. Hearing this, Luffy wore a look of utter disappointment. But at that moment, Veer added, however, I can have someone who can cook stand up immediately. Luffy observed Veer's retreating figure, along with Zoro and Sanji being pulled along behind him, and a look of relief appeared on his face. Thank goodness I wasn't injured, because it was already late yesterday. The news of these events did not circulate until the following morning. The entire Angel Island was now aware of the developments. Initially, when they saw the divine soldiers approaching, they had been filled with trepidation, as Enel rarely commanded them to do good. They had been prepared to kneel in reverence, but the divine soldier had instead loudly proclaimed the news of Enel's defeat. Enel is no more. His resounding declaration quickly reached every ear. Initially, the crowd thought it was a figment of their imagination, but upon observing the divine soldier's fervent demeanor and the divine punishment that had yet to subside, they realized the truth. Enel, that malevolent deity, was indeed a relic of the past. The crowd remained silent for several minutes. Then a single cheer shattered the atmosphere. We are free. This exclamation snapped everyone back to reality. Following was a cacophony of cheers and jubilant cries that we are free. We are free. No one shall watch over us anymore. Truly, we need not fear the sudden descent of divine punishment. Ha! Whoa! Almost everyone wept tears of joy, celebrating as if they had been reborn. At that moment, the angelic maiden who had aided Luffy seemed to recall something. She gazed at the equally elated divine soldier and urgently inquired, who defeated him? Was it that pirate crew that came earlier? Was it their captain? Her mind was flooded with memories of Luffy and the words he had spoken when they parted. We will rescue Veer. If anyone stands in our way, I will surely send them flying. Luffy's smiling face flashed vividly in her mind. Upon hearing her question, the crowd fell silent once more. Indeed, Enel was so powerful. Who could have accomplished such a feat? Were there truly others of such strength among the Scipians? No, it cannot be him. The divine soldier's words momentarily stunned Elise. Not Luffy? Then who? It was the ship's doctor, a young man named Veer. Upon hearing this, the crowd's first instinct was to express their gratitude. A massive throng enveloped the divine soldier, eager to learn where Veer currently resided. The divine soldier dutifully informed them, but he also cautioned that Veer preferred not to be disturbed. Upon hearing this, the crowd reluctantly acquiesced, though their gratitude for Veer remained undiminished. Enel had committed countless atrocities against them. Speaking disrespectfully of the divine would result in immediate execution, now that he had been defeated by this young brother named Veer. The populace was naturally brimming with gratitude. Only Elise remained frozen in place, her face a mask of disbelief. Luffy and the others intended to rescue Veer, yet it seemed Veer's strength required no rescue at all. Even Enel, the strongest on Skypiea, was no match for him. How could a mere ship's doctor possess such formidable prowess? In that moment, the image of a doctor in Elise's mind underwent a profound transformation. Hey, Zoro, Sanji, what are you two doing sitting here? Let us go on an adventure together. Luffy gazed at the two despondent companions seated side by side, and with a cheerful smile, extended an invitation to them. However, the pair wore expressions that conveyed utter desolation, their faces emblazoned with sentiments of despair, as if they wished to perish and had no desire to engage with him. Yet, Luffy was undeterred, without hesitation. He swept his arms around the two, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. Nami had already taken Usopp out earlier. A vast treasure of gold awaited them, far exceeding the trivial amount they had encountered the day before. Usopp, still reluctant to leave, bore the exhaustion of having carried too much at Nami's behest, feeling as though he might collapse from fatigue. In his customary fashion, he lamented, I have contracted a malady that befalls one upon arrival at an island. Please, let me remain aboard the ship. His voice was frail and fragmented. However, no sooner had he uttered these words than a voice rang out. Who? Who is afflicted with illness? Veer, who was observing the principles of winged flight not far off, instantly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with intensity, fixating on Usopp with an assertive glare. Faced with such a penetrating gaze, Usopp's so-called illness of not being able to step foot on the island vanished, as if it had never existed. He promptly hoisted Nami onto his shoulders and dashed away, exclaiming, I'm cured. My ailment has disappeared. Thank you. Divine healer, please, don't leave. Let Veer lend his assistance. In the distance, Nami's teasing voice echoed faintly. Robin found the scene amusing as well. Aboard this vessel, one could not afford to fall ill so lightly. Soon, only two individuals and a reindeer remained at this juncture. Robin expressed her desire to explore the ancient ruins, requesting Chopper to accompany her. She also extended an invitation to Veer, who politely declined, as he had numerous matters to attend to. Once the two departed, Veer was left alone as he scrutinized the book in his hands, a newfound clarity emerging in his gaze. Indeed, the concept of winged flight is quite intriguing. However, I shall opt for a parachute that I must admit, the operation of wings can be exceedingly complex. Thus, Veer dismissed the notion of undertaking such a challenging endeavor. He resolved to utilize the gold that Nami had procured to fashion a golden parachute. When the time came to equip the Mary, it would undoubtedly be a remarkable enhancement, after assisting Sanji and Zoro in healing their injuries the previous night. The system had once again granted him two abilities, Sanji's culinary prowess and Zoro's capacity for alcohol. Frankly, this was an eye-opener for Veer. It appeared that once one extracted too much from a single individual, they were prone to acquiring abilities of little practical use. Yet, it mattered not. Future opportunities would abound. Last night, Veer had tested his newly acquired lightning abilities, and it could be said, they were exceedingly formidable. His powers aligned with those of a typical Thunderfruit user, albeit he lacked the capacity for elemental transformation. Veer's ultimate goal had always been to harness the power of lightning. Not only could he emit electricity, but he could also infuse it into his attacks, enhancing both damage and speed significantly. Most crucially, after acquiring this ability, he felt an unmistakable connection to the surrounding lightning elements, a rather obvious yet profound truth. What was the point of stating that any elemental user could manipulate their respective elements? However, he possessed an exceptional affinity for the elements. This was pivotal. If Enel could unleash a lightning bolt of 1 million volts inflicting 10 points of damage, then Veer could potentially inflict 17 or even 18. The disparity was substantial. This was limited to mere offensive capabilities. Speed, range, paralysis, and defense breaking would all see considerable enhancement, while minor skills may not exhibit much difference. The gaps would become glaringly evident in instances of vast area damage or overwhelming single-target strikes. Through the research conducted the previous night, Veer successfully developed a potent single-target attack, a technique capable of compressing a substantial amount of lightning, followed by an instantaneous discharge in a straight line. Clear-cut and immensely powerful. If this technique were combined with his triple damage amplification, the resultant devastation would be beyond comprehension. It is worth mentioning that lightning significantly enhances one's observation haki. This wasn't merely a matter of range. It pertained to the overall quality of perception. It enabled Veer to not only hear the sounds emitted by an opponent's body, but also to discern their thoughts. He could effortlessly perceive the electric waves generated by both their bodies and minds. Brainwaves, after all, are electrical in nature. Veer's sensitivity to electricity had reached a terrifying level, observing the crackling arc of electricity dancing upon his fingertip. He felt an urge to experiment. The previous day, he had conducted a small-scale test without exerting much effort. Now, however, seemed the perfect occasion. With this thought in mind, Veer began to compress the lightning upon his index finger. As time progressed, his fingertip grew increasingly radiant. Yet, Veer found himself involuntarily furrowing his brow. The brilliance was unmistakable. Anyone could discern that he was about to strike. This simply would not do. He needed to devise a means to conceal this luminosity. While pondering this, the compression of lightning was completed, having taken approximately 8 seconds to attain this moment. A terrifying energy radiated from Veer, causing ripples to manifest in the air, an indication of excessively high temperatures. As he reached the apex of his power, Veer no longer hesitated. He pointed towards a massive vine in the distance. After a brief silence, a surge of intense lightning erupted forth. Its power was immense, though its range was only that of his fingertip. Yet, as it traveled further, its area of effect appeared to expand. Beneath the colossal vine, Enel, who had lain incapacitated for an entire day, finally opened his eyes. The effects of his injuries and the anesthesia had worn off. Upon awakening, Enel intended to make a hasty exit, but as he opened his eyes and prepared to rise, a formidable bolt of lightning grazed his face. Striking the vine behind him, feeling the overwhelming force and might of the electricity, Enel stood frozen in place. Moments later, a resounding boom echoed. Enel stared in disbelief at the massive vine that had fallen before him. He glanced at his slightly scorched nose and singed hair, and his expression gradually morphed into one of incredulity. What on earth was happening? Who unleashed such a powerful electric attack? That vine, as thick as 100 meters, had, with this single strike, been drastically reduced in size. Yet, what astonished him even more was that he, the embodiment of lightning, had been injured by lightning itself. How could this be possible? Who could it be? Instantly, Enel activated his mind's net. directing his gaze towards the source of the assault. He beheld his nemesis, blowing smoke from his electrified finger. It was him. He could control lightning too, and perhaps even more adeptly than I. How could this be? At this moment, Enel felt a sense of despair. What manner of being was Veer? No, I cannot remain here any longer. I must flee at once. With this thought, Enel transformed into lightning and vanished in an instant. Racing towards the ship he had spent years constructing. All he desired was to take off swiftly. Veer, observing Enel's distant disappearance and the significantly reduced mass of vine, nodded in satisfaction. The power of this technique could be deemed equivalent to that of a vice admiral, at the very least. However, it did demand considerable stamina in a balanced confrontation. It could likely be employed only once, for opponents would not grant one the luxury of time to charge and compress. Yet, the timing of its use would be entirely within his control. It could serve as a trump card or be employed for a surprise attack, both excellent applications. As for why he was able to harm Enel, nature is also a result of elemental affinity. After the experiment, while spirits were notably high, although the lightning ability was the most significant gain from this endeavor, other acquisitions were not to be overlooked. For instance, the 40,000 negative points now nestled in his pocket, along with a chainsaw and a welding machine. Aside from these, there was little else worth mentioning, as their utility was rather limited. While 40,000 points might seem substantial, in Wile's current perspective, they felt rather meager. This was particularly true given the dire circumstances he was about to face. With his presence, the naval fortress would be inaccessible. The next destination, Long Chain Island, was not merely home to the formidable Foxy. One must not forget that the likes of Akiji would also be drawn there by the scent of Robin. He was an admiral. After all, the concept of an admiral carries weight that whilst overall strength was at best comparable to that of a captain, perhaps slightly superior, yet still significantly limited. Encountering a seasoned admiral like Akiji left him with absolutely no chance of victory. The most favorable outcome would be to be soundly defeated and subsequently imprisoned. Although he bore no malicious intent in the original narrative, one cannot rely solely on that, now that he had dispatched Crocodile. It was entirely possible that Akiji might take issue with him and seek to apprehend him. He could choose to evade the situation, to withdraw for a period, thereby avoiding any confrontation with Akiji on the ship. However, would that not be a loss? Why a loss? An admiral? Indeed, an admiral. What abilities does he possess that are not formidable? If, and I emphasize if, he could manipulate the situation to incapacitate Akiji and heal him. The potential for strength enhancement was beyond his wildest imaginings. This was undoubtedly perilous. Yet, it was equally a tremendous opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. He must prepare in advance. No matter what. As for what preparations to make? Aside from the system, was there any other method? No, there was absolutely none. Thus, the 40,000 negative points were hardly excessive an admiral. Indeed, after concluding matters with the Mary, he would focus entirely on exploring the marketplace. He must find something affordable that could effectively counter Akiji. If only he could discover such a thing. This was a golden opportunity. With this thought in mind, Wapol pulled out a detailed guide on gliders. After a cursory glance, he comprehended the fundamental principles and basic structure. That sufficed. He immediately began experimenting with the gold that Nami had brought back the previous day, starting with a small prototype. As Wapol made continuous adjustments, a semblance of a gliding device soon took shape. Observing the glider, which bore a striking resemblance to those in the book, Wapol nodded in satisfaction. Upon descent, there would be an octopus hot air balloon. Once it deflated, he could simply mold the larger version. It seemed quite simple. Just as Wapol reveled in his craftsmanship, a sudden voice disrupted the moment. Hello. This voice was as eerie as a specter. It appeared without warning. The abrupt sound startled Wapol, causing him to tense up instantly. His eyes crackled with arcs of electricity, and the lightning in his hands was poised to unleash devastation at his command. He swiftly turned to the source of the voice. However, upon recognizing the figure before him, he not only refrained from attacking, but also exhaled in relief. The lightning dissipated, and his tense body relaxed. There, not far off on the deck, stood a faint, ethereal silhouette, clad in a cloak with an oversized hood. It obscured its face, yet its smile was unmistakable. This was, of course, the spirit of the Mary. Its manner of appearance was quite alarming. Wapol found himself momentarily startled. Within the expansive range of his advanced observation hockey, there had been no anomalies, yet suddenly, a voice emanated from behind him. Who wouldn't he be startled? recognizing it as Mary. While naturally relaxed, he was aware that the Mary now had a spirit, but he was unaware that such beings were imperceptible to observation hockey. For a moment, he genuinely thought he had encountered a ghost. As he regarded the diminutive figure before him, he felt a sense of wonder. You are the spirit of the Mary, aren't you? What is your nature? You move without a sound. Startled, Wapol exclaimed, circling around the little entity. He scrutinized it from all angles, resembling a naive country bumpkin. Yet, his words took Mary by surprise. You actually know me? What an impressive companion. At this moment, Mary felt nothing but joy, completely oblivious to the latter part of Wapol's statement. Yes, you indeed recognize me. Mary's smile grew even broader, relishing the sensation of being acknowledged. After examining the spirit for a few circles, Wapol concluded that it was indeed akin to what he had seen on television, very ethereal, seemingly devoid of physicality. Noticing Mary's delight, he abandoned any thoughts of dissecting this startling spirit. Spirits, it seemed, were not prone to appearing uninvited. Mary's bold emergence before him must signify some pressing matter. You seek me for something. Little Mary, after a moment's contemplation, Wapol finally uttered this moniker. Mary's appearance was indeed motivated by a request for assistance. Yes, Mary replied joyfully, as if elated that someone could discern its thoughts. Mary then articulated its heartfelt desire. I sense that I am reaching my limit. Upon hearing this, Wapol instantly grasped the situation. Mary had realized that his shaping abilities could be beneficial to it and sought his help for repairs. It could manage perhaps 2 or 3 more islands, but after that, it would succumb to the depths of the sea. But I still wish to continue sailing with everyone. Therefore, I humbly ask you, could you perhaps repair me and make me sturdier? That way, I might accompany everyone until the end. Mary's tone was laden with earnest pleading that it genuinely longed to journey alongside its companions. Yet, its structural integrity simply did not permit it. However, during this time, it had glimpsed hope. It discovered that Wapol could effortlessly mend its damaged sections. Even during battles aboard, he would transform a portion of himself into steel to prevent damage from foes. Such abilities were indeed extraordinary, rekindling its hope of remaining afloat upon the waves. Thus, it had chosen to reveal itself and convey these sentiments to Wapol. Now, gazing at the teary-eyed little spirit before him, Wapol felt a sense of helplessness. Although he could not see Mary's eyes, he could sense its tearful gaze fixed upon him. Can it be repaired? The answer was, of course, affirmative. Having spent considerable time aboard the Mary, he had developed a bond. If he could rectify the impending tragedy of the Mary sinking into the sea, he would gladly extend his assistance. Yet, could he truly effect repairs? The answer was negative. At least, not at this moment. The Mary could not continue its journey with everyone. While he could provide superficial repairs, he was incapable of altering its fundamental structure. Yes, it could transform into steel. However, that ability was time-limited, lasting but a brief interval. Was he to monitor the Mary 24 hours a day? It is evidently unrealistic. In the New World, the restoration of such fragile wooden materials can lead to destruction in mere moments. The waters there are far from the gentleness experienced in the earlier segments. A change of vessel is indeed necessary. However, with him around, the Mary shall undoubtedly evade a fate of sinking to the ocean depths. I can simply reduce her size and place her aboard the Sunny. The ship's spirit shall not vanish. In this way, I would still accompany everyone throughout the journey. Therefore, while repairs can be made, they are not essential. It would be wiser to wait until the Mary can no longer endure before taking action. Otherwise, as long as the Mary is intact, no one on board would agree to a change of ship. With this thought in mind, Veer helplessly remarked, I cannot repair her. Upon hearing this, the previously excited little spirit froze in astonishment. The brim of her hat visibly drooped lower, and the corners of her mouth involuntarily turned downwards, conveying a clear sense of disappointment. Just as Mary was on the verge of tears, Veer spoke again, that I truly cannot repair you, but I will not allow you to sink to the depths of the sea. As soon as Veer finished speaking, little Mary was momentarily stunned. You can't repair me, yet you won't let me sink into the ocean? Do you intend for me to perish alone on some nameless island? If that is the case, I would rather embrace the ocean. Mary was about to refuse Veer's offer when he added, and you can continue to follow us. Huh? What? Did I hear that correctly? Mary was once again taken aback. Those few brief sentences nearly caused her CPU to overheat. When strung together, they made little sense to her. Unable to be repaired, yet allowed to accompany them. How could that be possible? Would she be towed by another ship? But what if she were to be completely broken and unable to be towed at all? What does Veil truly mean? Does he have another solution? If that is the case, that would be splendid. Really, truly, Veil? If it is possible, that would be wonderful. But can this truly be accomplished? Mary eagerly stepped forward, her face alight with excitement as she gazed at Veil. Her little hands trembled with exhilaration, unsure where to place them. She wanted to hug Veil's leg but felt it inappropriate, so she raised and lowered them in the air. Seeing her like this, Veil found it both amusing and exasperating. The ship's spirit seemed to share the innocence of a child. He crouched down, looking at the ship's spirit, who was only as tall as his calf, and earnestly said, "Indeed, I solemnly assure you with my life." Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye. 2 days had passed, and on this day, the pointer on Nami's wrist finally pointed in a different direction. Everyone gathered aboard the ship, fully aware that it was time to set sail within those 2 days. Nami had nearly gathered all the remaining gold from the area. Robin and Chopper had examined the historical texts of this place. Meanwhile, Luffy, along with Zoro and Sanji, had discovered the enormous golden bell. It was perched atop the massive vine that Veil had interrupted. Luffy exerted considerable effort to set the bell upright, and after ensuring a befuddled Zoro and Sanji held it steady, he struck the massive golden bell with fervor. The sound resonated throughout the heavens, reaching every ear, including that of Kurok, who stood upon the shore, gazing skyward. Though the clouds appeared calm and gentle, he was already shedding tears. My ancestors were not deceivers. "Thank you, Luffy Veil. Yo-ho, we are off." With Luffy's command, the ship sailed through a colossal archway formed by clouds, marking the end of the cloud stream. The vessel was about to begin its free fall. Are we truly going down like this? We will die from the fall. Luffy, have you considered how to land? Panic erupted among the crew, with cries filling the air. Only Luffy and Veil remained composed, waving cheerfully at those following behind. "We will return." Luffy shouted joyfully. However, the expressions of those behind, including Lachi, turned grave. "You're coming back," they exclaimed in unison, casting a synchronized glance at the unfazed Veil. "Please don't come back, brother. I appreciate it, but as a brother, let us keep it in our hearts." Frequent encounters would take away the fun. They quickly vanished from Luffy's sight. Confused, Luffy remarked, "Why do they seem so unhappy? Are they reluctant to part with us? We should return to Sky Island again. Veil, this place is simply magnificent." Hearing this, Veil could only admire Luffy's peculiar thought process. They were practically begging him not to return, and yet Luffy remained oblivious. As the ship descended, just as it was about to break through the cloud layer, a colossal octopus wrapped around the Mary. Its enormous head resembled a hot air balloon, significantly slowing their descent. Nami, still shaken, exhaled in relief as she watched the Mary descend gradually. 5 minutes later. "Have you noticed that the octopus has shrunk?" Usopp gazed uncertainly at the giant octopus above. "No way, it must be your imagination," Nami replied, on the verge of tears. 15 minutes later. Help! What happened to the octopus? It vanished in an instant. That was way too fast. Amidst the screams, Veil approached the warehouse. He reached out to touch the large mound of gold that Nami had brought back. Within seconds, the Mary's descent finally ceased. Above the ship, a massive gliding apparatus had replaced the octopus. The Mary began to glide smoothly forward. "We are saved." The two weak and trembling figures embraced once more, sighing in relief. "Wow, it's all thanks to you, Veil. Wings made of gold. So cool," Luffy exclaimed excitedly as he admired the gliding device above, giving Veil a thumbs up. Veil, observing the ship now on course, nodded in satisfaction. "Not bad. Very effective. At this rate, we won't plunge into any naval fortresses." He made slight adjustments to the direction, guiding the Mary toward the compass's indication. Having completed all this, Veil returned to his room. Lost in thought, he was still browsing the marketplace. Indeed, he had been at it for 2 days and had yet to finish. The marketplace was enormous, filled with an array of outrageous items. He was nearing the end of the section that could render a person powerless. Having flipped through 999 pages to reach 953. Yet nothing suitable had appeared. Either the effects were too weak to contend with an admiral, or the prices exceeded his savings, leaving him powerless to act. If he reached the final pages and still found nothing, he would have to lay LOW. As time passed, Veil successfully arrived at the final page. 999. Well, it all hinges on this page. He scanned downward. Veil's brow furrowed deeper. No, still nothing. Surely there must be something. This system is absurd. How frustrating. But suddenly, Veil froze. The anger on his face transformed in an instant. In just 1 second, it shifted to sheer elation. I found it. The last item on the final page, but just then, a loud crash echoed, followed by a violent tremor. Caught off guard, Veer was thrown to the ground. What is happening? With great urgency, Wire dashed outside. Upon reaching the deck, he found Luffy and the others in a rather disheveled state from their fall. That moment. Chopper, clutching his sore backside, exclaimed, "Big brother, what is this? Your wings won't slow down. You nearly crashed straight into the sea." At these words, Wire immediately realized his oversight. Indeed, he had forgotten about that. After such a tumble, would the Mary not simply fall apart? Don't just stand there. Quickly check if the Mary is all right. Upon his exhortation, concern swept through the group. Yes, after such a heavy fall, the Mary can't possibly be harmed. Can it? Usopp, filled with trepidation, was the first to rush into the cabin. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others began to survey their surroundings. Soon enough, Usopp returned, his expression transformed from worry to relief. "It's fine. The hull isn't leaking. There are no visible damages on the ship. Everything here is normal. I'm fine too." As each individual reported in, the collective anxiety of the group gradually dissipated. Yet, only Wire sensed something amiss. The keel must still be damaged. He could feel the pain emanating from the ship. Well, I can only wait and see when we reach Water City. He was not a professional shipwright, after all, so he did not fully comprehend these matters. After transforming the enormous gliding apparatus back into its normal golden form and stowing it in the hold, Wire returned to his quarters. With the ship intact, everyone quickly followed Nami's guidance to steer the vessel in the right direction. Meanwhile, Wire gazed at the items in the marketplace, a smile unconsciously spreading across his face. Charm of Enchantment. Price, 45,000. Function. The fragrance it emits can induce a state of coma. Note, the stronger the individual, the shorter the duration of the coma. Evaluation. A must-have item for any notorious rogue in the martial arts world. Are you certain you won't need it? Indeed, the moment he laid eyes on this item, Wire conceived a plan. The stronger the individual, the shorter the duration of unconsciousness. No matter. He would simply enhance it with some potent ingredients later. Not seeking to render Aokiji into a deep slumber, just a fleeting moment of unconsciousness would suffice. Once in that state, the brick would teach him a lesson. Anesthetic brick function. A powerful strike against an unresisting individual can induce a state of anesthesia. Anesthesia state. Consciousness remains, but the body is paralyzed. An unresisting individual is not merely someone who has been defeated. Falling into unconsciousness would also be deemed as lacking resistance, as long as he was struck. Wouldn't that warrant a delightful electric welding package? I wonder how Aokiji, this admiral, handles pressure. Can he withstand this little combo? Indeed, in mere seconds, a complete and reliable plan formed in Wire's mind, with every detail of execution already laid out. Robin was the key. Aokiji was targeting her. Thus, he merely needed to tamper with Robin, and that old chap would surely be subdued. However, the most pressing issue at present was that he was still short on negative points. 45,000 was just over his entire savings. He was merely 2,000 short. This was quite vexing. He could only wait until they reached Long Chain Island to gather the remaining amount while treating Foxy. For now, Wire prepared to study the components and properties of the Charm of Enchantment. All the information was detailed in the marketplace's product description. Wire aimed to see if he could replicate it. If successful, that would save him 45,000, an immense sum. Although the marketplace did not offer items to enhance strength, it was filled with various abstract items that could indeed be lifesavers if utilized wisely. He should save on negative points whenever possible. His potion-making skills were quite advanced. Perhaps he could truly accomplish this. Thus, Wire began to retrieve various materials from his medical kit, collecting ingredients that closely resembled those of the Charm of Enchantment. He commenced a series of experimental mixtures. His figure gradually became busy. Time slipped away quietly, the sky darkening as night swiftly approached. The sounds of revelry outside gradually subsided. The banquet celebrating the safe conclusion of their Sky Island adventure finally came to an end. And everyone returned to their quarters to sleep. Some walked on their own, others were carried, while some were the ones doing the carrying. With a creak, Wire's door swung open. However, in his intense focus on research, he paid no heed. Chopper and Robin exchanged glances at the now cold meal on the table and could only shake their heads. Wire was so engrossed that he even neglected to eat. Almost as if entranced, After reheating the food, they each retreated to their rooms for rest. Chopper settled into the bed behind Wire, while Robin entered Wire's operating room. Although referred to as Wire's operating room, it had now transformed into Robin's bedroom. She had not significantly altered the room's layout. She simply placed a small bed in the corner. The first thing she did upon boarding was choose a room. After some deliberation, she opted for Wire's operating room. On one hand, it was conveniently close to Wire, allowing her to assist him from time to time. On the other hand, it was the quietest place on the ship. While Luffy and the others were loud, no one would approach this area. Thus, it naturally became the most peaceful spot. Initially, Wire had genuinely been perplexed. His operating room was filled with blood-stained drills, woodworking saws, hooks for hanging pigs, and the like. Yet Robin seemed completely unfazed. She even enjoyed an excellent quality of sleep. Wire could only stare in astonishment. Robin had also remodeled Wire's and Chopper's rooms, adding various amenities and a bookshelf. It was as if she had turned their rooms into her own living room, often found reading there. While Wire was busy concocting experimental potions, she would sit beside him. Whenever he needed assistance, she would summon a hand to lend a hand. She had effectively replaced Chopper's role. Fortunately, Chopper had been diligently working on improving his abilities recently. Otherwise, he would not have wanted to miss the chance to learn from Wire. Thus, time quietly slipped away once again. Before long, another day had passed. After sitting in place for 2 days, aside from sipping water and making a couple of trips to the restroom, Wire finally stood up. With a creak, the door to the operating room opened, and Robin emerged, her face aglow with a smile as she looked at the standing Wire. "Don't forget our promise, dear ship doctor," she said, beaming upon hearing the words. While could only nod helplessly, satisfied, Robin then departed. On the table lay a new concoction that, while had painstakingly developed, yet his countenance bore no trace of elation, for this creation failed to meet his expectations. Alas, it was indeed insufficient, though perhaps to be anticipated, considering the interdimensional nature of the task. Indeed, the drug he fashioned from the essence of the mesmerizing incense fell drastically short of achieving the true effects of such an enchanting substance. Consequently, while discarded it into the waste bin without hesitation, what remained on the table was the second generation of his drug. The first generation, one could hardly say, could even befuddle the likes of Qingji. In his attempts, he found that it could not even subdue Robin. Last night, he had stealthily tested the concoction at Robin's doorstep. After the entirety of the incense had burned away, he ventured inside, only to find Robin lying motionless upon her bed. He approached her bedside, softly calling her name twice, but received no response. For a brief moment, he believed he had succeeded, just as he was about to check the drug's efficacy by giving her a gentle nudge. Robin's eyes suddenly flew open, her gaze playfully scrutinizing Wile, who stood before her with his hands outstretched. An awkward atmosphere enveloped the air. "Do you want to touch me?" Robin queried bluntly, observing Wile's flustered demeanor. Her lips struggled to suppress a smile. "I did not. I was merely testing the potion," Wile exclaimed, waving his hands in frantic explanation. He truly had not anticipated such a dismal outcome. "What potion?" Robin pressed further, leaving Wile momentarily speechless. Could he reveal this? To do so would only confirm his status as a lecherous individual, a notion he could not entertain. Wait, he was not a lascivious man. "I merely wished to observe how well the sleep-inducing potion worked on you, to see its effects," he stammered. Yet, this only elicited laughter from Robin. "Oh, so your sleep-inducing potion operates by suffocating, is it?" With this jest, she regarded Wile with a mischievous glimmer in her eyes. Faced with Robin's teasing, Wile could only awkwardly scratch his nose. "Doctor, I trust you do not wish for others to know of your peculiarities." "What?" Upon hearing this, Wile realized he was in deep trouble. It seemed he had landed himself in a predicament. "Wretched concoction, you've led me astray." He vowed never again to experiment on Robin. Why not seek out Luffy instead? I could simply create a diversion and give him a couple of hearty slaps. Much more efficient. How foolish of me. However, he soon reconsidered. Luffy might not be the best candidate either. There was a chance he wouldn't even awaken from a couple of slaps, rendering the potion irrelevant. "If you're not averse, I would appreciate some instruction on utilizing armament haki," Robin suggested, her laughter ringing with delight, while Wile felt as though he had ingested something foul. "I truly am a wretch." In light of the first generation's failure, Wile had gleaned insights and successfully crafted the second generation of the drug, now resting on his table. The primary function of this new iteration was not to render someone unconscious, but rather to amplify the effects of the mesmerizing incense. Since he could not create the original, he resolved to enhance its potency instead. After all, Having labored throughout the day, it would be rather unfortunate to walk away empty-handed. Thus, based on the experiences from the first generation, he developed this second generation, which, although it could not eliminate negative points, would at least ensure a more stable outcome for this endeavor that it was not entirely in vain. The second generation could potentially double the effects of the mesmerizing incense. However, when used in isolation, it bore no effect whatsoever. It could only enhance other potions. Now, he awaited the capture of Foxy to procure the mesmerizing incense, glancing at the sandwiches prepared by Chopper on the table, while eagerly consumed them, for he was truly hungry. Chopper, that thoughtful child. As he stepped out of the room, a lively scene unfolded before his eyes. Nearly everyone was engaged in training. Chopper led the charge, with others following suit. While's presence had sparked a wave of motivation throughout the Straw Hat crew. The ship was laden with various large exercise equipment, nearly overwhelming the merry that it should be approaching soon. While mused, upon reaching Long Chain Island, he must ensure that Luffy did not agree to any competitions. That would be sheer folly. They possessed none of the stakes he desired, yet they sought to wager with him. In such a scenario, only Luffy, the fool, would acquiesce. Such a competition was entirely unnecessary, merely a waste of time. As he recalled this sequence, while's blood pressure nearly surged. Therefore, this time, he must prevent Luffy from acquiescing. All that was required was to deliver a sound thrashing to that foolish pack, tend to their wounds, and depart without a backward glance. In the distance, an island gradually revealed itself before the merry. Land ho! Zoro, stationed at the lookout, shouted downwards. Soon, the ship docked amidst the excited cheers of the crew. After days spent aboard, Luffy and the others were positively restless. Their days consisted solely of vigorous training. To refrain from it would leave one at a disadvantage if injuries arose. The psychological disparity could be quite significant. For instance, Zoro and Sanji had been pushing themselves to their limits, engaging in fierce sparring. Now, at the sight of land, their excitement was palpable. As soon as the ship steadied, the crew dashed towards the shore like chickens spotting a basketball. Even Chopper was swept up in the excitement. Only Robin remained composed, as her demeanor seemed less exuberant than the others at that moment. She continued to gaze at Weil with a beaming smile, her expression mirroring that of the previous evening. Weil found it increasingly difficult to endure her scrutiny, but he promptly disembarked. The verdant grass, the temperate climate, and even the gentle sea breeze were all quite pleasant. He had never truly appreciated the beauty of this place before. The surrounding scenery felt oddly familiar, reminding Weil that they were indeed on the island where the story unfolded. However, they had arrived approximately a day early. He wondered if that group would still make an appearance. They were likely to come, but he was uncertain of their timing. Yet, there was no need to rush. The compass would gradually accumulate its magnetic force. It was time to eat and drink, for he possessed the heart network, should anyone arrive. They would not escape Weil's watchful gaze. Finding a large rock, Weil ascended and took a seat. Now, there was one more crucial point to consider. Foxy was not to be counted among the fruit users. His strength could be deemed rather feeble. Moreover, he was not a significant figure. Under normal circumstances, the negative points obtained from him would likely be minimal. This was not promising news. Should he fail to gather even 2,000, he would find himself in a troublesome situation. However, Weil vaguely recalled that Foxy could not tolerate comments about his appearance. Perhaps he could exploit this weakness. With this thought in mind, Weil purchased a megaphone from the marketplace. Indeed, it was the kind used by street vendors. Examining the megaphone in his hands, which appeared no different from his recollections, Weil nodded in satisfaction. This item would undoubtedly prove invaluable. Just how invaluable would depend on how intolerant Foxy was of critiques regarding his looks. At that moment, a shadow fell over him. Raising his head, Weil saw Robin reappear before him, holding the megaphone. "Doctor, you must fulfill your promise," Robin softly murmured. Initially, she had little desire to grow stronger within the Straw Hat crew. She already considered herself quite capable. However, after witnessing Chopper's prowess on Skypiea, her perspective began to shift, albeit slightly. It wasn't until she observed Veer in action that her thoughts underwent a complete transformation. The reasons behind this change were manifold. In any case, she now aspired to exert herself in the pursuit of strength. This was indeed a positive development. Yet, following the incident with the aphrodisiac the previous night, her gaze towards Veer had grown bolder. What had started as mere instruction in armament hockey had left Veer feeling somewhat awkward, especially since she had frequently assisted him. However, after gaining leverage over him, Her gaze towards Veer became increasingly peculiar, which left him quite troubled. Now, as Robin sat beside him, attentively listening, Veer found himself rubbing his temples. It seemed that unless he spoke up, she would not relent. Veer composed his thoughts and began to explain. Armament hockey is an innate energy that resides within everyone. It exists in varying quantities within each individual. As he spoke, Veer raised his palm, and with a flicker of his mind, a dark aura manifested in his hand. What we must do is concentrate that energy, just as I am doing now. Robin nodded thoughtfully, beginning to grasp the essence of armament hockey. However, her attempts to sense it herself yielded no results. Why can't I feel anything? Why am I so oblivious? She asked, somewhat perplexed. The reason you cannot is simply due to the minuscule amount you possess, so faint that it goes unnoticed. To enhance this quantity, one must engage in rigorous training. This is intrinsically linked to physical fitness. Those with stronger bodies can more readily perceive and manipulate such energies. Why is that? It is because an increase in energy makes it more detectable. Thus, strengthening your body is paramount. That is all I can convey. The rest is up to you. Upon hearing this, a flicker of understanding crossed Robin's face. After several more attempts, she began to faintly sense the energy Veer had described. Though it was still elusive, she realized that the path to successfully harnessing it remained long and arduous. Suddenly, she looked up at Veer with wide-eyed astonishment. This startled Veer. Hey, you're not coming up with some mischievous plan again, are you? To be honest, Veer was genuinely a bit wary of Robin at this moment. Yet, Robin was merely astonished by Veer's strength. How can someone as young as Veer wield such formidable armament hockey? How has he achieved this? At that moment, Veer's attention was suddenly drawn to a distant point. About 10 kilometers along the coast, a large ship was slowly docking, simultaneously, on the opposite side of the island. A tall, slender man riding a bicycle successfully made landfall. That he appeared to sense something amiss, glancing around warily. Noticing this, Veer hastily retracted his mental focus, a slight smile creeping onto his lips as he muttered, "It seems they have indeed come sniffing around." Robin caught a hint of what he said, but could not discern it clearly. She looked at Veer in confusion, but he offered no response. Vanishing from her sight in an instant, Robin was taken aback. Where he had stood, only flickers of electricity remained. She could not even detect which direction he had gone. Such speed. Once again, she was left in awe of Veer. Turning her gaze to the direction he had been watching, she found nothing amiss, yet an unsettling premonition lingered in her mind. She couldn't shake the feeling that the temperature had dropped slightly since before. "Captain, I spotted the Straw Hat Crew's ship. They are on this island." Foxy, the grotesquely unattractive captain of the Sexy Foxy, beamed at his companion, Pochi. They had been pursuing the Straw Hat Crew for an entire day and had finally caught up. Foxy had long set his sights on the Straw Hat Crew's exceptional members, hoping to seize them through the Davy backfight competition. They were currently riding a streak of 920 consecutive victories, a feat made possible by their masterful cheating techniques. Virtually everyone aboard had secured their victories through dubious means. With our strength, as long as we can get that Straw Hat Luffy to agree to the match, victory is assured, remarked a hulking figure resembling a gorilla. Indeed, our prowess far surpasses their imagination. Foxy had never contemplated the possibility of the adversaries refusing or of experiencing a defeat, especially after their remarkable winning streak. "Captain, if we win the first match, can we take that adorable little deer? I want to train it." Pochi chimed in eagerly. Foxy, of course, would not refuse. After all, everyone would ultimately become their crew members, so the order of acquisition mattered little. "No problem. I'll make sure you get it to play with." "Thank you, Captain. Let us go. I can hardly wait to have those two beautiful crew members." With that, Foxy waved his hand, and everyone followed suit. Meanwhile, Veer, now donning a different facade, stood quietly on the deck, observing the scene unfolding before him. "These wretches truly are despicable," he thought. "They dare to covet Chopper? What audacity! I haven't even had my turn yet. They really are quite bold. And that Foxy, he is hideous beyond belief. When the time comes for battle, I must ensure to mar his face. Otherwise, it would be utterly revolting to behold. None aboard are pleasing to the eye." Just as Veer prepared to take action and eliminate this motley crew, a familiar voice rang out. "Hey, have you seen Sherry? She is a horse." The voice was imbued with an unmistakable air of foolishness, and Veer instantly recognized it. "Good grief. How did that fool end up here? Luffy, what are you doing running around like that? What if you get lost?" Another voice chimed in, and Veer was left utterly speechless. Looking up, he saw that his expectations had been met. They had all arrived. The one who had just spoken was Zoro. Yes, indeed. That S him, Veer thought, noting the confidence in his tone. Very well, since that's the case. Let us see if Luffy can truly handle this fellow's fragile heart. If he dares to make a move, I'll simply unleash a thunderbolt upon him. Well, perhaps a punch the size of a sandbag would suffice. At that moment, Foxy, upon noticing the sudden gathering of the Straw Hat crew, wore an expression of delight. I hadn't even sought you out yet, and here you are, coming to me. How considerate. As for Sherry? Of course, I've seen her. In fact, I've captured her. This fool is so easy to deceive. Just the right opportunity to trick him into agreeing to the competition. I saw her, and she is now my prize. Do you wish to rescue her? Foxy said with a smug grin. What? You've captured her. Naturally, I want to save her. By the way, Uncle, that split hairstyle of yours is quite unsightly. Luffy initially wore an expression of indignation. But upon seeing Foxy's hairdo, he couldn't help but tease him. Upon hearing the first half of Luffy's remark, Foxy was elated, ready to explain the game rules, when Luffy's latter words struck him down. In an instant, he collapsed to his knees. How can you be so hurtful with your words? How infuriating. I must win everything from you. You wish to save Shirley, then accept the most esteemed competition among pirates. We shall stake our companions on the outcome of this contest. What say you? Will you rescue Shirley? She is currently one of our companions. Foxy's voice grew increasingly louder, culminating in a furious roar. However, upon hearing the phrase when a companion, Nami and the others immediately sensed something amiss. Chopper quickly interjected, Luffy, don't agree to him. Just as Chopper spoke, the opposing Pochi could no longer contain himself. Such an adorable little pet. I can't wait to have you. This remark set Chopper off. The implication was undeniably perilous. Chopper retorted fiercely, I belong to my big brother. He won't allow you to succeed. Big brother? Are you referring to that, Will? Pochi countered. Absolutely. Chopper replied, instinctively straightening his back. Yet, instead of being intimidated, the others erupted into laughter. Haha, Will? As if he could stop us. Indeed, that useless fellow who can only drive a tractor. How laughable. What has the Navy been smoking to give him such a high bounty? It's utterly ridiculous. The group was in stitches, mocking Will with abandon. Did you hear that, little dear? Your big brother is a worthless fool. Joining us is your only path forward. Foxy jeered, tossing a bounty notice their way. Take a look for yourselves. A mere tractor driver, truly. Chopper was genuinely furious, as evidenced by his tightly clenched deer host. He had even fashioned a blue wave ball within his grip, just as he prepared to charge at these scoundrels who dared to mock his brother. A sudden commotion erupted from behind. Hey, it's Will. The bounty notice for Will. At this, Chopper temporarily abandoned his plans for revenge and hurried over. He looked up at the bounty notice in Luffy's hand, which prominently featured a clear photo of Will driving a tractor in Alabasta. Notably, his own image perched atop Will's head could also be seen. Upon spotting himself, Chopper's mood lifted considerably. Sharing the frame with his big brother is truly delightful. It was then he glanced at the bounty amount. 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. The others instinctively began counting the figures below. Million, 10 million, billion. 2 billion. The revelation of 2 billion left them all in shock. How could it be so high? A staggering 2 billion. This was his first bounty. I can't believe it. Zoro exclaimed incredulously. I haven't even received a bounty yet, and this guy already has 2 billion. How is that even possible? Sanji, too, was on the verge of despair. Nami and Usopp wore similar expressions, all appearing utterly dumbfounded, as if genuinely astonished. Wah! How can he be so much higher than me? This is so disheartening. Luffy, too, began to weep, as his bounty had risen from 30 million to 1 billion. However, upon seeing Will's bounty, he found it difficult to accept. Even Robin was taken aback by the sheer amount. She had only received 80 million, while he jumped straight to 2 billion. Only Chopper remained elated. Full of joy, my big brother, the tractor driver, is so cool. Foxy, witnessing the bewildered expressions on their faces, felt utterly perplexed. What is happening? Aren't you all supposed to be upset? Furthermore, how long has this bounty notice been out? You all seem to be seeing it for the first time. To them, the Will in the photo was clearly just a tractor driver. Importantly, they believed that this fellow's greatest asset was his speed. Speed and kicking techniques. This was precisely why they looked down upon Will. Their captain's greatest counter was precisely against those who were swift. If he were struck by a light beam reflected from a mirror without any blind spots, he would be rendered useless. Thus, Despite Will's bounty soaring to 2 billion, it failed to garner their attention. They dismissed him as a trivial adversary. Hey, are you going to accept the challenge or not? If you refuse, we will prepare to roast and eat Shirley, Foxy shouted, increasingly exasperated. The crew, too, had begun to disregard him. Luffy, who had been kneeling and crying, instantly sprang to his feet. Clearly, Shirley was far more important than the bounty. This time, Luffy and his friends had not encountered that old man, but rather, they had only come across Shirley, who was out for a stroll. What? Absolutely not. Shirley is our companion, Luffy declared earnestly. Then will you accept our competition or not? Foxy asked, and without hesitation, Luffy was ready to agree. He couldn't allow Shirley to be roasted. The others quickly realized that he was indeed inclined to consent. Don't agree to him. Luffy, he must be deceiving you. Don't trust him so easily, you fool, they shouted as they rushed towards Luffy, attempting to restrain him first. But just as they made their move, Luffy suddenly inflated. Rubber balloon, he ballooned in size, sending everyone flying away. I agree. Just as Luffy was about to shout, a figure inexplicably appeared before him, but a fist rapidly enlarged before his eyes. Luffy's mouth was wide open at that moment, in the blink of an eye. That fist struck straight into his mouth, even forming a bulge at the back of his head. After a strange sound, the force of that fist was fully transmitted to Luffy, sending his head flying backward. Bang! A loud crash ensued. Zoro clutched his head, wailing in agony. Meanwhile, Luffy lay on the ground groaning. That punch nearly knocked the breath out of him. Had it not been for Luffy's quick digestion, he would have surely expelled everything he had just eaten. They deceived you. Shirley isn't here at all, the suddenly appearing Will remarked expressionlessly. What? They actually deceived me. How infuriating. I trusted them so much. They tricked me. Let me go. I want to knock them away. While Luffy might not believe others, he was somewhat obstinate. However, if it was Will speaking, then it was another matter entirely. Everything he said held truth. As the Silver Fox pirates witnessed this scene, their faces turned green with rage. They were on the verge of success. Damn that tractor driver. You've ruined my plans. Foxy thought desperately. I must try again. Perhaps I can still sway that straw hat wearer. With this thought, he turned to the frontmost Will and exclaimed, Get out of the way, you lackey. Don't interrupt the conversation between captains. Foxy completely disregarded Will, speaking without a hint of caution. His speed was no less than 80, if not 100. It was evident that those fellows posed no threat before him. This gave Foxy the audacity to mock Will's 2 billion bounty. Exactly. You filthy tractor driver. Get lost. Good dogs don't obstruct the path. Hurry up and clear the way. Before our captain, you're nothing but trash. Scram. The others echoed in agreement. Straw Hat Kid. If you don't agree soon, we will indeed leave. We will take Shirley with us. Do you really want to believe the words of this weakling? Fokushi persistently urged Luffy from behind, seemingly intent on belittling Wire, as if such a tactic might provoke Luffy into anger and thereby enhance his chances of success. That moment, all eyes in the arena were fixed on Luffy. However, the expressions on Luffy and the entire Straw Hat crew were rather peculiar. What were they doing? Had they lost their minds? They exchanged incredulous glances, unable to believe their eyes. Were they cursing Wire? Luffy asked uncertainly, if our ears are functioning properly, then that must indeed be the case. Zoro, his mind buzzing with pain, momentarily forgot his discomfort. Had these people always been so audacious? Sanji silently lit a cigarette. Reflecting on the last time Wire had been angered, a scene still vividly etched in his memory. That time, Crocodile's kidney had been utterly obliterated. Moreover, according to Robin, Wire had subsequently sought out the severely injured crocodile and provided him with treatment. The most terrifying aspect of Wire was not merely his ability to inflict harm or even kill. His true distinction lay in his capacity to render one's existence a living hell. In short, Crocodile had suffered immensely, and these individuals, they were courting death. Meanwhile, Wire regarded the arrogant Fokushi before him and began to grasp their intentions. They thought they could confront him with their sluggish light beams? That painfully slow light. The mere notion of it hitting a target was already ludicrous, and they dared to use it against him. How amusing. Their arrogance based on such flimsy grounds was truly irksome. Do you believe you can defeat me? Wire said, his expression devoid of emotion as he stared at Fokushi. The others behind him immediately recognized the gravity of the situation. It seemed Wire was genuinely angered. Yet upon hearing this, Fokushi and his companions were taken aback for a moment before erupting into raucous laughter. Ha ha ha. This fool still thinks he can win against the boss. Exactly. if he dares to approach. He'll be met with a single burst of deceleration. He truly believes himself to be a master. Fukushi laughed so hard he could hardly stand upright. After a prolonged bout of mirth, he turned to the expressionless Wire and casually declared, "Don't say I'm not giving you a chance. Come, if you dare, try to kill me." However, the moment the words left his mouth, Wire had already vanished. Fukushi was taken aback. That speed, quite impressive indeed. Where had he gone? He hadn't seen it clearly, but that was of no concern, as long as he dared to reappear and was struck by his deceleration beam. No matter who it was, they would kneel. Just then, a figure appeared before him like a specter. In his hand, he wielded a crackling lightning sword. Fukushi jumped in shock, raising his hand to unleash his deceleration beam. Yet, in that fleeting moment of preparation, whoosh, a flash of sword light cut through the air. Crack! Both of Fukushi's hands fell to the ground in an instant. A profound silence enveloped the arena. All eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, Wire's lightning sword began to dissipate, and a satisfied smile graced his face as he regarded the now handless Fukushi. "Now, do you still think you can defeat me?" Upon hearing Wire's words, both Fukushi and the members of the Silver Fox pirate crew stood frozen in place. Fukushi even momentarily forgot the pain in his hands. All they understood was that their hands were severed. They could no longer release their beams. Did that mean? In that instant, Wire's bounty of 200 million re-emerged in their minds. Yet the psychological impact was entirely different this time. 200 million? They were utterly incapable of being his match. What speed had that been just now? How could it be so swift? They hadn't even had the chance to react. In a blink, their hands had been severed. This fellow's speed appeared impervious to deceleration, for they could not even hope to land a hit on him. But realizing this was far too late. At this moment, Wire had retrieved a pair of pliers and a fire poker. He gazed at the grotesquely disfigured Fukushi with a smile, stating, "My foul mouth can be cured too, and it's free. 5,000 words today. What is happening? What is happening? What speed was that? Just now, all I saw was a flash of something, and then nothing." Even the boss's beam hadn't had the chance to be unleashed before his hand was severed. They were genuinely terrified. If that person had aimed for them, wouldn't they have been instantaneously sent to the afterlife? This is bad. It seems we stumbled upon a steel plate. Meanwhile, Luffy and the others were equally astonished by the scene. It seemed Wire had grown even stronger. That speed. Even they had barely caught a glimpse. They had only vaguely noticed a flicker of lightning. And that lightning sword. Was this yet another of Wire's new abilities? It was simply unfathomable. Such speed must surely rank among the world's elite. The severed Fukushi's face finally displayed signs of fear. He gazed at Wire, who stood close by with a radiant smile, and collapsed to his knees. "Big brother, please, don't kill me. I was just joking. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. We'll leave right away. I implore you to show mercy." In that moment, Fukushi had entirely abandoned the notion of seizing a member of the Straw Hat crew. All he desired was to flee. Yet Wire remained unmoved by his pleas. If apologies held any weight, then what need would there be for a doctor? "I don't care whether you're joking or not. But you wouldn't believe I'm playing with you, would you?" The moment Wire's words fell, Fukushi's expression shifted dramatically. Since escape was impossible, they would have to fight. Of course, he meant for his brothers to engage. "Boys, since we can't leave, all of you, charge and take this guy down," Fukushi shouted. Without hesitation, Hamburger lunged forward. Instantly, chaos erupted in the arena. The group swiftly split into two factions, one foolishly advancing while the other hastily retreated. Seeing this, Luffy and his crew aimed to assist, but Robin intervened that if we go up, we'll likely just get caught in the crossfire. It's not like he can't handle it himself. After Robin's words, they pondered and realized she was right. Wire's strength was far beyond what these minions could comprehend. They decided to sit back and watch the spectacle unfold, allowing Wire to vent his frustrations. At that moment, Wire summoned a tempest of lightning in his hand, casually sweeping it through the air, unleashing a vast surge of electricity that engulfed the entire area. The Silver Fox pirate crew found themselves ensnared within. The crackling sound of electricity filled the air. The entire crew was suddenly immobilized, each member trembling uncontrollably. Those who had been the most boisterous moments ago were now the most frantic, emitting plumes of smoke. Pochi had abandoned thoughts of acquiring Chopper. She had become Wire's primary target and was now on the verge of being electrocuted. Soon, the arena was filled with the sound of bodies hitting the ground. One by one, figures began to collapse. In mere seconds, only Fokushi remained standing amidst the sea of fallen comrades. He stood at the center of a mass of bodies, untouched by the terrifying electricity that had surged through the area. Yet, all around him were figures crackling with electricity. Did he dare to move? Fokushi was genuinely terrified now. What in the world is this? If you're this formidable, why didn't you say so earlier? Had I known, I wouldn't have come to deliver myself to death. And those Navy officers, if you can't produce a bounty notice, then don't even bother. Who do you think you're fooling with a photo of someone on a tractor? At this moment, Fokushi was utterly paralyzed with fear. Wire's strength had far exceeded his expectations. He now completely regretted his decision. Had he known it would come to this, he would have never put himself in harm's way. But Wire paid no mind to his thoughts. He gazed down at the utterly distraught Fokushi, his face devoid of any sympathy. Holding the fire poker, he contemplated briefly but refrained from striking. Such a weapon was purely physical, yielding minimal effect. Should I opt for a different approach? Fokushi, witnessing Wire's sudden stillness, momentarily entertained the notion that perhaps there was a glimmer of hope. Yet, in an unexpected twist, Wire produced a brush from his medical kit. And not just any brush. How did Fokushi know? The foul odor had nearly rendered him unconscious. This was undoubtedly a toilet brush. What on earth does this lunatic intend to do? Fokushi felt a surge of panic. But his fear was futile. Wire had already positioned his foot on Fokushi's chest, pressing him firmly to the ground. You think I have a foul mouth? Allow me to make it even worse. With poison to combat poison. Upon witnessing the scene, Foxy clenched his mouth tighter than a vice. If he dared to utter a word now, what would happen with the abundance of toilet brushes? It hardly requires contemplation, does it? If subjected to such treatment, it would be far more excruciating than death, not uttering a sound. Would that truly challenge Veer? A jolt of electricity surged through him, causing Foxy's mouth to fly open in shock. With his mouth agape, Foxy succumbed to utter despair. Veer showed no mercy. He declared, "Hey, did you think I was going to scrub your mouth? No. In fact, I intend to give this old fool a gastric wash." Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 300 negative points. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 100 negative points. As Veer wielded the brush, he cast a scornful glance at the weeping and wailing Foxy. Truly, what a piece of trash. This reward is far too meager. Were Foxy to learn of Veer's thoughts at this moment, he would undoubtedly spit a mouthful of phlegm to obliterate him. Though you have any idea of the immense agony I am enduring right now. How dare you utter such words? Indeed, Foxy was on the brink of being slain by that toilet brush. His stomach was in utter turmoil. It was evident how forceful Veer's little hand was. Initially, he expelled mere remnants of food, but now he was violently vomiting blood. The old blood gushed forth in torrents. At this juncture, Foxy could only scream at Veer, "Father, cease. I was wrong." Yet, he found himself utterly incapable of doing so. He had no choice but to silently endure, exerting every ounce of strength to withstand the torment. Observing this, Veer felt the foreplay had reached its climax. It was time to commence the main course. With that thought in mind, he brandished the toilet brush once more. Foxy spat out another mouthful of blood. He gasped for breath, greedily inhaling the fresh air, devoid of any foul odor. Just as he believed, all was concluded. Veer made it abundantly clear that this was merely the beginning. Stowing away the brush, Veer produced his anesthetic brick and, without hesitation, aimed it at the bewildered Foxy. Huh? You say he hasn't lost his ability to resist? The anesthetic brick won't take effect. No matter. Just strike him until he faints, and perhaps even give him a makeover. With this in mind, Veer swung the brick rhythmically towards Foxy's grotesque face. Whack, whack, one strike after another. The onlookers couldn't help but furrow their brows, silently vowing never to provoke Veer again. The consequences could be rather severe. Even Robin began to regret her earlier audacity, realizing it would be best to exercise more restraint in the future. In truth, Veer would not be overly harsh with his own people. After all, it concerns the sustainable development of resources. One cannot uproot the entire field when harvesting crops. A gradual approach is the hard truth. However, when it comes to these one-time experience packs, particularly the obnoxious ones, Veer generally goes all out. He strikes with unrelenting force. The sounds of thwacking continued. Yet Foxy had long since lost consciousness. Veer merely wished to refine his features. Otherwise, he would find it difficult to proceed. At that moment, Foxy's signature long red nose had been utterly flattened, and his features had become considerably more uniform. After a final flurry of strikes, Veer finally ceased his assault. Phew, that's finally done. With Veer halting his actions, Foxy's face was revealed to the Straw Hat crew behind him. His tragic state elicited gasps from all present. Goodness, this is the flattest face I've ever seen. Is he made of rubber? How can his face be so malleable? Veer is truly terrifying. He has flattened a person. The crowd continued to exclaim in astonishment. Veer, gazing upon Foxy's current visage, finally felt a sense of satisfaction. It was not that he had made him more handsome. Rather, he had rendered him unrecognizable as a face. As long as it no longer resembled a face, the discomfort would diminish. Next, all that was needed was to record some hurtful phrases with a megaphone and play them on repeat in his ear. With this thought in mind, Veer retrieved the large megaphone he had just exchanged for it as he approached the bewildered crowd behind him, ready to record and unleash his plan. If executed correctly, and with the system providing a power related to slowing down time, it would likely pertain to something temporal. Such an ability would undoubtedly prove invaluable. At the very least, it would be tremendously useful in dealing with Akiji later on. The effects of the anesthetic were uncertain. What if it lasted only a fraction of a second? Veer might not even be able to react in time. Thus, possessing a time-related ability would be crucial. Though this was merely a contingency, Veer sought to ensure absolute certainty. As Veer approached, Chopper was the first to speak up. "Big brother, you're not going to..." Chopper was still somewhat indignant, subconsciously wishing for Veer not to heal him. However, halfway through his statement, he suddenly realized that if his brother rescued Foxy, it might only make things worse for him. Well then, never mind. Let us just allow Big Brother to treat him properly. At this moment, Veer, holding the megaphone, cast a puzzled glance at the silent Chopper. Noticing he had no intention of continuing, Veer pressed the recording button on the megaphone. "Everyone, I need you to provide precise evaluations of that guy over there. Let us each say a line. This is crucial for my upcoming treatment." After speaking, Veer handed the megaphone to a somewhat dazed Luffy. Luffy, glancing at Foxy in the distance, hesitantly said, "Stupid head?" He wasn't entirely sure if this was the kind of evaluation Veer sought, but it was all he could think of. Meanwhile, Foxy, lying on the ground and under the influence of the anesthetic, visibly trembled in the realm of his consciousness. He had long since knelt in despair. How could anyone utter such hurtful words? But this was merely the beginning for Luffy, Nami, red-nosed clown, Usopp, butt-headed, Zoro, squint-eyed, Sanji, old donkey face, Chopper, short winter melon, Robin, duck-like voice. Finally, Veer added, "Dead sissy." Upon concluding, he switched off the recording. At this point, Foxy was convulsing uncontrollably. His limbs trembled wildly. In the realm of his consciousness, he had long since broken down in tears. These people, they are utterly lacking in decency. How could they speak of others in such a manner? "I merely wish to take everything from you. Why treat me this way?" This barrage of psychological assaults was on the verge of shattering him. Observing the quaking Foxy, Veer could hardly suppress a grin. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 2,000 negative points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,800 negative points." The negative points surged several-fold in an instant. It was evident that with the right approach, one could indeed achieve far more with far less effort. Who would have thought this fellow was a dark horse? With this in mind, Veer positioned the megaphone against Foxy's ear and initiated a loop of the recording. As for the treatment, Veer had already devised a comprehensive plan. Currently, this chap merely had some internal injuries, with no other significant issues. All that was necessary was to mend the wounds within his abdomen. Veer had prepared for such repairs. He promptly produced the restorative potion he had developed. By applying this substance to the internal wounds, they would heal on their own in no time. The principle was straightforward, but the execution was entirely up to Veer. He donned a pair of light yellow and dark green bacterial gloves and began to apply the potion to his hands. As he did so, he spoke to Foxy. "Next, I will assist you in your treatment. All that is required is for this potion to make contact with the wounds inside you." Upon hearing this, Foxy momentarily froze. "Huh, you've reduced me to this state, and now you wish to heal me? Brother, is this some new game? Will it bring you joy?" He gazed at the dark green gloves, his expression somewhat grim. Yet, recalling the rumors surrounding Weir's medical prowess and the incessant agony coursing through his own body, Foxy found himself placing his hopes entirely upon Weir. After all, it was merely the application of a potion. Surely, nothing disastrous could ensue, he mused, as Weir was finalizing his preparations. Soon, Weir approached Foxy and crouched before him, gesturing over his abdomen, just as Foxy presumed Weir intended to perform surgery and apply the potion. An unexpected turn of events unfolded. After determining the general area with a series of motions, Weir did not employ any surgical technique. Instead, he delivered a powerful punch directly to Foxy's belly. The immense force created a gaping wound the size of a fist. This shocking scene left everyone present utterly astounded. Foxy's face turned a sickly shade of green. "What the hell, man? Are you here to save me or to kill me? This is only worsening my injuries. Can't you do this properly?" However, Weir paid no heed to his protests and plunged his hand into the wound, rummaging about. The pain from the contact with the injury, combined with the peculiar sensations generated by Weir's chaotic movements, caused Foxy's eyes to widen in disbelief. Soon, Weir concluded this peculiar treatment in response to Foxy's astonished gaze, casually stitching up the sizable hole in his abdomen. At that moment, the system's notification chimed in. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired 5,000 negative points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained the ability. Time domain. Time domain. Upon release, it can slow the flow of time within a half-meter radius around the host for a duration of 0.3 seconds. Weir stared at this newfound ability, momentarily stunned. Then, a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. Time. Indeed, it was time. This individual was undeniably a potential powerhouse. With such an ability, the forthcoming plans were bound to be foolproof. Although its range was limited to merely half a meter and its duration a mere 0.3 seconds, and surely there would be a cooldown period, he was determined to seize the opportunity to test it out. Even so, it was still extraordinarily powerful. This was the true strength of time manipulation. He could already envision how to utilize this to treat Kazuru. He needed to ponder it thoroughly. Having just discerned a pattern from Foxy, he realized that as long as one administered the right treatment, the rewards would be plentiful. Even the acquisition of this ability felt intrinsically linked to the concept of targeted treatment. With this understanding, Weir knew he could not afford to overlook any opportunity to gain exceptional powers. From now on, he needed to consider how to maximize the benefits from each treatment. Observing Weir's treatment of Foxy, Luffy and the others suddenly burst into laughter, utterly bewildered. "What's wrong with Weir? Has he lost his mind?" Luffy pondered aloud. "It does seem quite plausible," Zoro concurred. "Bang. Two fools. While you may be daft, he certainly isn't. Especially you, Luffy," Nami chastised, delivering a swift punch that sent both of them crouching, cradling their heads. This group clearly came prepared. "You idiot. You still want to indulge them. If it weren't for Weir, we'd all be dead because of you." After her outburst, Nami glanced at the compass in her hand and remarked, "This island is relatively small, and it won't be long before we gather enough magnetic energy. Prepare yourselves. We should be able to leave shortly." With that, Nami tugged at Luffy's ear, leading him towards Foxy's ship. That moment, her eyes sparkled with visions of wealth. Such a large vessel must contain treasure. As for why she was dragging Luffy along, it was simply because she feared he might cause further trouble. Having him nearby felt more reassuring. The others followed suit, scavenging for spoils and provisions. Meanwhile, Weir exchanged for the mind-confounding incense from the system's shop. The mind-confounding incense was roughly the size of a lipstick. Holding it in his hand, Weir decided to ignite a small portion to test its effects. Having learned from his previous experience, he was wary of blindly trusting such items. He needed to assess its efficacy before feeling at ease. Spotting Chopper nearby, Weir waved him over. Upon noticing, Chopper scampered over, his adorable pattering footsteps echoing. "Big brother must be preparing something special for me," he thought gleefully. Weir, observing Chopper's eager demeanor, produced a lighter and ignited a small portion of the incense. That was so small that it extinguished almost immediately, releasing a wisp of smoke. "Quick, smell this smoke," Weir urged, realizing time was of the essence. As Chopper witnessed Weir's frantic expression, warmth filled his heart. "Big brother is so kind to me. He must believe this smoke is a wonderful gift. I'm truly touched." If only he knew Weir's true intentions, he might have found himself with his head pressed down, forced to inhale. Chopper, still lost in dreams of his brother's affection, thought, "I cannot let Big Brother down." With that resolve, he leaned in closer and took a deep breath. Inhale. Thud. Indeed, he collapsed without warning. In gradual descent, the child fell into a deep, tranquil slumber. Even as mere seconds passed, Chopper had already begun to twitch in his sleep. This was a state of profound unconsciousness. Weir's eyes gleamed with excitement. It worked.